Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of school campus mad teacher system right here on GMT Recap. The story begins with a loud shout. Boss! The male lead steps out, his face exuding confidence. He flexes about himself. My name is Ningfan, the unbeatable person in school. All the teachers in this school bow down to me. Anyone who dares to offend me ends up in the hospital. But I do have moments of failure. On a stormy night, my opponent ended my glorious life, sending me to a strange place. Scene change. Ningfan looks around at the unfamiliar surroundings and wonders, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Below the classroom, Li Chang sits with his legs crossed on the desk, chatting non-stop, even though he's dozing off during class. It's really disrespectful to the teachers. Seriously, we're in Class D at Jincha Academy, the smallest class. The school is already at its wit's end, so why even bother coming to class? Upon hearing this, Ningfan freezes. Jincha Academy, Class D, at wit's end. He glances at the badge pinned to his chest, which reads, Jincha Academy Ningfan, beginner teacher. After a moment of reflection, he realizes, has he traveled through time? In other words, he's now a teacher, and these are his students. Just at that moment, a group of students walked in. The blonde-haired guy shouted loudly, Zheng Tian Chang, I'm out of cigarettes, go buy some for me. Tian Chang was a scrawny, frail boy, and when bullied by him, he could only lower his head in silence. The blonde guy patted his shoulder and arrogantly said, You pay me first, and I'll pay you back later. You were the one who dared to come and ask for it before. Ningfan was deeply shocked by what he saw. Shifeng laughed loudly, while his student was being bullied, and yet, as a teacher, he didn't even dare to say a word. Li Chang leaned back in his chair and slowly replied, It's really unlucky to be assigned to this class. In order to control and exploit people with special abilities, the country established an academy specifically for training and educating them, and the principal of this academy is the one with the strongest abilities. In this world, Ningfan was one of the 6 grandsons of the director of Jincha Academy, and the fiancé of the principal's beloved daughter. He had once received an honorary invitation to evaluate his extraordinary abilities, but his family was suddenly struck with disaster, and they were framed. Ningfan was seriously injured in the process. After these blows, he became a heavy drinker, sinking into drunkenness. The principal couldn't hold back and directly annulled Ningfan's engagement. You are only fit to teach the youngest class in Class D now. As for the wedding with my daughter, don't even dream about it. Your engagement is officially cancelled. Even Diao Yushui, his childhood sweetheart, advised him to give up. Xiaofan, leave this place of gossip and turmoil. He thought to himself, leaving the place I once ruled feels like such a humiliation. You might be able to tolerate it, but I can't. Let's see how I get revenge for you. At this moment, below in the classroom, the blonde-haired student was still mocking Tian Chang. Though you were once a genius, now you're just a student in Class D, don't worry, you'll be my errand boy from now on. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. You have to ask for permission before entering the classroom. You don't even know this basic rule? Ningfan darted forward like a whirlwind, delivering a punch so fast that the blonde-haired student didn't even finish his curse, damn, before the punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying out the door with a loud crash. Teacher Ningfan yelled loudly, Get out! The student stood frozen in shock, eyes wide open. At that moment, the system notification sounded, the Mad Master system has been activated, beginning decryption. Information quickly loaded, 20%, 42%, 77%, 91%, and the Mad Master system completed the decryption successfully. Ningfan was incredibly surprised, utterly obsessed with the system and the master. What was this? Was this a time-traveling benefit I received? System notification, congratulations, host, you have received a new item, the Eye of the Luminous Master. The Eye of the Luminous Master can see through everything, both strengths and weaknesses. If the host wishes to continue unlocking other features, additional trust points are required. If the actions of the host earn recognition from students and teachers, trust points can be gained. For example, the recent actions of the host have earned trust points from the students. He was a bit confused. What exactly are trust points? Ningfan immediately looked down at the students. Information tables appeared above their heads. Li Chang, +1 trust point. Shifeng, +1 trust point. Zhang Tianchang, +3 trust points. He exclaimed, I just interacted with a few people and already gained so many trust points? Ningfan grinned in delight. It seems like I've found a good way to collect more trust points. Ningfan pulled out the student dossier and read it carefully. The students' qualities were reflected in their sense of initiative. The initiative of Class D students was under 10%, while that of Class S students was above 40%. Zhang Tianchang's stats were all very good. Among them, he noticed a particular note. From Class S down to Class D, Ningfan wondered, Zhang Tianchang was originally a student in Class S, but why has his self-discipline dropped so much? The young boy lowered his head and said, Ning teacher, thank you for earlier. He replied softly, it's nothing, don't mention it. Lung Xingyu glanced at the teacher with a dissatisfied look. This isn't over yet. It's definitely going to get more complicated in the future. Tianchang sounded a bit worried, his voice small as he apologized, I'm sorry, teacher. It's all my fault. Ningfan reassured him, what are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll help you keep it a secret. Ningfan immediately activated the Eye of the Luminous Master. The system reported, you've used Eye of the Luminous Master on Zhang Tianchang. The information displayed is quite detailed. He has talent, but his right hand was once injured, which has created a psychological barrier, leading to a decrease in strength. He now understood that the boy's current fears were all caused by a psychological barrier. Indeed, Tianchang had always been cautious with his right hand, so. Ningfan looked at Tianchang's right hand and asked, has the injury on your right hand healed? The boy was very surprised, then exclaimed in shock, how did you know I was injured on my right hand? I've never told anyone about it. He replied seriously, if you can't figure this out, how could I ever be your teacher? Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the door. Ningfan, come out here. Dare to lay a hand on my student? It was Sun Xiong from the beginners class C, the teacher with the blonde hair. Ningfan blocked his ears with 2 fingers and shouted back, can't you see I'm giving a lecture? He dragged the blonde into the classroom, roaring, you dare to hit my prized student, and you still want to teach? Unexpectedly, Ningfan responded in a firm tone, then let me finish beating you first and I'll continue teaching. Sun Xiong went berserk, growling, Ningfan, do you think you're still the young master of the Ning family? You either apologize and bow your head, or get the hell out of Xincha Academy. Seeing this, one of the students turned to Lung Xingyu and said, Boss, looks like he's in big trouble now. She replied sharply, he brought this on himself. Just watch, he'll apologize soon enough. Ningfan raised his voice in response, sorry, but I can't do that. He stared directly into Sun Xiong's eyes and said, you want me, Ningfan, to bow my head and apologize? That person hasn't been born yet. His words made a huge impact on the students in the classroom. System notification, Zhang Tianchang, trust level increased by 2. Shifeng, trust level increased by 1. Li Chang, trust level increased by 1. Sun Xiong continues to attempt to insult him. Sun Xiong said, Ningfan, you no longer have the qualifications to be arrogant here. In this world, power rules, and strength is the truth. Ningfan calmly put his arm around Tianchang's shoulder and said, as for strength, when it comes to strength, Zhang Tianchang surpasses your student by a large margin. He smiled, unable to hide his amusement. Ha, you still think he's the top student in Class S? I honestly suggest, if you don't believe it, let them have a match and see for yourself. Sun Xiong asked, a match? You want Zhang Tianchang to fight? Isn't that the same as sending him to his death? Ningfan cheerfully responded, exactly, if you're scared, just say so. Of course, he would never back down. I'm so afraid of you, let's fight then. Waiting for this moment, Ningfan immediately called out, two of you, roll out the mats for me. Lung Xingyu thought to himself, he truly is making his student take the beating, how shameless. Tian Chang seemed a little scared, trembling as he said, Ning teacher, I can't beat him. Ningfan reassured him, it's okay, I'll help you. Then, he turned to Li Chang and said, take off your belt for me. The student, a bit confused, asked, teacher, what did you say? Ningfan immediately charged forward, muttering, if I told you to take it off, just take it off. As he spoke, his hands were already unbuckling the student's belt. Li Chang covered his face and shouted, teacher, no. He fastened the belt tightly around Tian Chang's right hand. If you're worried about your right hand being hit, then this is better for now. Once done, he brushed his hands off and said, a lowly one like him can be defeated with just one hand. Sun Xiong, the teacher, and the student watched this scene, unable to stop laughing. Truly, a teacher of Class D, his teaching methods were something else. The blonde-haired student exclaimed, Ning teacher, are you worried that if you use both hands, he won't have a way to escape? Ningfan ignored their attitudes. He reassured his student, you don't need to worry about psychological pressure just because you don't have your right hand. Go ahead, he's not your match anyway. Tian Chang was still uncertain. He asked again, Ning teacher, do you really think I can do it? Ningfan smiled and nodded, his expression full of confidence. Sure enough, as soon as the blonde-haired student advanced, Tian Chang was able to grab him with one hand and hold him tightly. Realizing his opponent wasn't as strong as he had imagined, Tian Chang's spirits lifted. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired student began sweating profusely. Tian Chang focused his internal energy, releasing it forcefully. He shouted, so your punch is that strong after all. Saying that, he threw a powerful punch straight to the blonde's face. Ningfan yelled, that's more like it, there's no need to keep enduring. The blonde, with his teeth and lips a mess, foam at the mouth, lay unconscious on the ground. The students from Class D couldn't believe it. Li Chang exclaimed in astonishment, so it really only takes one punch to take down someone from Class D. Xingyu remarked, clearly, his right hand was tied, but how could the punch still be that strong? In her heart, she thought, could it be that his method really works? Sun Xiong was stunned, shouting, how could this be? Impossible. Ningfan sneered at him, stop wondering and hurry up and take this useless trash away. If not, I'll invite other classes to join the fun. Sun Xiong immediately ordered his students, you two, hurry up and take him away. The two immediately complied, yes, sir. The blonde was helped out of the classroom, and as Sun Xiong reached the door, he turned back and threatened, Ningfan, just wait. Li Chang and the others, who had been standing there in shock, then started clapping. The group of kids cheered, we really beat Class C after all. This feels great. Our Class D has finally vented its anger. System notification, Zhang Tian Chang's trustworthiness increases by 5, Shi Feng's trustworthiness increases by 2, Li Chang's trustworthiness increases by 5. Ningfan let out a sigh, thinking to himself, it's just a small matter, yet why does it feel so satisfying? Tian Chang was genuinely moved, looking at him with gratitude in his eyes. Ning teacher, thank you for guiding me. He placed his hand on the student's shoulder and spoke kindly, there's no need to thank me. Wait until I recover my right hand, then you can thank me. By then, your abilities will improve even more. The student smiled brightly. Yes, thank you, teacher. Suddenly, Li Chang and Shi Feng stepped forward, both clasping their hands together and pleading with pitiful expressions. One of them spoke, Ning teacher, I have a psychological issue too, can you treat me as well? The other one chimed in, yes, teacher, do you think you should break my arm as well? Lin Xingyu suddenly spoke up, both of you, shut up. Shi Feng and Li Chang were startled and turned around. The girl spoke with a stern expression, Zhang Tianchang is already very strong, and using that method obviously works. Do you think you can compare to him? Ningfan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the girl's attitude, thinking, you talk like that, but perhaps you also want my guidance, don't you? He spoke calmly, don't worry, I will definitely cure the illness once I see it. Lang Xingyu appeared doubtful, sounds good, but can you actually do it? Ningfan replied, how about this, let me help you a little. Saying that, he activated the eye of the luminous master to analyze the target. He winked mischievously, don't move. Soon, information about Lang Xingyu appeared on the screen, system proficiency summoning ability, weak blood energy, hair is where the most spiritual energy is concentrated. He thought to himself, spiritual energy focusing in the hair, that's strange. No wonder her strength is lacking. Suddenly, Xingyu shouted, are you done staring? She covered her chest with her hand in a rather obvious way, her face showing a mix of embarrassment and anger. Ningfan answered, I've seen enough. I can also see what your problem is. Xingyu asked in surprise, what problem do I have? He pointed behind him, first, let's go to the training room, we'll talk when we get there. The girl showed no sign of fear, fine, let's go. Ningfan waved and called out, everyone else, come over and witness the miracle. The group, led by Li Chang, eagerly followed. Just a moment later, they arrived in front of the training room. Ningfan exclaimed, bad luck, but at least there's still a training room available. Suddenly, a shout came from behind, you all, stop right there. The two young men stepped forward and casually said, we need this training room. The school's training area was quite large, but at the moment, only one training room was available. The person who had just arrived was Li Feng, the teacher of Class C. Ningfan replied coldly, do you know what it means to line up and wait? Didn't your mothers teach you? Orphans, huh? How pitiful. He arrogantly said, so what if you came first? If you can't even use a summoning spell properly, what right do you have to use the training room? Xingyu, who had been playing with the bridle in her hand, froze at the words. Li Feng calmly flexed, all my students have already learned the basic summoning spell. Song Yang was one of the top students among them. Ningfan seized the opportunity to say, a top student, huh? Well, you guys don't even know how powerful Lang Xingyu from my class is. Upon hearing this, Xingyu immediately shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Shifeng suddenly spoke up, we still don't fully know our senior's strength. Li Chang, however, thought that Ningfan was going a bit too far. She yelled, you two bastards, shut up. Li Chang and Shifeng immediately bowed their heads. Sorry. A loud laugh came from behind. Ha ha. Li Feng sneered, Ningfan, are you really willing to throw away your pride just for this training room? Lang Xingyu heard this and immediately turned around, glaring at him. Ningfan remained confident, replying, don't believe me, huh? Then let's fight and see. Song Yang stepped forward, saying seriously, Li teacher, let me go teach them a lesson. He smiled happily, adding, it must be me, right? Go ahead. He suggested, then how about we have a summoning contest? Seeing the serious attitude of the teacher and students from Class D, Li Feng began to engage in verbal sparring. Ningfan, don't blame me for not saving face for you in front of the students. Unexpectedly, Ningfan responded straightforwardly, don't hold back. Only if you go all out will they truly admit defeat. Li Feng sneered, you really don't know your limits. Then he ordered Song Yang, show Ning teacher your strength. Song Yang immediately replied, yes, Li teacher. He rotated his arm and walked toward the arena. Song Yang gathered his energy, and a small trickle of blood shot out from his hand. He began casting the summoning spell, summoning two rather large stone weapons. Lang Xingyu was incredibly surprised, thinking to herself, using a basic summoning spell, indeed it can summon two stone weapons. Shifeng suddenly spoke up, if I remember correctly, didn't the senior sister only summon one stone weapon the first time she used summoning? Li Chang let out a sound of surprise. The most successful summoning by the big sister was nothing more than a pitiful stone. As he was tangled in confusion, he encountered two useless companions. Lang Xingyu suddenly shouted, I told you all to shut up. Li Feng calmly said, Ning teacher, it's your student's turn now. He turned back to Xingyu and said, using blood as a conduit is too much of an overkill for them. Use hair instead, that alone will be enough to kill them all. The teacher of Class C, hearing this, burst into laughter. Huh, summoning with hair? Are you making a joke? Even an idiot knows that only blood can serve as a proper conduit. Song Yang mocked, it's no surprise that Ning teacher would do something like this. Don't listen to them, just follow my instructions. Xingyu bit her lip, then pulled out a strand of hair. The girl's luck kicked in, and indeed, the power unleashed was beyond imagination. With a loud boom, a giant stone soldier appeared, its eyes glowing brightly. Li Feng, witnessing this, was utterly shocked, stammering, what? The two stone weapons clashed violently. Even Lang Xingyu herself couldn't believe it was this really her summoning? Suddenly, Shifeng pinched Li Chang's shoulder, causing him to yell out, What are you doing? He stared blankly and asked, Is it true? I'm not dreaming, am I? Tian Chang clapped his hands together, cheering for the student. Rong Shuiwei stood beside, her face frozen in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Li Feng exclaimed, 3 solid stones, how is this possible? Song Yang broke into a cold sweat. How could Li teacher call someone like this a useless piece of trash? Ningfan looked at his expression and, feeling pleased, said, Li teacher doesn't seem to believe it much. How about letting her feel it herself? Long Xingyu smiled and responded, Got it. The girl waved her hand, and Song Yang's weapon turned to dust. He stood there, weeping. Who would have thought Class D could be so powerful? Ningfan asked, Are we still fighting? I don't mind killing you a few more times. Li Feng pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, I never expected that even hair could enhance one's self-awareness. How do I know all this? At this point, the system notification appeared, Lung Xingyu's trust increased by 5. Ningfan asked happily, So? Are you convinced now? The girl retorted, not yet. Li Feng changed the subject, even if you gradually let it improve bit by bit, that's already something. But I think, at this point, you're probably incapable of even summoning at the lowest level, aren't you? Ningfan loudly asked, Me? Are you serious? He immediately took out a small knife and cut into his thumb. Enough with the words, let me show you something that will widen your eyes. With a sharp swipe, a stream of red blood spurted from Li Feng's hand. A thunderous roar echoed around him, and dust and smoke billowed into the air. Li Feng laughed heartily, looking at the impressive army of stone soldiers that had appeared, and said loudly, Ningfan, even if you consider this a low-level summon, I can easily create a formidable stone army. Long Xingyu, do you still want to join my class? He sneered, all that talk, and you only have this little bit of power? What a waste of my time. A giant stone monster appeared behind him, its pressure overwhelming. Xingyu's mouth fell open, and Li Chang's eyes shone bright like flashlights. As for Li Feng, he was shaken to the core, and you could tell he was ready to jump out of his skin. Ningfan waved his hand and ordered, Crush all this rubble to pieces. Immediately, a scream echoed through the skies from Li Feng. No! Ningfan sat calmly on top of one of Li Feng's stone soldiers, his expression serene. The entire opposing army had been reduced to rubble, lying in a pile. He growled angrily, Ningfan, you wait for me. Ningfan silently thought to himself, how strange, this sentence sounds so familiar. Li Chang and Shifeng looked at him as if he were a deity. Oh, Ning teacher, please accept our humble admiration. The two students knelt down, their foreheads touching the cold ground. The system announced. Shifeng's trust value increased by N. Li Chang's trust value increased by N plus 1. Trust value exceeded 100. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new ability. Bowing to the great master. Ningfan was surprised. A new ability? The system explained. Bowing to the great master. Anyone upon whom the host uses this power will be compelled to bow in reverence uncontrollably. After reading this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "There's such an ability too?" Lan Xingyu's trust value increased by 11, but the girl still acted stubbornly, shouting, "You two new classmates have already been bought off. You two have no future at all." Seeing this, Ningfan thought to himself, "She's quite stubborn, let's try using the new ability on her." The system announced, "You have activated the bowing to the Great Master ability on Lung Xingyu." The girl, seeing the two boys still kneeling, looked frustrated. "You two keep kneeling, I'm leaving first." But as soon as she turned to leave, she immediately felt a force pulling her back. Xingyu knelt down and bowed again. Li Chang thought to himself, "To think she said she wouldn't kneel, yet this way of kneeling while spinning around is far more impressive than what we can do. The older sister is already such a crafty girl." He had no idea that even Xingyu herself didn't understand what was going on. Ningfan, feeling a little confused, asked, "So, we really are kneeling, but is the kneeling rate really 100%? At that moment, Tian Chang stepped forward and spoke softly, "Everyone doesn't need to kneel anymore. Ning teacher is not someone ordinary." A thought flashed in Ningfan's mind. He gently gathered his energy, and the system notification appeared, "You have initiated the bow of respect to Zheng Tian Chang." Suddenly, the young boy tripped over a large stone, stumbling with a thud as his body lost balance. Tian Chang knelt down to the ground, sliding a long distance before finally lowering his head in a bow. Shifeng and the others were astonished. This was the most glamorous kind of kneeling, and the brilliance of it was so dazzling they could barely keep their eyes open. Rong Shuiwei was still standing behind them. Ningfan thought to himself, "She's the only one still standing. Is she feeling lonely?" The girl, drenched in sweat, silently told herself, "Even if I have to lie on the ground, I don't want to kneel." Shuiwei immediately took the initiative to lie flat on the floor. Li Chang stood there, mouth agape, thinking, "She's way more impressive than the older sister." Ningfan performed his skill. System notification, "You have initiated a formal audience with Rong Shuiwei." The girl slowly sat up, then knelt into position. Shifeng was indeed enlightened. Did they lie down just to increase the difficulty of kneeling? Who can play this way? Ningfan stood up and said, "Everyone is being too polite, there's really no need for all this. Just follow me, I won't deceive you." At a certain time in Class C's classroom, Sun Xiong slammed his fist onto the desk with a loud bang. "Ningfan, I'm going to kill you." Li Feng, standing outside the door, saw this scene and secretly thought, could it be that Sun Xiong was also tricked by Ningfan? He then suggested, "Sun Xiong, let's team up." A secret meeting immediately took place in Class C's room. Sun Xiong was upset, Ningfan is really too arrogant. Li Feng agreed, "That's right, he's already a teacher in Class D and still acts so aggressively." He then asked, "Li teacher, can you swallow this anger?" Li Feng replied, "How could I? I must take revenge. But it seems his strength has recovered a bit, it won't be easy to deal with him." Sun Xiong reassured him, "It's fine, there's no way it'll be that easy to fully recover." The two huddled together, whispering, "What do you mean? Tonight, we'll do it this way." They didn't notice that someone was standing outside the door, eavesdropping. Yu Shui learned of this plan, and the girl felt worried for Xiao Fan. Scene change, Ningfan was taking a walk. He felt that the system's spirit master was incredibly powerful. Just in one day, it had changed the strength of two students drastically. If only his own strength could increase as quickly. Suddenly, Sun Xiong and Li Feng stepped out to block his way. "Ningfan, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time," they sneered, threateningly. Ningfan calmly asked, "What are you two waiting for me for? To invite me to dinner?" Sun Xiong growled angrily, "Who would invite you to dinner at this hour?" He clapped his hands loudly. "But I suppose you're right, we do want to give you something to eat." Li Feng grinned maliciously. "We're just inviting you to eat a fist." Ningfan showed no sign of fear. He spoke lightly, "I can understand your anger, but isn't it a bit too much to openly beat me like this?" Sun Xiong pointed at his face and shouted loudly, "What's the problem? Nobody in the whole school wants you to stay. It's best if you leave on your own. Don't force us to lay our hands on you." Li Feng joined in, "Don't blame us for being cruel. If anyone's to blame, it's you for not knowing your place." Ningfan laughed heartily. "Well, I pretty much understand now. The last question, do you think you two can deal with me?" Sun Xiong felt insulted. He focused his inner strength, causing his clothes to tear as he roared, "Ningfan, don't get too arrogant." Li Feng charged forward on his mount, moving as fast as lightning, and began to boast, "Defeating my basic summoning is nothing. Try experiencing the power of my signature summoning." Ningfan hesitated, thinking for a moment, "I wonder if the ability to bow to a master could be used on them?" The two of them charged fiercely to attack, shouting in unison, "Die!" System notification: you have used the bow to master ability on Sun Xiong and Li Feng. In an instant, both of them, along with their summoned beasts, tripped on a stone, changed trajectory, and ended up kneeling at Ningfan's feet. Li Feng and Sun Xiong were stunned, then gasped in disbelief. What is this?" Yu Shui had just arrived, panting heavily. She was worried, hoping she wasn't too late. But when she saw the two kneeling before Ningfan, she let out a relieved sigh. "It seems I was overthinking things." She smiled and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Sun Xiong's face was covered with veins, his voice gritted with anger as he said, "Ningfan, I will kill you." Li Feng took a small knife and cut his palm, channeling more power into his magic. "If I can't defeat you, I won't consider myself human." Ningfan exclaimed, "That's right, now that's the fighting spirit we need." Li Feng taunted, "Come on, summon your stone giant soldier." Sun Xiong was filled with fury, challenging, "I want to see if your stone giant soldier can stand up to me when I join forces with Li brother." He calmly replied, "I never intended to use that low-level summoning spell. I'll use the best abilities of both of you to make you surrender willingly." With that, Ningfan cast his spell, and a bright ring of light appeared, the space around them trembling violently. Sun Xiong was utterly shocked, exclaiming, What is this?" Ningfan gathered a glowing orb in his palm, his expression confident as he said, "Next, I will summon my true guardian, but unlike you, I won't need to pay any price for it." A hand covered in claws emerged from the ground, followed by a figure holding a sickle, rising from the earth. Li Feng broke into a cold sweat. What is this chilling sensation? What is this?" Ningfan snapped his fingers, signaling the start. The Grim Reaper rushed forward to attack Li Feng and his summoning beast, and with a single swing of the scythe, the beast was cleaved in half. Seeing his companion destroyed, Sun Xiong froze for a moment. Ningfan shouted, "Hey, where are you looking?" He then threw a punch directly at his stomach, landing with a loud thud. "Your opponent is me." Sun Xiong could only cough once, his mind swirling, as the world spun around him. The next day, in Class D's classroom, the students were chatting lively. "Have you guys heard? Sun Xiong and Li Feng were sent to the hospital after getting beaten up." Li Chang laughed so hard he couldn't contain himself, looking incredibly pleased. "I heard they were ambushed and didn't even see the faces of the attackers." Ningfan entered the classroom, still yawning. "Good morning, everyone." Shifeng and Li Chang raised their hands in unison, shouting, "Good morning, Ning teacher." Tian Chang politely said, "Good morning, Ning teacher." Xingyu sulked and muttered, "Good morning, my foot." Shui Wei sat silently. Ningfan picked up the attendance book and addressed the class, "All right, before we begin, let's take roll call. Shifeng is here, Li Chang is here, Lung Xingyu is here, Zheng Tian Chang is here, Rong Shui Wei." He suddenly asked, "Sua Feng didn't come?" Tian Chang replied, "He hasn't been to class for a month, no one knows why." Ningfan asked the students, "Then let's start today. Today, I want to see who has made progress." Shifeng and Li Chang raised their hands to volunteer. Me, Shui Wei also said, trembling. Me, she repeated. Ningfan's eyes lit up like flashlights, and he happily said, Good, Rong Shuiwei, would you like to go first? The girl stammered, I don't feel well, I want to go to the infirmary. Ningfan was slightly taken aback but replied, go ahead. He watched Shuiwei leave, feeling something was a bit off. Shifeng eagerly spoke up, Ning teacher, let's continue. Li Chang repeatedly said, I want to get stronger, I want to be stronger. He suddenly instructed the students, study on your own, I'll take a little walk. With that, he quickly stepped out into the corridor. The two boys sighed. What's going on this time? Ningfan walked to the infirmary, muttering to himself, is it really here? Shuiwei stood behind the curtain, undressing. Ningfan was slightly startled upon seeing this. Hearing footsteps, the girl said, yes, sir, I've undressed. Please come in. Ningfan was deeply shocked, are you being so polite? Shuiwei urged, hurry up, or I'll change my mind. He tried to calm himself down, are you kidding? I'm not that kind of person. I'm just using the eyes of a master to assess your talent. Ningfan raised his hand and lifted the curtain, taking a quick glance. At that moment, a voice shouted from outside the door, hey, what do you think you're doing? The person who arrived was a beautiful girl with bright blonde hair, holding a huge needle model and several outfits in her hands. It was Lin Xiaoxiao, a B-level doctor. She looked at him with a piercing gaze and loudly asked, what are you planning to do with my adorable student? The sound of a camera shutter clicked repeatedly. Ningfan's voice was filled with reproach as he spoke, cosplay, secret rules. While he was taking pictures of Shuiwei, he scolded her, you're secretly asking other teachers to help you again. I, your master, am so heartbroken, but I forgive you. He thought to himself that this cosplay thing was quite fitting. Xiao Xiao was also enthusiastically taking pictures, though for some unknown reason, she seemed to be bleeding from her nose. She said, all right, we're done for today. Change into another outfit. Ningfan reminded her, next time, remember to call me. I'll prepare a few more outfits for you. Xiao Xiao coldly shouted, get lost. Shuiwei changed her clothes and stepped outside, Ning teacher, I'm fine now, let's go back. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke to Ningfan, if you can't teach her, let her come to me. Her awakening level is low, she's only suited to learn healing magic. He replied in frustration, are you saying I can't teach her? Based on what you said, I should give her a little guidance in front of you. Ningfan immediately cast a skill. The system announced, you have activated the master's gaze on Rong Shuiwei. Rong Shuiwei, with a special constitution, consumes magic at 1/10 of the usual rate. She often reads incantations at high speed, suitable for high damage offensive magic. Note on identity, Rong Shuiwei is a mole sent by the Holy Power Users Alliance. Ningfan was surprised, does the Holy Power Users Alliance really have a slogan like Power Users will rule the world? After a moment of silence as he pondered, Xiao Xiao snapped, what's wrong? Can't figure it out? He responded, how could I not? Rong Shuiwei is a magical genius. Hearing this, Shuiwei was truly astonished. Am I really a genius? Xiao Xiao rebutted, a genius? You don't even know the simplest healing magic. No offense, but you're the dumbest student I've ever met. Ningfan explained, it's because she doesn't understand, she is a genius in offensive magic. Xiao Xiao found it quite absurd and thought that he was completely wrong, the more he spoke, the less sense it made. The mana consumption for offensive magic was 10 times higher than that of healing magic. Her mana reserves were even lower than an average person's, and she would never be able to use offensive magic in her lifetime. Ningfan turned to ask, you've never used offensive magic, right? Shuiwei answered, no. He patted the student's head and cheerfully said, congratulations, from now on you'll be an offensive magic mage. Xiao Xiao stood in front of the girl and shouted loudly, stop speaking nonsense, I've figured it out already, you have no right to teach her. Shuiwei suddenly said, Miss Lin, I want to believe in Ning teacher. This statement surprised Xiao Xiao greatly. At that moment, outside the door, a voice was heard, sorry to interrupt, it's Zhou Yun. A female student from Class S. Xiao Xiao approached and asked, "What's going on? Is she feverish again? This is the 5th time now. According to your healing magic, it should have cured her by now." Ningfan thought to himself, healing magic can't cure a fever that doesn't go away. That's a bit strange, huh? I'll check it out, he said casually. System notification, you have activated the gaze of the master to Zhao Jing. Xiao Xiao said to the student, let me try to treat you. She then invoked the divine and merciful light, a faint green beam enveloping the girl. Ningfan suddenly interrupted, wait, you can't treat her illness. The atmosphere in the treatment room instantly became tense. Lin Xiao Xiao shouted, what right do you have to say I can't treat her? Ningfan stepped closer to explain, it's simple, because she doesn't actually have any illness. Zhou Yun looked surprised, no illness? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao became extremely upset. She shouted, how can you say there's no illness? I'm a level B doctor, and I can't see it? He replied calmly, there are things you really can't see. Then, Ningfan asked the female student, you've been stuck lately, haven't been able to increase your awakening level, right? Zhou Yun replied, yes, that's right. He snapped his fingers, that's it, then. He then put on a white lab coat, slipped on gloves, and explained in a serious tone, her body is hot because the fire attribute magic within her is awakening. In fact, your treatment is preventing her awakening. His words left Xiao Xiao, Shui Wei, and even Zhou Yun in shock, exclaiming, what? The girl stuttered, asking, so, what should I do? Ningfan displayed a compassionate and tolerant expression. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhou Yun's eyes welled up with tears, Master, please help me. He smiled and replied, it's a small matter, just a small matter. Xiao Xiao crossed her arms in front of her chest, I want to see what you're going to do. Ningfan walked over to the hot water dispenser, speaking confidently, then I'll give her a free lesson, just a little extra learning. Unexpectedly, he pulled out a bunch of spicy hot pot seasonings along with fresh ingredients and set up a hot pot feast right there. The four of them eagerly held chopsticks and bowls, eating with enthusiasm. Xiao Xiao scooped up a bowl and marveled. It's so delicious, really delicious. But suddenly, she remembered the main issue and loudly asked, why are we having hot pot? Ningfan reassured her, don't be polite, just eat. Shui Wei suddenly said, Ning teacher said he wants to use this method to stimulate the fire attribute magic within her. Xiao Xiao broke into a cold sweat, staring at the girl, do you understand all that? Then, she turned to Ningfan and questioned, wait, can just one meal of hot pot really make her wake up? Zhou Yun continued eating, unaffected by the noisy arguments of the professors. Suddenly, she felt a surge of power within her. The light emanating from her small body made Xiao Xiao jump in surprise. Zhou Yun stared in shock at the two flames burning fiercely in the palms of her hands. My strength has really increased. Ningfan scratched his head, looking regretful. It's a pity it only increased your awakening value by 5%. Zhou Yun laughed, unable to hide her joy. That's enough, that's enough. Thank you, teacher. I need to use this method to level up quickly. With that, she rushed out the door at full speed. Xiao Xiao watched her leave, still unable to believe what she had just witnessed. How is this possible? Can leveling up be this easy? Ningfan smiled and asked, are you convinced yet? Xiao Xiao was still unconvinced, rationalizing that he was just relying on some unorthodox methods and luck. He placed a hand on Shui Wei's shoulder and answered candidly, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I just need my students to believe in me. He turned to his little student and said, let's go. I'll take you to open the door to a new world. Shui Wei replied, yes. Deep down, she still hesitated, having left behind Xiao Xiao's methods. The two teacher and student walked towards the training field, where many students were practicing. Shui Wei observed her peers attentively. Dong Lei, standing nearby, happened to spot the two of them. He crossed his arms and spoke sarcastically. Oh, isn't this Ning teacher? Came here for a visit? Ningfan raised his voice and asked Shui Wei, "Can you hear the barking of a dog?" The dog immediately flew into a rage, pointing his finger at Ningfan and shouting, "Get out! This is a training ground for attack mages, not a place for you." Ningfan patted his young student's head and casually asked, "So, are you afraid I'll ruin your little spot here?" Ewan, standing nearby, heard this and burst out laughing. The teacher's sick, so even the students aren't clear-headed. Dong Lei joined in, mocking, "That Rong Shui Wei girl doesn't even know the basic healing spells, and now she's switching to attack magic? Hilarious." And he succeeded in making Ningfan angry. Grinding his teeth, he said, "You can insult me, but you will not belittle my students." Ewan and Dong Lei embraced each other, shouting loudly, "Ooh, we're so scared." Shui Wei turned to her teacher and asked, "Is it really possible for me?" He assured her, "Trust me." Then, Ningfan whispered a few words into her ear. He instructed his student, "Have you remembered?" Shui Wei's expression had become significantly more confident. The girl replied, "Yes." Dong Lei cracked his knuckles, "Don't worry, you can let this girl make the first move, it's fine." He even mocked that the chances of her using intermediate-level magic were smaller than the odds of me being struck by lightning. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression was filled with shock. Shui Wei gathered her energy, focusing her internal strength, and unleashed a thunder bomb. Thunder struck down with a loud boom, shaking the ground violently. Dong Lei gaped, letting out a sound of disbelief. He still couldn't believe it. His mind was in chaos. The level of her awakening hadn't even reached 10%, there was no way she should be able to use third-level magic. Seeing his panicked expression, Ningfan asked, "You guys only look at the level of awakening, don't you?" He said proudly, "The worth of my student isn't determined by those boring numbers." Seeing herself acknowledged, Shui Wei was overjoyed. Dong Lei, stubborn as ever, retorted, "Ningfan, your worth has been decided long ago. You and your student aren't worth a dime." He responded coldly, "If that's the case, then what does that make someone like you, who's been trampled underfoot by me?" He spoke loudly, with an air of arrogance. "Ningfan, I've already given you face. Even if I'm punished, today I must show you what proper manners are." Ningfan frowned slightly. "If you're so confident, then go ahead and show me." Shui Wei suddenly pulled at the teacher's sleeve and said, "Ning teacher, let's go back. Don't cause any more trouble." He patted her head to reassure her, then glanced over at his opponent. When his student was humiliated, as a teacher, he naturally had to restore their dignity. "It's fine, don't worry." In his heart, Ningfan thought to himself, the system from the Mad Master had helped them level up, and he had regained some of his strength. That should be enough to deal with him. He suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't say I'm bullying you. You make the first move." Dong Lei immediately gathered his inner power and cast a spell. "You will regret saying that." He launched his attack, a 5th-tier thunder battle spell from the book system, sending a powerful thunder pawn straight at his opponent. Ningfan sneered when he saw this, thinking it was just some weak move. He gathered his strength, and a brilliant golden light sphere appeared, radiating a tremendous pressure. Dong Lei broke into a sweat, and his face changed. Ningfan thought to himself, "It seems that I have overestimated my opponent and underestimated the system. My strength is not just what it seems. It's my turn now." Lightning crackled. He raised his hand to the sky, drawing power from the dark clouds above and unleashed an 8th-level lightning spell. The bolts of lightning became more and more intense as Ningfan shouted, "The Wrath of Zenith." Dong Lei broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "How could this be?" Shui Wei could not hide her astonishment, she hadn't expected the teacher to be such a powerful expert. Ningfan waved his hand and released the lightning. Countless bolts of lightning struck straight at Dong Lei, who could not avoid them and took the full brunt of the attack. A terrible wail echoed through the air. Dong Lei was struck so hard that blood oozed from his hands. He collapsed face down onto the floor, his head spinning. Ningfan thought to himself, "Very good, my strength is almost fully restored now. From now on, I'll continue using this system to upgrade my power. He ordered the students, take Dong Lei away. The three kids quickly carried Dong Lei outside. Understood, sir, one of the students replied. Ningfan said to the student, from now on, as long as I'm here, no one will bully you. The little girl stood quietly, trembling as she looked at the teacher and said, Ning teacher. He turned back and asked, what's wrong? Shui Wei mustered all her courage and blurted out, Ning teacher, can I be as good as you? Ningfan replied immediately, of course not, my students must be stronger than me. Suddenly, she lowered her head, stood silent for a moment, then took off her glasses. At that moment, the system notified that she had gained 24 trust points from Rome Shui Wei. Shui Wei, crying, said, Ning teacher, this is the first time someone has recognized me like this. He smiled and comforted her, I have something to say to you too. The way you look without your glasses is really cute. As he spoke, Ningfan made a cute face. At the same time, in the D-level classroom, the students, having grown bored, began to wonder, it's been so long, why hasn't Ning teacher come back yet? Shifeng asked out of curiosity, yeah, could he have gone to visit Rong Shui Wei? Li Chang, annoyed, said, Rong Shui Wei, she's always sulking, just looking at her face makes me frustrated. Shifeng, glancing at Lung Xingyu, flattered, exactly, when it comes to looks, we should be talking about our big sister here. She replied, you two shouldn't talk nonsense, but a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she thought to herself, seems like these two have good taste. At that moment, Ningfan and Rong Shui Wei walked through the door. He laughed happily and said, I'm back. The two students eagerly cheered, glad that the teacher had returned. Suddenly, they noticed that Shui Wei had taken off her glasses. Li Chang couldn't help but feel a warm, blooming sensation in his heart, as if he had just realized that he was in love. Shifeng, too, couldn't hide his affection. She's so cute. Suddenly, both of them felt a chill down their spines and turned around in unison. Lang Xingyu, burning with fury, shouted loudly, do you two want to die? Shui Wei walked over to Tian Chang and shyly said, hi there. The girl blushed and replied, hi. Seeing this scene, Ningfan covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, in the head teacher's office, Dong Lei was causing a ruckus. Head teacher Ma, you have to stand up for me. He came in with a swollen face and a few broken teeth, complaining. Look at what Ningfan did to me, I'm in this state because of him. Ma Kai-shan, the academy's guidance counselor, looked at Dong Lei intently. In his heart, he wondered if Ningfan had regained his strength. Furthermore, he thought back to how Ningfan hadn't been that strong before. Dong Lei continued rambling, he's bullying me too much. Head teacher Ma, you can't just let him off the hook. Kai-shan reassured him, don't worry. Even if he's regained his strength, he won't have a chance to rise again. He gripped the pen tightly in his hand, causing it to snap with a crack, his face twisted in anger. That kid and his classmates must be kicked out of Jinsha Academy. The weather today was beautiful, the sky clear and blue, the rustling leaves falling in the wind. A group of students were gathered in front of the bulletin board, examining a notice posted there under the supervision of the school administration, aimed at ensuring the most efficient use of the school's facilities. From today until next week, any class with fewer than 7 students would be required to cancel. June 12, 2019. Notice from the administration office. Tian Chang read it and was very upset. This whole Jinsha Academy, it seems like our class is the only one that doesn't meet the requirement. Lung Xingyu agreed. Clearly, they want to cancel the D-level class. Ningfan snatched the notice down, nonchalantly tearing it up and saying, so what? Isn't the point to make their plan backfire? He asked his students, including Suafeng who isn't attending, we have 6 people in our class, right? That means we're still 1 short. Shui Wei speculated, they probably thought no one would come to our class to study, which is why they set this student number requirement. Ningfan tossed the torn paper behind him. He instructed his students, wait until we get back and think more about this matter. I'm going to Suafeng's house for a visit. You all can study on your own. With that, he quickly left. Li Chang sighed. Oh, self-study again? Sua Feng exclaimed, teacher isn't waiting for the class to end before leaving? Ningfan replied, the time after work is for rest, my young friend. Shui Wei suddenly spoke to Zhang Tianchang, I want to go to the training field to practice the magic Ning teacher just taught me. Do you want to come? He happily agreed. Let's go. Xingyu, seeing this, felt a bit jealous. She turned to Li Chang and Sua Feng and said, I also want to practice. Come with me. To her surprise, both of them waved their hands, replying, we don't want to, we want to go with Rong Shui Wei. With a soft thud, 2 stones appeared, immediately forcing the 2 weak students to the training house. Ningfan arrived at an apartment complex. He stood in front of an apartment, carefully checking the address and muttered to himself, this must be Sua Feng's house, right? Then, he pressed the doorbell. The door was opened by a woman covered in charms. She looked at him closely and asked, are you? Ningfan introduced himself, I'm Sua Feng's teacher, here to check on him. Miss Sua quickly exclaimed, finally, the teacher has come. Please, come in and see my son. He observed for a moment, a little surprised, and asked, what about us? The woman led him into a small room. In the middle of the room was a large box, with the students' belongings still intact. He looked at the box and asked, so this is Sua Feng, right? Miss Sua replied with a sorrowful tone, yes, that's right. Looking at the large box with 2 round holes cut into the front, she recounted, last month, when he came back from school, he kept hiding in the box and wouldn't speak. I tried everything, pasted talismans all over it, held a crucifix in my hand, but it was all useless. Miss Sua anxiously asked, has the child been possessed by a spirit? Ningfan quickly waved his hand, no, that's not it. After Miss Sua left, he reassured her, don't worry, I'll talk to him. He shut the door firmly and then said in a serious tone, I'm Ningfan, your teacher. Come out, let's talk. The boy remained silent, hiding deep inside the box. Ningfan cracked his knuckles and smiled oddly. Come out. Ningfan grabbed the box, lifted it up, and shouted, come out. However, beneath it was another box, lying peacefully without any damage. Ningfan snorted, then continued to lift it. Underneath, there were countless more boxes, but Ningfan was determined to find the right one. In the end, Sua Feng was seen curled up in the middle, wearing a black, long sock on his head. He smiled awkwardly and asked, what game are you playing? Seeing the boy remain silent, Ningfan sighed, forget it, I can tell by your expression that you don't know what to say either. Let me take a look myself. The system notification was activating Sua Feng's probing eye, and soon, the information was decoded. Sua Feng, you have the ability to use speed magic, you are fond of things that can fly, secretly practicing flying magic which has caused your magic to become disordered. You often trip while running, lacking determination, which has led to your inability to break through to the next stage. Finally, Ningfan rubbed his chin and muttered, you like things that can fly, huh? That explains everything. But lacking determination, how should we solve this? He suddenly looked up at the eagle picture on the wall, a thought flashed in Ningfan's mind. Could it be that? When he saw Sua Feng crawling on the ground trying to sneak away, he immediately grabbed the sock and yanked it off. Where do you think you're going? The student collapsed flat on the ground, covering his face with his hands. Ning teacher, don't worry about me. A student who trips while running will have no future. You should just give up on me. Ningfan stood in silence for a moment, then approached the young boy. Sua Feng kept his hands over his face and turned away, not daring to look at his teacher. Ningfan asked sternly, no matter what, you still won't go, right? Sua Feng affirmed, I won't go. Even if you beat me, scold me, or throw me out the window, I still won't go to school. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfan grabbed the waistband of his pants, lifted him up, then stood on the chair, opened the window, and cheerfully asked, how did you know I was going to throw you out the window? Sua Feng froze and exclaimed, huh? Wait, Ning teacher, I didn't mean I can't go to school. He replied, it's too late. And then with a flick of his wrist, the boy was thrown out. Suwa Feng screamed in panic. He fell at an incredible speed, and when he saw the small road about to meet him, he was terrified. Suwa Feng squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to look. It wasn't until Ningfan's voice reminded him, "All right, open your eyes," that he dared to peek. He was shocked to see that he was still floating in mid-air, just inches from the ground. "What's going on?" Ningfan spun a few times before landing on the ground, then explained, "Actually, your flying magic has reached its final stage, the only thing missing is the last step." Suwa Feng sat down on the ground, finally understanding. "So that's why you threw me out of the building?" He laughed and replied, "That's right, even if you run later, you'll still fall." Suwa Feng, hearing these words, was startled, but he quickly shouted, "I can fly." With that, the little boy controlled his body to rise off the ground, looking incredibly refreshed. On the tablet screen, a boxing match was playing. Ningfan leisurely sat on Suwa Feng's back as they flew. He looked at the sky and earth, then sighed, "Life is so beautiful. Jincha Academy is right below, almost there." He patted the little student on the back, "Let's land." At the school sports field, a track and field competition was taking place. Liang Fei, the second grade Class C teacher, holding a stopwatch, instructed Li Jin, "This time, try to break the Class C record. Run well and aim to break the record." Li Jin confidently responded, "Don't worry, Liang teacher." Liang teacher called out, "Prepare to run." The students immediately unleashed their full speed, dashing forward. Li Jin surged to the front. He snorted, "Let's see who can break my record this time." At that moment, Suwa Feng, carrying Ningfan, flew by swiftly. A few ripping sounds echoed in the air. Li Jin's clothes were torn in several places, and then, suddenly, they completely shredded and flew off his body, swirling in the wind. He stood stunned for a moment, then screamed. The other contestants were completely shocked when they saw the underwear inside, almost choking on their own saliva. A luxury car parked in front of the Jincha Academy gate, and the door opened. A young man, well-dressed, stepped out. He looked around and exclaimed, "Is this Jincha Academy?" At the same time, inside the training room, Li Chang and Shifeng were standing and singing together in a carefree manner. "Hurry back, don't let my tears fall, hurry back." Long Xingyu shouted, "You two stop acting like this. If the teacher's not coming back, just practice on your own. What's the big deal?" The young man with blonde hair happened to pass by and, with a sharp tone, asked the girl, "Hey, where is the teacher's office?" The way he spoke made Xingyu extremely annoyed. "Is that how you ask for directions from someone? Don't you fear getting beaten up?" Xie Tiange looked at everyone with a disdainful gaze and sneered, "You think you can beat me just with you guys?" Li Chang, enraged, immediately lunged to attack. "How dare you disrespect big sister, are you looking to die?" Tiange simply smiled, standing still, not even attempting to dodge. As soon as Li Chang's punch touched his barrier, the force was reflected back, sending him flying backward and making him grunt in pain as he crashed to the ground. Tiange calmly stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, "I told you, you could never touch me." Li Chang was seething with anger, but knowing he couldn't do anything against his opponent, he could only begrudgingly sit and endure the humiliation. Long Xingyu took out a strand of hair and coldly asked, "Do you want to fight?" The girl summoned two golems, ready to face off. "I'll fight you." Xingyu's golems became more refined, their strength significantly enhanced. The girl reassured, "Don't worry, I promise I won't kill you." Tiange showed no sign of fear. He mocked, "Do you think those little rocks can break through my defenses?" Xingyu replied loudly, "You'll find out soon enough." She ordered the golems to charge forward, but unexpectedly, despite facing two golems much larger than himself, Xie Tiange stood confidently, waiting for his opponents. A powerful protective barrier was erected in an instant. The two golems simultaneously threw thunderous punches, striking their target with a bang-bang, but the tremendous recoil quickly hit back, shattering their arms. Seeing this, Xingyu was utterly shocked. "What's going on?" The golems didn't give up. They continued to throw punches with their remaining arms, but soon those two were shattered. Tiangu yawned, "Is that all you've got? Seems like your teacher didn't teach you much after all." Hearing these words, Zheng Tianchang erupted in anger and shouted, "What did you just say?" He sneered, "What's this? Are you upset because I mentioned your master? Well then, bring out everything you've got. Let your master come and show me what he taught you." Rong Shuiwei didn't say much, immediately launching a thunderous attack. Thunder Pond struck directly at the barrier of Tiangu, crashing relentlessly, one strike after another, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Tianchang could no longer hide his anger. He charged towards his opponent, unleashing a rapid series of punches in a flurry of attacks. Tiangu stood still, not moving an inch, allowing his opponent to hit him with all his might. After a while, seeing that nothing was working, Tianchang thought to himself, "What's up with his defense?" He quickly jumped backward into a defensive stance, with Xingyu and Shuiwei also helpless at this point. Tiangu clapped his hands slowly, "You've exceeded my expectations. Applause for your courage." Feeling the mocking gaze directed at them, Xingyu gritted her teeth, "You." Tiangu interrupted, "If you're not convinced, you can call your master out here to challenge me." The girl shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? Do you know our master?" At that moment, Ningfan flew into the training room from Suo Feng's back. It seemed like he had heard someone calling his name. The scene left Tiangu speechless. "What is this?" Ningfan gently jumped to the ground. Suo Feng suddenly lost his balance, landing face first. Sweat poured down his face. "Next time, teach me how to land safely." This kid still couldn't control his powers. Tiangu approached and asked, "You're their teacher, yet you can't even teach your students properly." Ningfan replied coldly, "I'll make you take back everything you just said." Shui Wei muttered, "Sorry, teacher, we couldn't defeat him." Tianchang sighed, "His defense ability is too strong." Ningfan explained, "There's no defense that can't be broken, you just didn't use the right method." Hearing this, Xia Tiangu laughed out loud, "Huh, then tell them the method." "I agree, I had the same thought." With that, Tiangu activated his opponent analysis skill. The system notification started to probe Xia Tiangu. System notification, Xia Tiangu, capable of using defensive magic, 48% awakening level, this individual has an aggressive nature. The center of the defense is its weakest point. Individuals with an awakening level of 25% or higher can break it. After reading the information, Ningfan smirked arrogantly. "Kid, you're finished. I've found his weakness." Li Chang raised his swollen hand and lamented, "Ning teacher, look at what that guy did to me." Shifeng also expressed his anger, saying, "You shouldn't let him off." Tiangu laughed uncontrollably, "Look at my poor students." Ningfan struck straight at the heart of his opponent's weakness. "Poor? I think you're the one who's truly pathetic. A person who loves to attack but can only shrink into the shell of defense." These words successfully provoked his opponent's psyche. Tiangu shouted, "What did you say?" Ningfan pointed at Li Chang and Shifeng, saying, "I'll teach you both a move. When you're being bullied, you must fight back yourself." Ningfan used his skill to analyze the opponent. The system notification began probing Shifeng. Li Chang and Shifeng specialized in controlling magic that erodes others' consciousness. They could only control someone's thoughts while performing their magic, but couldn't cause any lasting harm to their mental state. Ningfan was a bit surprised. The erosion magic couldn't destroy the mind of others. Was this a joke? It was strange, he'd never heard of such a thing before. As for Li Chang, he was someone skilled in physical combat. This person was weak, but when in an unconscious state, his strength could increase several times. Ningfan muttered to himself in a dazed state, wondering how his strength could increase so dramatically. How could someone who had fainted still be able to fight? These two couldn't be of any help. Suddenly, he realized something strange. "Wait a minute, you two, come closer. Let me check again." He stared directly at his two students, as the system began to simultaneously probe Li Chang and Shifeng. When the two kids hugged each other, something miraculous happened. A bold idea flashed in Ningfan's mind, and sure enough, it was as he had suspected. Li Chang and Shifeng, both dumbfounded, asked in unison, "Ning teacher, can we also become stronger?" He affirmed, "Of course." Ningfan pointed towards Xie Tiangu and commanded, "Next, you two, abuse him for me." The teacher outlined the battle plan. After explaining for a while, Ningfan asked, "Do you all understand?" The students replied in unison, "Yes, we understand." He then initiated the battle. "Li Chang, Shifeng, you two take the first round." Li Chang, a bit worried, asked, "Ning teacher, don't you understand our strength?" Shifeng agreed, "That's right. Even if we know his weaknesses, we still can't defeat him." Ningfan draped his arm over the shoulders of two students who whispered to each other. Naturally, the two couldn't defeat him, but as long as they coordinated, they stood a chance. Shifeng used his corrosion magic to control Li Chang's thoughts. Long Xingyu looked on with suspicion, using corrosion magic on one of his own. What was the teacher up to? Meanwhile, after receiving the teacher's instructions, Li Chang, full of enthusiasm, stepped into the fight. If Ning teacher said it, then so be it. He was ready, and he wouldn't hold back. Shifeng cast his magic. "All right, I'll begin now." Dark energy quickly seeped into Li Chang. He was soon under control, his eyes blank and wavering like a zombie. Ningfan shouted, "Control Li Chang to fight." Shifeng responded, "Understood." Xie Tiangu was confident in the strength of his protective barrier. He put his hands in his pockets and said loudly, "Don't say I'm bullying them, I'll just stand here and let them hit me if they want." Li Chang charged forward and launched a flurry of punches, striking directly at the barrier. Tiangu arrogantly declared, "I told you, you can't break my defense." But suddenly, he felt uneasy. What's going on? Why has this guy's power suddenly increased? How did he get so much stronger? Shifeng replied, "You misunderstood. I'm just used to controlling him. The real attack starts now." He said, then continued to strengthen his internal power, using his skills on Li Chang even more forcefully. At this point, Li Chang had completely fallen under his control, his strength multiplied several times, striking relentlessly without tiring. He threw a powerful punch, hitting the barrier of Tianji's shield. He was still very arrogant. "I told you, you can't break this shield." However, a large crack appeared right in front of him. Tiangu exclaimed in shock, "What?" Before he could react, a sharp cracking sound rang out, followed by a powerful punch landing squarely on his face. Tiangu was sent flying backward, crashing to the floor with a thud, his face swollen, mumbling incessantly, "How did this happen? Just a moment ago, they were still weak like chickens." Ningfan cracked his fingers, "Don't give up so easily, there's more to come." Tiangu sprang up, growling, but before he could dodge, Zheng Tianchang charged in, landing a punch right into his stomach. Judging by the look in his eyes, it was clear that his insides had already been thoroughly scrambled. Xingyu also seized the opportunity, ordering the stone soldiers to vent their fury. Shui Wei's thunder bombs followed quickly, hitting hard. Xie Tiangu collapsed completely, his body crashing to the ground. Tianchang whispered, "It seems like we might have gone a bit too far." Shui Wei took a stick and poked his leg to see if there was any movement. Ningfan took a quick glance, "It's not too bad, probably not enough to make him miss school." Xingyu said sternly, "Being merciful to the enemy is cruel to oneself. Besides, the bigger issue we need to worry about right now is that the class might get cancelled." Ningfan remained optimistic and reassured his students, "When the soldiers arrive, the general stops them, when the flood comes, the earth blocks it. Everyone will go back home eventually." As he was about to step out the door, he felt a bit unsettled, constantly wondering what he had forgotten. What was it? Behind him, the young student Suofeng had still not regained consciousness after landing with his eyes on the training field. Ma Kai-shan, seeing this, couldn't help but feel pleased with himself, at least he had saved face this time. Suddenly, Tiangu pushed the door open and entered, his face covered in injuries. "You're the advisor guiding Ma Kai-shan, right?" His expression gradually grew angry. "Who are you? Do you think you can just call my name?" Tiangu nonchalantly replied, "I'm the transfer student, Xie Tiangu. I'm here to complete the formalities today." Kashan had calmed down a bit by now and stared at the student's file. A moment later, his face broke into a smile. "Oh, you're Tiangu? What happened to your face?" He didn't even look at him, coughing awkwardly and responding, "It's nothing, just fell down the stairs." Immediately, he suggested, "Let me take you around the school." Seeing this, Tiangu turned and walked away. "No need, I can choose my class on my own." He happily agreed, "Of course. You can choose any class you want." Tiangu responded indifferently, then slammed the door behind him. After he left, Ma Kai-shan immediately made a phone call, his face showing satisfaction. "Hello, the student from Class S has already registered his name, let him choose whatever class he wants, no need to ask my permission anymore." Once he hung up, he grinned wickedly. A top student coming in, a useless teacher about to leave, truly a double joy. Switching scenes to the admissions office, Ningfan was yawning as Lu Huaijun handed him some documents. "Anyway, your class is going to be cancelled, so get the expulsion forms ready for those students." He responded confidently, "Don't worry, my class will never be cancelled." He was about to tear up the documents he had just received from Lu. Lu glared at him, shaking his head, "Only a fool would go to your class." Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "I want to join this person's class." He furrowed his brows and looked up. "Are you the genius who switched to Tianji's class?" He explained incessantly, "You're new, so you wouldn't know. He's the most useless teacher at Jinsha Academy. His class is the worst in the entire academy. You should switch to Class S." Tiangu began to feel dissatisfied. "Didn't you say I could choose my class?" "I want to join his class." Ningfan smirked. "You want to join just like that? Have I said I'd accept you?" Lu Huaijun was equally shocked. "Rejected?" Tianji's face tightened. "I heard that his class still has one spot left, or it'll be cancelled." Ningfan immediately replied, "Sorry, even if the class gets cancelled, we don't need you." He continued smugly, "But my class is the only one that can integrate your abilities into both offense and defense." "Oh well, it seems we're not fated to be together." At this point, Tiangu began to feel a bit frustrated. "What do I have to do for you to accept me?" Ningfan was just waiting for this. It was easy. Just say this once. "Ning teacher, please let me join your class." With no other choice, Tiangu complied and said, "Ning teacher, please let me join your class." Ningfan was satisfied and continued to test his endurance. "Great Ning teacher, please allow someone as humble as me into your class." Tiangu grimaced but still tried to speak as Ning instructed. He stammered, "Great Ning teacher, please allow someone as humble as me into your class." Not stopping there, Ning shouted louder and made him say, "Great and benevolent Ning teacher, please allow someone as humble and clumsy as me into your class." Tiangu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, but still obeyed without hesitation. "Great and benevolent Ning teacher, please allow someone as humble and clumsy as me into your class." Lu Huaijun, standing to the side, could not believe his eyes. The sound of a few words still echoed in his ears. "Ning teacher is the most handsome, greatest, and most compassionate in the world." Ningfan stood to the side, chewing a piece of bread, while three of his students stood nearby, rooted to the spot, looking like lost souls. He frowned. "It's early in the morning, why does everyone look so lifeless?" Xingyu, his face pale, pointed in the direction of the other side. "You should see for yourself, teacher." Ma Kai-shan stood with his arms crossed, looking smug. Ningfan realized that his class was likely not meeting the minimum attendance requirement. He calmly took another bite of his bread, chewing slowly. After finishing, he placed his hands on the lectern. All right, let's get to work. Ma Kai-shan, not at all satisfied, pointed directly at Ningfan's face. The class is cancelled. What are you still teaching for? Hurry up and pack your things, go take care of the paperwork, you bastard. Ningfan's students were filled with regret. Li Chang sighed. Is this really the end? Shifeng also frowned. It's so rare to have a good teacher like Ning teacher. Even Shui Wei showed clear signs of worry. Ningfan calmly responded, I've already recruited enough students. What's all this talk about canceling the class? Ma Kai-shan laughed aloud. You've recruited enough? Are you out of your mind? Who would want to join your class, the worst one in the whole school? But Ningfan remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He calmly rested his chin on his hand and replied, I think the student's name is something like Tiangu, I believe. He burst out laughing. Are you trying to make me laugh to death by not noticing that Tiangu is walking up right behind you? He chuckled and then added, a student from class S like Tiangu is coming to your class? The very next second, his eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, Tiangu Xingyu, it's him. Only Ningfan remained composed, not overly concerned with his presence. Instead, he scolded him for being late and daring to walk straight in. Go outside and report to me. Upon hearing that, Tiangu obediently stood up and walked towards the door to report. Ningfan was satisfied and replied, come in. Ma Kai-shan couldn't believe his eyes. Xia, this is the worst class in Jinsha Academy. Just wait, I'll have you moved to class S. But Tiangu simply responded indifferently, no need, I want to stay in this class. Lu Huaijun, quietly entering from somewhere, added, Tiangu, your student ID is ready. Upon seeing him, Ma Kai-shan couldn't hold back and rushed over to grab his neck. Why did Tiangu come to Ningfan's class without reporting to me first? Huaijun gasped for air, didn't you say that she could join any class she wanted? Don't you need to report back? Ningfan's voice cut in, interrupting their conversation. Go outside if you're going to argue, I need to go to class, Ma Kai-shan frowned. Ningfan, I won't let you get away with this, he replied without hesitation. I'm ready at any time. The scene shifted to the hallway outside the classroom. Lu Huaijun anxiously asked Ma Kai-shan, what should we do now, Mr. Ma? Ma Kai-shan clenched his teeth, go get the head of the finance department for me. The scene then moved to another classroom, where Ningfan was leading a group of students. Suddenly, Xingyu pointed to a spot without thinking too much and casually asked, why was this person allowed into our class? Can't they get someone else? Upon hearing this, Ningfan shot her a glare, you should thank me. It's because of me that this class wasn't cancelled. Li Chang, overhearing, stuck out his tongue in mockery, just a loser, what's with all the acting? Shifeng, standing beside him, chimed in, exactly. Meanwhile, a few other students looked visibly concerned. Zhang Tianchang spoke gently, we'll all be classmates from now on, so we should help each other. Shui Wei, standing beside him, agreed, yes, that's right. Ningfan stomped his foot, then turned to address the students, do you remember this place? Tiangu looked around. He had forgotten. In the next moment, Ningfan spread his arms wide, his whole body radiating a glow. You were beaten by the other kids right here. Wherever you fell, that's where I'll have you crawl back up from. Hearing this, the other children sighed in exasperation. Only Tiangu dared to speak up, shut your mouth, I don't even know what you're saying. Just start teaching already. Ningfan, feeling pleased with himself, responded, great teacher Ningfan shall impart his wisdom to you. Left with no choice, Tiangu reluctantly complied. Great teacher Ningfan shall impart his wisdom to me. Immediately, Ningfan pushed his glasses up, revealing a look of profound wisdom. Seeing your sincere respect, I will first explain how to address your weaknesses. He began his lecture, your defensive center is very weak. If the opponent attacks that spot, your defense will easily be broken. Not stopping there, he continued, at this point, you can activate 2 layers of defense simultaneously, he said, raising his hand to show the number 2 for better visualization. Ningfan explained further, one layer is to protect you, and the other is to safeguard the weak point in your previous defense. Zheng Tianchang's eyes brightened. Truly, Ning teacher was impressive, he had come up with such an insightful approach. Tiangu hesitated before speaking. But it's related to the transformation of the defensive layer. I'm not sure if I can do it. Ningfan raised his thumb, encouraging his student. Don't worry, you can do it. At that moment, Tiangu was filled with determination. Okay, I'll give it a try. He closed his eyes, and a protective light began to surround him. Then a section of the light swelled, adding another layer. Tiangu started sweating heavily, and a moment later, he spoke, I did it. The floating boy turned to Xingyu and said, try attacking him. She began cracking her knuckles. You still can't do it. Xingyu spread her legs wide, and a giant stone figure appeared behind her. A moment later, the drill from the giant began moving toward Tiangu, but the protective layer blocked it, preventing the drill from touching even a single strand of Tiangu's hair. When the drill hit the shield, it shattered with a loud crash. Xingyu, shocked, exclaimed, what? Ningfan's face tightened. Success. Xingyu pushed herself up with her hands, panting heavily. Tiangu, standing nearby, was extremely pleased, thinking to himself, looks like I'm the best in this class now. Not stopping there, he continued to provoke her. Even though I beat you, there's nothing to be proud of. She still had her hands on the floor, her eyes glinting with sparks, and her mouth growling as she said, do you want to die? Tiangu didn't pay any attention, and immediately walked over to Ningfan, asking, can you make me stronger? I want to defeat everyone in this school, including the people from Class S. He said it so calmly, as if learning had no limits, and there was still so much more to learn. He then turned to the class and said, each of you has your own traits, so I will teach according to your individual talents. He looked at each student in turn and continued, we've just completed the first step of leveling up, now you all have the strength of Class A students. Then, with a smug expression, he crossed his arms and shouted, next, I'll help you all level up again. The students stared at him in awe, and sure enough, he had gained 55 points of trust from them. Ningfan pointed at Tianchang and shouted, Tianchang, you go first. He looked at him proudly and continued, you originally had the strength of a Class S student, but due to your injuries, your power has greatly diminished. Now I'm going to completely heal your wounds. With that, he stretched, ready to leave. All right, enough talking, class dismissed. Tianchang replied, I'll come find you early tomorrow morning. The scene shifts to Classroom B's office. Zhao Wenlong, along with other teachers, is sitting around the table. The silence in the room is broken by Zhao Wenlong's voice, a teacher of intermediate level. Everyone has heard about Ningfan, right? Zhang Ming immediately responds, I heard he beat up some of the teachers from Class C. Li Guozhen also adds, it seems that even head teacher Ma was humiliated by him. On one side, Ruoshui curls his lip in disdain and speaks sarcastically, you called us here just for Ningfan's issue? Zhao Wenlong, still propping his chin with his hand, replies, exactly. Ningfan had an issue with head teacher Ma, and he's definitely going to face some retaliation. This is a great opportunity to pull head teacher Ma into our side. Zhang Ming, hearing this, raises a concern, I heard head teacher Ma already contacted the head of the finance office. Isn't it a bit late for us to act now? Zhao Wenlong's expression becomes serious, don't worry about those idiots in the finance office, I have a plan. Besides, they're just his students. The scene shifts. Ningfan is lying comfortably on his bed, enjoying the comfort, but then suddenly realizes something. He sits up abruptly, thinking to himself, no, I've been taking care of guiding those students, but I need to improve myself too. He hasn't been studying properly lately. He walks over to the mirror and begins to admire himself. You're handsome, let me take a good look at you. He stared directly at his reflection in the mirror, widening his eyes to examine himself closely. After a long moment, various statistics related to Ningfan appeared one after another.
Health status, good. Awakening level, frozen. System skills, 1. Master's eyes, 2. Meet the master, trust points, 80.
The master has consumed a certain number of trust points to use the skill once. Primary stage 5, intermediate stage 10, advanced stage 20. Consuming trust points can restore the master's awakening level. He poked at his chin again. So, he didn't actually recover, but instead used the skill through trust points.
What would happen if he used them to restore himself?
A statistic appeared: consuming 80 trust points, awakening level increased by 0.8%. He scratched his head. It seemed that in order to recover, he'd have to properly guide those little brats after all.
Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: wait, I can't use skills anymore? He thought it over and acted immediately, extending his hand forward and shouting loudly, "Netherworld Blade Summon!" Nothing happened. He just stood there, motionless, in the bathroom, unable to speak. The scene shifts to Ningfan, slowly walking step by step into the academy. He casually placed his hand behind his back, completely unconcerned, as if there was no need to worry because he still had a group of adorable students with him. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation from students in another class, and it seemed like they were talking about his class. Students in Class D are really asking for trouble. They actually dared to stir up trouble with the teacher and the top student of Class B in the competition field. Upon hearing this, he frowned. Are they talking about my students? The scene shifted to the competition field, where Shuiwei stood, a clear expression of worry on her face. Ruoshui, arms crossed, was trying to convince Shuiwei. Come to my Class B. That useless Ningfan can't teach you anything. Lu Min, a student from Class B, also chimed in. If I were Ningfan, I wouldn't even dare to show my face at school anymore. At that moment, Ningfan, who had been nowhere to be seen, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, you were the one who said that to me last time, and I'm still in the hospital recovering. Then, he stared at Ruoshui's face, as though he was preparing for a showdown. She took the opportunity to press on. So, you're still not fully recovered? I must have overestimated you. In her mind, she thought, no wonder. The person who laid hands on Ningfan that day was a legendary figure. Ningfan, standing on the side, was somewhat confused. I just found out I'm still not fully recovered. How did she figure that out? Seeing this, Shuiwei quickly stepped in. We have become better thanks to our teacher's guidance. I won't allow you to insult him. Lu Min chuckled condescendingly upon hearing this. Are you saying you're very skilled? Do you dare to fight me? Ningfan placed his hand on Shuiwei's head, his gaze fixed on the student from Class B, and confidently spoke. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. But immediately after, he began assessing Lu Min, thinking to himself that this student seemed to have some real skills. He whispered something to Shuiwei before the match began. The battle finally started. Lu Min brought her hands close together and shouted, but before she could launch her attack, a strange light streaked past her, causing her to be thrown backward with a scream, followed by a loud crash. Ruoshui was stunned. How could this happen? Lu Min was sent flying so hard that she cracked a large section of the wall. She was dizzy, her eyes blurry from the speed. Seeing this, Ruoshui slowly stepped forward, the dust and wind swirling around her. She frowned. I've underestimated the students you teach. Ningfan gritted his teeth and observed closely. The moment Ruoshui finished speaking, she charged forward with a loud roar. I don't know how strong you are right now, Ningfan muttered through clenched teeth, filled with concern. This woman has really arrived. Shuiwei, the student, stood beside him with an extremely pleased expression. The speed of the magical attacks that teacher had taught him was impressive. Suddenly, Ningfan showed some positive changes, gaining trust points. He immediately regained his composure and enthusiasm. This is great, just enough for me to use a move. Ningfan raised his hand,
forming some kind of spell, then shouted loudly, "Six realms flame art, heavenly fire Liao Yuan." Ruoshui was stunned and shouted, "It's impossible." As soon as she finished speaking, Ningfan's move exploded right in front of her. She took the brunt of the attack, smoke rising from her head, and her face was as black as coal. Seeing this, Ningfan calmly replied, "There's nothing impossible, it's just that you haven't seen it yet." Her eyes sparked with rage. She quickly yanked her ears and shouted venomously. The next moment, unwilling to be outdone, she charged toward Shui Wei. "You're still so confident, huh? Let's see if you'll be so confident after this." Ningfan reacted swiftly, immediately stepping in to shield her with his body. This move caught Ruoshui off guard. That crazy guy's trust points wouldn't be enough anymore. Another deafening explosion echoed through the air as smoke billowed up in clouds of dust. From within the smoke, Ningfan's voice rang out. The credit score had increased, and Ruoshui could hardly believe her eyes, letting out a loud scream. "What?" Ningfan gritted his teeth and glared at her. "How dare you lay a hand on my student? Are you seeking death?" With that, he regained control of the situation and immediately shouted. He unleashed the consecutive high-level summoning technique, Demon Domain Crimson Flame, high-level summoning technique, Werewolf, high-level battle magic, Scarlet Heavenly Thunder, with blazing determination to crush the opponent. Ruoshui stood there, watching his attack come toward her, unable to react. How could he be so strong? In the next moment, the sounds of punches and screams merged into a chaotic, jumbled scene. Shui Wei, witnessing this, spoke up, "Teacher, thank you." Hearing this, Ningfan responded with a gentle smile and patted his precious student's head. "Anyone who dares to bully my student isn't even born yet." Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Shui Wei, so that was the voice of Tian Chang. He ran over to check on her. "Shui Wei, are you alright?" Shui Wei, feeling shy, couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye and softly replied, "No, I'm fine." Lu Min, having recovered, quickly approached Ruoshui and helped her up. "Teacher!" Ruoshui shot a venomous glare at Ningfan and his student. "You wait there." Ningfan turned and said to Tian Chang. "Tian Chang, give me your hand, I'll restore it for you." Hearing that, Tian Chang was overjoyed. "Teacher, really?" He responded, equally delighted. "When I say it, it's done." The scene shifts to a corner of the schoolyard, where Ningfan is standing with his two students, Shui Wei and Tian Chang. As Tian Chang sees three glowing rings floating around his hand, he curiously asks, "Teacher, what is this?" Ningfan replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm making you use your right hand. You always need to extend your arm a bit to make it easier." He then whispered to Tai, "Hey, I'll teach you a freezing magic attack. You attack him and force him to use his right hand." Immediately, Shui Wei stood up, spread his legs wide, and began to glow in preparation for the attack on Tian Chang. Ningfan, standing by the side, signaled for the action to begin. "Start now." As Ningfan's command rang out, dozens of ice beams shot toward Tian Chang. He instinctively raised his hand to defend himself, filled with anxiety. Suddenly, countless snowflakes began to fall, and Tian Chang raised his hand to shield himself while still deeply confused. Seeing this, Ningfan turned to glare at Shui Wei. "What are you doing?" Shui Wei, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammered in response to his teacher. "I don't want to hurt him." Tian Chang stood to the side, also feeling embarrassed, and turned his head away, leaving the teacher standing there, looking confused. Ningfan quickly regained his composure. This is training to help Tian Chang recover his right hand. What you're doing isn't helping him. You need to really go at it in order to help him. It was only then that Tian Chang spoke up. "Shui Wei, thank you, I'm fine, continue." Shui Wei resumed his strong stance, his whole body glowing again. "Are you ready?" Tian Chang firmly shouted. "Bring it on." Hearing that, she rushed forward. A series of ice beams shot toward Tian Chang once again.
His hand trembled uncontrollably, but he still tried to retaliate, though everything went awry. Shui Wei's ice beams flew with incredible speed, slamming into his face and body with a sharp thud. Seeing this, Shui Wei yelled loudly, "Tian Chang!" At this point, he had been knocked down by her attack, sprawling on the ground. She immediately stopped, rushed to his side, and helped him up, her voice trembling with concern. "Why? Why didn't you use your hand?" Ningfan, helpless, realized he needed to try another approach. Meanwhile, in a different teacher's room at the academy, a yell pierced the air. What did she say? It turned out that the scream had come from Zhao Wenlong. The comet Ningfan hasn't recovered yet, and yet she can still use her skills. How is that possible? Ruo Shui's face clearly showed her displeasure. She coldly replied while continuing to repaint her nails, "If you don't believe it, go try it yourself." Zhao Wenlong, along with two teachers, Li Guizhen and Zhang Ming, exchanged glances of doubt. Zhao Wenlong, holding a sheet of paper with a notice for the Class D examination, spoke with a dangerously serious expression. "It looks like this is the only way. Let's go see Ningfan." He then handed the paper to Zhang Ming. "Take care of this document." His face became increasingly sinister. If even one student failed the exam and was expelled, the class would be disbanded due to insufficient students. At that moment, in the infirmary, Xu Chao angrily pointed at Tian Chang. "What's the joke here? I'm a tier SB healer, how could I not cure this?" Ningfan's expression grew more worried than ever. She quickly replied, "Tier B, you want me to treat this kid, right? What are you waiting for?" Ningfan stood to the side, frowning and thinking, why does this person always claim to be tier S? From the perspective of a teacher, with Xiao Xiao, this situation seemed a bit strange. Xu Chao enveloped Tian Chang's hand with hers, and the screen began to display information. Xu Chao, S-rank magical healer, proficient in healing magic and spirit-corroding magic. Special physique, capable of using two types of magic simultaneously without reducing accuracy and without increasing magic consumption. Note, extraordinary ability, undercover agent of the Alliance. Ningfan's eyes flickered with caution. Yet again, this was the same one who kept yelling about the organization's mutant powers, seeking to dominate the world. Tian Chang's face also showed obvious concern. He stared intently at the hand of the person healing him with the holy light healing skill. Moments later, Tian Chang began to sweat with anxiety, even while Xiao Xiao was still touching his hand. Suddenly, she became furious, her whole body seemingly ablaze with anger. She shouted at the two of them, "This kid's hand is perfectly fine. Are you really so bored and free that you're bringing a little brat to disturb me?" However, Ningfan had already cast a spell to protect Tian Chang's ears. He looked at her with a defiant expression. "I need you to act in a play with me." At this moment, Xu Qiao was putting on a proud act. "As a lady, I, Xu Qiao, am a distinguished SB rank healer. How could I lower myself to perform childish tricks with you?" Ningfan calmly asked her a very uncomfortable question. She was certain that she was at B rank, not S rank. Xiao Xiao responded with a firm tone, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Ningfan looked at her with a challenging gaze, his mouth running non-stop. "A high-level S therapist, a member of the Holy Alliance of Superhumans, capable of both mental corrosion and therapy at the same time changing a person's short-term memory is not impossible. Do you need me to continue?" After saying this, Ningfan gave a smile full of smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tian Chang was covering Xiao Xiao's ears, trying to block out these words from his hearing. At that moment, her eyes flashed with a spark of anger, and she shouted, "What else do you know?" Ningfan replied with a sentence full of defiance, "I know everything I need to." She glared at him with a sullen expression, "How do you know that?" Ningfan remained completely indifferent, "I can't disclose that. Also, don't even think about touching my students." She raised her hand, intending to strike him with a murderous expression. "Now that you know my secret, I can't let you leave today." Her attack aimed for Ningfan's shoulder, which surprised him for a moment. He easily blocked her strike, then suggested, "We could just talk this out.
why do we need to resort to violence?
Chu Qiao was annoyed. Let's see if you can still talk later. With that, she quickly launched a series of attacks.
Ningfan reacted swiftly and successfully blocked every move she made. He grabbed her wrist with one hand and used the other to pin her arm in place, a slight mocking tone in his voice. You're no match for me, but if you cooperate with me, I promise I'll keep your secret. The next moment, she flipped her attitude completely, her expression softening instantly. She forced a smile and said, "We're all friends here, something so trivial, of course, I'll help you." Although she appeared gentle on the outside, deep down, she was still seething with resentment toward him.
Damn it, just you wait. Soon after, Tian Chang was placed onto the hospital bed.
Ningfan stood to one side, beginning to give instructions.
Undo the seal first.
He looked at Tian Chang and added, after careful analysis, we've decided to replace your arm.
Chu Qiao also interjected, don't worry, it'll be quick. Once the replacement is done, you can return to the S-level class.
Ningfan glanced at Tian Chang again and reiterated, after careful analysis, we've decided to replace your arm.
Chu Qiao added, don't worry, it'll be quick. Once the replacement is done, you can return to the S-level class.
Tian Chang stared at his teacher in shock, and Ningfan also spoke up. Oh, I almost forgot, whether to switch hands still requires his consent. Xiao Xiao also chimed in, but right now he was under anesthesia and unable to move. Ningfan immediately concluded.
Well then, let's consider it an unspoken agreement. Before he could say anything, Ningfan continued.
This arm of yours is useless now.
I'll take it off for you, but doing so will put some pressure on your mind later on.
Tian Chang silently cried while Ningfan kept talking.
This arm isn't bad either. After it's replaced, it will definitely make a superhuman fist. Xiao Xiao immediately responded. Need I even say?
This arm used to belong to the Fist Emperor, the one who always won after throwing a punch. After the procedure, Tian Chang sat up and looked at his hand. His hand suddenly emitted a purple lightning bolt, leaving him utterly stunned. He raised his hand to create a lightning strike and tested its power. Xiao Xiao, who had been standing outside, suddenly heard a loud crash from within, which startled her. Upon hearing that, she quickly pushed the door open.
What are you guys doing? Trying to destroy this place?
Then, the sight before her made Xiao Xiao so shaken that she couldn't believe her eyes.
This.
Ningfan simply smiled, completely unfazed.
It seems like it's a success.
Ahead, the wall of the infirmary has been shattered, along with the outer wall of the academy.
Everyone outside is so shocked that their mouths hang open.
Tian Chang looked down at his hands and then sighed, Teacher, the hand you gave me is really powerful. But Ningfan just gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Actually, my hand has already healed a long time ago. It wasn't really switched, I just wanted you to regain your confidence.
Tian Chang was suddenly moved, and 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. Really, is that true? He smiled, from now on, try your best. You'll become even stronger. Tian Chang clenched his fists, filled with determination. Teacher, I'll do my best.
Despite Xiao Xiao's anger, Ningfan remained calm.
All right, let's head back to the classroom. We won't disturb Miss Lin's rest any longer.
As he spoke, he turned and glanced at Xiao Xiao.
Oh, by the way, about this wall. Miss Lin, she's always so kind to her students. She definitely won't mind, right? Xiao Xiao forced a smile. Of course not. What are you talking about?
I'd be happy if this student recovered, and that's all that matters. Ningfan and Tian Chang turned and left, leaving Xiao Xiao glaring in frustration. The scene shifted to Ma Kai-shan's office, where he quietly observed the person who had entered his room.
Is he here?
The bald man entered. It was the head of the finance department, Lu Huaijun. He suddenly spoke, that useless Ningfan dared to mess with the head of the department, you should decide how to deal with him. Inside the academic affairs office, a voice rang out, as long as you make sure he can't cause any more trouble in the school, I won't treat you unfairly. Outside the door, Yushui was worried after hearing what she just did. Why has Ningfan been causing trouble everywhere recently? This time, he even offended the department head Ma. Could it be because of the matter where his father forced him to break off the engagement? She turned to leave but suddenly heard a voice. Hi. It was Ruo Shui's voice. She shot her a glare. Looking for the department head Ma for something? Shifeng sighed, we're about to have another exam. Li Chang added, if we don't pass, it'll lower our class rank. Class D is already the lowest, and if it drops further, we'll just get expelled. Both of them focused on the notice about the Class D exam. Why is it so tough? Shifeng sighed. Only now that the water is up to my neck, I have to jump in. It's so exhausting. Tiange shouted, what a bunch of idiots. Stop making the exam so easy. Xingyu sat to the side, enduring the arguments happening around her. Ha? You want to get beaten? Then, will you hit me back? You only know that one defensive spell, and yet you act all arrogant? And yet, neither of you could even break my defense. Xingyu frowned, wondering why the school kept finding ways to make things difficult for Ningfan. When would this slowpoke finally think about coming back? Suddenly, a loud slap came from outside, making her jump. Ningfan opened the door and walked in, speaking excitedly, has everyone arrived already? I'm so glad. He quickly walked up to the podium. Well then, let's start today. His gaze suddenly shifted to something strange on the desk. A teacher from Class B? Xingyu chuckled lightly. Isn't it the teacher who beat up the Class C teacher? So now the Class B teacher is here to teach us. Then she snapped, tell me, wasn't it you who started all this? At the same time, two people stood in front of the finance office door. Ruo Shui walked up and asked, Miss Diao, are you looking for Headmaster Ma? Yushui, flustered, stammered, it's nothing, I was just passing by. Ruo Shui stroked his chin and smiled warmly. Oh, speaking of which, when did the principal take you to Luoying Academy? When will you be back? Yushui forced a smile. My dad is very concerned about this year's competition, so it might take a little longer. Suddenly, the door to the finance room opened, and Lu Huaijun stepped out, looking at the two girls standing in front of the door. Ha! He said casually, what a coincidence. Yushui quickly waved her hand, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Huaijun turned around and saw that Ruo Shui had already walked into the room. He stood there speechless, completely puzzled. Ruo Shui sat down on the chair, chatting with Ma Kai-shan. I visited Ningfan this morning. It seems like he's still not recovered. Suddenly, Ma Kai-shan raised his voice, but didn't he still use his skills? And his class teacher even gave him a good lesson. Ruo Shui paused for a moment, thinking, her right eye suddenly lighting up, and it appeared even redder than usual. This was confirmed through my eyes. Do you doubt it? Seeing this, Ma Kai-shan became anxious and stammered, No, I don't doubt it. So, what should we do next? Ruo Shui flashed a sinister smile. I already had Zhao Wenlong investigate. As for the specifics, we'll wait for Jing to decide. Ningfan and his group arrived at the equipment training area. Before they even reached the door, they saw the bald Lu blocking their way, arms crossed. As soon as they approached, Lu Huaijun raised an eyebrow, smiling politely, Ning teacher, what a coincidence. We haven't seen each other for a few days, Ningfan said with a forced smile. It's really been a few days. He looked at the expression on the other person's face and couldn't shake off the ominous feeling that arose in his heart. With such a sly smile, it was clear that there was no good intention behind it. Lu Huaijun looked at him and pretended to express regret. Has Teacher Ning come to use the equipment here? It's a pity, the equipment is under maintenance, so you can't use it. However, despite saying this, his face revealed a look of sheer self-satisfaction.
Lan Xingyu immediately pushed him aside. Move out of the way. Lu Huijun, taken by surprise by the sudden action, quickly stepped aside. Ah! Xingyu pointed at a few people inside the training room, narrowing her eyes as she questioned, why can they use it? Lu Huijun quickly stretched out his hand to block her line of sight, speaking in an obviously condescending tone. The equipment that's available has already been borrowed by the students. The rest are under maintenance. The bald man, Lu, darkened his face and warned, Teacher Ning, you'd better manage your students well. Your salary is only a little, and if the equipment gets damaged, you won't be able to pay for it. The tool room is undergoing repairs, so it's best if you leave here soon. In his heart, he silently thought, to offend Director Ma and still want to use the equipment? Dream on. Immediately, the group retreated into the room and slammed the door shut. Ningfan gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently accumulating trust points, he would have dealt with this person long ago. Suafeng followed behind, looking up and suggesting, Teacher, if we can't use the equipment, can we study the theory first? Upon hearing this, Ningfan squinted his eyes, his mouth slightly open, thinking to himself, what? We have to take a theory exam too? Isn't it just about winning a match? Seeing the thunderstruck expression on his face, Shifeng spoke up, Teacher, you're not serious, are you? Can you at least be a bit reliable? Li Chang, who was beside him, added, there's both a theory exam and a practical exam. If you fail either, you'll be forced to drop out. Students like us, who are a bit weak, really have it hard. Xingyu, at this point, covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes narrowing with a malicious gleam. Teacher Ningfan, you're so great, don't tell me you're also a weak student. He felt a bit awkward, hesitated, and replied, how could that be? I've already made arrangements. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out, Ningfan, are you okay? It was Dao Yushui. She walked up behind him, biting her lip as she said, don't worry, I can figure out a way to help you use the training field and equipment. When Ningfan saw her, he felt a jolt in his heart. Isn't she the fiancée of the owner of this body? She seems to be some sort of academic prodigy, if I remember correctly. Li Chang glanced sideways, could this be the legendary master mistress? Shifeng replied indifferently, why do you care so much? Xingyu appeared dissatisfied, looking at the two of them, what are you doing still exchanging glances like this at a time like this? Dao Yushui smiled gently at him, if you need any help, just let me know. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. He grinned, hesitating for a moment, then, come over to my house tonight. With those words, he grabbed Dao Yushui's hand, his gaze full of affection. The girl blushed shyly, looking up at him. Ningfan narrowed his eyes and added, help tutor my students in culture. She looked at his back with a touch of disappointment. Oh, okay. He glanced at the students behind Xiaji, tonight, you all come to my house for cultural tutoring. Tomorrow, we'll go to the mountains for special training. The students immediately protested, shouting, tomorrow is Saturday. This is a violation of labor laws. Without hesitation, he dismissed their complaints, not happening. No one is allowed to skip. Dao Yushui pressed her lips together, standing there with a look of solitary disappointment in her eyes. Back home, Ningfan stood in front of the mirror, smirking, let's see how many trust points I've earned today. Immediately, a row of basic information appeared, health status, awakening level. Freezing the system's skill, a pair of eyes belonging to a master, 2 bows to a master, trust points reaching 110. He rubbed his chin and muttered, restoring the previous awakening level should be enough. Then he tightened his fist and grinned excitedly, the system consumes 100 trust points, awakening level increases by 1%. With some anticipation, he thought to himself, let's see the effect after awakening by 1.8%. Ningfan raised his hand and shouted, heavenly fire burning origin. A spark flared at the tip of his finger, and he looked slightly disappointed, his face falling. There's some progress. The scene shifted, and a thick smoke rose in the middle of the forest behind the mountain. Ningfan looked into the distance, waiting. They must be here, right? As the scene before him appeared, he suddenly froze. He angrily shouted, "What the hell are you driving up here? Did you think we're going on a picnic or something?"
Xia Tiangu leaned against the car, smugly showing off, "This is the limited edition model of this year.
There are only 10 of these in the world."
Xingyu sat to the side, having been silent, glanced up and spoke, "A picnic, that's a good idea." Then, in front of him, a stone slab appeared as quickly as the wind.
Xing Luo was roasting something with chopsticks, and he blinked brightly. "Did you already start the picnic?"
He turned around and saw Li Chang slicing cucumbers. A beautiful plate of food had been completed.
However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Shifeng was controlling Li Chang to cook.
He felt somewhat helpless. These two were just the same. He pouted and turned away, thinking that at least Rong Shuiwei and Zheng Tianchang were probably still practicing.
As he glanced over, Zheng Tianchang immediately spoke up, "Master, would you like a bowl?" He looked at his two students and quickly realized they were using magic to make ice. "Huh?"
Ningfan arrogantly waved his hand, "Stop everything, get ready to begin training."
At that moment, Diao Yushue's voice rang out. "Ningfan, sorry I'm late."
She was holding a bag and walked towards him. Yushue smiled, her eyes sparkling as she raised a cup of milk tea.
"I bought some milk tea for you."
Ningfan immediately changed his attitude, sitting down beside his beautiful little wife with a smile.
"Picnics are fun, huh? Well, we'll practice later this afternoon then."
He took the cup of milk tea, about to take a sip, when Yushue gently called out, "Ningfan, about the cancellation of our engagement." Hearing her hesitation, he stared at her in confusion.
"What?"
Yushue tilted her head and smiled softly, replying gently, "No.
It's nothing."
She then looked at the cup of milk tea and softly advised, "Very soon, you should hold back a little, don't cause any more trouble."
He answered absent-mindedly, but deep inside, he was tense, silently thinking, "I've been holding back as much as I can already." After a while of outdoor activities, he finally stood up and presented the schedule. The special training was divided into self-training and evening theoretical classes. During self-training, I will guide each of you individually. Xia Tiangu pulled out a fairly large metal box and proudly showed it off. "This is the most popular device on the market this year. Just open it, and it will unleash powerful magical attacks." Then he placed the bracelet on his wrist onto his forehead and continued, "The magic can even automatically chase after the person wearing this bracelet." Xia Tianji's face twisted grotesquely as he tilted his head back and laughed loudly. "With this device, your defensive magic will be unmatched."
Ningfan immediately stepped forward and slapped him on the back of the head.
"Wake up, this toy of yours won't do anything." Xia Tiangu squinted, still adamantly replying, "My device is the most advanced one." Ningfan glanced at him, signaling with his hand, "Then does this thing teach you how to attack? Come over here and teach Suafeng defense with me."
Suafeng, suddenly being called out, was visibly dissatisfied.
"Hoof." He tilted his head, mysteriously speaking to Suafeng. "Previously, I hadn't taught you how to land. Today, I will teach you a rapid landing technique. Normally, the second skill is very difficult to cultivate. If you can learn the flight spell on your own, it shows that you have enough composure, so cultivating this shouldn't be hard." With those words, he flew high into the air. Suafeng, full of curiosity, asked, "What's the point of using a defense spell while flying?"
Before he could react, Ningfan smirked and dived straight down at lightning speed.
With a loud crash, dust scattered, and he smirked, saying, "That's the rapid landing done." Xia Tiangu and Suafeng were wide-eyed, staring at him with fascination.
Standing there without a scratch, Ningfan explained, "Although the second skill can only unleash 70% of the power of the first skill, if you activate the defense spell during your rapid landing, it can prevent you from injuring yourself when you hit the ground." Suafeng snapped out of his daze and exclaimed, "That's amazing." He lowered the defense shield and walked up to the two students. "To help you learn the defense spell quickly, I'll have Xie Tiangu control the attack device against you." Suafeng smiled at Xie Tiangu, "I'm ready."
Let's do this. Xia Tiangu smirked in response. This is what's called the defense demonstration.
In fact, it's a way to stretch and harness the internal powers of the body, as long as when defending, you. After some discussion, Suafeng placed the ring on his head. Xia Tiangu below has instructed, I will adjust it to a rapid attack mode. Be sure to dodge, alright? Suafeng nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the confirmation, Xia Tiangu pressed the activation button. From inside the metallic box, thousands of magical attacks surged out. Suafeng focused on their movements, then activated the defensive shield and began dodging. He darted through the small enclosure, the magical strikes relentlessly following the shield, closing in. After a long struggle, cracks appeared on Suafeng's shield. Seeing this, he clenched his jaw in worry. With a loud boom, Suafeng's body was flung out of the enclosure. Ningfan, observing from below, snapped his fingers, and a stream of magic flew towards Suafeng, cushioning his fall. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Only in real combat can one grow faster. Ningfan glared fiercely at Li Chang and Shifeng, then turned to the younger ones. Both of them immediately huddled against the tree, trembling. He then looked at Shifeng and spoke. Your mental corrosion skill is for controlling others, but you still need to strengthen your training. No, only then can you control others better. Hearing this, Li Chang immediately pointed to a chicken drumstick beside him. Come on, eat a piece. You need to be full to have the energy for training. Ningfan, displeased, snatched the drumstick away and shouted, focus on listening to the lecture. He waved his hand and continued, next, I'll teach you methods related to cultivating mental power. Just practice them as I say. Li Chang looked at the remaining drumstick in his hand, intending to eat it, but it was snatched away by Shifeng. He smugly began to chew the drumstick he had just taken. Can you focus on the lecture for once? Li Chang stared blankly at his empty hand, then turned to look at Shifeng, hesitating. He looked so angry, his voice trembled, eyes welling up. He gritted his teeth and snarled, throw the drumstick back to me. Before his furious shout had even died down, Shifeng received a heavy punch. He was caught off guard, letting out a grunt. In the next moment, Shifeng clutched his chest and used his power to make Li Chang slap himself a few times. Shifeng clutched his chest, and Ningfan, witnessing the chaotic scene, couldn't help but speak up. Alright, enough fighting. He smiled cunningly and said, I figured out where you should focus your training. Then, he leaned close to Shifeng's ear and whispered something. Holding the chicken drumstick in his hand, he slung his arm over Shifeng's shoulder. Go practice. Looking at Shifeng's proficiency, he stood to one side, mouth agape in astonishment. Did you learn that fast? He didn't answer, instead lowering his head to look at his hands, sensing them. I can clearly feel my mental energy increasing. This feeling is amazing. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Oh, I forgot the next step of the cultivation method that Ning teacher taught me. The magical energy swirling around him vanished, and his body swayed, his mouth murmuring. This is tough. Ningfan, seeing this, was slightly confused. What's going on? He quickly stepped forward to support Shifeng. What happened? Shifeng glanced at her and replied. Teacher, I'm fine. It's just that after practicing halfway, I forgot what the next step is. Ningfan was a bit surprised. His cultivation had been abruptly interrupted. You mean that actually works? He smirked and looked at Shifeng. Don't worry, I'll explain it again. Take a short break, and then continue practicing. A moment later, Ningfan turned and pointed a chicken leg at Li Chang. Shifeng is done, now it's your turn. Li Chang, upon hearing this, averted his gaze. Ning teacher, how about? He glanced at Shifeng and pointed. Maybe we should wait until Shifeng is alright before I practice. Ningfan stood there like a tyrant delivering a verdict. It's fine. According to the cultivation method I taught you. You will be able to feel the mystical nature of the spirit, the elevation of the soul, and even unleash your latent abilities.
You will pass the test as easily as turning your hand over.
Li Chang suddenly turned the car around and bowed his head to the ground in sincerity.
Master, please teach me.
Hearing this, Ningfan's eyes gleamed with cunning.
Then, hand over all the food you have on you.
Li Chang cried silently, holding up a chicken drumstick.
This is the last one.
Ningfan smiled compassionately and said, Don't eat it just yet, run a lap and come back here. He then raised the chicken wing in his hand, signaling that to pass the test, one must be persistent and trained physically.
No food was to be eaten before the exam.
As Li Chang ran, tears streamed down his face, and he cried out, Master, my chicken wing. In his mind, he saw Ningfan behind him savoring the chicken wing. Li Chang cried even harder.
My chicken wing!
He thought of the scene and ran even faster.
My chicken wing, my chicken wing!
Shifeng, lying still on the ground, was also trampled by the fat man. Ningfan glanced at Xingyu and saw her happily reading a book, absorbed in the basics of summoning, leisurely leaning against a tree. He walked closer and saw her blushing, quickly hiding the book behind her back and stammering. Teacher, why are you here? He raised his hand in a V shape, a smirk playing on his lips. You've been practicing summoning magic for a while now, next you'll learn to summon your fated beast.
Xingyu tilted her head in confusion and asked, What is a fated beast summoning?
He slowly explained, a fated beast summoning is a type of advanced summoning magic. What makes it different from other advanced summoning spells is that the summoned beast grows alongside the summoner. Xingyu gave him a dangerous look, then responded with a sideways glance, I don't really understand it at all. Ningfan raised his finger and activated the spell, explaining, everyone summons a family beast, a fated beast that's unique to them.
Xingyu watched him, a giant grim reaper appearing behind him. She looked on in admiration, unable to take her eyes off of it. He smirked and pointed to the grim reaper behind him, Do you want to learn?
Xingyu snapped back to reality, awkwardly yelling something unnecessary.
He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Can't you speak a bit more pleasantly?
On the outside, he could only force a helpless smile.
Next, I will teach you the specific method for summoning your fated beast.
After a brief guidance session, she snapped her fingers, creating a beam of light, then began to channel her energy to activate the fated beast summoning technique. Xingyu gazed at the dazzling golden light before her, mumbling, Please summon the family giant dragon. In her eyes, she recoiled as the object in her hand transformed into a small chicken. Xingyu angrily threw the chicken at Ningfan's head, You're not worthy of my status. He was hit, but immediately spoke up, It's so cute. Then he looked at her and reminded, By the way, the food for a summoned beast is spiritual energy, it has to eat your hair. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little chicken perched on Xingyu's head began pecking at her hair. Xingyu covered her head, screaming out loud. She was so angry she wanted to grab the little chicken and couldn't forgive it. Ningfan helplessly watched the chaotic scene unfold before him, falling into deep thought. After a while, after some pecking, the little chicken was full and contentedly rubbed its belly. A tuft of hair was missing from Xingyu's head. She angrily raised her hand to grab the little chicken, muttering, Unforgivable. Ningfan stood there, mouth agape, helplessly watching as Xingyu chased after the little chicken, repeatedly shouting, Unforgivable. At that moment, Xia Tiangu suddenly stepped forward and patted Ningfan on the shoulder, Teacher, that useless Suafeng has learned the defense technique.
It's time for you to teach me the offensive technique, right? Ningfan was startled and screamed loudly, Ah!
Something had pounced towards him. Upon taking a closer look, the chicken leg in his hand had vanished. He saw Li Chang eating it greedily, feeling somewhat helpless.
Looking at him like that, it seemed like he was about to master it, right?
At the same time, Xingyu's little bird also flew over and perched on his shoulder.
Ningfan was slightly confused. He looked at Xingyu and, Why are you wearing a hat, and even your clothes?
She raised her hand as a signal, Teacher, don't come over here.
Ningfan asked, Why?
As soon as he finished his question, the bird on his shoulder darted over to Xingyu's side. It perched on her head, continuously chirping MT. Xingyu quickly held her hat in place, irritated. "Don't touch my hair again." With no other choice, she pulled out a strand of hair and whispered, "I'll handle it myself." Then, Xingyu gently held the little bird and fed it. Watching it eat heartily, she couldn't help but sigh. All it knows how to do is eat. Ningfan stood there, his mouth agape. This little guy really is a glutton. After she finished feeding the bird, Xingyu turned to look at him, venting her frustration. "If I had known, I wouldn't have practiced your summoning technique. My hair is about to be eaten clean by it." Ningfan turned his back, waved his hand nonchalantly, and said, "It's fine. As long as you pass the exam, I'll take care of this little problem for you." He then rubbed his chin, thinking, as if there was a kind of plant that could help with hair growth. But what was it called again? He suddenly stopped and looked towards Diao Shui. She seemed to have noticed him and tilted her head, looking back at him. He rubbed his chin and thought. She's also an S-level teacher, so she probably knows about that plant that helps with hair growth, right? Yu Shui stepped over and patted his shoulder. "Are you okay? You seem to be worrying about something." Ningfan was startled, quickly turning to ask, "Do you know of a plant that helps with hair growth?" Yu Shui paused. Yes, there is." In her mind, an image of a desolate cliff and a crumbling bridge appeared, and she squinted, looking somewhat worried as she spoke to him. "But the place where it grows is a bit dangerous." Ningfan nodded. Danger wasn't a problem. In his heart, he thought, danger? It seems like my trust points have been running low lately. He smiled gently and suggested, "Would you like to go with me?" She rubbed her head, hesitating slightly. "Yeah, sure." Then she made another suggestion. "But before that, you'll have to help me with something." He was slightly taken aback but still agreed. "Huh? No problem." Scene change, Diao Yushui stood in front of a group of students, explaining. While the ability users were still arguing noisily, they all stared at her in awe as she looked their way. Horrified, Yushui pointed at Ningfan's bare body and continued lecturing, "You must understand the meridians of your own body." He awkwardly thought to himself, so this is what they want me to help with. Outside the examination hall, a group of students were lining up, waiting to take the exam, with Ningfan standing beside them. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "You're here so early." It was Li Guozian and Zhao Wenlong. Li Guozian continued to mock, "Being early is useless, if you can't pass the exam, you'll just get kicked out." Zhao Wenlong leaned on his cane, trying to appear courteous, and spoke up, "We're all teachers here, at least show some respect for Ning teacher." With that, both of them burst into laughter. Zhang Tianchang, furious, shouted, "What are you saying?" He stepped forward and patted Ningfan on the shoulder, offering reassurance, "Don't worry, I believe you can do it." Zhang Tianchang was slightly stunned. Ningfan's eyes flickered coldly. If it weren't for his insufficient trust in them, he would have dealt with these people long ago. At that moment, Ruoshui opened the exam room door and stepped out to announce, "It's time, the candidates may enter now." Ningfan's students walked in one by one, deliberately speaking loudly, "Let's go, don't waste time with that nonsense, let's finish the exam quickly so we can go back to studying." Zhao Wenlong ground his teeth in anger, his eyes glinting with malice. "This exam has been specially prepared for your class." Inside the exam room, Ruoshui looked at the students who had taken their seats. She smiled and gestured, "Start the exam." Zhang Tianchang's hand shook as he held his pen. "This exam, we can't possibly do it." Li Chang, with a hollow look on his face, sighed softly, "Why is it so hard?" Shifeng directly laid his head on the desk, feeling like this time, he was definitely going to fail. Before he could even rest for 3 seconds, Ruoshui approached and slammed her hand down on the desk, warning them. During the exam, no whispering to each other, and absolutely no cheating. If caught, you will get a 0 immediately. After finishing her words, she turned and walked away. Behind her, Li Chang and Shi Feng were arguing. The ticking of the clock echoed throughout the hall. Ningfan leaned against the wall, closing his eyes and waiting. As soon as the clock struck, and Ruoshui opened the door and stepped out. It was over.
Zhao Wenlong seemed even more impatient than Ningfan. He stepped forward and teased. The theory part of the exam is over. I see you held on quite well. Ningfan didn't respond, just gave him a disdainful glance.
Zhao Wenlong grabbed the result sheet from Ruoshui's hand and smirked. Quick, check if the students in Class D all failed. If any of your students pass, I'll eat the desk. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Looking at the result sheets, each student had passed with enough points to succeed. He was somewhat incredulous. How could this be? Ningfan, smug, placed his arm over his shoulder and said, "The way you all did the exam must be making someone feel disappointed, but I'm quite pleased." Zhao Wenlong, angry, squeezed the result paper in his hand and shouted, "It's definitely cheating."
Upon hearing this, Ningfan smirked and spoke up, "Cheating? Are you implying that you doubt her supervision abilities?"
Zhao Wenlong was silenced and, fuming, he snorted and walked off.
"Humph, just wait until the practical exam. We'll see how you all handle it."
Only then did Ningfan feign concern and turn to ask the students, "You all didn't cheat, right?"
Everyone smiled and replied, "Of course not."
He smiled in satisfaction.
"That's good."
Inside, he silently rejoiced. The results from Yu Shui's extra lessons for them are quite impressive. The scene shifted to the entrance of the speed test course. Ningfan, standing beside it, looked ahead and spoke, "The first test is Suofeng's speed."
Suofeng softly replied, "Yes." Looking at the course, Zhang Tianchang couldn't help but sigh.
This course doesn't resemble Class D's at all, but if it's Suofeng, there's no problem. Rong Shuiwei, beside him, also smiled gently and encouraged, "Good luck."
Suofeng stuck his head out and replied,
On the other side, Zhao Wenlong bowed slightly and greeted a man respectfully.
"Lu teacher, what brings you here?"
He nodded gently and said, "The Luoying Academy competition is coming up soon.
We came here to practice." "What are you all doing here?"
He was Lu Guangyuan, the teacher of Class S. Zhao Wenlong smiled and replied, "The school has assigned us the responsibility of testing Class D, so we need to use the racetrack."
"Lu teacher, would you be interested in watching?"
Lu Guangyuan glanced at Ningfan and the others, his eyes filled with disdain. "Sure, let me see what a former Class S teacher can turn this bunch of useless students into." Upon hearing this, Ningfan gritted his teeth in anger. Suofeng, noticing his grim expression, leaned in and asked,
"Teacher, do you know that person?"
He forced a smile and reassured him, "No, don't mind him.
Just focus on the exam." Soon after, an announcement echoed through the air.
First round of the Class D skill test, the examiner is Zhang Ming, the student under evaluation is Suofeng, testing speed skills. The test was conducted in a competitive format. During the test, as long as they stayed within the racetrack, they could do anything. The teacher who finished the race with the shortest time would win. The track was equipped with mechanisms shaped like balls.
Any contact would cause them to explode, spraying paint. Every time someone was hit by the paint, an additional 10 seconds will be added to the time limit for the test. The 3-second countdown begins.
On the stands, Ningfan and the others are cheering enthusiastically.
"Go! Go! Go!"
Suofeng narrowed his eyes at the awkward actions of Li Chang and Shi Feng. Zhang Ming smirked provocatively.
"Race against me?
You'd be better off going home to drink some bubble tea."
1.
Suofeng turned his head sharply. "Hey, start." As soon as the signal was given, the lights flashed on. Before Suofeng could finish speaking, Zhang Ming's figure had already disappeared from beside him. He looked up to see that Zhang Ming had already covered some distance. With a smug glance behind, Zhang Ming sneered.
"Already left behind?"
Pathetic. Unexpectedly, just a second later, Sua Feng appeared right next to him.
Hey! Zhang Ming was slightly surprised. How is this kid so fast? He glanced at the first obstacle ahead and grinned. Let's see how I'll deal with you.
He rushed forward, kicking the ball pit container open, laughing smugly as he shouted.
Here's a gift for you.
Sua Feng, caught off guard, widened his eyes at the pile of paint ahead.
What?
With no other choice, Sua Feng gritted his teeth and charged straight into it.
Ningfan, watching from the stands, couldn't hold back and stood up, excited. He's using the mechanism to speed up?
Taking advantage of the balloon explosion to harm Sua Feng. On this side, Sua Feng, after overcoming the indifferent gaze, gradually became sharp and unpleasant.
The speed was too fast, he couldn't avoid it in time.
Zhang Ming, victorious, ran ahead, constantly provoking, useless, truly useless. Once I take care of you, Ningfan will be kicked out of the school too. Sua Feng struggled to stay close behind.
Zhang Ming, still ahead, kept triggering the mechanisms.
Sua Feng carefully timed the explosions of the mechanisms in this area. He used his speed to dodge each wave of the popping paint balloons. After escaping, he shot straight toward Zhang Ming. Xingyu, sitting in the stands, muttered in dissatisfaction, Teacher Zhang keeps triggering the mechanisms, what's he up to?
Zhao Wenlong, unfazed, spoke calmly, as long as you don't get hit by the paint, there's no harm in triggering the mechanisms. At this moment, Sua Feng had overtaken Zhang Ming on the racetrack.
Zhang Ming wasn't worried at all, and even looked quite pleased with himself.
So what if you're fast? Unless you're 30 seconds faster than me, there's no way you'll beat me.
Sua Feng smirked, provoking, although I'm the weakest in Class D, it seems that if you didn't use these tricks, you wouldn't be able to win against me.
Zhang Ming, enraged, couldn't hold back and struck back, yeah, someone as pathetic as you should have been kicked out of the school long ago.
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched a direct attack on Sua Feng.
He couldn't react in time, standing there stunned, it was too fast. With a loud crash, the racetrack shook momentarily, and a smile curved on Zhang Ming's lips.
It was over, but before he could even celebrate for 3 seconds, a figure emerged from the smoke.
Sua Feng sneered, is that so? So you want me to learn defense? Seems really useful. Ningfan, sitting in the stands, couldn't hold back his anger anymore, his voice cold, Teacher Zhang attacking a student, doesn't that count as a violation? Zhao Wenlong, still oblivious to the abnormality, scoffed and responded, I already said it. As long as it's on the track, anything goes. And even if the mountain touches the defense screen, it's still considered penalty time.
Ningfan tilted his head and looked at the screen behind him, then asked, so you're saying that as long as it's on the track, anything goes, right?
Zhao Wenlong looked down and smirked, that's right, I said that.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the door was pushed open.
Ningfan, with a stern expression, walked in.
Xingyu looked at the empty seat next to him, confused.
Huh? How did Teacher Ning disappear in the blink of an eye at such a crucial moment?
At that moment, Zhao Wenlong's enlarged face was replaced by Ningfan's.
He spoke loudly, Sua Feng, Teacher Zhao said you can do anything you want on the track. If that's the case, then let me see your speed landing, Teacher Zhang. His eyes lit up. Yes.
Zhang Ming, still unaware, was running ahead at full speed. Suddenly, he turned his head around. Sua Feng, without hesitation, created a protective shield and stomped down with his foot. Rewinding a few seconds earlier, after receiving the signal from Ningfan, Sua Feng let go of his restraint. He weaved through the obstacles at an astonishing speed. Sua Feng lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick that Zhang Ming couldn't react to in time. With a loud crash, dust rose high on the racetrack. Zhang Ming collapsed at his feet. Sua Feng didn't even pause, as Lucas casually walked toward the finish line. Sua Feng raised his hand and shouted, I won. The crowd in the stands cheered, Sua Feng won, awesome, he finally won. Shi Feng happily slapped the back of Li Chang's head and shouted, look, Sua Feng won. Ningfan, in the broadcast room, smiled with relief. It seemed that Suo Feng's test was over. Zhao Wenlong, however, glared and pointed at him. This doesn't count. Your student triggered the mechanism and even attacked a teacher. That's a violation of the rules. Ningfan, hearing this, laughed in anger. It seemed like he was the one to blame. As long as you're in the racetrack. Well, I can do whatever I want, right? Zhao Wenlong rolled his eyes, stuttering. Did I say that? Ningfan raised his hand in anger. Do you need me to help you remember? At that moment, Lu Guangyuan spoke up to interrupt. All right, everything your student did is within the rules. Let's consider this a pass for now. Zhao Wenlong had no choice but to accept. Lu Guangyuan stepped up to him, exuding an oppressive aura. I didn't expect you to still be able to teach such an outstanding student. It's a reflection of your time as a former S-class teacher, but you're still far behind that guy. Zhao Wenlong followed him with a look, his tone not particularly pleasant. Lu teacher said, she passed the exam, so I won't make it difficult for you. Let's move on to the next round of testing. He forced a smile. Let's go. Then, Zhao Wenlong appeared on the big screen, with the announcement that the results of this test were valid. The next student quickly prepared for the exam. Li Cheng trembled as he raised his hand. Teacher, can I go first? I can't hold on much longer. Zhao Wenlong looked at him helplessly and nodded. All right, you go. In his heart, he silently prayed for his students, hoping that all the time he had spent training them would lead to the results he hoped for. Scene transition at the skill competition arena. A voice from the loudspeaker echoed. In this skill test, the examiner was Liang Fei from Class C, and the examinee was Li Tu from Class D. Taking the opportunity to speak under the arena, Ningyi reminded, at the beginning, squat on the ground for 10 seconds before standing up to throw your punch. On this side, Zhao Wenlong placed his full trust in Liang Fei. Class C only has you and Dawn Lei left. I hope this time you can conduct the test strictly. Liang Fei nodded, his gaze resolute. I will follow the competition rules strictly. The announcement sounded, signaling the start, and both parties took their positions. Liang Fei looked at Li Chang, whose condition appeared frail, and advised, your current condition isn't suitable for the test. I suggest you quit. Li Chang, his face hollowed, rubbed his stomach. Teacher, hurry up, finish the test so I can go eat. At that moment, the announcement sounded again, marking the start. As soon as the signal ended, Liang Fei raised his fist and charged forward. You don't know your place, so I'll give you exactly what you want. Lie down. The moment the punch was thrown, Li Chang immediately squatted down. Liang Fei furrowed his brows and snorted. Li Chang, unfazed, began muttering as he counted, 1, 2, Liang Fei was stunned, staring at him. What are you doing? Li Chang still did not respond, continuing to count. 4, 5, 6. Liang Fei, seeing this, clenched his fist in anger. Li Chang's murmurs still faintly reached Liang Fei's ears. 7, 8, 9, 10. The moment the last second passed, Li Chang suddenly jumped up, startling Liang Fei. It was so sudden that he felt a little dizzy. His legs went numb and trembled, his strength drained, and his arm reflexively swung out in an attempt to punch. Seeing this, Liang Fei advised, you should give up. Before the words were even fully out, Li Chang threw a punch. Liang Fei was sent flying into the wall, collapsing exhaustedly onto the floor. Although Liang Fei had crashed into the wall, he managed to hold on. He hung there, his face filled with disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be dizzy? What kind of insane strength is that? Zhao Wenlong looked up at him and gestured. Liang Fei, what are you doing? Keep going with the test. Liang Fei just smiled weakly and replied, I'm a teacher. I know the limits of the test. I lost. Zhao Wenlong gritted his teeth in frustration. Shifeng raised his hand high, waving excitedly. I won, come here, Li Tu, I've got a chicken leg ready for you. Li Chang sat on the floor, and at that moment, all he could smell was the aroma of delicious meat.
The aroma, the chicken drumstick, my chicken drumstick.
His gaze was like a starved beast, staring intently at Shifeng.
He screamed in fear, "Ah!" and quickly ran away. He remained calm.
Li Chang followed behind, continuously shouting, "Chicken drumstick, don't run, I'll just take one bite." Li Chang delightedly gnawed on the drumstick in his hand, while Shifeng, with his torn body, patted his head. "Why are you so fierce?
It's not like I'm not letting you have it."
At that moment, an announcement came through the intercom: the spiritual examination for Class D is about to begin.
Students assigned to the test, please proceed to the exam hall quickly. Shifeng gasped, muttering to himself, "Is it my turn already?"
Meanwhile, Zhao Wenlong personally came to discuss the terms. "Once this is done, the outstanding teacher of the year will definitely belong to me."
Li Guozhen smiled with squinted eyes. "Teacher Zhao, don't worry.
I will make sure that student fails the exam." Once assured, he returned to the intercom room. This time, for the spiritual test, the teacher overseeing the exam was Li Guozhen from Class B, and the student being tested was Shifeng from Class D.
"Let's begin,"
Li Guozhen said with a friendly expression. "Let's go for a quick and decisive win." Immediately, a shadow appeared behind Li Guozhen, casting a dark aura. Zhao Wenlong, seeing this, secretly felt pleased.
The spiritual magic of Li Guozhen is not far from becoming a tangible entity. If he were to launch a mental attack now, no ordinary person would be able to cope with it. "Ningfan, let's see if this time you will obediently leave the school again."
Xingyu sat on the side, her eyes flickering slightly, as she feared that this teacher now had the strength of an A-class teacher. This is bad, maybe Shifeng is not a match for him. Li Guozhen made a hand gesture. Immediately, several shadows were created and charged toward Shifeng. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. This is bad, the magical force pierced through his body.
Shifeng's eyes widened, stuttering. This is.
He was stunned, staring at the illusion in front of him.
Li Guozhen showed no mercy and continued to attack. "Run!" Shifeng, in fear, ran for his life, shouting, "Mom!"
He gritted his teeth, turned his head, and thought to himself, running like this isn't the solution, I need to think of a way to attack him.
Li Guozhen mocked, "You want to attack me? Ridiculous."
Shifeng gritted his teeth in frustration.
"This isn't working, I need to figure out how to distract his attention."
But no matter what Shifeng thought, Li Guozhen could see through it all.
"Humph, you want to distract my attention?"
Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept past. She tilted her head and looked back.
"Ha!"
Li Guozhen split into 3 copies, simultaneously forming 3 massive columns of ice to surround Shifeng.
"So where is your attention right now?"
He stood frozen in place.
"What?"
Li Guozhen's expression remained unchanged as he controlled the ice blocks. Shifeng, seeing the ice blocks charging toward him, screamed in fear.
"Ah!"
He was struck and collapsed to the floor. Li Guozhen laughed hysterically, exhilarated, and exclaimed,
"This is too funny."
His eyes narrowed dangerously.
"Let's finish this."
The shadow behind him raised its large hand under Li Guozhen's control.
Shifeng lay flat on the ground, gritting his teeth.
He finally lifted his hands, determined to keep fighting. With force, he pushed back against the massive hand that was trying to crush him.
Gradually, he began to rise, trying to force it back.
Shifeng's eyes burned with determination as he muttered to himself.
"Li Tu has already won, how could I lose? If I lose, Class D will be disbanded."
Li Guozhen waved his hand and smiled.
"Isn't that even better?
You should lose quickly and let it be over." At that moment, the other hand of the shadow raised as well.
Just then, an exaggerated laugh echoed through the room.
The shadow's hand suddenly froze, suspended in midair. Li Guozian felt a bit confused. At this moment, Shifeng had crawled to his side, raised his hand, and his eyes flashed with a victorious glint.
Let me borrow your power for a moment.
Then he controlled the shadow. Go! Li Guozian was caught off guard and attacked by the very thing he had created. Ugh! The shadow, now obeying Shifeng's command, threw a punch at Li Guozian. He was slammed into the wall, gritting his teeth and growling out a word filled with rage. You! Zhao Wenlong, sitting in the stands, was furious and shouted curses, worthless fool. Ningfan beside him, however, smirked proudly. Oh, such an excellent student. I feel the pressure myself. Li Guozian collapsed onto the ground, face down. Shifeng raised both his hands, excitedly shouting. We won! At the same time, a notification appeared next to Ningfan, trust points increased by 100.
Shifeng walked over to Li Chang and said, so that laugh earlier was Li Tu's, huh?
On this side, his trust points also went up by 80. Li Chang, overjoyed, rushed over. Your method was amazing, I won't get expelled anymore.
Shifeng was covered in injuries, rotating his shoulders, feeling exhausted.
Li Chang placed his arm around his shoulders and handed him a chicken leg. Eat more if you're tired, it'll help replenish your energy.
Shifeng smiled and then looked at Li Chang. The laughter I heard earlier, when I was taking the exam, that was you, right? Why did you do that? Li Chang looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his face nervously. You heard that? Wasn't I unconscious during my exam?
At that moment, I thought I had lost, but hearing you say I won made me really happy.
Xingyu, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't hold back and angrily scolded. Could you focus for once? Why are you only reacting now? Shifeng chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? I'll treat you to a meal another day. Li Chang stretched and immediately stood up to follow. Huh? Why? All right then.
Meanwhile, Zhao Wenlong, who was in the broadcast room, clenched his fists and commanded, continue with the test, the next one is the summoning exam.
As long as he steps into the arena, all your previous victories will be useless.
Zhao Wenlong instructed the person next to him, later, you'll go up.
Don't slack off like Li Guozian did. Wei Feng curled his lips in disdain. What can a student from Class D do?
His expression darkened as he announced, the next test will be administered by teacher Wei Feng, and it will be a test for Lang Xingyu from your class.
Xingyu arrogantly replied, a test is a test. Who's afraid of it?
Ningfan, sitting next to him, gently patted the little bird's head and teased, good luck. After you're done with Wei Feng, I'll help you become someone who's not hopelessly smart.
Xingyu angrily pointed at Ningfan's face, isn't this your fault, teacher? After a while, the loudspeaker announcement echoed.
The spiritual test for today was about to begin, with teacher Wei Feng from Class B overseeing it, and Lang Xingyu from Class D starting the competition. As soon as the signal went off, Xingyu waved his hand and cast a summoning spell, come forth, rock army. The stones beneath his feet began to stir, and large, towering stone figures stood in front of Xingyu. Wei Feng mocked, to be able to train a low-level summoning spell to this extent.
It seems you do have some skill, but to dare use a low-level summoning spell for a test? Your teacher is really hopeless.
Let me show you a bit of the power of a high-level summoning spell. He swung his hand, and something enormous appeared. A fire bear materialized. It swung its paw, knocking the stone man of Xingyu away, then punched its chest and roared powerfully.
Xingyu was stunned, unable to speak. The power is terrifying.
She didn't give up, commanding the stone men, go.
Attack!
2 large stone men grabbed the brown bear's arm, attempting to control it. Another stone man seized the opportunity to throw a punch, but the brown bear directly bit into him, shattering the stone figure. The 2 stone men on either side were also lifted high and then slammed violently onto the ground. Wei Feng sneered in disdain, it seems like you have no chance.
Attack!
The brown bear's eyes flashed with killing intent. Xingyu raised her hand, the corners of her mouth curling into a mysterious smile.
A moment later, a brilliant light flashed. She slightly parted her lips and gave the command, "Go." Before the brown bear could react, something collided with its face. Wei Feng was stunned, stammering, "How? How can it be?" Standing before her summoned creature, Xingyu began to explain mockingly, "Low-level summoning magic isn't as simple as you've seen from the outside. Didn't your teacher teach you that before?" Her gaze turned cold as she raised her hand, commanding, "Destroy it." Ningfan, standing to the side, couldn't help but express some admiration. "Looks like she's learned it all. It seems she's been working hard lately." Looking at Xingyu again, she raised her hand and coldly ordered, "Destroy it." Xingyu's summoned creature gathered its strength for a finishing blow, then swung its arm down. The brown bear chose to take a few steps back. Wei Feng still refused to accept his defeat, gritting his teeth in frustration. Indeed, there were methods, but to challenge the advanced summoning technique of his was still far from enough. He pointed his finger, commanding his summoned creature, "Smash that pile of rocks." The creature charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the stone golem of Xingyu, before delivering a final blow that sent the stone golem flying. Xingyu watched every move intently, silently praying to herself, "I must win." Once again, both summoned creatures launched their finishing blows simultaneously. The stone golem's punch came crashing down with immense force. Moments later, the dust began to settle, and only the stone golem remained on the arena. Xingyu excitedly shouted, "I won." Wei Feng smirked, a malicious gleam flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Won, you say?" He used his own blood, speaking mockingly, "True summoning isn't some child's game where rock creatures fight each other. It's about summoning your true spirit, true summoning." As he spoke, he watched as his spirit snakes rushed toward the stone golem, nearly swallowing it whole. Xingyu turned pale, furrowing her brows, and tried to command, "Move aside, quickly." The damnable voice of Wei Feng slowly echoed, "So you can understand what true fear really is." As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure of the one who had been struck shattered into fragments. She stared at the scene, her voice trembling in shock. The power was overwhelming. The small bird on her shoulder was suddenly sucked into the gust of wind. It teared up, screeching and struggling. Xingyu hurriedly grabbed its tiny wing and pulled it back. She held it tightly in her arms, whispering protectively, "Come back here, don't cause any more trouble." Ningfan frowned, staring at the little bird, deep in thought. Why hasn't her summoned spirit animal awakened yet? At that moment, Wei Feng's spirit snake suddenly lunged forward, circling behind and launching a surprise attack, catching Xingyu completely off guard. In the hallway outside, Lung Xingyu speculated, "It must have started by now, we need to hurry." She quickly noticed that the door right in front of her had been completely shattered. As soon as she stepped forward, she saw Zhang Tianchang being thoroughly beaten by Zhao Wenlong, which made Rong Shuiwei worry. "Zhang Tianchang," Lung Xingyu thought in shock, "what is going on here? Isn't he about to lose?" Zhang Tianchang quickly fell back to the ground. At this point, he seemed utterly exhausted. But Zhang Tianchang still tried to rush forward to fight. Zhao Wenlong sneered, "It's useless, struggling like this is just a waste of effort." When he saw Zhang Tianchang charging towards him, he immediately threw a punch to his face, causing blood to splatter. The force of Zhao Wenlong's punch was so strong that it sent Zhang Tianchang flying backward, as though he had been completely overpowered by his strength. Zhang Tianchang glanced away and saw Rong Shuiwei watching him fight, her face full of worry for him. Seeing this, his infatuation flared up again, and he muttered, "I'll fight you with everything I have." The two continued to duel, exchanging martial arts blows. Ningfan frowned. Tianchang was so enraged that he was blinded by his emotions. If he kept going like this, it was doubtful he could even pass the test. Lang Xingyu opened the door and walked in, shouting, "Ningfan. You see, Zhang Tianchang is still going on like this. He's no match for Zhao Wenlong. You're the teacher, do something about it." He thought for a moment, "Aren't I already thinking of a way?" Lu Guangyuan scolded, "You're becoming more and more reckless. Have you forgotten everything you learned in Class S? His words made Ningfan turn back toward the arena. What did you say? It seems like he has realized something. Could it really be that? Without thinking much, Ningfan immediately took action. Zheng Tianchang, seeing that Ningfan was still trying to defend, reassured him, "Calm down, listen to me." Ningfan offered a reminder, "Calm the breath and focus the spirit, preserving the origin and holding to the one." Zhao Wenlong laughed loudly, it's over." In the past, a young man had praised, "You're really strong." Lu Guangyuan, confused, asked, "Huh?" He complimented him, even though from the beginning he was at a disadvantage, but quickly, he had been struck back by him. He responded, "I did think about it. In battle, magic is diverse, but martial arts can only rely on oneself." Lu Guangyuan raised his hand high, saying the more disadvantageous the situation, the calmer one must be. Let chi align with intent, preserving the origin and holding to the one, using the highest realm of each force within the body. He explained, this way, the true power of martial arts can be unleashed. Switching scenes, Lu Guangyuan taught, let chi follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. Zhang Tianchang tried to memorize, let chi follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. Back to the present, he finally recalled, let chi follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. As Zhao Wenlong was about to deliver a final blow to Zhang Tianchang, he laughed again, it's over. Finally, he also came to realize the misunderstanding. Zhang Tianchang immediately tilted his head to the side to dodge. He thought to himself, let chi follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. He had forgotten this important matter earlier. Zhao Wenlong jumped onto the guardrail to gain momentum and then leaped towards Zhang Tianchang, seemingly in a daze. Zhao Wenlong smiled smugly. It's over, he said, utterly shocked by what he saw before him. Zhang Tianchang was still standing firm after the recent attack. It seemed Lu Guangyuan had anticipated this situation. Zhang Tianchang thought to himself, the qi is stable now. Ningfan immediately reminded him, Zhang Tianchang, the martial artist must strike with precision. But he was then cautioned by Lu Guangyuan, enough. He looked visibly annoyed. This is a test. Relying too much on external help will directly disqualify you. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, forget it, let Zhang Tianchang handle the rest. Ningfan reflected, its power has already solidified into a tangible form. Zhao Wenlong frowned. So what if the power has solidified into a tangible form? You're still about to lose. He stomped hard on the ground, causing it to crack. Zhao Wenlong then leaped high to attack Zhang Tianchang. Immediately, she used magic on her own hand and threw a punch to block his attack. Zhao Wenlong immediately stumbled backward. After the recent battle, Zhang Tianchang was also pushed back toward the boundary ropes of the arena. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, completely obscuring the surroundings. Zhao Wenlong asked disdainfully, is this all it takes to be a genius of Class S? Rong Shuiwei's whole body began to tremble. She pulled down her bandage to cheer him on, Zhang Tianchang, keep going. Suddenly, the sound of a chainsaw echoed in the hallway outside the infirmary. The noise resonated throughout the room. A notice appeared on the door, indicating that the infirmary was in use. Dom Lei was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. He had said it was just a minor treatment. His whole body was shaking, but it didn't seem to be the case. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately reassured him, don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for curing you. Her face looked extremely frightening at that moment. On the arena side, Zhao Wenlong sneered, is this all it takes to be a genius of Class S? Just as he was about to launch a finishing blow, Zhang Tianchang heard Rong Shuiwei's encouraging voice, Zhang Tianchang, keep going. He immediately switched to his defensive mode. Zhang Tianchang leaned back to avoid Zhao Wenlong's punch, but still failed. Fortunately, with the next attack, he managed to dodge successfully. He then quickly turned around to continue countering Zhao Wenlong. Zhao Wenlong shouted, let's see how many times you can dodge this.
He relentlessly threw punch after punch at Zheng Tianchang's face, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Despite being knocked back, Zheng Tianchang fought to stay on his feet. He told himself to stay calm, not to let his anger control him, while his mouth taunted. "Come on, let's see how the two of them exchange martial arts."
Zheng Tianchang's face was filled with determination.
After several attempts, he finally managed to strike back at Zhao Wenlong, sending him flying. Panting heavily, Zheng Tianchang muttered, "The opportunity's here, I can't afford to make a mistake this time." Zhao Wenlong spoke up, "I admit I underestimated you before.
You forced me to use my trump card. Even if I fail in the end, you can be proud of yourself."
His jumping power was so immense that it shattered the ground around him.
Zheng Tianchang quickly moved behind to avoid.
He declared loudly, "I've already said it, the teacher must pay the price."
Zhao Wenlong immediately turned around and punched Zheng Tianchang, "Die."
A surge of magic from him continuously attacked his body, landing a hit. However, Zheng Tianchang continued to blink and move to another location. Zhao Wenlong quickly turned to attack again, but still missed. Taking advantage of the situation, Zheng Tianchang delivered a painful blow to his back. It seemed that Zhao Wenlong hadn't anticipated this move. Before he could finish his counterattack, Zheng Tianchang continued to strike Zhao Wenlong. The force of his kick was so powerful that it sent Zhao Wenlong crashing into the ceiling, or a massive explosion occurred, shattering the ground around him. Zheng Tianchang immediately charged toward the spot where Zhao Wenlong was lying, landing a fatal blow, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Now, Dong Lei was slowly walking down the hallway, muttering to himself, "Damn it, that bastard is definitely setting me up." Suddenly, a noise caught Dong Lei's attention. Humph! The wall next to him suddenly shattered. It turned out that the force of Zheng Tianchang's punch was so great that it sent Zhao Wenlong flying far enough to cause such destruction. Even a part of the school was destroyed by his power. Dong Lei, who had just finished his treatment, had to lie down again to measure his blood pressure with Zhao Wenlong. Lu Guangyuan then declared, "The outcome is clear, I announce the end of the competition."
Student Zheng Tianchang was moved.
He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "Finally, the genius of Class S from before has recovered." Lu Guangyuan loudly announced, "This time, Class D has performed excellently, and I will propose to the higher-ups to upgrade Class D." As soon as he said that, Zheng Tianchang also started paying attention to the upgrade.
Li Chang's face clearly showed excitement.
"If that's the case, our class will be upgraded to Class C, right? From now on, we won't have to worry about being expelled anymore." Lang Xingyu smiled, "We defeated the teacher from Class B, maybe we could even be upgraded to Class A."
Rong Shuiwei then asked, "Are you okay, Tianchang?"
Ningfan smirked, "You all did very well today, but today is not over yet." He started to gauge everyone's opinions. "After school, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Anyone who wants to go, raise your hand." Everyone raised their hands in unison. Of course, they had to go. At the restaurant, everyone clinked glasses together. Xia Tiangu began to claim, "No one is allowed to touch my meat." Li Chang said, "Free food, feel free to eat." Meanwhile, Ningfan was still immersed in drinking, "The wine is great."
Lang Xingyu immediately reminded them,
"Everyone, take it easy," he clearly stated. "This time, everyone has worked hard. This meal is on me, so just relax and eat." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao slammed her hand on the table. She glared at Ningfan with an angry look. Ningfan made her feel uncomfortable. "Why is she here too?" Lin Xiaoxiao scolded. "What kind of teacher are you? They just got injured, and you're letting them eat chicken." Lang Xingyu quickly intervened. "It's fine to relax a bit. Teacher, you should sit down and have a drink too." Someone appeared from nowhere, pushing the chair for her. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao firmly maintained her stance. "You all think I'm so easy to sway?" Rong Shuiwei played her trump card. "With Teacher Lin here, I feel more at ease." Only then did she soften. "Just this once.
Suo Feng's face showed clear disappointment. Hey, didn't everyone just put the meat in? He asked. This made Xia Tiangu furious. Didn't I say not to touch my meat? Shifeng asked. Where's the meat I put on the table? I can't find it anymore.
Upon hearing this, Li Chang quickly changed the subject.
Really? That's strange, huh? He shouted loudly. Huh? It's you, kid.
He tried to explain, I saw that everyone wasn't eating, and the meat would get cold, so I thought I'd eat it.
But Shifeng still scolded me, so you secretly ate it? Xia Tiangu was furious. I think this kid wants to die. Long Xingyu could only feel helpless. Ningfan, you should pay attention a little bit. Ningfan remained calm and let it go.
Xia Tiangu is very good, he has integrated into our class already, which made her feel unjust.
Which eye of yours saw this as the kind of situation? Jiao Yushui wondered. Ningfan, when do you plan to start?
He answered, tomorrow should be fine, let's go together.
Ningfan glanced around.
This time, with everyone's help, they managed to pass the written exam.
She smiled, it's the least I can do.
At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was still engrossed in her phone conversation.
Yes, she frowned.
Yes, Xiao Shui is seriously injured, this grudge must be avenged. The next day, in Class D's classroom, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Li Chang spoke up, the door has been sealed off.
They read each line on the paper.
The school announced a budget cut, temporarily suspending the use of classrooms.
Tools from Class D, the finance office of Jincha Academy, they quickly recognized the author. The finance office? It's that bald guy, Lu Huaijun.
Ningfan immediately kicked the door open to rush inside.
He confidently said, You think a little bit of magic can stop me?
But the scene before him made Ningfan retract his earlier words.
Li Chang said. Huh?
The tables and chairs have all been taken away, feels like we've seen this before. Shifeng leaned close to his ear and whispered, Hey, fat guy, over here.
What if we?
Li Chang tried to listen carefully.
He continued explaining, that's how it ends, got it? Causing Li Chang to sigh. Wow, you're a genius, huh? Ningfan reminded them, what are you two making so much noise for? I'm in a bad mood here.
The two of them smiled confidently. Don't worry, teacher, we'll handle the finance office this time and definitely grab the tables and chairs.
With that, they immediately put their plan into action.
Within a short time, they had managed to locate the target.
Li Chang slammed the door open, startling Lu Huaijun. He loudly shouted, It's really you.
Which made him even more confused.
What class are you in? Lu Huaijun immediately adopted a defensive stance. What do you want?
But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Unexpectedly, Li Chang started his act of playing the victim.
Ow, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. He immediately advised, Student, if you're hurt anywhere, go to the infirmary, this is the finance office.
But Li Chang continued to put on the act. It hurts, it hurts. He glanced outside to check if anyone was looking, then started yelling loudly to frame Lu Huaijun.
Oh, the teacher hit someone, the teacher hit someone. Ow, it hurts so much. He seemed to be utterly bewildered by what was happening, huh? I didn't do anything. When he saw someone secretly filming, Lu Huaijun asked, What? What are you doing?
Shifeng explained, I was just walking by, saw the teacher bullying the student, and warned him, quickly return the equipment and documents to our Class D.
Li Chang took the opportunity to threaten, if this photo gets posted.
At this point, Lu Huaijun was still clueless.
Huh?
Lu Huaijun's surprise made Shifeng even more pleased.
I advise you to hand it over quickly, it's better for you. He also chimed in. That's right, our endurance has limits. He then explained.
No, what I mean is that there are surveillance cameras installed here. After all, this is the finance office. It was only then that he realized he was the one who was out of touch. Li Chang's face turned pale. Elsewhere, 2 cups of hot tea were brought in to serve. The person serving the tea opened the door to enter the meeting room. Oh, Yanghua wondered. Did you suddenly call us here because there's something important you want to say?
Meanwhile, Xiala was still engrossed in reading a book.
When Ruan sipped the tea. It would be nice if it was something interesting, things have been so boring lately. Lu Guanyuan got straight to the point. All the students in Class D managed to defeat the teachers in Class B. Through the test conducted by the teachers of Class B, I want to promote them. He tried to gauge the opinions of those around him. Anyone have any thoughts? Oh, Yanhua, the S-class mental system teacher, furrowed his brows. Huh? How can that be? Did the teachers cheat on the test or something? When Ruan, the S-class summoning teacher, quickly agreed. It's just a promotion for Class D. I don't have any objections. Only Xiala remained silent. Jiao Yushui also agreed. These kids have great potential. They definitely deserve the promotion. Her appearance caught Oh Yanghua completely off guard. Huh? Miss Dio was also surprised. Lu Guangyuan then concluded, let's settle this matter, then. After the discussion ended, everyone started leaving the meeting room, except for him, who remained behind. Xiala, don't you have any opinion? Didn't you also dislike Ningfan? Even Xiala had to admit it. Lu Guangyuan came to us for a discussion, probably to promote those students to Class S. They do have the ability, after all. Oh, Yanhua felt somewhat dissatisfied. Why are you like this too? Xiala, the defensive class teacher of Class S, closed his book. It's just Ningfan. He hasn't fully recovered yet, and he's simply not fit to teach Class S students. He tried to guess the meaning behind it, so, you mean we should steal his students and then he can leave? That made him chuckle. Only you would think of that. To his surprise, Zhang Qila had overheard the entire conversation. Zhang Tianchang wants to return to Class S? No way. We have to find a way to deal with this. After this incident, Lu Huaijun regained his position. Well then. Do you still want to threaten me? Suddenly, his body moved on its own. Lu Huaijun suddenly found himself kneeling in a posture of reverence, which left him utterly confused. What's going on? Ningfan immediately stepped forward to greet him. Oh, isn't this Teacher Lu? He smirked. You're giving such a grand salute, but I can't accept that. System notification, you have used the salute to a master action with Lu Huaijun. Lu Huaijun trembled all over. Ningfan, what have you done to me? But it seemed he couldn't do anything about Ningfan's system. The system once again notified, you have used the salute to a master action with Lu Huaijun. He took the opportunity to mock him. It seemed Teacher Lu had finally realized his mistake. Kneeling down repeatedly, hoping I would forgive him. Of course, Lu Huaijun would not accept this. Don't get too smug. Ningfan smiled. We're here to discuss the matter of Class D. The system chimed in again, you have used the salute to a master action with Lu Huaijun. Lu Huaijun, a B-rank summoner, had been injured in battle and was unable to summon his primary spirit. His summoning beast was a white tiger, and he appeared to be in disbelief. Impossible. He then proposed, Teacher Lu, how about we make a trade? Lu Huaijun immediately rejected, there's nothing for us to trade. Ningfan smirked proudly. A few years ago, you were injured, causing your primary summoned beast to fall into a dormant state. I can help you summon it. He was sweating profusely, who would believe your lies? When persuasion failed, he turned and walked away. Well, that's too bad, let's go home then. Suo Feng quickly complied. All right. Ningfan smiled, originally intending to help the teacher solve his baldness problem, which made Lu Huijun recall the taunts from his ex-girlfriend. "Baldy, everyone says you look like my father, let's break up." Then he immediately tried to hold on to him.
"Wait a minute." Lu Huijun rushed to grab Ningfan's legs. "How are you going to prove it?"
Ningfan turned his head to look.
"Simple," he declared loudly, then summoned the teacher's spirit beast first.
At the door of Class D, Leng Xingyu began to complain.
"So annoying."
She glanced at the boys who didn't seem troubled at all.
2 students from a different class started to mock them.
The worst class in the school, and now they don't even bother to go to class. It turned out to be Wang Fei from the 5th-year combat system and Zhang Qile from the 5th-year summoning system.
Wang Fei asked nonchalantly. "Oh, genius, I heard your hand is better now, why are you still hitting someone with a cast?"
He didn't hold back and continued mocking, making Zhang Tianchang grow agitated. "Why are they here?"
Xia Tiangu immediately intervened. "Leave this to me."
His face was filled with murderous intent.
"If you guys in the class aren't brave enough to fight, then get lost."
Elsewhere, Ningfan was still diligently herding chickens.
"All right, next, just do as I say."
The two of them seemed unable to catch up with the flow of the conversation. A delivery person walked up from somewhere.
"Mr. Ning's goods have arrived." He replied, "It's here?" "That's me."
Ningfan placed the parcel right in front of Lu Huijun, then flashed a sinister smile.
"Well then, let's start preparing."
He was drenched in sweat.
"Ningfan, does it really have to be like this? Can we change it?"
Ningfan covered his nose with a cloth.
"Do you want to see your summoned beast with 4 lives or not? Just follow what I say."
Lu Huijun didn't like it, but had no choice but to accept.
Fine."
He stood outside the door and called in, then proceeded to eat while maintaining the summoning.
He asked, "Do I still have to eat?"
Li Chang drooled onto Shifeng's head.
"If you're not eating, then I'll eat."
"It clearly smells so good."
This made him incredibly angry.
"You're the type who thinks everything smells good as long as you're eating." Lu Huifeng took a knife and cut his hand. There was nothing else to do, so he had to go along with it, indifferent. Lu Huifeng tried to eat the black tofu right in front of him. He slurped his noodles while his eyes widened in horror at its terrible taste. Yet, Lu Huifeng still forced himself to finish the piece of fish on the table. Suddenly, blood spurted from his hand. Lu Huifeng raised his hand to observe, wondering if a cat would suddenly appear in front of him.
I'd made Lu Huifeng extremely happy. "Great! Comrade, we can once again fight side by side."
Before he could feel touched for long, the cat caught the foul smell coming from his mouth. It scratched Lu Huifeng's face.
"What's that?" "It stinks to high heaven."
Ningfan advised, cats are very sensitive to smells. This scent might trigger the summoned beast when you open the summoning portal. But this only forces it to wake up. Your summoned beast is still very weak, you need to take good care of it.
He immediately followed the advice. The system notification added 500 trust points.
He thought to himself, the summoned beast and summoning master are one and the same.
I wonder when Leng Xingyu will finally understand this point.
It continuously displayed the credit score of 1255, health status, good, alertness level, 1.8%. System skills, 1 master's token, 2 boast to the master, 3 consumes 1000 credit points to activate.
Ningfan widened his eyes, does the new skill require 1000 credit points to activate?
Lu Huifeng shouted loudly, Ning teacher. He knelt and bowed to him, Ning teacher, from now on, I will follow you.
I will return all the learning tools.
Ningfan broke into a cold sweat, startled for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry to use the new skill, he would wait until he had more credit points to activate it.
He glanced at him, did you hear what Lu teacher said? Hurry and return the tools to the class. Li Chang quickly complied, no problem. He turned to Shifeng, let's go. And he had disappeared without a trace. Ningfan's phone rang, and he immediately picked it up. Hello. Jiao Yushui asked, I'm at the school gate now, when will you arrive? Li Chang cursed angrily, damn Shifeng, doesn't Ningfan understand what's going on? She quickly reminded him, didn't we say we're picking herbs today? You didn't forget, did you? Joking, he hurriedly denied, no, of course not. Ningfan opened the window in his room and jumped out onto the ground. That damn bald guy had wasted too much of his time. In Class D, Xia Tiangu warned, anyone from other classes who doesn't want to get beaten should get the hell out of here. Wang Fei sneered, oh, has Zhang Tianchang found himself a solid backing now? Zhang Qila threatened, we're here to find Zhang Tianchang today. Anyone not involved should leave now, or else, he won't just stand there scared he'll provoke us. I'm curious to see what happens then. He immediately launched a strike to intimidate. Zhang Qila glared at Xia Tiangu, then openly mocked, just some petty tricks, what's there to show off? He assessed Xia Tiangu's abilities, you got turtle-style powers or something? Without saying much, Zhang Qila acted instantly. In no time, he had teleported right in front of Xia Tiangu. Xia Tiangu quickly raised his shield, expanding it, which surprised Zhang Qilu. What's this? He exclaimed, then stomped on the shield to perform a somersault. Zhang Qila didn't seem scared by his power. He said, don't think I can't do anything about your turtle shell. This time, it seemed that the one who should be terrified was Xia Tiangu. He hadn't expected his shield to be so easily destroyed. Zhang Qila looked at Xia Tiangu with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Just one punch from him would be enough to shake the entire building. Wang Fei flashed a smug smile. Is this guy serious? The repair costs are going to skyrocket this time. Both of them were extremely worried about Xia Tiangu. A cloud of dust filled the corridor, shrouding everything in haze. Zhang Qila grabbed him by the collar, but that was all he did. Where did Suo Feng come from to ambush him? He furrowed his brow. Let Xia Tiangu go, now. Suo Feng landed with a thud on the ground. Zhang Qilu, unwilling to give him back, became flustered. This was bad, he had to deactivate the defense screen. He threw Xia Tianji's body toward Suo Feng, creating a massive explosion. Even he had no choice but to back down too crafty. Zhang Tianchang shouted. Enough, stop it already. Zhang Qilu waved his hand. I was only here to find you. If you come out, we can finish the fight from last time. He quickly agreed. Okay, but was stopped by Long Xingyu. No, your wounds aren't healed yet. Don't cause more trouble. If you hurt my friend, you're going to regret it. In her heart, she wondered, where could Ningfan have gone this time? Elsewhere, Ningfan was still making a huge commotion. As he carried Jiao Yushui away, he kept wondering why there were so many bees. Ningfan shouted in panic, why are there so many poisonous bees? Yushui immediately cast a spell, freeze. Instantly, the entire swarm of bees was frozen in place. Ningfan then asked, is the danger you're talking about these bees? She explained, no, normally there wouldn't be any poisonous bees here, and the behavior of these bees is very unusual. He suspiciously asked, you mean someone's been sneaking around? Ningfan kept running, but suddenly stopped. In front of him, the bees were glaring at him. He spoke, they've surrounded us, what are you going to do about it? A voice came from the sandy ground, it will be as you wish. A new figure appeared, A member of the Alliance of People with Extraordinary Abilities. He said, I originally intended to find the long-haired monster, but unexpectedly, I've made an unforeseen catch. You two are practitioners of orthodox power, right? Off to hell you go. At this moment, both Ningfan and Yushui were casting spells. They both shouted, strong wind shield, freeze. Ningfan coldly said, you hold a grudge against someone from a righteous sect? You're from the Alliance, the ones with abilities different from others? But you've picked the wrong person to provoke. He shouted, heaven burning inferno. A massive fire burst into flames. Air trembled at the sight. Can you use so many abilities at once? The incense burner in his hand also shattered into pieces. Ningfan appeared in front of Air and coldly said, what you didn't expect is coming, and it's behind you. His face suddenly turned pale and ghastly. Air then collapsed to the ground and passed out. Ningfan muttered, I might have been a bit too harsh. Suddenly, distant screams echoed, catching their attention. Ningfan's expression changed. The voice explained by Yushue said, those are the cries of the long-haired monsters. When the mention of long-haired monsters came up, it seemed like there might be more than one, and they could be targeting some spirit herbs. Ningfan grabbed her hand and hurriedly said, then let's get there quickly. At this moment, Shifeng was walking down the corridor. He thought to himself, lucky I slipped away quickly. That fat guy is really dumb. I'm just going to wait for the lessons. Ah, my desk and chair, I'm back. Suddenly, a cloud of dust appeared at Shifeng's feet. He widened his eyes in surprise. What's going on? Are you the one causing all this dust, Wang Fei? Shifeng wondered. Isn't that a student from Class S? He wondered why he was here. Xingyu coldly threatened, if you dare hurt my friend, you're not getting away with it. She picked up a strand of qi and ordered, come out. A stone monster appeared behind Xingyu, but suddenly its head was torn off by something. It turned out that someone in armor outside had done it. Wang Fei then spoke up, hey, don't pretend I don't exist just because I haven't made a move yet. The stone monster's eye suddenly lit up. Xingyu shouted in order. The bird on her shoulder immediately flew out. Wang Fei remarked, summoning your familiar is interesting. Xingyu commanded, cut that guy open for me, and you make a cut in your palm. Wang Fei summoned a half-leopard person and said, but compared to my familiar, this is nothing. The familiar growled menacingly, and Xingyu's bird was so startled that it flapped its wings in panic. It turned around and flew straight into her arms to hide. The people involved in the battle, Suafeng, Xia Tiangu, as well as the big sister in Zheng Tianchang, continued. Shifeng thought to himself, don't they know what happens if you mess with a Class S student? No, if I make a move, I'll be done for too. He told himself, I have to go, I have to. Wang Fei suddenly spoke to Shifeng, I like how you look at me like you're annoyed, but you're really not. He remained indifferent, unable to do anything to me. Shifeng then raised his hand, which contained an attack spell, aiming it at Wang Fei. Xingyu immediately shouted, Shifeng, he just said big sis, leave him to me, you go help Xia Tianji's group quickly. Tiango reminded him, you can fly, just go straight ahead, he won't be able to attack you. But Suafeng was still worried, if I run, what will happen to you? Sheila swung his fist and said, fly? Are you sure you can escape? He struck forward with all his strength, but in front of Sheila were three giant stone figures, saying, the tables have turned. He still arrogantly challenged them, humph, even if the three of you attack together, you still can't defeat me. You have no skill. Sheila turned and ran, shouting, if you have the skill, fight me one-on-one. Meanwhile, in the forest on the mountaintop, Ningfan and Yushue stood before a cave. It should be here, right? She urged. We need to hurry. This medicinal herb is very rare. We can't let those from the Alliance or anyone with unusual abilities steal it. Suddenly, he shouted. Wait, something's approaching. In the dark cave, only a pair of bright red eyes were visible, and a small furry creature leaped out, howling loudly. It was so clumsy that it fell face first onto the ground. Ningfan was puzzled, is this a long-haired monster? Then, a glowing whip shot out, followed by an angry voice, a bunch of brainless beasts, just die already. The whip darted straight toward the long-haired monster. Ningfan quickly grabbed it. A voice echoed in the cave, who's there? Dare to block my whip? You just mentioned reason, killing wild animals is against the law. The alliance of those with special abilities? The man holding the whip asked, wasn't air guarding the forest? How did you all get in here? Ningfan casually replied, oh, that guy? I went a little too hard on him just now. Rushed forward angrily, you dare to kill air? I'll fight you. He thought to himself, huh?
Not even finished speaking, he's really hot-headed. A notification appeared, you have made a formal greeting to Adi. Suddenly, Adi knelt down with both legs hitting the ground so hard that the earth and rocks cracked. Ningfan stepped forward and mocked, oh, I'm so sorry, please get up quickly. He then pressed a button on the whip. Adi shot out electric sparks and shouted loudly, I'll kill you. Ningfan casually flicked his whip away. He was stunned. What? At that moment, a death god appeared behind Adi. It used an axe to sever the whip's strand. The axe's blade was pressed against Adi's neck, and he panicked. Take it easy, take it easy. A moment later, Adi was lying sprawled on the ground. Ningfan repeated his earlier words, though perhaps he had been a little too heavy-handed. Suddenly, the long-haired goblin waved, greeting countless glowing eyes in the cave, making Ningfan curious. What's going on? At this point, the entire group of long-haired goblins began to emerge. They surrounded Ningfan, chattering in some incomprehensible language. He stood there, frozen. What is this? Ningfan handed Adi over to the group of long-haired goblins. Yu Shui waved her hand. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. She added, it seems like they're very grateful to us, not at all as vicious as they're described in the books. Ningfan nodded. Yeah, the books must have been wrong. He glanced at the pile of medicine bags on his shoulder and asked, by the way, how many hair growth medicines do we have here? Yu Shui replied, 2 bundles. Ningfan raised an eyebrow. Only 2? She answered, the rest of the herbs are for nourishing the children. She had just urged, it was already late, we should hurry back. Suddenly, a voice rang out, are you sure you can make it back? A finger pointed out and shot a lightning bolt. It turned out to be threatening, do you really think I'm that weak? You fools, if I drop the medicinal herbs, I can make sure you die a quick and painless death. Ningfan calmly replied, I think you should worry about yourself. Look behind you. But Adi raised his fist, daring to use tricks against me, I will kill you. Suddenly, something grabbed him. It turned out that Adi was being lifted by a giant, long-haired demon, its eyes glowing, making him shiver. Ningfan was speechless, it seemed the books hadn't been wrong after all. The next day, in Class D, Ningfan cheerfully walked in and called out, good morning. In front of him were Tiangu and Suathong, both covered in injuries. Ningfan froze and asked, huh? What happened to you guys? Did you fight? Shifeng explained, yesterday, people from Class S came and caused trouble for us. Tian Chang then shouted, it's all my fault. He was sure I would become stronger to restore fairness for everyone. Tiangu slammed the table angrily. I can't swallow this frustration either, Xingyu spoke up, aren't you guys still complaining it's not enough trouble? Suddenly, Wang Fei walked in and exclaimed, oh. He's stirring things up, I didn't expect you guys still dared to come to school. Xingyu replied, what else do you want to do? Wang Fei then said, yesterday, you guys plotted against me, so of course, I'm here to settle the score today. Suddenly, Sun Xia from the S-Class Spirit System interrupted, I heard there's a Spirit System student in your class, I want to learn who it is. Shifeng immediately trembled. Sun Xia quickly noticed, it's not you, is it, four-eyed? At that moment, outside the school, during dismissal time, Ningfan felt irritated, seeing your face so early in the morning, truly unlucky. Guang Yuan then said, it's about the exam and promotion for Class D. There was a meeting this morning, come with me. Ningfan was surprised, you've already proposed it to the higher-ups? Suddenly, there was a conversation.
Have you heard the rumor about Class D students defeating a teacher from Class B?
Two girls nearby were whispering to each other.
Of course, everyone in the school knows. Yeah, it's really extraordinary, just like something out of a comic.
Ningfan listened attentively to their conversation.
I heard that Class D fought with Class S yesterday, and they got beaten up badly.
Oh, I just saw some students from Class S storming angrily towards Class D.
Then he shouted, "Hey, you two!" Guan Yuan quickly intervened. "Whatever it is, we can talk after class."
The principal is back, and he's attending this meeting.
Ningfan, curious, asked, "The principal?"
Right now, Kaishan is looking into the issues that happened during the exam for Class D, specifically the intentional injury of Rong Shuiwei.
It's a serious situation.
According to the regulations, I think Xiao Wenlong, the head of the judging panel, should be dismissed.
The principal then addressed Zhao Wenlong. "Do you have anything to say?"
Wenlong trembled as he responded, "No, it was Dong Lei. He was defeated by Rong Shuiwei before, so he held a grudge. It was him seeking revenge."
Dong Lei immediately retorted, "Sir, you're lying." Wenlong presented a photo as evidence. "This is proof that Dong Lei attacked. This has nothing to do with me." The photo shows Dong Lei stabbing through the ice. Guan Yuan countered, "Do you think presenting this will absolve you of responsibility? Furthermore, at that time, you were even covering for Dong Lei, weren't you?" The principal then spoke, "The situation with Dong Lei is serious.
In the past, teachers who were found guilty of causing harm to students were expelled from the school and held accountable for intentionally injuring students. Zhao Wenlong disrupted the order for his own benefit, and starting from today, he would no longer hold the position of class leader but would be reassigned to manage logistics."
Wenlong exclaimed, "Principal, I."
He was sharply interrupted with, "Shut up." Diao Guiyu, the principal, spoke firmly, "If you have any objections to your new duties, you may submit your resignation."
Guan Yuan voiced his opinion. During the exam, the students of Class D performed exceptionally well. Many of them have the abilities of Class S. I suggest promoting the class.
At that moment, in the classroom of Class D, Shifeng was thrown so hard that he smashed into a desk.
Sun Xia raised his voice, "Leave it until tomorrow." "Ha, aren't they just a bunch of chickens?" someone mocked. Wang Fei also gave orders.
Zheng Tianchang knelt and bowed his head to me, and I would spare you all.
Tianchang hesitated, "I." Xingyu responded with conviction, "What will happen if we don't?"
"No matter what you say, I will not hand over my friend to you."
Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from outside the door. "Ha, well said."
Sun Xia turned in surprise to look, and Xingyu was equally curious. It turned out to be Ningfan standing there, boasting. All it took was 1 day of my absence, and look what happened. His voice turned stern again, "Now I want to see who dares to bully my students." At this moment, Guiyu said, "Humph.
Let Ningfan in."
The door slowly opened, and a figure appeared.
It was Ningfan, but why did he look so strange? Guiyu thought he should raise his voice and scold, "Ningfan dares to skip the meeting?"
In class, Ningfan Do had just said, "I want to see who dares to bully my student."
Wang Fei replied, "I was wondering why none of you are willing to fight me." He then mocked Tianchang, "Did I break your arm and now you've lost all your backbone? A bunch of trash, are you waiting for the teacher to take revenge for you?" Xingyu angrily retorted, "Who are you calling trash?"
Ningfan said, "I'm not that great either.
My student could easily knock you off the class ranking." Wang Fei, unabashed, responded, "Ning teacher, I heard you got injured, did it affect your brain? You think your group can kick me off the ranking? Are you still dreaming?" Ningfan replied, "If you don't believe it, pick anyone and let's see."
Wang Fei shot back, "Since you said that, I won't hold back."
He then pointed at Tiangu, "Then you go." Tiangu retorted, "You're picking the strongest person in this class, are you looking to die?"
Ningfan slapped his head, "He chose you, of course, because you're weak now." Then he whispered, "Come here, let me tell you something." Ningfan instructed Tiangu, I already taught you the basic shape-shifting stretches before, now comes the most important part.
Listen carefully. What do you do after the invitation? Got it?
Ningfan excitedly said, try it, but don't hold back too much.
Tiangu replied, no problem, are you ready to be beaten to a pulp?
Then he slumped down, his body trembling in front of the confused eyes.
All that could be seen was Tiangu holding his head, shaking.
Ningfan thought to himself, I should probably stop beating him up so much. The scene shifted to the outdoor training ground.
Ningfan presided over the match between Tiangu and Wang Fei, and it began.
Tiangu conjured a green shield and said, don't worry, I'll be gentle.
Wang Fei raised his hand to summon flames, coldly saying, Humph, after hearing your teacher's words, you think you're impressive now? Wang Fei summoned a vicious three-headed wolf to threaten, believing that being superior meant paying the price. The wolf lunged at Tiangu's shield, and an explosion immediately followed. Ningfan nodded in satisfaction, this kid really picks things up fast.
Only the shattered remnants of the shield were left, piercing straight through the wolf. Another shard pierced through the mouth of the wolf's head. It turned out that Tiangu's shield had sprouted sharp spikes, which impaled Wang Fei's poor wolf. He raised his voice sarcastically, is this the high-level summoning talent of yours? How laughable. A notification rang out, trust points plus 66.
Tiangu arrogantly said, is this your high-level summoning spell? It's absolute trash.
Wang Fei laughed, looks like that useless old teacher of yours actually taught you something useful after all. He summoned a hybrid leopard. Since that's the case, I'll play with you a little longer.
Tiangu wasn't scared and responded, fine, let's see who plays who.
The sharp tips of the shield shot toward the leopard. It leaped up, dodging the sharp tips. Tiangu conjured more spikes and shouted, go. They all rushed toward the leopard.
A loud boom erupted, and the earth scattered in all directions.
From the thick dust and smoke, the faint shadow of the leopard emerged.
The leopard then swung its fist, sparking with electricity.
It struck the shield, causing the shield to cave in.
Tiangu started to panic, imagining even more terrifying weapons.
He remembered Ningfan's words, this is the method to shift from defense to offense.
Ningfan had instructed, use your imagination more. The stronger your imagination, the stronger this ability will be.
At this moment, the reporter was so focused on attacking Tiangu that he didn't notice a sharp set of teeth coming at him from behind. Instantly, it latched onto him tightly.
Wang Fei cried out in fear, what? He could only curse back, so what if you won? Do you think a D class can compete for a spot on the S-rank leaderboard? Meanwhile, Tiangu was panting heavily, catching his breath. He regained his composure and said, failure, what are you even saying? Ningfan gave Tiangu a sharp slap on the head.
Despite leaving, Tiangu still had that smug expression, he clearly still wanted a beating.
Ningfan scolded, look at you, it's not that you can't beat the S-class. You go out for a day and get bullied like this?
Shifeng spoke up, no, the S-class really is very strong. Ningfan's anger flared as he retorted, it seems I've been too lenient with you all.
I came back with some valuable items this time. Next, I'm going to train you all seriously.
He took out a vial containing a purple liquid and said, let's start with you.
Lung Xingyu picked it up, puzzled, what is this?
Ningfan revealed, this is the reward for your victory last time. She read aloud the label on the bottle, hair growth medicine made by Ningfan. She said as if the teacher was keeping his word, then immediately gulped it down.
Ningfan was startled, you drank it all in one go like that?
Suddenly, the hood on Xingyu's head fell off, revealing her long, shiny hair. Seeing Xingyu looking like a wild person, she screamed, that's too much. Ningfan explained, that's why I said you shouldn't drink it all at once.
Xingyu was annoyed, why didn't you say that earlier?
Ningfan retorted, I did say it, but you had already drunk it by then. Then Ningfan suggested if there was too much, she could cut it and save it for the birds. She screamed again. Ningfan was suddenly startled as Guiyu appeared out of nowhere and spoke up, "You really are arrogant." Guiyu spoke again, "Ningfan, you're really something. You even had to wait for me to come and invite you to the meeting." Ningfan panicked, why did he come straight here? Xingyu shouted, "Principal, principal, this time you've really angered the principal." He quickly explained, "It's unjust. Old Lu didn't notify me, so how would I have known?" Guang Yuan then said, "Be honest. The principal has been thinking about giving your class a promotion opportunity. If he didn't notify you, how would you have known?" "I'm the one who was supposed to notify you." Seeing him do this, Ningfan was taken aback. Guiyu continued to reprimand. "All you do all day is joke around, you're not being straightforward. Don't you feel guilty towards your father?" Ningfan thought to himself, if the class level increased, it would be better for the students. He replied, "The principal is right, I'll pay more attention from now on." Then he said, "But honestly, my class has the strength to compete in the S-rank competition." However, Kai Shan had already revealed enough, only students from Class S and Class A were allowed to participate in the ranking competition. Ningfan casually responded, "If I really want to participate at all costs, what should I do?" Kai Shan then set the condition, "You just need to make all the teachers of Class A acknowledge the strength of your Class D students, and you will be eligible to join the S-rank selection competition this year. The only problem is, the exam starts in 7 days." He replied, "Then it's simple, that means we just need to fight 2 matches. Kai Shan said, "Are you joking?" "I said the teachers of all of Class A from the entire school need to acknowledge it." Ningfan explained, "The first match, a showdown with the top student from Class A. If we can manage that, surely our Class D's strength will be acknowledged, right?" He continued, "If not, then the second match, a direct duel with the highest ranking teacher from Class A." Ningfan inquired, "Do you think this is okay, sir?" The homeroom teacher, Ma, while Kai Shan was the homeroom teacher guiding the teachers of Class A, continued to behave dangerously. "If that's the case, it still won't do. We'll have no choice but to make every single person in Class A acknowledge us." Sua Feng immediately spoke up, "I wonder if anyone from Class A is up for a competition with me?" Tiangu also bragged, "We haven't fought yet, we're just sharpening our knives with Class A." Ningfan exclaimed, "Exactly, that means." Xingyu squeezed his shoulder tightly. Class B and C have already been tormented by him, and now he wants to make Class A suffer. Kai Shan thought to himself, offending the king and still wanting to return to Class S? What a fool, dreaming. Then he threatened, "I warn you, if you dare deceive me, I will fire you." Guiyu then said, "All right, I trust you this time." Ningfan, with Kai Shan immediately interjecting, "Principal, this ranking match is related to the upcoming competition between the 2 schools." Guiyu responded coldly, "Haven't you made enough of a mess already?" He declared, "I'm making an exception to allow Class D to participate and win the selection contest for Class S in 7 days. Tiangu immediately became excited, while Xingyu was left speechless. Guiyu placed a hand on Ningfan's shoulder, speaking quietly to him, "Now you can make a comeback. I can help you." Then Guiyu brushed past him. He instructed, "There are some things, just let them go." Ningfan chuckled, "Let them go? Ha ha." He thought to himself, Ningfan, ask yourself, when an entire family dies in one night, do you really think it's that easy to let go? At this moment, Xingyu was holding scissors, preparing to cut her hair, and said, "It's just a haircut, right? I can cut it myself." She snipped away, and strands of hair fell all around. It seemed a bit long on one side, a little uneven on the other. "Just fix this part a bit." Then, the scissors clattered to the ground. The next day, Shifeng and Li Chang were stifling their laughter, shaking with amusement, as they mocked Xingyu, "Big sis, didn't you take that hair growth medicine? Why is it still so short?" Shifeng responded, "Probably cut it herself and messed it up." Li Chang added, "She's dumbfounded now, is it possible we guessed right?" Ha ha. They both reveled in teasing, "Big sis, I'm sorry, don't hit me, don't hit me." Ningfan spoke up, "All right, today I'll arrange some training related to the competition for you all.
Feng, bruised from the beating, said, I just want to be a happy dried fish.
Li Chang, with his face swollen, said, I just need food, I'll do anything.
Xingyu, frustrated, replied, What?
Two hopeless guys.
Sua Feng then said, I want to test my own abilities. Tiangu also added, Actually, the feeling of being in Class S is just like this.
Ningfan cleared his throat a few times. Listen to me.
Right now, someone is sneaking around outside.
He sensed someone outside the door and turned around to look, but the person quickly hid. Ningfan continued, Next, we must. That person stuck their head out again to listen. Ningfan's eyes became sharp, and he immediately grabbed the person's head and asked, Who's sneaking around outside the classroom door? The person spoke up, Don't hit me, it's me.
It turned out to be Dong Lei.
He awkwardly said, It's me, Ning teacher. Ningfan coldly slapped him. As a teacher, I have to take action. Dong Lei explained, Please don't hit me anymore, Ning teacher.
I came to apologize.
He sincerely said, Last time, I almost made a huge mistake. I have deeply realized my shortcomings. From now on, I will train hard for a while, both my mind and body. Ningfan responded, It's good to recognize your mistakes and correct them. Dong Lei suddenly said, So Ning teacher has agreed to forgive me.
Ningfan appeared dangerous. Did I say anything about forgiveness? Moreover, the person you should be asking for forgiveness from is the student you injured.
You should raise the stakes a little more before you get what you want. At this moment, in the classroom at the school, there were already two people inside. Manhwa spoke up, The principal has agreed to Lu Guangyuan's request. 7 days from now, Class D will also participate in the S-level ranking competition. Xiala responded as expected, then the next step is to poach his students. At this moment, in the administrative office, the door slowly opened, and Xiao Xiao stepped inside. She reported, The higher-ups suspect that the physical condition of Class D's students might be problematic and have requested a thorough examination during the ranking competition.
Kaishan quickly stood up to clarify.
He thought to himself, Once this settles down, let's see if the alliance of those with unusual abilities can still act so arrogantly. Meanwhile, Ningfan was instructing the students, Next, I will train you all and also guide you to understand things more thoroughly.
Each of your physical capabilities should start to take action one by one. This competition will definitely not be ordinary.
At this time, in the training equipment area, someone was combing through their shiny hair, and it turned out to be Huai Jun. He instructed the staff to install it carefully.
This is the newly purchased training equipment. Ningfan pulled his student over and said, It seems like it's almost ready. Huai Jun replied, Yes, the new training equipment is almost set up.
Once you use it, competing in S-rank tournaments will be no problem. Ningfan immediately stopped him, frustrated, and said, Don't come over here. You'll train on your own today.
Tomorrow, I'll give you some guidance. Ningfan left, waving his hand as he reminded them, Make sure to train hard. I'll be leaving now.
Xingyu muttered, That guy must have forgotten his purpose because of some distractions.
Tian Chang asked with concern, Shui Wei, are your eyes all right?
Shui Wei replied, Yeah, Lin's sister said it'll be fine in a few days, just in time for the competition.
Tian Chang cheerfully said, Then rest up and recover today. Suddenly, Huai Jun threw his arm around him and said, Hey kid, practicing martial arts, right? Come on, check this out.
He introduced, the A3000 robot performs magical techniques used for training. It's the perfect companion for solo practice, equipped with AI that can adjust its abilities to match the opponent's strength. It's the best choice for practicing your martial arts. Huai Jun clapped his hands on the poor machine. Get up, it's time to work. At this moment, students from other classes were talking amongst themselves.
Did you see that? Class D is training over there. Did you see it? They're so strong.
Recently, they even got an exception to compete in the S-rank tournament.
A mysterious girl spoke up, Class D, huh?
At that moment, the robot flew high into the air, and an announcement sounded, raising the difficulty level to the maximum. Tian Chang immediately swung his fist, and with a single punch, he shattered the huge rock. He landed back on the ground and began to pant, catching his breath. The girl who had been hidden earlier walked up behind Tian Chang and spoke, "Long time no see." Tian Chang was surprised, "You're that girl?" Before he could react, she kicked at him, but he blocked it with his hand. However, Tian Chang was still sent flying backward. He quickly took a defensive stance and said, "Don't just attack like that out of nowhere." It turned out the girl was Hong Yilin, from Class S, the barrier system. Yilin said, "Didn't we already greet each other? I saw you mess up the machine, so I just decided to join you and train." Tian Chang replied, "I don't need it. I can't beat you anyway. You're just here to be a punching bag, right?" Yilin revealed, "It's fine, I won't use my abilities, and I won't draw my sword." "Want to give it a try?" he said angrily, "It's because of what you said." At the same time, Ningfan was leisurely drinking coffee with Yu Shui. Lang Xingyu was also eavesdropping through binoculars and remarked, as expected, "Seeing beauty makes one forget their sense." Yu Shui then said, "Ningfan, I just got the notification. Class D has successfully entered the S-ranked qualification battle." Ningfan replied, "They've worked hard. This competition won't be a problem for them." She said so he had to try his best too. Yu Shui shyly called out, "I'll wait for you in Class S." At this point, Shifeng was very curious what had they seen. Li Chang was impatient and said, "Hurry up and tell us." Xingyu was annoyed, "Stop being loud. If you want to watch, buy your own binoculars." She gave a sly smile, as if she had seen something interesting. Xingyu thought to herself, "Seems like I could tease the teacher a little." By now, Yu Shui had already left, leaving Ningfan standing there in confusion. Why did she leave? The next day, in the training equipment room, a battle between two robots was underway. A loud voice shouted, "Even if it's training, there's no need to hold back." Xingyu loudly commanded, "It's just a ball, isn't it? Slice it up." Huai Jun confidently said, "Don't underestimate the capabilities of this large-scale GD0 training robot." Then he commanded the robot to launch. Once completed, the humanoid laser sword turned to rubble. The robot grew tall, its arms igniting in an X shape. Xingyu watched in awe, "Cool, that's so cool." She turned to say, "Ningfan, you should teach me some badass summoning techniques, but you refused." "No need. Isn't the stone man cool enough?" Suddenly, Yu Shui seemed dangerous. What did you do at the CAF yesterday? Why did Miss Diao suddenly stand up and leave?" Ningfan was surprised. You're threatening me. If you're not happy, you might accidentally let something slip." He sighed, Fine. I'll teach you." Then Ningfan shouted loudly, "Isn't a student's summon creature supposed to be cool? That's my fault." He grabbed Yu Shui's shoulders and kept shouting, "Come on, whatever kind of summon creature you want, I'll teach you everything." She hesitated, "Something like a flying dragon maybe?" Ningfan bluntly said, "Things like that from comics don't exist in reality, so no matter how you try, you can't summon them." Yu Shui hesitated, "There's no version like that?" Suddenly, Li Chang dashed past them, get out of the way. Ningfan suggested, "How about a giant snake?" Yu Shui replied, "No need, it's really ugly." Outside the door, there's a giant wondering, "What's this fat guy doing running around?" The giant tried to squeeze into the narrow door, causing the wall to collapse. He spoke up, "Sorry, please move aside." The giant, wearing a fish head, continued, "This king is looking for the fat guy for something." Tian Gu walked in from somewhere and exclaimed, "Huh? Now he's under my protection. If there's an issue, it goes through me first." "Who are you? State your name." Li Chang immediately tattled, "He's bullying me." The fish-headed giant replied, "Are you challenging me? Then take a good look."
He turned his back and showed off the fish tattoo on his back, introducing it, "Here, my name." Everyone looked at the strange creature in front of them and murmured, "That's a strange name." The fish tattoo helplessly reminded them, "Look at the writing, it's right there." Tiangu frowned, uncertain, and blurted out a name that sounded like fish. Li Chang, standing beside him, suddenly thought of something and drooled, "Dried fish." Sua Feng couldn't help but be more curious the longer he stared. Unable to resist, he stepped forward. Taking advantage of the fish-headed giant's distraction, he reached out to touch. But before he could even touch it, he was loudly warned by the giant fish, "There are eyes behind this prince as well. What are you trying to do, sneaking around like that?" At this point, Sua Feng stopped being sneaky and directly jumped onto him, wearing the fish head mask with an exaggerated, almost supernatural look. "I want to see what you really look like." As soon as he finished speaking, Sua Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, to the point that blood vessels appeared. Then, his face turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind. It wasn't a fish mask at all. Nan Gongyan casually slid one hand into his pocket, exuding an air of confidence. As the strongest summoner at present, ranked second overall, Nan Gongyan was a level 5 summoner. Not long ago, Li Chang had been intensely fiddling with something. His expression was one of pure enjoyment as he ate with relish. The strict manager's sister had him sneaking his food. Suddenly, something fell beside him, startling him so much that he dropped the food in his mouth. The giant fish laughed to reassure him. "Huh, was the princess scared too much for you? Don't be afraid, little fatty. I'm just here waiting for you." Li Chang glanced back in confusion. "What's that? Why is there some uncle wearing a fish head mask? Could he be a fish-eating fanatic? Why does he look so regretful, staring at that food bag, making himself drop the dried fish on the floor?" Suddenly, Li Chang's eyes gleamed, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. He kindly extended a handful of fish in front of the other party. "Fish head, would you like to try this delicious food? Would you eat it?" The dried fish was quite happy with his gesture. "Oh, are you offering tribute to this prince? In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." The dried fish praised as it put the food into its mouth. "Not bad, this pleases me." At that moment, another voice suddenly spoke up. "Delicious." Li Chang was startled once again. How did another person appear out of nowhere? Nan Gongyan happily asked while eating. "What is this delicious food?" Li Chang rolled his eyes but still answered, "Salted dried fish." The moment he finished speaking, the piece of fish in the dried fish's hand immediately fell to the ground. Nan Gongyan frowned, angrily pointing at the other party. He dares to give dried fish a piece of his own kind to eat. We can't let him off. Attack! Xia Tiangu helplessly glanced at the person hiding behind him. "Why are you provoking even salted fish now?" Li Chang scratched his head and smiled innocently. "I didn't know. It was a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Suddenly, the dried fish in front of him gleamed with light, appearing relaxed, magnanimous, and forgiving. "If it's just a misunderstanding, then I'll forgive you." Xia Tiangu, dazzled by the compassionate glow, exclaimed in shock. "Why is this salted fish shining so brightly?" But Nan Gongyan suddenly spoke up, his tone cold. "Don't." The boy, tearful and sniffling, looked upset. "We've been bullied like this, we can't just let it slide. Beat him up." Seeing this, the fish-like creature bent down and patted his head, reassuring him, "Xia Yanyan, fighting is not good, you'll get hurt." Nan Gongyan clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the other person. "But I can't swallow this anger." The expression on his face made the fish-like creature freeze, his eyes narrowing. Embarrassed, his whole body brimming with energy, he rushed in front of Xia Tiangu and shouted. It seemed that he really had to teach this person a lesson after all. When Ron took out a ruler, ready to teach everyone, "Open your books." Today's lesson will cover newly discovered summoned beasts. The lesson today focused on the head of the fish-like creature. First, we talked about its characteristics.
Both the front and back of the fish have eyes, so you can determine the direction of the creature by looking at its eyes. When Ruan glanced at everyone, signaling with her eyes. Moreover, the fish's range of vision was wider than that of humans, so it would be hard to launch a sneak attack. Finally, she mentioned the fish's weaknesses for everyone's attention. While the creature's head couldn't turn, it could sway from side to side. So, if a fight broke out, it would be best to attack from the side. Alright, class is dismissed. She clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth, and her eyes seemed to want to tear him apart as she said, "Then why have you only shown up here after such a long time? Let me into the main character lineup." The fish stood in front of everyone, looking fierce. "If Xia Yanyan is spoken, then I guess I have no choice but to step in." Xia Tiangu narrowed his eyes and smirked provocatively. "Alright then, salted fish, go ahead. Once you're dealt with, I'll teach that little brat a lesson. And as for the mastermind, Li Chang, he's behind us, cheering loudly. Big brother, you got this." Nan Gongyan stood by the wall and pointed, giving his command, "Teach him a lesson." The fish, upon hearing this, immediately launched the first move, sending a deep water bullet toward him. Xia Tiangu furrowed his brows, analyzing, "A summoned beast from the attack magic system, huh?" Without keeping everyone waiting, the fish threw the water bullet at him. There was a loud explosion as the water bullet shattered upon impact. Xia Tiangu smirked, "Is that all you've got? Just wait until I handle it." With that, a series of forks fell from the sky. "Try my new enhanced attack move." Ningfan watched the battle in front of him indifferently, silently evaluating, turning shields into forks now? The attack will be stronger, but doesn't this leave it all exposed? Xia Tiangu is way too confident. Xia Tiangu waved his hand forward, and the discs immediately shot ahead at an extremely fast speed, causing the salted fish to turn into dried fish. The mackerel quickly leapt up, performing admirably. Despite its large size, its body was extremely agile, easily dodging attacks. In just a few seconds, the mackerel had rapidly closed the distance to Xia Tiangu, startling him. "What is this?" Xia Tiangu exclaimed. The mackerel swung its weapon, saying, "Take this." Its speed was so fast that the opponent couldn't react in time. It turned out the weapon was a fish that had died at some point. It landed squarely on Xia Tiangu's handsome face. A scream echoed through the air, growing fainter and fainter. Ningfan quickly pursued, catching up behind, and saw the opponent with their eyes closed, unconscious. Before the person hit the ground, Ningfan managed to catch them in time, anxiously asking, "Xia Tiangu, are you okay?" Meanwhile, the mackerel over there did not stop, continuing to unleash a new attack, with deep-sea cannon fire intensifying. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sua Feng frowned and stepped out. "Perfect timing, let me try my new trick," he said. He swiftly dodged the barrage of sea cannons attacking him. Sua Feng performed a high flip, circling behind the snakehead fish. He could already predict Sua Feng's next move and felt humiliated. "I've already told you, my eyes aren't for decoration. Sneak attacks are useless, just like pouring water." But Sua Feng merely curled his lips, clearly not intending to sneak attack. As he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed directly above the snakehead fish. Ningfan furrowed his brows, the corner of his mouth curving up slightly, as if surprised. Has this kid learned an offensive spell? After the stunning attack, Sua Feng landed lightly on the ground. Behind the snakehead fish, it stood frozen, eyes wide in confusion, as if it hadn't anticipated the opponent's move. The snakehead fish's head turned red as if it had been scorched. Sua Feng glanced behind him, sneering. "How's that? My full power attack." Only then did the snakehead fish react, waving its hands in a frantic attempt to cool itself down, its eyes bloodshot. "Hot, hot, it's burning me alive." "You're good, you win, you win." Sua Feng looked puzzled, seemingly unable to believe that he had admitted defeat. Suddenly, a small fish appeared, its mouth wide open, eyes shut tight. Nan Gongyan frowned, clearly unhappy.
Ningfan glanced at him, and finally, Nan Gongyan couldn't help but tighten his grip on the tiny snakehead fish in his hand, cursing, "You guys are too much." Ningfan was a bit surprised. Can it shrink like that? Although it was still small, Nan Gongyan's curse carried a lot of power. Not only was he feeding the bamboo shoots dry salted fish, but now he wanted to turn the bamboo shoots into grilled fish too? In the end, Ningfan couldn't hold back, gritting his teeth and reminding, "Quiet down a bit, you're making a grand gesture in front of Nan Gongyan." As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Gongyan instinctively lifted his foot. He quickly knelt down, his head slamming onto the ground with force. Ningfan leaned over, softly mocking, and just told the kid to be quiet for a bit, no need to apologize so dramatically. Nan Gongyan seemed a bit scared, his whole body trembling as he said, "Master, stay away, it's just that my leg lost strength." It seemed like he realized something, his eyes widening in confusion. "Wait, why is my leg losing strength when I'm standing still for no reason?" Could it be that Nan Gongyan is scaring himself, crying out of fear? Could that really be it? Then, he suddenly sprang to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he left. "I'll come back another day to settle the score with you guys." As Nan Gongyan ran off, his head down, he muttered curses under his breath, "Damn it. This grudge, I'll make sure to get even with them." But in his rage, he accidentally bumped into someone right at the corner of Nan Gongyan. Though he tightened his grip on the snakehead fish in his hand, worried, he still shouted at the other person, "Can't you see? You're over there." Suwa Feng squinted, resting his chin in thought. Ningfan, curious, spoke up. "What are you thinking?" Suwa Feng, concerned, voiced his thoughts. "That fish head guy seems like he's hiding his true strength." At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out. "I'm back again." Nan Gongyan had returned, his face filled with arrogance. "Apologies are too late now. This time, I brought an even more formidable big brother with me," he loudly commanded. "They're bullying you, Brother Tian Chang, beat them up." At the same time, the injured boy with the battered face looked confused. "Ha!" Even Ningfan and Suafeng were caught off guard. Lan Xingyu, recalling the image of the shrunken snakehead fish, furrowed her brows, worried. The little chick beside her also looked at her with suspicion. Tian Chang scratched his head, his attitude respectful. "Teacher Ning, I'm here to practice." Ningfan asked with concern. "What happened to the injury on your face?" Tian Chang hesitated before answering. "I got careless during practice yesterday, that's how it happened." The warm conversation between the two made Nan Gongyan freeze, his mouth hanging open. Time slowly passed. A stick silently appeared. Li Chang closed his eyes in pure enjoyment, preparing to put the spicy stick into his mouth. Suddenly, Lan Xingyu stepped out from behind, her tone both threatening and lazy. "Ah, I smiled when I saw your fearful reaction." "Ha, I was just scaring you a little. Isn't it break time now?" Shui Wei, standing beside her, joined in. "We're here to take a break as well." Li Chang, not happy, glared at them. "Why have I been so unlucky lately?" Lan Xingyu paid him no more attention, turning to ask her companion, "What has Shui Wei been practicing lately?" Shui Wei smiled and reached for her eye patch. "Want to see?" "Let me show everyone." With that, she closed one eye, and the pupil beneath the eye patch immediately emitted a green light. But after a moment, Shui Wei covered her eye again. "What Xingyu been practicing lately that even Lan Xingyu doesn't understand?" "Hold on, your performance is over now." Even so, Lan Xingyu answered her friend's question, putting on a dangerous expression. "I'm still practicing low-level summoning." Ningfan added, "As long as my summoning foundation improves, my soul summoning will improve too." Li Chang, overhearing, smirked in sarcasm. "Ah, I'm still practicing the basics." Lan Xingyu shouted angrily, "Then what have you been practicing?" Hearing this, Li Chang stood up, his gaze reminding, with a hint of smugness, "This is what you wanted to see, don't say I'm not giving you face." Xingyu, impatient, scolded, "Stop showing off, just hurry up." Li Chang immediately clenched his fist, using all his strength to yell loudly,
and waves of dazzling energy appeared around him. Li Chang squinted, his lips curled into a confident smirk, and the toughness of his skin increased. "How is it? Impressive, right?" Lung Xingyu's face turned pale with anger, gripping the can of water tightly in his hand. "Are you making a fool of yourself?" Shui Wei, beside them, calmly drank her water, seemingly used to the scene just now, and said, "Has anyone seen Zhang Tianchang?" Lung Xingyu glanced at her. "He was taken by Ningfan, he's at another place." "Right, some special training or something." Martial arts room. Ningfan led the group in, his tone full of confidence. "So, Zhang Tianchang will be relying on you now." Lu Guangyuan sat cross-legged, answering nonchalantly, "Fine, you're becoming more and more of a pain these days." Ningfan smiled smugly, "Don't flatter me like that." Lu Guangyuan seemed used to this attitude. Changing the subject, "It's just in time that you're here. I have something to discuss with you. Do you still remember the rules of the S-level ranking competition?" Ningfan put his hands in his pockets, his expression one of confusion. "Of course, I remember. It's just a chaotic brawl to accumulate points." Lu Guangyuan squinted his eyes, a hint of a smile on his face, but his voice turned serious. "This year's rules are different. The school will send several teachers to participate in the competition to eliminate students. If a student manages to eliminate a teacher, their accumulated points will double. Any teacher eliminated by a student will be demoted." The other person stroked his chin and pretended to be polite. "Well, I hope you'll go easy on my students." However, Lu Guangyuan coolly reminded him. "No, I won't participate. If I do, the competition will end very quickly." Suddenly, his gaze shifted, narrowing into something more sinister. "You must participate." Ningfan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Huh?" In front of a crowd of contestants, a plane was already waiting. After a short while, an announcement sounded. "Contestants, please line up properly. The opening ceremony will begin shortly." The contestants couldn't help but start hurrying. A girl, anxious, reminded them. Don't push, don't push." But no one paid attention to her. It seemed like everyone was afraid of being left behind, so they rushed forward, even stepping on the girl's sandals in the process. The girl immediately fell forward, screaming in fear. Luckily, someone managed to perform the summoning spell in time. Huang Taiji gently caught the girl and kindly reminded her, "Be careful," and I even kindly asked if you were hurt. The girl smiled gratefully. It's fine, I'm so sorry." Suddenly, a contestant from behind shouted. Here he is." He looked in disbelief at the figure walking away. "Isn't that Huang Taiji?" But there were still some who doubted, thinking it could be one of the 6 elders. He was annoyed and mocked the other. "Hey, haven't you watched TV? The Ning family had a misfortune, and now there are only 5 left." The girl was a bit confused. "Is that so?" The contestant acted as though he knew everything. Otherwise, why would Ning teacher have been demoted to a lower class? It's because there's no one backing him up. Ningfan frowned in displeasure when he overheard the conversation. At this moment, the loudspeaker rang again with an announcement. "We now invite the chairman of the school's board of directors, Mr. Huang Taiji, to give a speech." The speaker was none other than Huang Taiji, the chairman of the school's board of directors. Each contestant in the competition starts with 2 points. A person of another group will receive the points of their opponent, and the 20 students who remain until the end will be members of Class S. But this year, we will have 5 teachers participate in the competition. If the teacher can be eliminated, the points earned will be doubled. Finally, in order to ease any concerns the students might have, he reassured them. Of course, if you're defeated by a teacher, that will also count as elimination. May God bless you all. Everyone focused on the announcement, and next, Ms. Wan was invited to speak on behalf of the 5 teachers participating in the competition. Huang Taiji glanced over at someone, then walked up to Ningfan. "Isn't this Xiao Fan?" He politely bowed his head to greet Mr. Taiji.
Huang Taiji seemed quite pleased. Good boy, it's been a while, and you've become more experienced. Are you one of the teachers participating this time? Ningfan's eyes were full of pride. Yes, since this class was specially selected to participate, I was chosen as well. Wen Ruan took the microphone, but upon seeing something, her expression darkened. That's all I have to say. Teachers from each class, please organize yourselves and prepare to start the competition. Huang Taiji didn't stay long either. Once this test is over, you'll return to Class S, right? Good luck, and may God bless you. Ningfan smirked confidently. Yes, I'll try my best. At that moment, someone walking behind suddenly nudged him with their shoulder. Oh, Yanghua glanced at him and smiled. Who wants to go back to Class S? Dream on. Ningfan clenched his fists, unable to hold back, muttering, "It was you who made the first move, and now you're using the excuse of seeking guidance from the great master with Yanghua." Immediately, Yanghua's legs tangled together, causing him to scream and then kneel, bowing his head at Ningfan's feet. Ningfan chuckled in satisfaction and walked away, leaving the other person still dazed when he got back up. What just happened? Above, a helicopter circled, observing everything. The competition was about to begin. Zhao Wenlong held the microphone, sticking his head out of the door. This competition will be narrated by me, Zhao Wenlong, he said, and I will be following the real-time progress of the event. He watched everyone's every move as the students, one by one, grouped together and boarded the transport machines, preparing to enter the arena. Moments later, the helicopter flew toward an isolated island, which was the opponent's territory. Elsewhere, Zhao Wenlong's face appeared on a large screen. The competition is about to begin. Like everyone else, I am eager to see what will unfold this year, Zhao Wenlong said, his voice brimming with excitement as he stuck his head out of the helicopter door. Did you see that? The helicopter has finally arrived at the designated location. Just as he finished speaking, a large vehicle appeared above the helicopter. Our first plane has arrived. The contestants were about to step onto the field when the plane's exit door slowly opened. Yanghua stepped forward first. He wore a visor and gave the crowd a quick look, then said, "Listen up. There's no time limit. The competition will end in 20 minutes. The rescue team is already ready on the island. If you're eliminated or want to give up, signal for help." Got it? His students loudly replied. Understood, sir. As soon as Yanghua gave the order, everyone scrambled to jump off the plane. On the plane, Ningfan looked utterly helpless. I really didn't expect this situation. Li Chang clung tightly to the parachute, crying and shouting. No, I'm not okay. Ning teacher, I'm afraid of heights. Zhao Wenlong quickly understood what was happening. Seems like a student from Class D was about to give up. Ningfan glanced at him, then patiently said, I really have no choice with you. Let me help you. With that, he kicked Li Chang straight out of the plane. Li Chang screamed in fear, tears and snot all over his face. Even Zhao Wenlong stood there, stunned by the scene. Does Ning teacher have a grudge against his students? Ningfan furrowed his brow and yelled a reminder. Hey, don't forget to open your parachute. Li Chang heard it and immediately deployed the parachute. Zhao Wenlong felt that there was nothing more to comment on from this side, so he shifted his focus to another direction. Right, let me check on aircraft number 2. Looks like the game has already started. The three individuals Sun Xia, Zheng Qilo, and Wang Fei immediately came into the spotlight. Oh, these are the promising candidates for this competition's championship. The three students from Class S have already formed a team, and it looks like they'll secure a high rank this time. Wang Fei gave the lead orders, starting at position 13, then moving to position 11, and finally to position 9. Zhao Wenlong glanced into the cockpit, suddenly surprised. So all the students on aircraft number 2 have. Wait, there's still one person left. He was stunned to see someone still sitting quietly in the seat. It was Hong Yilin, looking confused. Zhao Wenlong became excited. The previous champion. Yi Honglin is so late, yet she's still not on the field. I wonder if she's preparing for something. Unexpectedly, Hong Yilin covered her mouth and yawned loudly. So noisy. This sight made Zhao Wenlong break into a cold sweat. Open-mouthed in shock? Suddenly, Hong Yilin grabbed the weapon beside her. With her eyes still half closed, she quickly leaped out of the plane. Looks like she's finally entering the field. Ha! Ha! Wait a minute. Watching the girl dance, Zhao Wenlong was puzzled. She isn't carrying an umbrella, yet she's already dancing. Is she dreaming? But before he could doubt further, Hong Yilin quickly zoomed past Zhang Qilu, then Sun Xia, and finally Wang Fei, who was standing there, mouth agape in confusion. Hong Yilin was like the wind, skillfully using everyone's umbrellas as stepping stones to leap down. Elsewhere, Li Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed the jumping spot wasn't ideal, as his umbrella had gotten caught in a tree. Li Tu, at the same time, shouted, "Come on, Li Tu, now's the time." Li Tu, the most dangerous place is the safest. Wang Fei smirked with confidence. This time, he was sure of victory. Why? He raised both hands high, shouting loudly with great momentum, "Because I've assembled the strongest team." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Wang Fei glanced upward in confusion, not noticing that Hong Yilin had already zipped past him. What was that sound? By the time he realized something was wrong, all of the umbrellas had been torn to pieces. What's going on? Wang Fei ground his teeth in anger, summoning. Ha, my plan. Soon after, a small purple bird appeared to catch him. The helicopter carrying Zhao Wenlong followed closely behind. Let's keep going. Observing contestant Yi Honglin, it was clear Yi Honglin's speed was incredibly fast. Although the beginning had already eliminated many people, if she doesn't land this time, she'll just have to accept being eliminated. Her eyes narrowed, no longer showing the sleepy expression from earlier. The sharp sword strikes shattered the stones in her path, her steps light but firm, stepping on the stones flying toward her. Her body was agile, using the stones as stepping platforms to maintain her speed as efficiently as possible. Very quickly, Yi Honglin safely landed, using the stones that had scattered to slow down and land steadily. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she became the highest scorer among everyone present. Zhao Wenlong watched the contestants scanning their surroundings and eagerly commented, "I wonder what kind of performance she'll show next. It's really something to look forward to." Suddenly, Yi Honglin collapsed to the ground, her voice filled with lament. "I forgot to bring my parachute again, it's so frustrating." With those words, her eyes half closed and she drifted into sleep. This entire action was broadcast live, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Zhao Wenlong broke into a cold sweat and quickly switched to another feed. Let's see if there's anything interesting from the other cameras. A helicopter flew towards a cliff, spotting 3 people chasing a teacher. When it became clear who was being pursued, Zhao Wenlong suddenly shouted, "It's teacher Ningfan from Class D." It is because this teacher holds the lowest rank, which is why he ended up being pursued. The young man, weary and furrowing his brows, ordered, "I'll figure out a way to stop them from seeing us." The 2 men went to cover the rear, and the other 2 quickly followed suit. Understood. After his teammates dispersed, he unleashed a fiery strike, causing a powerful explosion. Immediately, the rock wall in front of Ningfan shattered. The stones quickly cascaded down, blocking his only escape route. The young man with the sword ran to the left side, saying, "Block him, don't let him escape." The other one also teleported to the opposite side, saying, "The teacher is surrounded. Hand over your points." Ningfan slapped his forehead, feeling helpless in this situation. Why is this happening? I just wanted to save some trust points. But he wouldn't back down. A small flame flickered on the tip of his finger. The ones surrounded were those students. The 3 contestants were immediately engulfed by the fire. Hot, 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 what's going on? Didn't he still not have his abilities restored? Looks like there was a mistake in the intel.
The leader mumbled in disappointment, perhaps this is where we end.
But Ningfan didn't let up.
He snapped his fingers, and the flames spread. In an instant, the fire engulfed the three contestants.
Look!
Ningfan stood still, watching. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock.
What?
I don't know when it happened, but a shield made of water had enveloped the three people, a water barrier. At this moment, Nan Gongyan was sitting on the snakehead fish's shoulder, sneering.
Hee, these people are so embarrassing.
Upon hearing this, the snakehead fish seriously scolded him. Xia Yanyan, you shouldn't speak ill of your classmates like that.
Nan Gongyan smiled and greeted. Hee, Ning teacher, long time no see. Ningfan was not happy to see the newcomer.
It had been 3 days since he last struck, and this brat was acting up again. Nan Gongyan frowned, his tone harsh. You're having a bad day today, Ningfan and company. He then made a suggestion. If you don't want to be dealt with, cooperate with me to take down Ningfan. The leader was slightly surprised.
Mr. Yan is planning to make a move now?
Of course, he wouldn't let this go.
He immediately gave the order. So, what are we waiting for?
Exactly, there's even a chance to double the points.
The snakehead fish looked at the situation, feeling somewhat uneasy and reminding them.
Xia Yanyan, we have so many people, it's not right to bully one person like this.
Nan Gongyan interrupted unhappily. Snakehead fish, have you forgotten how they humiliated us?
This grudge must be avenged. Ningfan narrowed his eyes, his tone provocative.
No need to be polite, you all can come at me together. I'm in a hurry.
Nan Gongyan, not willing to lose, shouted an order, go and deal with my teacher. With someone backing them up, the three contestants boldly rushed toward the teacher, heading straight into the class to confront him. Ningfan calmly raised his hand, and the steps of the three immediately froze. Before they could react, they found themselves kneeling and bowing to the opponent, performing the formal salute to a master. It took a while before the three of them slowly realized the strange actions they had just taken.
What? Each of them looked confused and pale. What kind of power is this? Ningfan's eyes gleamed, a sinister expression on his face.
Too polite, please rise. Nan Gongyan, watching from outside, seemed to see through something, and indeed, it was the same strange move again.
He angrily yelled at the three, why are you kneeling in front of my teacher? Aren't you embarrassed? The leader frowned.
We were careless earlier, now we need to be serious. Seeing the determined expressions on their faces, Ningfan didn't hold back anymore.
Aren't you giving up yet? Well then, there's no other way.
He continuously used the same move, performing the salute to a master once again.
The three contestants were left staring, wide-eyed. The pale expression was followed immediately by a loud explosion echoing through the gorge.
Zhao Wenlong tensed, not daring to blink. It seemed that the result was about to come. After a while, the dust began to slowly settle. What surprised everyone was that the three contestants were kneeling so hard that the earth beneath them shattered to pieces. They were pale and stammering, Patella, my Patella, it's gone. At the same time, an announcement was made, Jinzhuo Zhou Lang from Class A was disqualified. Ningfan glanced around, the kid had taken the opportunity to escape. Elsewhere, a group of people was sprawled on the ground in an unclear condition around where Xie Tiangu and Zifeng were standing. Xie Tiangu mocked those lying on the ground, these guys are garbage, not one of them is a match for me. Sua Feng nervously glanced at him, unaware of the flash of light behind her, and had no idea what had happened to the others. The girl with the braided hair suddenly broke into a strange smile. She picked up a brush and began writing and drawing something on a page. This new inspiration seemed to have struck her. Her delicate and agile strokes danced across the paper. Just moments later, a talisman was stuck to a tree. Then, a branch, and finally, a stone. Everywhere Sua Feng had passed was now covered.
Seeing the person beside him suddenly stop, Xia Tiangu asked suspiciously, Sua Feng, what are you doing just standing there? Sua Feng glanced around and reminded him, we've entered someone else's barrier. A glowing red heart slowly appeared, and colorful candy like trees began to sprout everywhere. Even heart-shaped flowers were planted all around. The surroundings of Xie Tiangu and Sua Feng had completely transformed. Sua Feng kneeled on one knee and plucked a branch. Xie Tiangu surveyed the area with suspicion, wondering, how is there a place like this on the island? Sua Feng began to worry, it must be the power of the barrier. Xie Tiangu looked at the scene filled with love and sighed, this barrier is so kawaii, it's just too cute. When he looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed. He hesitantly asked Sua Feng, the heart in the sky. Has it gotten bigger? The mysterious girl smirked, hee hee, that's a gift for you too. With that, the giant heart came crashing down, about to crush the two of them. Xia Tiangu snorted coldly, and immediately cracks appeared on the heart. A hand shot through, flipping the bird straight through the heart. Xia Tiangu threw his head back and laughed loudly, I knew it was just some useless fool. Ha ha ha. He then turned to look at the person beside him. To his surprise, his face had changed. Let's keep going. What's wrong with your face? When Sua Feng, standing beside him, saw him with his big, sparkling eyes, she also doubted and screamed, who are you? The other person, however, remained confused and didn't understand at all. Elsewhere, another group of students were suffering from Ningfan's trick, wincing in pain. Patella, patella. Ningfan stroked his chin, silently guessing that he was indeed being targeted. Why are so many students coming after me? Zhang Tianchang must be in trouble too, I need to find him quickly. One of the students was still glaring, muttering, patella. The helicopter had recorded the entire battle. Zhao Wenfeng eagerly commented, the mysterious magic that teacher Ningfan used has continuously shattered the patellas of the students who came to challenge him. Will anyone be able to break this spell? Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from the other side of the cliff. Ningfan curiously looked in the direction of the sound. What was that noise? Unexpectedly, he saw Wang Fei running in panic, looking behind him with a pale face, desperately fleeing while shouting, run, run. Get out of the way, get out of the way. In his haste, Wang Fei didn't notice a foot sticking out. He crashed straight to the ground. Although the lush green grass cushioned the fall, a bruise still appeared on Wang Fei's forehead. What do you think you're doing? Before Ningfan could answer, a brown bear with fiery red eyes and flames atop its head stepped forward. Zhao Wenlong immediately grasped the key point of the battle. It seemed that Zhang Qiyu had provoked a wild magical beast. This is a fire-type bear, a high-level magical beast. The helicopter, unaware of its own strength, continued to approach the enraged bear. It was uncertain whether teacher Ningfan would be able to break its patella. The fire-type bear, naturally unwilling to let it slide, swung its paw, severing half of one of the helicopter's wings, leaving Zhao Wenlong stunned. Ha! Ningfan furrowed his brows, slowly drawing a small circle in the air, summoning a high-pressure water cannon. With a word, a stream of water shot directly at the fire-type bear's back. The force of the attack knocked the fire-type bear unconscious, causing it to collapse at Ningfan's feet. Meanwhile, Wang Fei, witnessing the scene behind, quietly turned and fled. Teacher Ningfan was even more terrifying than the wild beast. Run, run! But just as he hadn't gotten far, he was called back. Don't rush off, I still have something to ask you. Ningfan's gaze was cold. I remember you had a conflict with Zhang Tianchang. Are you looking for him? Tell me where he is. I will let you go. Wang Fei was afraid of sweating, but still answered honestly. I didn't see Zhang Tianchang, but I did see the name of the turtle and the name of the one who can fly. I didn't hurt any of your students. Wang Fei recalled the scene he encountered, a little worried. The two of them were targeted by the boundary system students from Class A. He's too strong, I don't want to fight him either. Sua Feng frowned cautiously, how do we break this boundary? Ningfan asked suspiciously, "What ability does he have that you're so afraid of?" He answered truthfully, "He's also a strong contender for the champion spot. By the way, I've investigated him. The boundary needs someone inside to maintain it."
Xia Tiangu narrowed his eyes. The conclusion he drew was the same as what Wang Fei had mentioned earlier. To break the boundary, we need to expel the one who created it from inside. We need to find the one who made the boundary. At this point, Wang Fei seemed a little helpless.
But basically, inside his boundary, it's impossible to locate his position. Ningfan was confused. Huh?
It's because he's worried about that girl.
Once you're caught in a mental trap boundary, you're as good as dead.
There used to be a country like this, a pink and green castle that was very cute. The empress of this country had a magical mirror.
She often asked the mirror, "Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?"
The mirror always answered, "Of course, the empress is the most beautiful," until one day, the mirror spoke differently. A girl with short hair stood with her back to the mirror. Her hair was as black as ebony. Her collarbones were visible, her lips as red as blood. She gently ran her hand through her hair, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes were large and round.
Sua Feng played the role.
Ah, the most beautiful woman is the Snow White Princess. The empress became furious and shattered the mirror. One day, the empress turned into an old woman and went to the forest where Snow White lived. As soon as the girl opened the door, the old woman gave her an apple. The girl fell to the ground. It was a poison apple. Snow White Princess bit into it and immediately fell into a deep sleep. A young man with golden hair, riding a white horse, appeared. The dwarfs, upon hearing the news, quickly went to find the white horse prince, for only the prince's kiss could awaken the princess. His gaze was sharp.
The kind prince readily agreed. Xia Tiangu played the role. He quickly fulfilled his duty and went to the princess's bedside.
Snow White, the young man pouted, his brows furrowed. The kiss was full of deep affection, but suddenly, the princess opened her eyes, her expression dazed.
"Ha!"
Sua Feng, startled, sat up quickly, causing something on his head to fall, which made everyone scream in fear.
"Hey, is the princess awake? A wig? The princess is a ghost."
At this moment, Xia Tiangu also woke up from the collision.
"Ouch, ouch, ouch, what's going on?"
He glanced to the side and saw the unconscious person, also shocked, and screamed.
Sua Feng. Xia Tiangu, confused, shook his friend. "Why did you faint when you bumped into me? Hey, hey, wake up."
The girl, displeased, swung her brush again.
"Can you wake up? You have some real strength. Well then, let's continue the story."
The brush smoothly painted a different scene, a girl with long golden hair, locked in a very tall tower by a witch.
Xia Tiangu fell back into a dazed state.
There was a prince who, while crossing a forest, heard the voice of the long-haired girl singing from the tower. The girl's beautiful singing voice captivated him, but this time, he woke up very quickly.
Again?
Xia Tiangu was startled when he saw the enormous tower in front of him. The prince let his long hair fall down below, and from above, Sua Feng furrowed his brow. The man's hair was tightly wrapped, probably a prince. With so much hair like this, how could the princess handle it? His brows furrowed deeper, and suddenly, a hand appeared behind him. It turns out Xia Tiangu has climbed to the top of the tower. His face looks several years older, but he's finally made it. Let's hurry, we must find the barrier master. The girl pouted, annoyed that this time was quicker than the last. Why reject such a perfect romance? It's so rare to feel any inspiration. By the time the brush stopped moving, the drawing was no longer suitable for children to see. The girl mumbled, saliva dripping. Although the materials at hand were quite successful, Ningfan suddenly appeared right beside her. What are you drawing? The girl screamed in fear, falling off the branch. But her reflexes were quick, and she landed perfectly on the ground. She was slightly surprised by the person who had appeared here.
Ningfan smiled. Has my student been taken care of by you? He then turned around and shouted loudly. Hey, Xia Tiangu, didn't you fight with the barrier master before? Don't make me lose face like this. Xia Tiangu, on the rooftop, recognized the voice of someone and his gaze slowly regained focus. Ning teacher.
Ningfan's voice was incredibly commanding.
It made Xia Tiangu bewildered. Didn't you fight with the barrier messenger before? Don't embarrass me, okay?
He had previously knelt on one knee, muttering to himself.
Is that so?
Just a second later, Xia Tiangu broke free from the barrier, joyfully shouting, I got it now. Ningfan looked at him with satisfaction, thinking to himself that it seemed like there was no need for him to step in anymore. Meanwhile, the braided girl, terrified, hugged her notebook and was about to flee. It can't be, he shouldn't be able to see me now. Just a few steps later, Xia Tiangu blocked her path. That's right, there was no need to find the location of the barrier messenger in the first place.
Is she confused or something?
Without giving the other side a chance to react, Xia Tiangu began manipulating the debris around, and blasting it all to pieces.
Isn't that enough?
The braided girl widened her eyes, unsure whether it was fear or astonishment.
Is that possible? A loud explosion immediately rang out.
Zhao Wenlong appeared swiftly. The battle on this side looked intense, and the helicopter couldn't get any closer.
On the other side, the braided girl quickly ran away.
She landed near a tree, her gaze vigilant, her hand gripping the notebook tightly. She had to quickly rebuild the barrier, or else before she could do anything, something zoomed past her, startling her. Sua Feng woke up and snatched the notebook from her hand.
Without any intermediary object, he couldn't use the barrier.
But the other party wasn't concerned about the provocation, only worriedly searching for something.
Where's my glasses? Where are my glasses?
Xia Tiangu, moving like a flash, stood in front of her. Finally, he had caught him. At the same time, the girl had found the glasses, but she couldn't escape from them. This time, she had to make him pay off his debt properly. Seeing that the situation wasn't favorable, she pretended to be weak, tears streaming down her face.
The girl cried out as she sobbed, You guys are bullying me. Hoo-hoo, I'm about to be beaten.
Xia Tiangu, standing opposite her, was so irritated by her actions that he trembled.
Hey, stop crying. You just want me not to hit you, right? Just surrender. Hearing this, she immediately turned hostile, took out a talisman, and provoked him. Who wants to surrender? Before the two could react, she created a new barrier once again. Xia Tiangu's eyes immediately became vacant. Again?
Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and pierced through the barrier.
Ningfan handled it effortlessly. Ah! When they looked back, the girl had seemingly vanished, leaving only the half-burnt talisman.
Where did she go?
Xia Tiangu asked in panic, sweating profusely, trying to make excuses.
Scared off by your momentum, I evaporated into thin air. Ningfan waved his hand past the man.
All right, let's hurry and find Zheng Tianchang's group. He raised his hand high, then slapped Xia Tiangu hard on the head. Are you tricking me, or what?
Finally, the three teachers set off together.
Sua Feng carried Ningfan, and Xia Tiangu followed behind.
Zhao Wenlong squinted his eyes and commented, It seems like teacher Ningfan plans to regroup the class again. His humorous tone made the live viewers laugh heartily.
First, let's thank them for providing us with such a unique way of escaping.
On the screen, all the areas where the battle was taking place were shown.
Now, let's see if the other teachers have made any moves. What will happen when the first teacher joins the competition?
Suddenly, Zhao Wenlong spotted something.
This mark could not be mistaken. A fierce beast was eliminating the candidates. It was teacher Zhou Xian, the shapeshifting instructor from Class A.
The students who encountered him were truly unlucky. All the students had fainted and were lying scattered everywhere.
Meanwhile, class leader Ma and teacher Oh Young-hwa had also eliminated a significant number of students. It seemed that the pace of the competition with teachers involved was really fast. Oh Young-hwa spoke first. Class leader Ma, I want to hear about what happened earlier. Do you know where Ningfan is? Hearing this, Ma Kai-shan's expression wasn't particularly surprised as he replied, "What a coincidence, I was just looking for him too." Elsewhere, Li Chang was still hanging in mid-air, at risk of being eliminated by the fire-type bear, but he continued to hang on. Li too was almost over. Li Chang let out a sigh, carefully crawling down from the tree branch, moving slowly so as not to wake the large bear sleeping below. However, the bear was lying right in front of the tree, leaving no way around. Li Chang had no choice but to jump over it. Unfortunately, this time he landed face first on the ground. Li Chang turned pale, lying still as he glanced at the bear behind him. When he saw it was still deep in its sleep, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly tried to leave, but without paying attention, he stepped on a chicken that had been squeezed, making it squawk loudly. The loud cry of the chicken froze him in place, and immediately, a pair of gleaming eyes appeared behind him. Li Chang forced a smile, his face pale. "Big brother, let's talk this out slowly." Moments later, a piercing scream escaped his lips, echoing throughout the forest, as a flash of sharp teeth appeared. Zhou Jianjian, holding two branches, pretended to disguise himself. This time, all he needed to do was benefit from the situation as the fisherman. Zhou Jianjian, 5th level summoning system. The characteristic is the summoning of a chicken that knows how to crow. At this moment, behind Zhou Jianjian, a person appeared holding a wooden stick, their hands with sharp claws prepared to attack. The fire-type bear showed no mercy, striking directly at Li Chang. He was immediately sent flying, crashing through several large trees and slamming into the giant boulder behind. On the other side, Shifeng had already dealt with Zhou Jianjian, the chubby one. Li Chang, upon hearing the call, was startled but managed to dodge the bear's next strike. Suo Feng. Shifeng happily ran over the chubby one. Li Chang was also cheerful, his eyes sparkling. Skinny. But due to their excitement, the two of them collided heads and fell down in failure. Though both had lost consciousness, the brown bear did not relent and was preparing to skewer them both. Suddenly, a hand as hard as stone blocked it, breaking its claws. Finally, a retaliatory strike was delivered, sending the bear's paw flying backward. Shifeng, while transferring strength to Li Chang, scolded him, clearly speaking about jumping out of the plane together. "And yet I had to find you, you idiot. You just keep laughing. Ha, you're not strong enough. I can still fight." Elsewhere, the pupils of something gleamed. A snake opened its mouth wide, as if trying to swallow everything whole. Unfortunately, the robot was caught, but it didn't give up, quickly using its thigh. The upper body was grabbed, but the lower body tightly wrapped around the opponent. A girl stood on top of the robot, observing. Long Xingyu smirked, as if she had found some amusement. "Let me broaden your horizons and show you the giant stone statue I've modified and trained." As soon as she shouted, the robot instantly transformed. The saber gently severed the snake's head. Kill. Suddenly, Long Xingyu's eyes widened in shock. She looked suspiciously at the snake that was about to disintegrate, wondering if it was a summoned creature. Unexpectedly, someone appeared right behind her, with a mocking attitude. "Long time no see. Are you still just a low-level summoner?" A buffalo also appeared behind Long Xingyu's robot. Wang Fei's attitude was full of mockery, and the summoner didn't hide, standing on top of his summoned beast. The weakness was so obvious now. Long Xingyu frowned in annoyance. Where did that guy go? Anyway, let's destroy his summoned beast first. The buffalo stepped forward, preparing to draw its sword, its powerful and decisive sword strike aimed directly at Long Xingyu, who was standing in the center. But the robot quickly raised its hand to block, and its other hand began to counterattack. The sharp knife stabbed directly toward the head of the bull. Unfortunately, the person caught it, and the two immediately began struggling back and forth. Long Xingyu sneered with contempt,
it's just that even a high-level summoned beast is limited, just in time to test my new secret weapon. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly pulled out 2 test tubes hanging from her bag and decisively threw them directly at the opponent. Small explosions rang out, and the bull froze for a moment, showing no reaction. Its eyes flashed, and then it let out a howl, eventually clutching both sides of its eyes in pain. Lang Xingyu quickly seized the opportunity, immediately giving the command, "Now's the time, there are openings everywhere, hack it to pieces." Wang Fei bared his teeth, his eyes also gleaming. To him, it was all the same. He used his consciousness to control the bull, directing it straight ahead at 12 o'clock, widening the opening, and telling it to strike with full force. Upon receiving the command, it immediately raised the sword in its hand and, without hesitation, swung it down from above. The area where Lang Xingyu stood was split in half, with accessories starting to fall. Everything happened so quickly that she was left stunned. "This is bad, my hair tubes have fallen." At this moment, the chick on her shoulder, confused, flew up high, and the test tubes shattered into pieces. The strands of hair fell in a scattered manner. The chick holds a strand of hair, its expression very joyful. Seeing this scene, Lang Xingyu's mouth dropped open. This broken chicken still wants to eat? But suddenly, something crossed her mind, and her eyes lit up. After swallowing the strand of hair, the chick's body began to emit rays of light, a massive beam of light shining everywhere, blinding its opponents. Wang Fei was confused. Could it be that the flash of light is blinding everyone? Wang Fei had to raise his hand to shield himself. Is this evolution? Just as Lang Xingyu thought she would fall, a feathered cushion caught her, and her body gently rested upon it. Wang Fei furrowed his brows, pursuing relentlessly. "Don't give it a chance, strike it down for me." The bull received the order, once again grabbing its weapon and charging forward. Without hesitation, it swung the blade through the beam of light. Unfortunately, the chick only needed a slight nibble, and the sword immediately shattered. The chick furrowed its brows, its gaze filled with murderous intent. Its body had grown 10 times larger, but Lang Xingyu was still so terrified that she turned pale. Wasn't this the same as before the transformation? But anyway, the robot was no more, and she was now just going with the flow. Well then, Lang Xingyu gave the command with determination. "Deal with it for me." The chick's eyes immediately turned bright red, and the ox facing it did not dare to relax, firmly holding onto the sword that had already broken in half. But suddenly, the chick vanished. Wang Fei looked around in confusion. Where did it go? A body that large, with the ability to turn invisible. The ox, focused on the front, didn't notice the chick appearing right behind it. Seizing the opportunity, the chick kicked hard into its opponent's back. Wang Fei, suspicious, turned to look at the source of the noise. "Ha! What's that sound?" In front of him, the ox's body was gradually growing larger. The chick quickly kicked its opponent to the ground. At the same time, there was an announcement that Zhang Qiyu had seen the victory of the chick. The chick stood with hands on hips, smiling with squinted eyes. Lang Xingyu immediately reminded, "Don't get cocky, you still haven't found the summoner. Don't let that guy escape." At that moment, Ningfan and his 2 students flew by. Xia Tiangu suspiciously asked, "Isn't that Lang Xingyu's summoner?" Sua Feng also suggested, "Should we go over and help him?" Ningfan confidently declined, "No need, he can handle it. I'm more concerned about Zheng Tianchang. The S-class teacher might be trying to cause trouble for him." Elsewhere, Yang Hua's group was still searching for someone. "We're looking for Ningfan, not sure if the kid can hear us?" Nan Gongyan had just dealt with someone, his hands in his pockets. "Well, what a coincidence," he smirked, intrigued. "Count me in too." Inside a ruined building, it seemed like a horrific battle had just taken place. Hong Yilin walked slowly, her gaze somewhat dim, as if lost in thought. Inside the same building, Zhang Tianchang was hiding on one side, raising his hand to give an order. Rong Shuiwei received the command, muttering, "Rock ice."
A block of ice appeared behind Hong Yilin, seemingly aiming to pin her down.
Hong Yilin seemed to sense it, immediately drawing her weapon. Without even turning around, she made a few swift slashes, shattering the ice block. Zhang Tianchang seized the chance to prepare for a sneak attack from behind, his eyes gleaming, his fist tightening. Unfortunately, Hong Yilin lightly leaped up to avoid him. At the same time, before Zhang Tianchang could react, she raised her weapon high, ready to take him out. Luckily, Ningfan arrived just in time, stepping in front of him. His arm trembled, unable to stop himself from shouting an order.
"Stop, Hong Yilin!"
Then, Ningfan grabbed his arm and screamed, "It hurts so much."
How the hell did old Lu manage to block a blade with his body without even flinching?
Hong Yilin's face lit up with a spring-like expression when she saw the person who had just appeared.
Teacher Ningfan. At that moment, Suafeng and Xie Tiange flew in from outside.
Suafeng glanced around, seemingly realizing that Ning teacher had charged in, while Xie Tiange exuded an intense aura.
"Where's the enemy?"
Suddenly, Suafeng frowned, his expression puzzled. The two of them looked at Hong Yilin, who was staring intently at her teacher.
"What's going on? Where's the enemy? Where's the fight?" Ningfan seemed slightly anxious and couldn't help but speak up. "Well, if there's something, just say it, but stop staring at me like that, okay?"
Hong Yilin furrowed her brows, continuing to gaze at him in silence. Rong Shuiwei, concerned, asked her teammate,
"Are you okay?"
Zhang Tianchang quickly reassured her. "I'm fine." Luckily Ning teacher arrived just in time.
Xia Tiange stepped forward and added, "I used to be in class S2. Who is that girl?" Zhang Tianchang was momentarily confused before answering.
"I wasn't in class S for long, but it seems Yi Honglin was a former student of Ning teacher." Suddenly, Yi Honglin spoke up loudly. "Ning teacher, after you left, no one has guided me anymore." But before she could finish, another voice interrupted.
Hey, you're causing trouble."
The two individuals, Ma Kai-shan, walked over, seemingly having overheard the conversation.
He sneered, "Why don't you have a teacher guiding you? Can't you figure it out on your own?"
Yanhua also curled his lips, his attitude clearly provocative. A bizarre teacher and a bizarre student go well together. Ningfan was not one to back down, his sharp gaze flicking toward them.
"Looks like we're catching up.
With me here, you won't lay a finger on Zhang Tianchang." Yanhua stared at him in confusion. He spoke while summoning his divine beast, not understanding what the teacher was saying. Immediately, his tentacles extended, charging straight at Ningfan.
"We're here to find his teacher."
Before Ningfan could react, Xie Tiange quickly positioned himself in front of him.
"Don't be foolish."
The tentacle latched onto the protective shield, producing a sizzling sound as if something were frying. Xie Tiange stared at it in confusion, distracted from his vigilance.
"Is this tentacle eroding magic power?"
At that moment, he was struck by a powerful punch from Ma Kai-shan. He didn't stop there, his hand tightened, absorbing energy, preparing for the next strike. Ningfan quickly stepped in front of his student, blocking the blow while shouting an order, "Suafeng, take Xie Tiange away." His brows furrowed, a displeased expression crossing his face.
"Dare to harm my student? Kneel and apologize to me."
As soon as the system notification sounded, the other party had already knelt before him.
"Did you use the master-seeking ceremony with Ma Kai-shan?"
Ningfan did not stop and continued to issue orders.
Yanhua, you kneel down for me as well."
At this moment, Yanhua suddenly spoke a bewildering sentence. As expected, at the same time, a series of red notifications rang out, leaving Ningfan dumbfounded in shock. The system malfunctioned. It seemed as if he could sense a pair of eyes had seen through him.
System malfunction, system intrusion.
The master's seeking skill was locked.
The master's eyes are being repaired. The estimated time is 1 day, please wait. Without the help of the system, what can you do?
Manhwa seized the opportunity while Ningfan was still dazed and shouted at the tentacles.
What are you standing there for? Want to get hit?
The tentacles flew at extreme speed, closing in on Ningfan from behind. Suddenly, Hong Yilin grabbed a weapon, and with a few swift strikes, she completely dealt with the tentacles. Manhwa stood there with his mouth agape, seemingly surprised by the opponent's actions.
You actually went against your own teacher.
Hong Yilin blocked in front of Ningfan with a calm attitude.
A freak of a student only wants to cooperate with a freak of a teacher, right? Sua Feng carried the unconscious Xie Tiangu out of the building. His head was as hard as iron, so he should be fine, right?
I don't know healing magic either, just find somewhere to hide, he muttered while flying, feeling like he's been carrying bad luck lately. Suddenly, something in the air caught his attention. When he looked closely, he realized it was the familiar talisman creating a protective barrier. Sua Feng frowned. It seemed he also recognized that this was Hong Yilin calmly confronting Manhwa.
A freakish student paired with a freakish teacher, right?
Manhwa paid no attention to the tone, smirking as he reminded her, if you want to help Ningfan, then I won't hold back. Hong Yilin was no stranger to this, and it suited her just fine. She raised her weapon, murmuring the incantation for the barrier, her fingers swiftly adjusting the safety. Then, she shouted loudly, and at the same time, two explosive sounds rang out. Manhwa widened his eyes, standing still without moving. When the two bullets passed by him, he tilted his head, mocking her, "Where are you aiming?" This strange way of fighting. But when the two bullets collided, they quickly transformed into blades. Before he could react, Hong Yilin was already standing behind him. Two sharp sword strikes severed something behind Manhwa. He fearfully ran forward, glaring angrily at his opponent.
Damn, so fast?
After that, she began summoning more tentacles from the ground. This time, the tentacles changed targets and charged straight at Hong Yilin. The remaining tentacles were nothing in her eyes, she took care of them in just a few seconds. At this moment, Manhwa wasn't paying attention, wearing a confident look.
Ma Kai-shan, haven't you solved it yet? Wait until I'm done, and I'll come over to help you.
Ma Kai-shan glared at the three students of Ningfan and sneered coldly. He furrowed his brows, his eyes full of killing intent. Who needs your help? At this moment, Ningfan was still worried about the eyes that had appeared earlier.
Could it be that someone else has a system like mine?
Ma Kai-shan quickly seized the opportunity and launched a direct attack.
Ningfan, if you're capable, don't hide behind your students.
Rong Shuiwei reacted swiftly, freezing Ma Kai-shan's foot that was charging toward her. He looked down in confusion as the foot was attacked with a kick. He barely raised his hand to block, but the strike was so powerful that it sent Ma Kai-shan crashing into the wall behind him. Zhang Tianchang stomped his foot on the ground, assuming a martial stance, his eyes filled with determination.
Ma Kai-shan angrily sneered, "These students are a bit of a nuisance."
Manhwa appeared beside them, speaking with a hint of meaning. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. Hong Yilin stood in front of Ningfan and his two companions, her eyes wide in confusion.
Manhwa, unfazed, cheerfully called out, "Josian, it's your turn."
Outside, a creature with glowing eyes bared its teeth in excitement, impatiently waiting. It stood atop the building, raising both arms wrapped in bandages. As the arms came down, a powerful surge of energy followed. This energy immediately broke through the wall, striking the spot where Ningfan and the others were standing. The force was so strong that it pierced straight through the building, causing a terrifying noise. Zhang Tianchang, Hong Yilin, and Rong Shuiwei didn't have time to react, and they fell along with the debris. A trap had been set unexpectedly. A loud explosion echoed around them. Ningfan, with a stunned expression, shouted, "It looks like the building has collapsed with a huge hole."
Ningfan looked down, yelling, "Hey, are you guys alright?"
Ignoring the danger, Ningfan decided to jump down, saying, "I have to hurry and help them." An mysterious creature suddenly darted past, startling Ningfan, who cried out,
"Ha!"
Before Ningfan's eyes appeared a giant octopus, its countless tentacles writhing. An unknown figure suddenly spoke.
Are you really still worrying about your students? It turns out that the mysterious person was Ma Kai-shan, accompanied by Oh Yang-hua. Suddenly, Oh Yang-hua spoke up. You should take care of yourself first. With a fiery anger, Ningfan replied. Take care of myself? I'm worried I won't be able to control myself. The system's abilities are malfunctioning, so I'll just use up my trust points here. Ma Kai-shan interrupted. The obstacles are gone now, so don't hold back. Go all out. Along with countless tentacles, Oh Yang-hua loudly ordered from afar, witnessing the entire chaos. The blue-haired man said. Teacher Zhou Xian is a martial arts fanatic. I heard his abilities have reached the standard of an S-class teacher, but I didn't expect him to be so destructive. Observing through the screen, the blue-haired man added. I didn't expect the teachers to be about to fight each other, it's really something to look forward to. With a smug expression, the man stroked his chin and said. But originally, teachers are supposed to evaluate students. If teachers fight each other, does that count as violating the rules? He continued. In theory, there's no problem at all. Huang Taiji appeared and said. This is the teacher's first time participating in the competition, and indeed there's nothing in the rules about this. The blue-haired man, sulking, shouted. Old Huang. Huang Taiji calmly added, moreover, the competition will be even more exciting. The person with green hair listened to the response. Yes. Huang Taiji placed all his trust in Ningfan, saying, Don't let me down. Ningfan, may your primordial spirit protect you. Ningfan summoned all his strength and shouted, Protective shield. Ma Kai-shan charged fiercely towards Ningfan. Behind Ningfan, a tentacle appeared, suddenly snapping in half with a loud crack. Ma Kai-shan, witnessing the tentacle split, was stunned and exclaimed, Humph. Ningfan clasped his hands together in front of his chest and loudly declared, Turn into a meat bun. Ma Kai-shan refused to back down, saying, It's just a trivial trick, this little strength won't harm me at all. Ningfan, unafraid, continued his attack and said, You're tough, huh? Well, try this then. Ma Kai-shan, with a pale face, endured Ningfan's punch that came straight at him. Sweat poured down his face as he cried out. Huang Taiji, outside, heard the scream coming from inside. Ningfan spoke, slightly regretting the blow, as if he wanted to wash his hands of the matter. Oh Yanghua hesitated and said, kill you, Ning, kill, Director Ma, please take a rest first. With a fearless expression, Oh Yanghua spoke again, next, leave it to me. Ningfan, surprised, said, girl. Ningfan shouted, protective shield up. Ningfan was stunned and spoke, the tentacles from earlier have come back to life. Oh Yanghua smugly said, just stay in that protective shield and wait for your magic to be completely consumed. Suddenly, an arm appeared, and the tentacles surrounding Ningfan were instantly severed. When Ruan appeared unexpectedly and said, You were too careless, Ningfan. Before the chaos storm, an unexpected ally showed up. Li Chang spoke from behind, How come we haven't run into any demons after traveling so far? I'm starving. Shifeng replied, You still have fruit to eat, quiet down. Looking at the path ahead, Shifeng asked, This place feels familiar. We've gotten lost, haven't we? Li Chang responded optimistically, So what if we're lost? Anyway, after the competition ends, someone will come to pick us up. Shifeng continued, There's no one here either. I still want to test my strength. Li Chang, speaking from behind, said, Wouldn't it be better to get through the competition easily? Anyway, once we're back, I'll treat you to a big meal. As he walked, Shifeng said, The competition won't end until there are fewer than 10 participants. Maybe 3 or 4 days, maybe 10? You'll be stuck here chewing on trees. Li Chang responded in surprise, Huh? Running quickly ahead, Li Chang shouted excitedly, The fighting spirit has been ignited, let's wrap up this competition. Shifeng called out from behind, Hey, wait a minute. Li Chang suddenly came to a stop. Shifeng, unable to stop in time, crashed into Li Chang's back with a thud. Hey! Li Chang pointed ahead, saying, Look, don't just stop suddenly like that. Li Chang's face changed, and he shouted, Isn't that the apple core I was eating earlier? We've taken a wrong turn. Shifeng, sweating lightly, replied, I mentioned this problem from the beginning. Thus began the strange adventure of the two friends, one fat and the other thin. A while later, from deep within the forest, a voice was heard, Don't run away, brother-in-law. The voice continued, Let me go, I'm not going back this time. A loud voice chased after them. From the bushes, Shifeng called out, Brother-in-law. Li Chang, puzzled, asked, Is this a family dispute? Li Chang suddenly leaped out of the bushes, shouting, Then haven't we already returned to human society? Help! Shifeng grabbed Li Chang from behind and stopped him, saying, Hey, take it easy. What if it's a wild animal? Li Chang, with a puzzled expression, responded, Do wild animals speak human language? Shifeng adjusted his glasses and replied, Did you forget the name of the person who's the head of the family and the salt keeper? Everything must be done carefully. Shifeng and Li Chang continued to hide in the bushes. Li Chang said, You're really nosy. Shifeng reminded him, Keep your voice down. Suddenly, someone ahead shouted, Don't come here. In front of them appeared two bears quarreling with each other. The bear with one eye covered said, Sorry, brother-in-law. The other bear shouted loudly, I told you not to hit my face. Behind the bear with the fierce expression were two other bears. The one with one eye covered spoke again, Brother-in-law, just go back quietly, or you'll suffer the pain of your flesh. The bear that had just taken a hit didn't retreat but responded fiercely, I'm not going back this time, no matter what anyone says. Li Chang, still in the bushes, widened his eyes in surprise and said, Could it be a bear version of the go home and be coaxed? Shifeng, next to him, put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. SSSHH. The bear in armor, with bloodshot eyes, yelled, Brother-in-law, don't blame me for being harsh. With a swift motion, it threw a powerful punch at the other bear and shouted, Face-breaking fist. Li Chang suddenly leapt out and punched the aggressive bear in the face, shouting, Reconciliation court authority. Li Chang continued, We're all family here, let's talk things over. After Li Chang's punch, the fierce bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. The two bears standing next to it lifted the injured one onto their shoulders and carried it away. As they walked, the two bears talked, Brother-in-law has invited someone to beat up the first young master. We should hurry back and report. The two bears mumbled, There's no heavenly principle here, no proper sense of reasoning at all. Li Chang looked at the three bears and said, Did I strike too hard? Shifeng shouted, Hey, look over there. The injured bear weakly cried for help, Two great heroes, please help me. Shifeng suddenly widened his eyes, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he said, Isn't that the bear we just injured? The bear, filled with grievance, spoke, My family used to be very happy, until the day our child was born. The bear continued, Since then, her personality changed drastically, becoming cold and quick-tempered. Every day, I lived in a constant state of alternating coldness and anger. I want to escape from this life. Shifeng responded indifferently, Is that so? Li Chang, with a cheerful expression, said, Then you should go talk to her, we support you. The bear approached the two, raising its voice, Hey, don't talk like it's someone else's problem. Wasn't it you two who injured my hand? Moreover, everyone is a man. Shifeng was the first to respond, You're not human. The bear, hearing the sound echoing around, shouted loudly, This sound is done for. My wife's brothers are calling my wife over. The bear with bloodshot eyes said, You two injured my hand, now I can't do anything. You two have to take responsibility and help me resolve the family conflict. Shifeng replied, Indeed, as long as I and the fat guy take action, those bears are nothing to us. Shifeng suddenly turned serious and continued, But I refuse. The bear gritted its teeth and asked, Huh? Why? Shifeng answered, Don't try to use morality to bind me. I don't do things that have no benefit. The bear continued, If you agree to my request, it's not like I can't help you.
The bear opened its mouth, silently thinking to itself, the lowest limit of this person. In front of them, the two, Shifeng and Li Chang, were facing a group of bears, both big and small. The big bear yelled out for freedom. Li Chang said, "Remember the promise you made." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Wait." A bear with a yellow hat on its head spoke up, "I don't know why you two want to get involved in our family conflict." Li Chang replied, "Men among men, of course, we should help our brothers vent their anger." The bear with the hat said, "What's there to be angry about with that guy? Sure enough, he's talking nonsense again." The bear began to recount, "After we got married, he just ate and got lazy, and whenever something went wrong, I had to handle everything. Whose child is this?" Without pausing, the bear with the hat continued, "Then, after we had a child, things got even worse. I asked him to look after the baby, but he forgot to bring the child inside, and in the end, I had to handle the hunting too." Shifeng said. "Huh? This?" Li Chang, who was beside him, responded in surprise. "Huh? This isn't what I heard." The bear with the hat, eyes red, said loudly, "I'm the one who should be angry. He even hit my sister-in-law. No matter what happens today, I'm going to teach him a lesson." Li Chang asked, "Isn't this bear different from what you said?" The bear hesitated and answered, "Huh?" Shifeng, who was next to him, wondered, "Is this guy planning to run away?" The bear replied, "If there's a bear who has to be useless, why shouldn't it be me?" Shifeng said, "All right, well, this seems to have solved your family conflict. Remember the promise you made to us." The bear collapsed on the ground, muttering softly, I was wrong, brother." When Wan looked down and said, "You've been too careless." Ningfan O Yanghua, looking up from below, appeared puzzled. "Huh?" Ningfan asked Wan. "Why do you have to help Ningfan?" "That's right, why?" Ningfan and O Yanghua looked up at the three of them, full of questions. When Wan replied, "Why do I have to tell you guys? Go deal with them." The woman beside her said, "Yes, master." Ma Kai-shan spoke up to remind them, "Be careful." When Wan said, "I don't see the goat-headed summoned beast anymore." Oh Yanghua pointed directly at Wen Wan and shouted, "Isn't this the best opportunity to attack the summoner?" Strange creatures began to rise from the ground. Severed tentacles flew up in disarray. Oh Yanghua said, "The summoned beast is hiding in the shadows? What a hassle." The maid, dressed in servant attire, approached, carrying a few floating tools. Ma Kai-shan felt a sense of fear and spoke up, his gaze slightly penetrating. The maid went straight toward Ma Kai-shan and threw all the tools on her at him. Ma Kai-shan raised his hand to defend himself, shouting, "Huh?" The ribbon on the maid's dress tightly wrapped around Ma Kai-shan's leg, pulling him to the ground. Ma Kai-shan cried out, "Ugh." Ma Kai-shan furrowed his brows and said, "Huh?" Ma Kai-shan, with a serious face, shouted, "Ha, don't use these useless things to touch me." Ma Kai-shan lunged forward and said, "Fall down." The girl in servant attire received Ma Kai-shan's strike without a scratch. Ma Kai-shan, surprised, said, "What's going on? It feels like hitting cotton." The girl, with a creepy smile, only had the tip of a string remaining on her body, which was tightly wrapped around Ma Kai-shan. When Ron spoke up, "The instructor has just been toyed with by a summoned beast like this. TSK, pathetic." Ma Kai-shan, with anger burning like fire, shouted loudly, "Damn it, I'll show you the true power of the instructor." When Ron looked up at the sky, puzzled, why is it dark again? The sky had become overcast, with countless bolts of lightning striking down. Oh Yanghua said, "Could it be that instructor?" Ma Kai-shan, in his anger, pointed upwards and said, "Ha, receive my wrath?" The thunderclaps sounded, as the lightning converged, striking down. Ningfan used his move to shield Wen Wan. Ma Kai-shan said, "Damn it, did you see that?" Oh Yanhua, hands in his pockets, looked towards Ma Kai-shan and replied, "Yes, very well done, Instructor Ma." Suddenly, a system notification appeared, "System consumption has exceeded the trust point threshold, system entering rest mode again."
The freezing time is 30 minutes. Oh Yanghua, shout your move. Zheng Tianchang yelled, Shui Wei, are you okay? Hong Yilin brandished his sword and charged forward. The wolf with green eyes shouted, let's see where you're going to hide now. Hong Yilin was continuously struck, and the wolf, seeing this, spoke up, is this really the strongest of Class S? This is so disappointing. Suddenly, Hong Yilin burst out of the smoke and charged straight at the wolf's head. The wolf, confused, asked, clearly you're using a barrier system, but you're not using it to fight me. Are you looking down on me? Hong Yilin was caught firmly in the wolf's palm. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the wolf's wrist, which was holding Hong Yilin. It turned out that Zheng Tianchang was the one holding the wolf's arm. The wolf, surprised, said, huh? No, I can't move. From behind, Hong Yilin asked, what are you doing? Zheng Tianchang replied, I'm helping you, but I can't hold on much longer. Quickly, use your barrier. Hong Yilin responded, if I could, I would have used it long ago. My mana was completely drained when I was fighting those tentacles. Hong Yilin continued, even if I manage to open the barrier, it'll only last for a moment. Hong Yilin said, then let's give it a try. Zheng Tianchang asked in surprise, what? Hong Yilin, determined, rushed forward and said, try to take care of this guy in the blink of an eye. The wolf howled loudly, this kind of style, you're a disciple of Lu Guang Yuan, right? The wolf raised its other hand, preparing to strike Zheng Tianchang. With eyes full of resolve, Zheng Tianchang said, let's use small force to overcome large force. The wolf was knocked down by Zheng Tianchang and cried out in surprise, what? The wolf was thrown out, crashing into a tree. Hong Yilin said fiercely, take care of him in no time. The wolf charged forward, shouting, just the two of you? The wolf's clothes were torn off, and it asked in surprise, why are you tearing my clothes? Is this the blink of an eye you were talking about? Hong Yilin replied, this one's a bit too tough. Rong Shuiwei shouted from behind, it's not over yet, freeze him. The wolf took a blow from behind and yelled, huh? Zheng Tianchang rushed forward, saying, I'm here too. The wolf took the hit and screamed, ugh, the wolf says this is weaker than the previous one. Zheng Tianchang looked at the wolf and spoke, really can't hurt it? Why is it getting dark? Are we about to lose? Damn. The wolf got up, howling, now it's my turn. The mighty wolf rose up but was struck directly by a lightning bolt. The wolf said, is this how it is? Acting tough will get you struck by lightning, is that what they usually say? Zheng Tianchang looked ahead and asked curiously, is that teacher Ning above, or is it Miss Own? Rong Shuiwei said, we need to hurry and go help. Zheng Tianchang spoke up, Hong Yilin, let's go quickly. Hong Yilin, lying on the ground, responded, huh? I'm too tired, I want to rest. Ningfan, sweating, said, damn it, the system keeps having these glitches, is it trying to kill me? Ningfan thought to himself, continuing like this isn't a good plan. I'm only dragging everyone else down. Oh Yanghua spoke up, Ningfan, you better hide well. With a challenging look, Oh Yanghua loudly added, if I find you, you're dead for sure. Ningfan smirked and thought, if it's like that, then let him open his eyes and see me lying here. A hero can't stand being fooled. I can handle this. A broken piece of concrete fell, making a sound. Oh Yanghua shouted, found you. Hong Yilin appeared and used his sword to split the tentacle in half. Ningfan exclaimed in surprise. Hong Yilin and Oh Yanghua both asked in confusion. Ha? How come you're here? Could it be Zhou Xian? Oh Yanhua stuttered, sweat beading on his forehead. That can't be, right? How could Zhou Xian let a student defeat him? In front of him, Zhou Xian was being carried away. After undoing his transformation, someone noticed and quietly thought, this wound looks like it came from a beating. Ma Kaishan spoke up, Zhou Xian is only at that level. Let me handle this. Oh Yanghua quietly reminded him, you're not fully recovered yet.
Without hesitation, Ma Kai-shan replied, handling a few students is no problem. You keep an eye on Ningfan, don't let him escape. Rong Shui-wei turned to Wenwan and said, you're injured, I'll treat your wounds.
Ningfan gently spoke, Xiao Rong. Zhang Tianchang looked at Ningfan and said, alright, we'll handle things here.
Zhang Tianchang, standing next to Yilin, said, let's team up again.
Hong Yilin responded, just don't get in my way.
With that, Hong Yilin charged forward and landed a strike on Ma Kai-shan's back.
Ma Kai-shan sneered, is that all you've got? Hong Yilin and Zhang Tianchang took turns launching attacks at Ma Kai-shan.
Zhang Tianchang landed a direct kick to Ma Kai-shan's face.
Oh, Yanghua, standing beside them, spoke up, Teacher Ma, should I handle it for you? Ma Kai-shan's face darkened, and he snapped, move aside. You keep an eye on Ningfan for me, that's all I need from you.
Ma Kai-shan did not need Oh Yanghua to speak up and affirm, I am not like that useless teacher hiding behind his students.
I can handle my own match.
Zhang Tianchang shouted loudly, Ning teacher is not useless. Zhang Tianchang threw a punch at Ma Kai-shan, but Ma Kai-shan dodged it. He said, such a simple punch, it's too easy to read.
Zhang Tianchang was knocked upward by Ma Kai-shan's strike. Hong Yilin asked, why is he getting so worked up? Ma Kai-shan continued, the students of a useless teacher will inevitably be eliminated. Zhang Tianchang yelled, Hong Yilin.
Hong Yilin took a punch from Ma Kai-shan and was sent flying.
Ma Kai-shan smugly said, hurry up and try to die, it's fine. Both obstacles have been dealt with. Ningfan, enraged from behind, shouted, who are you calling useless? Come at me, I won't avoid you anymore. Ma Kai-shan responded, do you dare to say that?
Then Ma Kai-shan said, win the car, hurry and win the car. Suddenly, a foot from nowhere struck Ma Kai-shan. Oh Yanhua shouted loudly, Headmaster Ma, be careful. After the unstoppable blow, Ma Kai-shan was eliminated. Lung Xingyu then asked, did you crash into someone again? Ma Kai-shan leaned against the cliff, and Lung Xingyu asked in a serious tone, did you hit someone again?
Lung Xingyu continued, is it the teacher from Class S causing trouble with you this time? Lung Xingyu added, it seems like you're in a pretty bad spot, huh? Ningfan asked, do you need my help? Ningfan responded, never mind, you should rest.
Oh Yanhua is not as simple as you think.
Lung Xingyu loudly asserted, I'm not as simple as you think either. Get up here.
The chicken next to Lung Xingyu stretched its neck and charged toward Oh Yanhua. Oh Yanhua, with a face full of challenge, said, then let me see just how not simple you are. Suddenly, a hand punched straight at the chicken.
Snakehead Fish said, isn't it pretty simple?
Nan Gongyan smugly remarked, exactly, she's not simple at all. Miss Lang, Ningfan encouraged, go for it, Lung Xingyu, I believe you're not as simple as that.
Lung Xingyu shouted, don't say simple again. Damn crow mouth. Lung Xingyu's chicken said, isn't this the salted fish? Let me show you my new move. Snakehead Fish responded challengingly, then I'll have to watch carefully.
The chicken charged at Snakehead Fish, shouting, unstoppable windwheel, crush them for me.
Snakehead Fish yelled, hot, hot, hot. Oh Yanhua called out to Ningfan.
Oh Yanhua turned to Ningfan and asked, how do you feel now?
I've dealt with many of your students.
I spent a lot of time putting together this perfect plan. Now, there's no student left who can shield you anymore. A sudden thought crossed Ningfan's mind.
Wait a minute, could he have hacked my system? Oh Yanhua said, let me show you something interesting.
Ningfan loudly called out, Suafom, Xia Tiangu. Grinding his teeth in anger, Ningfan said, this barrier.
Oh Yanhua continued, I told you. I've come up with a perfect plan.
I've investigated all your students. Suddenly, a person appeared and said, this time, we've got Ning teacher.
Ningfan asked in a cold voice. Oh Yanghua, why are you willing to risk everything to get rid of me? Oh Yanghua replied, get rid of you? He grabbed Ningfan by the collar and said, "If I were to get rid of you, what I would have is an opportunity." "Do I need to wait until now?" Oh Yanghua shouted, "Look at the pathetic state you're in right now. What exactly makes you better than me?" Oh Yanghua's face twisted in anger as he said, "Lu Guangyuan, the principal, and even her. Why are they all so concerned about you?" Oh Yanghua continued, "I have to show them that you are just a useless piece of trash, nothing more, nothing less." Looking down at Ningfan, Oh Yanghua shouted, "Ningfan, you've lost. Now, all you need to do is kneel and bow to me, and I'll spare your students." With a challenging tone, Oh Yanghua said, "If not, I'll start eliminating your students one by one." Oh Yanghua yelled, "Everything I do is for this moment, to let everyone know that you are nothing but a worthless fool." The image of Ningfan kneeling was broadcast live on the large screen, witnessed by the large crowd. Zhao Wenlong, with a smug expression, spoke up, "Broadcast it all, this is a priceless scene worth remembering." Oh Yanghua shouted loudly, "Bow your head, Ningfan, I want you to never be able to lift it again." Suddenly, dark shadows appeared around Ningfan, tearing apart the talismans. These dark shadows had appeared before, severing the tentacles. The girl behind Oh Yanghua screamed, "My talisman is torn." Wen Ruan. The dark shadows appeared, cutting through the tentacles around Oh Yanghua. Wen Ruan, with a mocking tone, looked at Oh Yanghua and said, "Is that all you've got, just those flimsy tentacles?" Oh Yanghua clutched his injured shoulder and asked, "Wen Ruan, why on earth do you keep trying to protect Ningfan?" Wen Ruan responded, "Why do you keep asking that question?" She continued, "Isn't there a plan for dealing with someone like me, the one who's helping you? Are you worried?" Oh Yanghua smiled and replied, "If I can't handle an unexpected situation, how can I call it a perfect plan? I never intended to act in the first place." When Ruan suddenly realized that his magical power was increasing, she pointed directly at Oh Yanghua and shouted, "Stop him." Oh Yanghua spoke up, "The tentacles are just intermediaries. Did you really think I would use them to fight?" With his increasing magical power, Oh Yanghua confirmed, "I'm not a summoning system teacher, I'm a spiritual system mage." Oh Yanghua said, "The magic I gain comes from eroding you. My strongest spell is already complete." With one of his eyes glowing purple, he pointed at Wen Ruan and said challengingly, "Even so, you can still protect Ningfan. I'll show you the monster within me." Wen Ruan shouted, "Hurry." Ningfan asked in surprise, "Huh? Why?" Wen Ruan, "The next battle doesn't have time for you to worry about Dong." Ningfan shouted, "You're using too much force." Ningfan raised his voice and said, "Sorry to bother you." Zhao Wenlong was surprised by Ningfan's appearance and, in astonishment, asked, "What happened?" The monster in the shape of an eye from Oh Yanghua shot a beam of purple light directly towards the helicopter where Ningfan was. Ningfan raised his hand to shield himself from the light and said, "What is this? It's too bright." Ningfan watched as Zhao Wenlong lost consciousness in front of him and, with a puzzled expression, said, "Is this a result of a large amount of magic being lost, causing a temporary coma? Did that beam of light drain all the magic? Why am I fine?" Ningfan was even more surprised when he heard a voice from the cockpit saying, "The helicopter pilot, being uncontrollable, crashed into the cliff and exploded." Oh Yanghua, sitting proudly on his monster, said, "Running is useless. As long as you're still on this island, you're within my sights. It's over, and isn't the result still that I win?" Oh Yanghua adjusted himself and confidently said, "Since it's all over, we should get to the point. Say whatever you want to say." Oh Yanghua shouted, "Jia Yushui, I want you to be my girlfriend." The day before the competition, Yushui stood up and muttered to herself, "I'm done with work today, time to head home." She stood up and thought, tomorrow is the competition. Suddenly, Yang Hua entered, and Jia Yushui responded, "Mr. Ouyang, is there something you need from me?" He instructed, "There's something very important about tomorrow's competition that I need to tell you, you must watch the live broadcast." After recalling this, Yang Hua told himself, "Yes, now is the right time to say this." He decided to shout, "Jiao Yushui, I like you." Yang Hua confessed, "Be my girlfriend."
The three women immediately lost control. He continued shouting, "Your hair is so beautiful, and your skin is so white and smooth." Manhwa yelled again, "The first time I met you, I was completely attracted to you. I promise, I will treat you well." Before he could finish, a goat's head charged towards him, hitting Manhwa. When Ruan angrily scolded, "Are you done talking yet? And why are you only talking about her appearance? You're such an idiot." The goat's head swung again, narrowly missing Manhwa. He immediately used an invisibility spell, blending into the air, while the goat's head continued to strike. Manhwa, casually resting his head on his hand, said, "It's you again? Stop clinging to me, didn't Ningfan get eliminated?" When Ruan replied irritably, "Who's clinging to you? It's because of you, you just asked for it, you deserve the beating." Manhwa transformed into a giant squid and interrogated her. "What you're doing is making me more and more curious. If I win against you, then tell me the reason why." He whipped at her relentlessly. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The squid's tentacle struck her head, causing her to be thrown hard to the ground. Manhwa grinned and asked, "So, does this mean I've won? Tell me the reason." Amid the swirling dust, a coughing sound was heard. When Ruan appeared and said, "Damn it, I got provoked. Lu Guan Yuan only asked me to help Ningfan." But Manhwa quickly quibbled, "You can't even lie properly. There's no way Lu Guan Yuan would ask someone else for help. Are you trying to avoid answering? Could it be that you're interested in me?" She was furious with him. "What? I'll kill you, you bastard." He teased her with a mocking tone. Oh, I was just joking." With such a strong reaction, now I'm wondering if I guessed right. When Ruan gathered all her strength and yelled, "Shut up! It's not you. The person I like is." She trembled and whispered, "The person I like is Ningfan." At that moment, Ningfan crawled out from the dust, groaning, "Ah, it hurts so much, what a disaster." He said nonchalantly, "Huh? When Ruan? What were you shouting about just now? Forget about that. I have a plan." When Ruan was overwhelmed with tears of joy. "Brother, you haven't been eliminated yet? Why, didn't you just see me earlier?" The ribbon slowly wrapped around her hands, while her other hand was summoning dark energy. Half of Wen Ruan's face turned into a goat's head. At that moment, she had transformed into a shape resembling a prayer wheel. Ningfan scratched his head in confusion. "Ha? Why did you suddenly transform?" When Ruan hurled a heavy dumbbell straight at his face, shouting, "Forget it, just let me be." Nearby, Shuiwei spoke up, "It's best if everyone stays still." She anxiously added, "My healing magic can't fully cure everyone." Sua Feng replied, "I'm fine." Tiangu asked curiously, "What's that thing over there?" Xingyu cracked her knuckles excitedly, "Doesn't matter what it is, just smash it." Tiangu teased her, "You can't even beat salted fish and now you're saying you'll win against that thing?" Xingyu fumed, "It ran away, I didn't lose." He shivered and responded, "It's because we've recovered, and it sensed something was wrong, so it ran." Tiangu looked at Manhwa, who was leisurely inside the squid, and felt disgusted. It was truly nauseating, especially in such an obvious spot, with that nonchalant attitude. He firmly said, "My shield's transformation range isn't enough to reach the teacher's true energy, we'll need to figure out how to deal with this. My offensive spell can reach that far." Sua Feng also joined the group, and I could fly. But Tian Chang did not allow it. "No, Shui Wei has already used a lot of magic for healing. It's better to hold off for now." Tiangu turned to him and said, "Aren't you guys okay? You don't even care about me." Tian Chang was uneasy. Even if they attacked with magic, the tentacles would block them. There were too many tentacles, and unless a lot of people attacked at once, Tiangu thought, getting close would be hindered by the tentacles, and attacking from a distance would also be blocked by them. He finally spoke up, "Doesn't that mean our teacher is invincible then?"
Xingyu burst out laughing. You're so foolish. Tiangu, feeling embarrassed, said, What's so funny? You should come up with a plan yourself. She took out 2 pills, looking quite dangerous. Simple. Isn't it just about suppressing the tentacles with numbers?
Meanwhile, Ningfan could only be heard complaining, it hurts so much.
Why are you so forceful? When Juan made an excuse, can you stop mentioning that? I thought someone was attacking from behind. Don't you want to go find your students?
He felt dizzy, lying there casually as he responded, That's right, making you so mad.
I don't look like this at all.
Ningfan then revealed, Don't rush, we'll know where they are soon. Among my students, there is one who excels at revealing herself. Cut to Xingyu, who smiles with satisfaction, this time it's perfect. They had quickly created a large number of giant arrows.
Someone asked, Is this enough summons? Tiangu, is this okay? Xingyu immediately gave the order, Fire the arrows and turn him into a hedgehog. Countless arrows were launched toward Yang Hua.
The squid's eyes widened as it realized, and Yang Hua inside was also caught off guard. Xingyu provocatively said with delight, With this many, if you can block them, try blocking one.
A barrage of arrows struck the squid. She smugly said, surprised, Were you? Didn't have time to defend yourself, did you?
All that could be seen was thick smoke enveloping the squid, with the arrows piercing its skin melting away. Yang Hua also spoke up, This is a summoned object created from magical power, right? He revealed uselessly, magical power will only be corroded until it's gone.
This is a wall that magical power cannot penetrate. Yang Hua shouted loudly, declaring, The key point is absolutely invincible.
Then he used his tentacles to strike directly at Xingyu.
Tiangu hurriedly asked, Hey, Lung Xingyu, what's next? Have you prepared the next steps of the plan? She shouted, Yes.
In front of Xingyu, another tentacle was rushing toward her.
The squid slammed its tentacle down onto the ground, and everyone shouted, Xingyu, big sister.
It turned out that Shifeng and Li Chang had summoned a brown bear to block the tentacle for her.
Don't worry, we're here. Shifeng and Li Chang struck cool poses.
Big sister, don't worry, we're here.
The bear growled angrily. The two of them looked even cooler. What are you doing? Hurry up and help.
It pointed at the tentacles wrapped around the bears and said, This thing will corrode magic power, it's very disadvantageous for our magical beasts.
Tian Chang was tightly entangled and helpless, unable to break free. What to do now?
Suddenly, arrows appeared, cutting through the tentacles. A barrage of arrows shot out, severing all the tentacles. It turned out that when Juan was casting an offensive spell, she was unaware that a lightning bolt was heading towards her from behind. The squid attempted to release a large bolt of lightning to defend itself. Yang Hua frowned, irritated, like a swarm of flies. Really troublesome. Then, he launched several attacks from the squid's eyes.
When Juan quickly dodged the blow by flying away. Everyone looked up, puzzled, Who is that? Are they helping us draw attention?
Suddenly, the main character appeared from nowhere. Finally, I found you guys.
Shifeng and Tianchang shouted. Ningfan, right now when Juan is focused on moving, distracting the enemy. Even Yang Hua must be surprised. Did you avoid all the tentacle attacks?
The tentacles shot toward her, and when Juan released strands of ice that wrapped around them and said, Trapped now.
The icy fabric tightened around the tentacle, making Yang Hua scream, What? He was still smug. So what? I can generate many more tentacles.
Suddenly, the tentacles froze again.
Shuiwei then said, Freezing only lasts for a moment, the corrosion is too fast. Tian Chang grabbed one of the tentacles, I'll help too.
At that moment, Shifeng and the pack of bears also held onto the tentacles, and we arrived. Yang Hua screamed, So what if you grab the tentacles?
You still can't break through my fortress wall. Are you all out of your minds?
When Ruan then revealed, we can't, but someone can.
Yang Hua looked worried. Who?
Ningfan was watching from a distance.
All right, here, he said as he leaped up with his arrow and added, I'm going to break the fortress now. Oh, Yang Hua was taken aback.
He looked at Ningfan, thinking that this approach didn't seem like the kind of attack aimed at a living target.
A powerful force shot directly at the squid's eye.
Ningfan charged forward and said, too bad someone as useless as me doesn't have the magic for you to corrode. At this moment, he had pierced through the eye and moved closer to Yang Hua. Ningfan raised his fist, and despite the disturbance, Yang Hua fought back.
Immediately after, a loud explosion occurred.
Thick smoke billowed up, and only the flickering silhouette of Ningfan could be seen. He had trampled Yang Hua underfoot, grinning triumphantly.
Wasn't it supposed to be easy to break it? Your indefensible fortress.
At this moment, Gong Yen appeared and shouted.
Snakehead fish, look.
He sat on the shoulder of Snakehead fish and spoke.
5 people want to deal with the 2 of us.
The Ningfan group retorted.
Stop talking nonsense.
Gong Yen provocatively challenged, knowing Snakehead Fish's strength, he didn't dare face them one by one.
Xingyu was passionate.
What?
Who's afraid? Let me go first. Li Chang reminded.
Hey, Big Sis is clearly provoking them. Gong Yen patted Snakehead Fish's shoulder. Snakehead Fish spoke authoritatively.
It's fine, Xiao Yanyan.
It's a trivial matter not worth mentioning for a king. As a king, one must be tolerant, and only then will victory be gained.
Conquest will open your eyes.
At this point, Wenlong was explaining. I'm the live host, Zhao Wenlong. I apologize to all the viewers for the delay.
Where? He's sitting on the helicopter announcing. Now, let's return to the match. Wenlong continued, let's take a look at the current situation of the battle.
Suddenly, a waterfall rose behind him, swirling and surging high like a tsunami.
The helicopter was instantly swept into the waterfall.
Xingyu felt annoyed, it was indeed true.
Gong Yen laughed gleefully, as expected, the snakehead fish is the strongest person in the universe.
He ordered everyone to kneel, while Xingyu and the others were envious.
It was truly admirable. Why couldn't their own destiny be as strong as that?
The waterfall was flooding over the land, rocks, and trees below, pouring down onto Ningfan's group. The powerful waterfall surged all the way up to the cliff face. Ningfan's group was completely submerged in it. Shui Wei was struggling, when suddenly a hand grabbed her. It turned out to be Tian Chang pulling her toward him. He pulled her close, their faces nearly touching.
Tian Chang then hugged Shui Wei to protect her.
Someone snapped their fingers, and a protective circle enveloped him and her.
Others were also shielded in the same way. Even Xingyu sat calmly within the protective circle.
It was none other than Ningfan, who had saved his disciple. The system notification announced that the esteemed master was repairing the eyes of the disciple.
The estimated time for repair completion was 23 hours, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds.
The trust points would be used for this repair. Ningfan was satisfied, having had a bad day, but now his luck had turned around. He looked at the scene ravaged by the waves and said, the arena has turned into this, and now comes the final battle. Ningfan observed the giant snakehead fish in front of him and thought to himself.
Moreover, it seemed like there was something here resembling the final boss. Gong Yen, in a fit of rage, ordered, what a bunch of pests.
Snakehead fish, treat those guys to a seafood feast. Gong Yen then provocatively said, come on, Ningfan.
Ningfan calmly replied, I never said I would make a move. You tortured me earlier. Why don't you let my student take care of that little brat? Li Chang trembled and asked, Ning teacher, are you serious? Tiangu also added, we're flying, we can't get close to him.
Shifeng screamed, please no, I'm scared I'll fall off.
It's too high. Gong Yen laughed derisively, a bunch of idiots want to deal with us. Back on the ground, we were just going easy on you. He revealed that the snakehead fish was the king of the sea, capable of controlling water and sea creatures. The waves grew more intense. Gong Yin shouted, "Here, the snakehead fish is invincible." Ningfan replied calmly, "It does have some skills." He turned to Shui Wei and said, "But here, it's not the only one that has been enhanced." Shui Wei immediately waved his hand, and the snakehead fish was stunned. Could it be that he was about to strike Shui Wei and shout, "Don't even think about casting any spells"? Tian Chang quickly took notice and rushed forward to intercept the snakehead fish's punch. Tian Chang braced himself and declared, "If you want to harm Shui Wei, you'll have to go through me first." Tian Chang shouted, and with a sudden burst of power, one of her eyes gleamed with the flame of water. Gong Yen rubbed his head and complained, "It hurt so much, I almost fell down." He called out to the snakehead fish, and it responded, "I miscalculated. I never expected calling the sea would result in me striking myself." Gong Yin yelled, "The snakehead fish is now frozen stiff in place, it's so scared it's almost crying. Snakehead fish, get up. Don't die on us." Tian Chang then said, "Your beast was defeated. Can you surrender now?" Gong Yin stubbornly retorted, "You bunch of bastards, you're bullying the snakehead fish." He swung his fist and added, "Well then, sorry about that, scaring him like that. Are you going to strike now?" At that moment, someone appeared. The figure slammed a staff down onto the ground, and a burst of light emerged, causing Tian Chang to pause mid-punch. After Huang Taiji struck his staff onto the ground, the ice surface and even the distant mountain cracked in two. He spoke, "Stop it." He winked and said, "I declare the competition over." As for the snakehead fish, it had become a statue of the free fish god. At this point, the scene shifted outside to the platform. A pair of high-heeled shoes stepped out. It was none other than Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, someone called her name, Lin Xiao Xiao. Kaishan appeared, covered in injuries, and announced, "You're late. The king is at school now. We should be cautious. If we're spotted, then..." Xiao Xiao responded, "Oh, wasn't the post-competition treatment supposed to be very busy?" This competition was really intense. Kaishan handed over a stack of papers and said, "Stop talking. This is the test report for the students in Class D that you need." She asked, "What's the result?" He then revealed, "Just as you thought, they all have low awakening levels. They are the type of potential physiques that you're looking for." Xiao Xiao seemed pleased, "Good, well done." Kaishan then said, "You want them to join your alliance, don't you? But now they're all part of Class S, which the school is focusing on. It'll be hard for you to act this time." Xiao Xiao smiled lightly, "The alliance has its own arrangements." After reading the document, she became stunned. Ningfan had also been promoted to a teacher in Class S. Xiao Xiao thought to herself, "Ningfan, what choice will you make?" At this moment, Wei Yu was standing on the stage giving a speech. "Students, you've worked hard." Although there were a few interruptions during the competition this time, it still ended successfully. Next will be the award ceremony. I must announce that, unlike last year, there will only be 10 lucky students this year. Please invite them to come up and receive their awards. Immediately, there was a buzz of discussion from below. Wasn't it supposed to be 20 students? I heard that when the competition ended, a tsunami hit the island. And it was King who intervened and stopped the competition. It seemed like someone almost died. When the event ended, the broadcast signal was cut off, and we couldn't see anything anymore. Wei Yu interrupted, "Silence, silence." Gong Yin chuckled triumphantly, "The tsunami, that was caused by me, and the first place will be mine." Wei Yu continued reading the report, with Shifeng in first place with 1,300 points, and Li Tu in second place with 1,290 points. Gong Yin was so frustrated he almost cried, "How can this guy be first place?" Wei Yu raised his voice to remind him, "Silence, student Nan Gong Yin." He continued, "The magical beasts on the island awarded extra points to these two students. They led the magical beasts to victory and continued to perform excellently.
Guiyu added, in third place, we have Yi Honglin with 1,050 points.
It was indeed still absent as before.
He continued announcing, in fourth place is Nan Gongyen, with 1,020 points. The boy looked at the score sheet and shed tears. His result was even lower than last time. Guiyu went on, in fifth place is Lung Xingyu, with 820 points. She looked very happy. He continued, in sixth place is Zhang Tianchang, with 800 points, tied with Rong Shuiwei, who also scored 800 points. Guiyu continued, seventh place is Xie Tiangu, with 770 points, followed by Suafeng in eighth place, with 650 points, and Wenjing in ninth place, with 400 points.
Suafeng felt displeased. Do we have to be classmates with him from now on? Tiangu was also frustrated. What a pity.
He spoke louder. These 10 outstanding students will participate in the competition organized by Luoying Academy 3 months from now.
The responsibility is incredibly arduous, so our school has decided.
Guiyu made a bold announcement, offering these 10 students a travel ticket so they could rest well. After the introduction, he said, next, let's invite our king to give a speech. Li Chang raised the silver medal high and shouted, Ning teacher, look, I got second place. Ningfan, using his mental sight, looked up at the stage in surprise.
Li Chang patted him on the shoulder and said, Ning teacher, are you stunned? Aren't you happy at all? He responded indifferently, congratulations.
Ningfan immediately activated his master's eye and thought to himself.
Why is that?
The system observed Huang Taiji and then issued a warning that there was an obstacle preventing the scan from proceeding.
He gritted his teeth in anger. Why is it you?
Ningfan observed him closely. At this point, Huang Taiji changed the scene to the busy streets.
He could see Yushui smiling and speaking happily. It's getting late, the celebration party ends here.
Tomorrow, you'll be a student of Class S, so make sure to keep up the effort.
Li Chang responded, it feels like a dream. Tomorrow I'll be a Class S student. It's the first day of the second best student in the whole school.
Shifeng also added, that's right, time to say goodbye to your past self. Suddenly, Xingyu grabbed Li Chang by the collar and yelled, you two only got the top 2 spots by luck.
Why are you acting so smug? He awkwardly said, luck is part of strength too, why are you only picking on me? Shuiwei spoke up, let's go ahead and head back. Tomorrow, we'll tell Tianchang goodbye too.
Yushui waved her hand, goodbye, take care on the way.
After everyone had left, she called out to Ningfan. Yushui looked at him with concern, are you okay? You seemed so down after the exam.
Ningfan hesitated, not just because he had eaten a bit too much earlier. Suddenly, she touched his lips, here, mint candy. Then Yushui reminded him, you need to pull yourself together.
Your students rely on you a lot.
She advised him, though they hadn't said it out loud, they could definitely sense that his spirit wasn't up to par.
He needed to adjust quickly so that they could feel reassured.
Then Yushui waved her hand, well, I'll head back first.
Bye-bye. Ningfan responded, bye-bye.
At that moment, on the rooftop railing, a girl in a cloak was making a phone call to someone, preparing to leave. The person on the other end replied, got it. The girl in the cloak continued, following them like this hasn't yielded any results, all I've done today is eat. The person on the other end reminded her, don't act rashly. She suggested, should I just go directly to them and see if they reveal anything? The person on the other end suddenly snapped, no. Suddenly, Ningfan raised his hand and shouted, don't move. The girl remained calm and said, oh, I wasn't looking for them.
They came right to me.
He questioned her, who are you? Why are you following us? The girl in the cloak was focused on her phone conversation, as if she had no intention of answering him.
Should we tell him?
The person on the other end replied, up to you, it's nothing serious. Then she spoke.
Someone had spread the rumor about your low awakening level outside. Ningfan replied, so what?
The girl in the cloak said, think about it, with a low awakening level yet still winning the S-class ranking competition, which organization wouldn't want to know the secret behind that?
Ningfan yelled, "You!" But the girl in the cloak had vanished, leaving only her words behind. Bye bye. He stood there, lost in thought. Why does this person look like Yi Honglin? Fast runner. Then Ningfan looked down at the road and said, "If you're brave enough to come, give it a try, no matter which organization you're from." The next day, Ningfan was wrapped in a blanket, shivering uncontrollably. Xing Yu kept sneezing. People cheered, "Look at that snow mountain, it's freezing. Where's the hot spring? I want to soak in a hot spring." Suddenly, in the distance, a car appeared, and everyone wondered, "What's that? Looks like it's getting closer." The car sped right up to Ningfan, then braked suddenly, kicking up snow everywhere. The snowmen around stood speechless. Inside the car was a very fashionable man driving. When June said, "Is that you guys? Students, welcome to enjoy our shuttle service." At that moment, a white car sped by on the road, followed by a bus carrying Ningfan's group. When June quickly accelerated, the bus swerved to the other side of the lane, and then it swiftly overtook the white car. When June was clearly excited, showing off his smooth driving skills. The passengers inside the vehicle were momentarily terrified, cursing loudly in response. Shifeng, confused, hurriedly asked, "Are you trying to kill us or something, driving that fast?" Li Chang, equally frustrated, couldn't even eat his apple in peace. When June shouted, "I'm driving at the slowest speed possible, you idiot," Li Chang retorted, "Who are you calling an idiot?" Sua Feng then asked Han Tiangu, "Are you okay? You've been staring out the window since we got on the bus." Tiangu, drenched in sweat and looking rather pale, replied, "You think I'm carsick or something?" Sua Feng said, "I never mentioned anything about carsickness." Xingyu, clearly annoyed, chimed in, "It's just a little swerving, can't you stay calm? Your noise is keeping me from sleeping." Gong Yin poked his head out and teased her, "Miss Lang, can't your summoned beast shrink a bit? It's so inconvenient." She snapped back, "What, do you need to mind my business?" The boy chuckled with satisfaction, as expected, you're still the amazing snakehead fish." Gong Yan even mentioned that it could be turned into a keychain, but suddenly there was a violent shake. It turned out the bus had lost control and crashed into a steep slope right at the edge of a cliff. Then it gained speed and shot forward again. Gong Yan, no longer seeing the key in his hand, shouted, "Huh? Where's the snakehead fish?" Shifeng turned to Li Chang and asked, "Why are you wearing my hat?" Li Chang was equally confused, "Why did my apple turn into dried fish?" Tian Chang immediately spoke up, "Driver, please be more careful. Everyone's carsick already." Shui Wei was trembling, unable to say a word. When Jing muttered, I think I'm going to die." Gong Yen was so frustrated that he yelled, that's right. Do you even know how to drive? Everyone's complaining about Wen Jun. What kind of driving is this? Could you please be more careful? How did the school even hire a driver like this?" He laughed maliciously and said, "Dare to say I don't know how to drive? Let me show you all the real skills I have." The bus suddenly made a sharp turn into the Xianya route. It sped so fast that everyone on the bus was pressed against the windows. Another driver saw this and shouted, "That's too dangerous." But the bus continued turning and speeding forward, as if marking its own path with incredible velocity. Yu Shui finally spoke up, "Ningfan, you need to think of something, tell him to stop the car." Only then did they notice that Ningfan had been half asleep for who knows how long. When June smugly said, "Don't worry, I've already made sure to tell the principal about everyone's situation. You'll definitely be safe." Then, the bus shot straight off the cliff. Inside, chaos erupted like never before. The next thing they saw was Yi Lin lying confusedly in the snow, her sleeping bag still with her. She furrowed her brow and pulled up her eye mask. Yi Lin sat up like a caterpillar. She noticed a figure standing in front of the Taoist temple ahead. The old woman with one sparkling eye looked at Yi Lin and said, "Why is there only one person?" At this point, everyone had stepped off the death trap of a bus. Ningfan yawned and said, "Are we here?"
But where's the guest house?
Xingyu then remarked, "Good thing the teacher managed to stay awake." He looked at the students who were still vomiting green bile and asked, "Are you all okay?" Shuiwei chimed in, "They must be exhausted. Let's head into the guest house to rest."
Tian-chan paused, feeling like he'd forgotten something. Yushui, dragging her feet, got off the bus and remarked, "Thanks for the hard work, driver."
"But we're here, right? I don't see any guest house." When June pointed ahead and replied, "If it's the guest house, it's up there."
"But if I drive up those stairs, that old lady will kill me." In front of them was a long flight of stairs, and the guest house was perched at the very top. After that, only the footprints in the snow remained. Finally, Ningfan's group had reached the lodge.
He called out, "Is anyone here?" He said, "No one's guarding the door." Xingyu sighed, "I'm done for. What kind of trip is this? I'm exhausted." When Jing lay sprawled on the ground, crying, "Ho-ho, why did I come here to suffer like this?" Shifeng was also at his wits' end, "This is bad."
Ningfan opened the door slightly and said, "Alright, you guys rest.
Let us go in first and take a look." Li Chang peered inside. It was a bit dark, right?
He looked in and nervously asked, "Is there something?"
"What is that?" Shifeng replied, "Are you scared?" Li Chang answered, "No way."
Ningfan immediately pulled the two guys along. "If you're not scared, then go in first."
Li Chang exclaimed, "Huh? That doesn't sound good." He pushed the two forward and said, "What's the big deal, just go already."
Suddenly, Li Chang stepped on a rat trap and fell face first to the ground. He screamed loudly, a ghost grabbed my leg."
Shifeng then said, "What are you talking about? It's just a rat trap." Tiangu, tense, said, "That's right, how could there be a ghost?"
Just then, the old landlady placed her hand on his shoulder and suddenly spoke, "Finally, you all have arrived."
Tiangu jumped in shock and screamed loudly.
Ningfan calmly said, "Stop yelling, I'm looking for the light switch."
Yilin was sitting there, drinking tea nonchalantly, and said, "You're too noisy." Tiangu stammered, just now there was." Li Chang looked confused, "Huh? Yi Hong Lin? Why are you?" Yu Shui, who had just led everyone inside, asked, "Is everyone okay? You're screaming too loudly." Shifeng exclaimed, "Isn't this Yi Hong Lin?"
Xingyu remembered and said, "Oh, so he was sleeping at the back and came here.
I completely forgot."
Ningfan sat down opposite Yilin and said, just now there was."
Then everyone came in. "Come, sit down. It's warmer inside. Let's go in. I want to drink tea too." Tiangu hesitated and called out, "Hey, wait a minute."
He looked pale and said, "Listen to me, this inn has ghosts, I saw it with my own eyes.
We need to leave quickly."
Then that hand rested on his shoulder once again. The old lady whispered, making his skin crawl,
"Are you talking about me?" Tiangu screamed in panic once more, then collapsed to the floor, foaming at the mouth.
The old lady laughed and said, It's been years since it's been this lively around here." She continued, "Let me introduce myself. I've gone from the scary old lady to the gentle, friendly old lady." She introduced herself, "I am the owner of this inn, my name is Shinshan. You can call me Grandma Shinshan." At this point, everyone followed Shinshan to tour the inn.
Ningfan asked, "Grandma, have you always been running this business here? It must be exhausting." Shinshan replied, "Yes, it's been several decades now."
Tiangu is still scared. There must be ghosts in this inn, something's wrong with her today.
When Jing heard this and became nervous, ghosts? I'm terrified of ghosts.
Xingyu, irritated, said, "Stop talking nonsense, you're scaring people."
Tiangu retorted, "I'm not talking nonsense. Even someone as brave as me got scared out of my wits." Shinshan suddenly appeared behind him. "Ghosts, where?"
Tiangu froze again, completely startled.
Xingyu burst into laughter. Is that all? And you're calling yourself brave? Shinshan reminded them, don't talk nonsense, or how would I be able to run my business? Tiangu stammered, yes, there's no ghost. The old woman then unlocked room 11. Shinshan introduced, here, this is your room. Everyone was very excited. Great, it has a piece den, I already like this room. The old woman said, no need to compete, all the rooms are the same. Each room can accommodate up to 3 people. Feel free to choose a room. Shinshan began assigning rooms. Zhang Tianchang, Suafeng, and Se Tiangu were assigned to share one room. Seeing Tiangu still shivering like a wet dog, Suafeng asked, are you that scared? The old lady continued with the allocations. Yi Honglin, Long Xingyu, and Rong Shuiwei were assigned to the second room. Shinshan said, Ning teacher, you can have a room to yourself. Miss Diao shared a room with Wen Jing. Yu Shui laughed and said, enjoy sharing a room. The old lady opened another door, revealing the final room for the 3 of them. Li Chang smiled brightly, finally, we get to rest. Suddenly, he noticed something and his expression changed. Looking at the room, which resembled a dilapidated storage shed, Li Chang awkwardly said, Grandma, this doesn't seem livable. Shinshan didn't say anything, just slammed the door shut and walked off. Shifeng was confused, why did she suddenly close the door like that? Out of nowhere, Shinshan opened the door again and pointed to a beautiful, luxurious room, saying, alright, you guys can stay in this room. Shifeng asked, Grandma, wasn't this the room just now? Shinshan replied, don't mind it. Meanwhile, Li Chang and Gong Yan had already thrown themselves on the floor to relax. This is so comfortable, this feels amazing. Shinshan explained, it's just that I'm old and forgetful when it comes to cleaning. By the way, the hot spring is open now. Once you've finished unpacking, let the others know so you can all go soak. She revealed, it might help alleviate fatigue throughout the journey. Shifeng glanced at Li Chang with a knowing look, did you hear that, fatty? He responded, the hot spring, right? Gong Yan excitedly exclaimed, then let's quickly go tell the others, I can't wait anymore. Suddenly, the boy was stopped. Wait a moment. Gong Yan sighed, What do you two want to do? Shifeng called out, don't rush, I have something interesting to tell you. Li Chang added, that's right, why the rush? The scene then shifted to 2 steam rooms, with a foot dipping into the water, the voice saying, this hot spring is so comfortable. Wen Jing, soaking in the water, said, everyone, come in quickly. The girls complimented each other endlessly, your skin is so fair, not really. They chatted enthusiastically, but the water was too shallow, they couldn't submerge fully. What were they even doing here? Suddenly, a whispering voice was heard outside the door. They've arrived, it's the big sister Rong Shuiwei and Yi Honglin, we're just missing Wen Jing now, I wasn't lying to you, right? It turned out to be the trio seeking revenge. Shifeng said, as expected of you, only you would come up with a good idea to notify the girls. Li Chang responded, from now on, we'll be like brothers. Gong Yan added, we're almost there. Li Chang immediately ran ahead. We can probably set off now. Gong Yan just reminded, hey, we can't jump over this. Shifeng angrily shouted, wanting to eat alone, Haven't we always been brothers? Li Chang spread his arms in front of the bathroom door like a pervert, I've described it vividly enough. Suddenly, he saw something that made his face turn pale. Li Chang was nervously glancing around when he accidentally caught sight of Wen Jing. She smiled and said, how skillful. Li Chang yelled, skillful? You plan to peep? Suddenly, Wen Jing stuck a talisman to his forehead. The talisman immediately burst into red flames, and Wen Jing coldly commanded, shut up. Of course, my goal is different from yours. Gong Yan, below, was very anxious, damn it, hurry up and think of a way to get up here. Shifeng, adjusting his glasses, said, aren't you the summoner? Summon something to take us up. The boy explained, I only know how to summon things,
but he won't do stuff like this.
Suddenly, Gong Yan's eyes widened.
He saw Li Chang falling from above, landing right on top of them, and all three of them fell into the water with a splash. Gong Yan struggled uncomfortably, while Shifeng screamed loudly. By then, Gong Yan had sprouted cat ears and looked confused. What's going on?
Shifeng, now with only one eye, explained, "Don't be afraid, this is just an illusion." He revealed, "Is this the barrier of Wenjing? I heard Xie Tiangu say, he likes to engage in that kind of thing with other boys."
Li Chang's hand suddenly emerged from the water, and he turned into a pig's head, punching Shifeng.
"Ha! So this is what it's about?" Shifeng was knocked far away, sending water splashing everywhere. At that moment, Wenjing appeared and spoke.
"That's the situation for the handsome guy. You guys are just the comedic elements in this story." At that moment, Tiangu opened the door and shouted loudly, "You guys are pathetic, going to enjoy the hot springs without calling us."
He stared at the scene, seeing Gong Yan and Li Chang fighting, and Tiangu asked curiously, "What are you guys doing?"
Looking at the hammer mark on Li Chang's forehead, he immediately understood.
"This is..." Wenjing exclaimed, "You're here." Tiangu quickly closed the door and said, "I misunderstood you guys, thanks for not calling me, bro."
Meanwhile, Tian Chang was soaking in the hot spring with Ningfan, shouting, "This is so relaxing."
He looked over at the trio of revenge seekers leaving and asked, "Aren't you guys going to soak anymore?" They replied, "We're going to eat first."
At this point, the three of them were exhausted from the chaotic fight, both in pain and hungry.
Gong Yan angrily turned back to scold Li Chang, "What are you complaining about? At least you got to see it."
Li Chang retorted, "I already told you I don't remember, everything after we entered the hot spring is a blur."
Gong Yan persisted, still cursing, "Does forgetting mean you didn't betray us?"
Shifeng had to intervene, all right, enough with the talk, let's eat, we're at the dining hall now." He glanced into a room and let out a sound of surprise. There was a knife chopping through a fish's head, followed by its body, all with a very professional technique. The fish flew up, surrounded by a flurry of knife strikes.
A man, wielding two knives, was intently preparing the dish.
Finally, he placed the fish's head on a beautifully garnished plate. He pointed to his dish and invited, "All right, the three of you, it's ready. Please give it a try." Yi Dao set the dish down on the table, and with the other hand, placed another tray of sushi.
Yi Dao, trying to look cool, said, "Enjoy."
Sua Feng exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious." Xingyu, watching the snakehead fish being devoured, commented, "Your attention is totally absorbed, you're getting too into it."
Yu Shui laughed out loud, "Ha, isn't it just adorable?" Yi Dao continued to serve more food, placing 2 more plates to taste.
Sua Feng called out, over here, Tian Chang, stop talking so much and bring it here already." All Ningfan could do was touch his chin, lost in thought.
He wondered, "Why have I never met this chef before?"
At that moment, Shinshan came in with tea and said,
"I just arrived."
She said she's old, and she can't handle doing everything alone.
Shinshan politely offered, "Would you like some tea, Teacher Ning?" Ningfan picked up the cup of tea. "Thank you for the offer, but I'd rather have the meal you've prepared."
Shinshan looked at the group of students fighting over the food and remarked, "You just divided the class, and yet, they're already so close."
Ningfan replied, "Ha, they used to be in the same class."
It's because they've had to endure hardships in Class D that they've learned the importance of treating each other kindly.
Shinshan then said, "Watching them reminds me of the past." She comforted him,
"You're still young, don't dwell on the past."
Ningfan hinted,
"Besides, if you want, you can continue doing what you do."
Shinshan laughed. "You weren't so smooth with your words back then." She then sighed.
"Lately, even lifting a glass or chopsticks feels heavy. And after retiring, living in the mountains for so long, I've long fallen behind the times.
This era doesn't need teachers like me anymore." Ningfan expressed his gratitude.
But you are the teacher of our teachers.
Teacher Shinshan.
A moment later, the sky darkened, and outside, the snow fell heavily. Ningfan looked at the group of students who were lying scattered about, some even drooling, and thought to himself, they must have all fallen asleep by now, right?
He pondered for a while.
Previously, he had pushed them forward due to various circumstances, but now, everything had turned out as he hoped, and they had finally made some progress. Ningfan told himself, I hope we can all stretch out and relax here. His gaze grew intense, but right now, he couldn't afford to relax. Ningfan had just made a calculation, and since there was no need for battle at this moment, he could focus on upgrading the system. The system displayed visible skills, Master's Eye, Master's Salutation, Trust Points, 1987. Consuming trust points could activate the third skill, and consuming trust points could also restore awakening levels. Seeing this, he exclaimed, what a rare opportunity, let me check what the third skill is.
The screen displayed, do you want to consume 1000 trust points to activate the third skill?
Suddenly, Ningfan heard something.
Ha! There's a noise outside the door. He quickly opened the door and shouted, what's going on? He saw Shui Wei standing, pointing ahead and shouting, over there?
Ningfan rushed over, and she cried out, Ning teacher, you saw it too. Both of them were equally stunned. In front of them, Xingyu was lying sprawled out, her head covered in the greenish sauce that had been poured over her. All they could see was Xingyu slowly having a bandage wrapped around the wound on her forehead. She screamed loudly, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Didn't the teacher say Shui Wei would treat me? Ningfan replied, it's this late already, don't you feel embarrassed? I told him to go back and sleep. He then questioned, so you decided to carry it down the hallway, holding a glass of tomato juice, and then slipped and fell?
Falling like that, seems impressive. Xingyu stammered, no, that's not it. She explained, at that moment, something grabbed my leg. Xingyu remembered that something had tripped her, causing her to fall. She pulled out a piece of paper with the following written on it, when night falls, don't leave the room, and this paper is the proof because I didn't follow the hints on it. Suddenly, Ningfan tapped the spot where Xingyu was injured. He turned and walked away, indifferent, saying, alright, I won't mock you for falling.
No need to make up some ghost story to trick me. I'm leaving now. She grumbled in protest, it's true.
Ningfan, while heading back to his room, muttered to himself, I was going to study the system tonight, but it's already 2 a.m.
He yawned, I'll rest first. Anyway, the vacation is still long.
Suddenly, he noticed the piece of paper pinned to the wall.
Ningfan was surprised. What is this? The note read, tonight, go outside the inn alone. He picked it up and thought for a moment. It wasn't there when he left, so how could it have appeared so suddenly? Could it be that what Lung Xingyu said was true? Was someone planning something for the next morning?
All he could see was everyone gathering around, telling the story of what had happened. Ningfan said, here's the situation. Xingyu added, this is the piece of paper I found. Someone questioned, could it be that there's a ghost after all? When Jing speculated, maybe Xie Tiangu is just playing a prank. Didn't he say there was a ghost, and you mocked him for it? Maybe he wants to prove there's a ghost, so he's trying to scare you, getting back at you. Shui Wei revealed, actually, I saw a note like this morning too. I have no grudge against Xie Tiangu. When Jing shivered upon hearing this, wasn't it Xie Tiangu? Could it be that there really is a ghost? Yu Shui spoke up to calm them, don't worry, it's probably just someone playing a joke. Suddenly, Shifeng barged in, shouting, it's bad, listen up, it's bad, the dining hall, everyone hurry there. Shifeng shouted, it's there. Ningfan rushed out, what happened? Yi Dao explained, here, the kid ate the bun and then this happened. It turns out Li Chang was clutching his stomach and shouting. Teacher Ning, help me, my stomach hurts so much, I've been poisoned, I'm going to die. Beside him was a note, don't eat breakfast. Ningfan immediately took notice of it. Another note? He quickly reassured, don't worry,
don't worry, I'll check it for you. Li Chang then said, Ning teacher, I should say some last words like a boss, right? Yu Shui replied, what last words? Isn't it just a stomach ache? Gong Yan asked, what happened? Tian Chang responded, here's the thing. Gong Yan quickly took on the role of a detective, announcing the culprit. So that's how it is. I've figured it out. Someone's definitely up to something. You pointed right at Yi Dao and accused him of being the author of this prank. He put poison in the buns because it's the easiest method. Also, he was at the scene just now. Gong Yan continued solving the case as if it were real, adding that the motive was Leng Xingyu secretly taking tomato juice, and the fat guy secretly taking 2 buns. Yi Dao, holding his face, explained, why would I harm my customers? A chef's greatest joy is seeing their customers enjoy the food they've made. And he's the happiest eater I've ever seen. Besides, the food was free, the school already paid for everything. Gong Yan then responded, is that really a trick up your sleeve? Then you pointed the spearhead toward Shinshan. Earlier, it was just a retreat to advance. Actually, the real author is her. Her speed in cleaning the room was incredibly fast enough to trip up Leng Xingyu without being noticed. Then, Mrs. Shinshan adopted a dangerous expression and asked sharply, huh? What did you say? I'm old, so my hearing's not what it used to be. Gong Yan was so frightened that his face turned pale. I was wrong, I was just talking nonsense. Shinshan then revealed, however, this situation reminds me of an old ghost story, from a long, long time ago. Shinshan began to recount the story. A long, long time ago, there was a demon. The thing it enjoyed most was leaving a piece of paper with orders next to someone's bed while they were sleeping. If the person didn't follow the instructions, they would be punished. At first, the punishment would be light and insignificant. People would think it was just a prank. But as time went on, the punishments grew more terrifying, potentially causing injury or even permanent disability. Shinshan revealed that if the person still didn't follow the orders, it would. Tiangu, in fear, cautiously asked, what would happen? It wasn't the old woman suddenly appearing behind him to answer, but her voice, it would take their life. Tiangu screamed, I knew it. After listening, Gong Yan snorted, and continued raising his voice to express, how could there be a ghost? It's definitely just someone playing a prank, and it's among you guys. Xingyu bluntly asked, then who do you think it is? Gong Yan responded, I don't know. Tiangu quickly rushed off, no, I have to check if there's any paper by my pillow, I didn't notice it this morning. Ningfan sighed indifferently, how could there be a ghost? Don't pay attention to it. Immediately after, there was the sound of Tiangu screaming. Everyone rushed over. They shouted, Xia Tiangu. They saw Tiangu lying with his head stuck right at the door of a room. It turned out that a 10-ton iron block had fallen on his head. Tiangu groaned, help. Help me. After a while, Tianji's face was completely wrapped up. Shui Wei said, all bandaged up. Ningfan pulled out another piece of paper, and sure enough, found the piece of paper in his room. The paper read, don't return to your room. Gong Yan helplessly held his head and yelled, we were all in the room earlier, only Xie Tiangu went outside. So who did this? Shifeng turned and teased, the detective team is stumped, huh? When Jing stammered and exclaimed, seems like there really is a ghost. Ningfan then concluded, everything leads back to the same conclusion, the note ordered that if ignored, there will be a punishment. The punishment will escalate. Everything matches with that story. Then he declared, it seems like there's a malicious prank imitating the story. I'm sure I'll catch that person. Li Chang hesitated and said, catch him, but right now we don't have any clues, and what if Wen Jing is suspicious about catching a ghost? Ningfan thought to himself, actually, there's a way to do it without any clues. That person will follow the rules of the prank. He speculated, if so, just reverse the order on the paper and he will appear. All they needed was to wait until evening and not go outside.
Then Ningfan calculated, but there were too many places to hide in the inn. If a fight broke out, it would ruin the inn, or it might violate the rule of not going out alone. But who could he go with? Suddenly, someone said to him, Ningfan, you're trying to lure him out, right? Yu Shui offered, use my paper. It'll be easier to catch him outside. The paper says not to go out. Yu Shui instructed, use my order paper. It'll be easier to catch him outside. Ningfan was surprised. Not go outside? He thought to himself, it was just the right time when he couldn't go outside alone in the evening, and the two of them could go together. Gong Yan suddenly interrupted, wait, if you're going, take me with you. I want to see what exactly it is. Xingyu quickly intervened and stopped him. Wait, you can't go. Come here to me. Then she pulled Gong Yan aside, whispering something, this is it. Ningfan said, we'll set off tonight. By the time it was evening, Yu Shui was worried would they really be able to lead him here? Ningfan responded, of course we can. I hinted that when we left the hotel, he had been following us all along. Ningfan suddenly grabbed Yu Shui's hand, come on, keep it down, let's go this way. In the distance, there was a figure standing, looking around, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, Ningfan lunged at the person and knocked him to the ground. He stomped on him and shouted, got you. Suddenly, a flurry of snowballs flew toward Ningfan. He looked stunned and shouted, everyone. Everyone burst into laughter. Ha, just as expected, the trap worked. The trolling was a success. And the person Ningfan was stomping on was poor Tiangu. Ningfan cracked his knuckles, how dare you trick me? He threw a barrage of snowballs at his student, let me show you just how skilled I am. After a while, Ningfan asked, so the paper, the whole story, the play, was it all written and performed by you guys? Xingyu answered, yes. He asked in confusion, did you come up with this plan just to mess with me? She also revealed, it's not quite like you think, I just wanted to come up with a way to lift your spirits. The chubby guy said, after the exam, he already had no spirit left. Xingyu recounted, the result was that Mrs. Shinshan overheard. At that time, the old lady pulled back the curtain and suggested, you're actually worried about the teacher? With so many good students, I'm moved too. In that case, I have a plan. Shinshan laughed and said, how's my plan? Has Ning teacher gained any spirit yet? Ningfan thought to himself, laughing out loud, then just wanted to say he had gained some spirit. He forced a smile and replied, yes, thanks to everyone, I feel much more energetic. Xingyu joyfully shouted, he said he feels more energetic now. That means it's a success. You promised to treat us to cake. Don't forget. Shinshan then said, hold on. The cake is here. Ningfan was confused, eating cake outdoors at night like this? Xingyu scolded him, huh? Isn't it because you went outside in the middle of the night? Ningfan was irritated, huh? You're blaming me? Li Chang suddenly yelled, I forgot to bring the cake. Ningfan was now thinking that something was wrong. It was written on the paper that Yu Shui had just told Li Chang, chubby, you actually forgot to eat. It's okay, we can help you go back and get it. Ningfan seemed to have thought of something, and paused. He gathered everything in his mind, carefully recalling the details. His note was pinned to the door, not by the pillow. The writing was also vertical, not horizontal, and the handwriting was different. The other note also said don't do anything. But that wasn't mine. Could it be that my note wasn't written by them? Ningfan exclaimed. Lung Xingyu responded, Ning teacher, did you call me? He spoke in a secretive tone, yes, come here for a moment. Let's talk. She replied, yes. Ningfan took out the note and said, this note. It listed the foreign hotel. Suddenly, Xingyu thrust through the paper and charged toward him, but he managed to dodge just in time. Ningfan immediately questioned, as expected, you're not Ling Xingyu, who are you?
This note was left by you, wasn't it?
Xingyu revealed her true identity by drawing a sword, caught after being discovered. My transformation should have been perfect.
Wang Yan smiled. My transformation is nearly flawless, how could you have figured it out? She is Wang Yan, a student from Ruaning School.
Her ability to extract biological fluid allows her to turn into any living creature.
It's very easy for her to change form.
Ningfan pointed out the anomaly. She wouldn't call me Teacher Ningfan.
Wang Yan smiled awkwardly. So that's how it is?
I'll pay more attention next time. Without saying much, he immediately stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum, then swung his leg to attack.
Wang Yan quickly adjusted her body shape. It seemed like she wouldn't forgive me.
She ran while taunting, "Come here if you dare."
Even Ningfan had to admit that Wang Yan's shape-shifting speed was truly fast.
But this trap was just too obvious. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head.
Why not try it out? Wang Yan hid on a tree branch, observing from a distance.
I didn't expect him to follow me.
This forest is my territory.
I'll use the petrified scorpion venom needle to deal with you. Once the needle pricks you, your magic will petrify, and there will be nothing left to stop me. Finally, the assassination technique. Ningfan quickly realized something was off.
Hoof. He spoke up, I followed you too, so why are you still hiding? Ningfan threatened, if you don't come out, I'll go back. A small spike shot swiftly toward the spot where he was standing.
Ningfan showed no fear, calmly tilting his head to one side to dodge.
The spike slammed into the tree, creating a large hole. Wang Yan quickly moved to another location. Maybe he hasn't discovered my position yet? How should I hide?
She continued to attack Ningfan, wondering how he would escape this time.
He smiled, don't waste your energy. You won't hit us.
Your move has already been seen through.
System notification, third ability activated, masters problem-solving technique. Once activated, it consumes trust value gradually and can predict the opponent's movements for 1 second. Ningfan wasn't afraid at all.
Instead, he stood confidently, dodging every attack. It seemed that by combining his speed and agility, no spike could land on him. Ningfan even casually caught a spike flying towards him and threw it back at Wang Yan, who was standing nearby. It appeared she hadn't anticipated this outcome. His face was filled with killing intent.
Stop jumping around. Come down here, I'm getting impatient. Wang Yan hurriedly fled. This time, we were just testing the waters. Don't take it the wrong way.
Her words made Ningfan curious.
Are there more of you? Isn't it just one person? Shifeng mentioned his name. Ning teacher. Lung Xingyu panted heavily. Hey Ningfan, why did you run over here? I've been searching for you for half a day.
He turned his head back.
Quick, check if anyone's missing.
She immediately replied, we're missing someone, the master hasn't arrived. Li Chang reported the situation, saying that Zhang Tianchang and Rong Shuiwei went to buy cakes, and the others were all here. Elsewhere, Rong Shuiwei pointed ahead.
The assembly point should be up ahead, let's go. Zhang Tianchang smiled. Then let's hurry. The chubby kid is probably already making a fuss for food. A strange leaf fell onto him.
Just as she answered, Zhang Tianchang suddenly vanished without a trace. Zhang Tianchang was now on a snow-covered mountain, his entire body transformed into a crow emitting a strange glow. Zhang Tianchang had suddenly been transported here. He screamed in panic. It took a moment before Zhang Tianchang calmed himself down.
Wasn't I just here?
This is. He observed the surroundings as he fell freely towards the ground. Looking down, he saw a cliff right above him. Of course, there was no way for him to avoid it while falling.
Fortunately, it only hit Zhang Tianchang's arm.
He tried to use his arm to cushion the impact, preventing any injury to his head. After surviving this disaster, Zhang Tianchang continued to fall freely. He observed everything around him, searching for a way to survive.
Zhang Tianchang kicked forcefully at the mountain ridge beside him.
His kick was so powerful that it sent him flying far away. While Rong Shuiwei was still in a daze, Zhang Tianchang had already flown over to her side.
Rong Shuiwei anxiously called his name, Zhang Tianchang.
Zhang Tianchang's body was covered in scratches.
Rong Shuiwei, my legs won't move.
She was puzzled. What happened?
Why did you suddenly turn into a bird just now?
He explained, a bird?
I suddenly appeared on the mountainside, then slid down here.
Rong Shuiwei immediately used her magic. Don't move, I'll heal you.
Zhang Tianchang speculated, could it be the effect of some spell?
Suddenly, a strange leaf fell onto his head. It was a snake that had appeared right before Zhang Tianchang's eyes.
It struck at his hand, causing him to scream in shock. A snake? Rong Shuiwei asked, what's going on?
You turned into a bird, the leaf turned into a snake.
Is it some kind of spiritual magic? He immediately denied, no. Zhang Tianchang thought, this is bad, it's poisonous.
He once recounted everything that had happened. I turned into a bird, and the bird turned into me. The leaves turned into snakes, and their powers must have swapped as well. Be careful, anything nearby could turn into something dangerous. If you touch it, you might be changed too.
Zhang Tianchang was sweating profusely, unable to keep up, his head beginning to spin.
She glanced around, noticing the wind picking up, and he warned, be careful, don't touch anything. Rong Shuiwei used her magic, casting a frost spike spell. The shards of ice she created pierced through the leaves, causing them to fall to the ground. But in just a moment, when the leaf rose again, it made Zhang Tianchang panic. Be careful. Fan Yidao appeared out of nowhere, his hands already holding a few thorns, which he threw toward the leaves. They quickly pierced the tree trunks.
Fan Yidao spoke, someone dares to harm my dear guest.
Don't worry, leave the bad guys to me.
He struck a pose and continued, can magic really change between objects? I can handle it. Leave this place to me.
Miss Rong Shuiwei was about to speak to him, but Fan Yidao interrupted, no need for words.
Take your friend and go ahead. She quickly left. I understand, you must be careful.
He pushed his apron aside, thanking her for her concern. A pile of weapons had already been prepared by Fan Yidao in advance. He seemed to be ready for a fight.
Come on, over here.
A stone emitted a strange light, flying towards him from somewhere.
Fan Yidao quickly drew his knife and hurled it towards it.
As long as he didn't make contact, nothing would happen. He could handle any number of attacks like this. He furrowed his brows. It seemed that Fan Yidao had not anticipated this at all. It wasn't just a stone, it was a time bomb. It exploded right at that spot. But luckily, he had managed to run to a safe area. A stone slid towards Fan Yidao's feet. He broke into a cold sweat, so it was a bomb after all.
Wang Yan unexpectedly ambushed Fan Yidao, but he managed to pull out his claw in time to block the strike.
Fan Yidao was about to strike back at her but hesitated when he saw the scene before him.
He was extremely surprised by Wang Yan's appearance. She was so young. Fan Yidao furrowed his brows. Did you run away?
I didn't expect someone so young to have such skills. He was sweating profusely, and if this person's ability continued to pose a problem in the future, it could become quite troublesome.
A sound came from inside the hotel. Rong Shuiwei, Zhang Tianchang, are they all right? Did they get ambushed? Shen Shan quickly reassured them. Calm down, Teacher Diao and Teacher Ning are treating them, nothing will happen. But Lung Xing, you couldn't stay calm. How can we calm down?
Li Chang wasn't any more composed.
That's right, we should find them and settle the score. The elder reminded them.
Young people certainly have a lot of energy, but they're shouting and making a fuss with a Shun Shan running a hotel. She quickly apologized.
I'm sorry.
Long Xingyu, still sweating, asked.
Grandma, where are you taking us? The elderly woman said. All right, follow me over here.
Li Chang was puzzled.
Isn't this my room? Sua Feng flew up. We can't just let them hide in the room, can we?
The elder explained. The original plan was to wait until your break ended and then take you there. This left her even more confused.
Plan? Didn't we come here to rest? Shinshan smiled.
Perhaps it's this place. As soon as she tapped the staff on the ground, a hidden door immediately opened. Shifeng felt confused. There was actually a basement beneath my room.
Shinshan calmly walked down. Come in. The ambush you encountered is likely related to this invitation-only competition. Some people are not in favor of it. Long Xingyu asked, why this competition? She then explained, the prize for this competition is no ordinary one. The ambush might just be the beginning. After all, your break is about to end soon.
Shinshan led them to a room, followed by pre-competition training, which made everyone exclaim in surprise.
Probably to avoid more ambushes in the future.
Starting tomorrow, your study and daily life will take place here. She forgot to introduce herself. Welcome to Shinshan School. They spoke so loudly that their voices echoed outside, surprised to discover such a space beneath the ground. A secret base, so cool, the students chattered excitedly.
Turns out Grandma was a teacher before? Yes. One of them asked, what are we going to train for here?
Shinshan replied, not yet, they're almost here, which made the kids wonder.
When they saw someone descending, she let out a sound. Shinshan smiled, they're here already. Diao Yushui spoke up, I've brought them here. Oh, Yanhua casually greeted, long time no see, did you miss me? Ningfan wondered, why hasn't this person been expelled yet? It's making things awkward for him.
Don't hold a grudge, we'll have to cooperate later.
Xiala, could you say a few words for me? Xiala ignored Yanhua.
All the students gathered in the conference room for a meeting about the competition, which made things even more uncomfortable for him.
Xiala stood up to speak in the conference room. Is everyone here? Alright, then I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Xiala, I'm a teacher of the S-level defense department. I heard your sister was attacked, I'm really worried about that. Long Xingyu frowned, worried, huh? You look so bright and cheerful though. Shifeng urged, stop pretending, let's get to the main topic already. Hearing that, Xiala went straight to the point, alright, let's get started. You all know about awakening, right?
Since the emergence of ability users, they all awaken, and the awakening level is used to judge and measure the strength of an ability user's power. Those with higher awakening levels can wield higher level magic. The important thing is that no matter how much one trains after birth, the awakening level cannot be increased. Long Xingyu broke into a cold sweat. We learned about this since elementary school. Xiala asked, so, what if there was something that could enhance awakening now? What would you think about it? She widened her eyes.
Huh? If it's not fake, of course, I would want it.
He explained, for this competition, Jing is offering Luoing something as a prize, which is something that can enhance awakening after birth, making Long Xingyu surprised. The prize for this competition can raise the level of awakening.
Rong Shuiwei wondered, what is that thing? Could it be that Zhang Tianchang finds it hard to believe it's real? Xiala took out a box filled with stacks of paper.
The contents of the prize haven't been made public yet.
If you want to know, you'll have to win first. Let's continue talking about the next thing. I've been quietly gathering information about the students from each school who can participate in this competition. First, let's talk about the Moon Shadow School. Every time they compete, they always do something disgraceful and shameless. It's highly likely that the attack on the students was done by this school. I'm particularly paying attention to these two siblings. Elsewhere, Wang Yan asked, "Brother, are you okay?" It seemed like he was injured, which made her brother curious. "Do you think I'm hurt?" Wang Yan hesitated and said, "Of course not." "Of course, I'm fine, but you?" He remained very calm. "How do you feel about the opponent you're facing? How do you think our chances of winning are this time?" She furrowed her brows. "They're very strong. I feel like we might fail this time," which made him chuckle. "You always say we'll lose." Wang Yan's face showed clear signs of panic. "This time, it's real." Her brother dismissed her words immediately. "Listen here. We've faced plenty of strong, unconventional opponents before, but we always won. No matter how strong they are, everyone has weaknesses. As long as we find their weakness, even the strongest person will be like paper easily torn." Wang Yan broke into a cold sweat. "Brother, have you already gotten the teacher's body data?" He gave a smug smile. "Well." She hesitated before speaking. "It's very, very similar, just like in the footage." "But what if they see through it?" Wang Yan's brother placed a hand on his chin. "If they see through it, aren't you still here? As long as the two of us work together, there's no difficulty we can't overcome." In the past, in a large city, when the large vehicles were lined up in a long row, they were trampled by the beast monsters. It continued to wreak havoc throughout the city. A police officer reported that the evacuation of the surrounding residents had been completed. "We can begin now." "Leave it to us," Xiao Xiaolu responded immediately. "Understood." Xiao Yun asked, "Is it another rampaging magical beast?" She urged, "Let's go, we can't let it cause any more trouble." She gave a fist bump, swift and decisive. "Of course," Xiao Xiaolu said. Without further words, they took immediate action. After a brief, fierce fight, one of the officers recorded the result: 0 casualties, not bad at all. The 6th time this month. Recently, haven't there been a lot of incidents with rampaging magical beasts? Speaking of which, are you two about to compete? I wish you both win the championship. Xiao Xiaolu suggested, then reduce the missions a bit, we don't even have time to prepare for the competition. Xiao Yun chuckled lightly, defeating magical beasts can be considered a kind of training, right? Back to the present, Xiala introduced Xiao Xiaolu and Xiao Yun as the elites of Mo Yun Police Academy. Mo Yun has a long-standing partnership with the police force, and these two have been interning with the police team. Their achievements are nothing short of impressive. However, their specific areas of magical expertise remain unclear for now. True to being a school that collaborates with the police, their security work is never taken lightly. Xia Tiangu frowned as he looked at the injuries on the dinosaur's body, probably caused by a magical attack. When Jing commented, "These injuries are much larger than those on others, hitting a human body wouldn't leave such marks." He responded, "That can't be confirmed, but you could try to analyze it yourselves." Then, the next school, Xia Tiangu continued, "The school organizing this competition, Luoying Academy, has won the championship for several years in a row and is considered our old rival. Pay attention to these two students." Xiala took out a photo. Lan, the barrier can control gravity. Lang Xingyu quickly recognized, "Isn't this Hong Yilin?" "No, but her hair is green." She turned to ask, "Is she someone you know?" "Are they identical twins?" "Yes, do you know her?" Xiala replied. Seeing Hong Yilin remain silent, Lang Xingyu reminded, "Say something, will you?" Xiala continued, "Our biggest enemy this time is probably this person. Tong Xiao has an awakening rate of 92% and knows how to use all types of magic. What's most frightening is that in the 2 years she has competed, she's never lost a single match, making her a real monster." Back to the scene where Tong Xiao is heading to school, the group of students around him is chatting. "Hello, good morning." A boy urged, "The class is starting, hurry up and go." She calmly walked into the training room. Lan was quite surprised by Tong Zhao's appearance. She sarcastically asked, "So you're here early today? Did the sun rise from the north?" She yawned and said, "Don't be so sharp, I didn't want to come early either." From time to time, Lon Lon would invite, "It's rare, do you want to join me for training?" Tong Xiao bluntly refused, "No." She was curious, "Then why are you here?" She explained, "The power went out at home." The teacher opened the door and stepped in. "Good morning. I got the materials from Moon Shadow School. Would you like to see them?" Lon Lon responded, "Oh, good morning, teacher. I want to see them, it's just Tong Xiao who's lazy, I don't want to." He was stunned, "Huh? You came to school early today?" The teacher tossed his bag aside. "Alright, want to have something to drink while we look?" Lon Lon replied, "I want apple juice." Making him wonder, "Can't you at least get it yourself with just 2 steps?" Tong Xiao was still lying flat on the floor. "Orange soda," she smiled, "Sorry to bother you, teacher." The teacher handed the can of drink to Lon Lon. "Here, apple juice," she immediately took it. "Thank you, teacher." He continued handing drinks to Tong Xiao. "Your soda, sit up and drink." But she had already fallen asleep without anyone noticing. The teacher quickly realized this. "She's asleep," Lu Guang Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Right here?" He glanced around in confusion. "What does Lu teacher want to do here?" Lu Guang Yuan hesitated, then demanded, "Come at me." Zhang Ranyang raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. Seeing he still didn't move, he urged, "No more words, just use all your strength." Zhang Tianchang raised his hand and punched downward. "Then I've offended you." Lu Guangyuan showed no mercy, bending low and kicking him in the face while simultaneously dodging the punch above. Zhang Tianchang didn't have time to react, being pushed into a wooden post beside him, his body covered in injuries. Zhang Tianchang looked at him in surprise. "Teacher, Lu teacher, did you really need to use that much force?" Lu Guangyuan lowered his gaze, his tone stern, "Of course, this is your training for today." Remembering the meeting that day, Ciela pointed at the performance chart and said, "This is the information about our students. What do you all think about how we should teach them?" Oh, Yanghua suddenly glanced at Wen Ruan beside her, seeking her opinion. "Wen Ruan, what's wrong?" The girl had her face down on the table and weakly said, "I have a headache." You all know that awakening is related to the amount of magical power. Without a high level of awakening, learning advanced magic becomes much more difficult. Even if they do learn it, during battle, they might not be able to use it due to insufficient magical power. Their awakening level will begin testing in half a month, but they have just started learning. They will need a lot more time, and there's even a possibility they won't be able to learn it at all. Diao Shui, sitting across from them, smiled reassuringly. Ningfan was able to teach them to reach Class S, so we'll definitely be fine as well. Let's come up with a good plan for them. Oh, Yanghua glanced at her and nodded enthusiastically. That's right. You really are something. At this point, Ciela turned to Lu Yuan Guang and asked, "What do you think, Lu teacher? You seem so calm. Have you come up with a plan already?" He shook his head slightly and replied, "No, it's just that awakening and physical training aren't that closely related. Physical training doesn't require large amounts of magical power, and training in it is quite simple." Back to the present, Lu Guangyuan looked at Zheng Tianchang and slowly began to explain. Training in martial arts requires finding someone stronger than yourself to sharpen your skills. This is not child's play, merely scratching the surface. This is the first lesson from him. He struck me. Once you understand, continue. The scene shifts to the large hall, where Wen Jing leads Suafeng, sighing, "It's time for class, but Ningfan still hasn't arrived. I didn't expect him to be a barrier master." Suafeng, unfazed, replies evenly, "Ning teacher knows all the systems." Upon hearing this, Wen Jing speaks up, "Are you waiting for Ningfan too?" Immediately, he shakes his head, hesitates, and answers, "Didn't they say a teacher named Wen Jun would come?" I'm not familiar with him. At that moment, a figure appears by the doorway. Sorry, I'm late. I'm the teacher for the speed system. Suafeng can't help but exclaim, wow, that's amazing, he said he'd come, and here he is.
When Jing starts to daydream about an ideal male figure, her face glowing, the name Wenjun sounds like that of a handsome guy, a man who makes others swoon just by looking at him. Wenjun, someone with a good temper, mostly seen in male students.
Suafeng leans in, frowning as he asks, what are you thinking?
Moments later, a middle-aged man with a scruffy street-style look, a candy in his mouth, and a loud voice quietly appears. Long time no see, I am Wenjun. Suafeng is so shocked that his mouth hangs open, but he quickly turns to tease Wenjing.
Have you thought about getting drunk yet?
The girl looked as if struck by lightning, her body turned to stone, and she weakly responded, I've thought about it.
Wenjun raised his hand and put it around Suafeng's shoulder, you're my student, right?
At such a young age, you already know flying magic.
Not bad. Now, why don't you tell me about our first lesson?
He hadn't even realized that Wenjun had thrown his arm around him. Suafeng was so shocked that he spoke incoherently, It's too fast. Then, he was pulled by Wenjun and ran at full speed, circling the earth once before continuing.
Let's get started. Suafeng panicked and screamed, hey, hey, hey. Wenjun twitched his lips, silently watching in that direction. Where did Ningfan go in the end? Meanwhile, Shifeng was strolling alone. He couldn't help but marvel, this place is really huge, almost like a maze. My classroom should be nearby, which one could it be?
Shifeng stopped in front of a door, cracked it open, peered inside, and thought, maybe the teacher is already here.
Let me try this room and see if it's his.
Immediately, his eyes widened in shock.
Inside were Xiela and Xia Tiangu. Shifeng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, huh? A waterfall. Xiela looked at him and spoke, is there something wrong? He was startled and quickly slammed the door shut. Sorry, I'm bothering you. Shifeng was still in shock, muttering as he walked. Why is there a waterfall? Never mind, let's check the next room.
In the next room, a man in a suit stood with his arms crossed, sternly observing Li Chang. The first step turned into a wild beast, natural perception, mimicking a wild beast. Shifeng, feeling a bit curious, thought to himself, this time it's a jungle again, but who is this teacher? Upon entering the next room, he saw the snakehead fish and Xingyu in a somewhat awkward position.
What is this about? A cult ritual, huh? Well, we'll just have to stay in this room.
In the next room, Jiao Yushui and Rong Shuiwei were present, with Oyanghua sneaking a peek from outside.
Shifeng turned around without hesitation and walked away. Looks like my teacher isn't here.
Seeing this, Oyanghua quickly rushed out and shouted, clearly, he's in here, stop pretending you don't see. After leading him back to the classroom, Oyanghua finally smiled and started talking.
Let me introduce myself first. I'm Oyanghua, the teacher of the Mental Sciences Department. Then, Oyanghua finally couldn't keep up the act any longer and said, can you stop wearing that expression? I know you have prejudices against me.
After all, we've had quite a few unpleasant memories together.
But you're already my student. Ningfan is also my colleague. I won't bully you guys anymore. Moreover, I will compete fairly with Ningfan. Please forgive me.
Shifeng sneered, visibly disgusted, and replied, all right, I get it.
So creepy. Let's talk about the lesson content.
Seizing the opportunity, Oyanghua suggested, in that case, we don't need to tell Master Diao about things like the competition anymore, right? Shifeng rolled his eyes and let out a disdainful snort, I knew it, how could you admit you're wrong?
Turns out you're afraid we'll expose your secrets.
Oyanghua awkwardly covered his mouth and coughed twice, well, before we start, let's go over TC's lesson first. I'll begin by checking the basic theory of mental magic. Shifeng's expression was indifferent as he smoothly replied, the basic theory of mental magic involves manipulating another person's mana to affect their senses, then using some illusion spells to enter that person's perception. Manhwa raised his finger and nodded in agreement. That's correct.
The core of mental magic is manipulating and controlling another person's mana.
Therefore, the less mana one has, the lower their awakening level, making it harder to control. Thus, the first lesson is to practice on someone with a low awakening level.
Sherfone blared and muttered, I see. He then glanced at the achievement chart pinned on the wall. The person with the lowest awakening level in our class is the chubby guy.
No wonder Ning teacher keeps forcing me to control him during training.
Manhwa immediately dismissed the thought and put up another picture.
Wrong, the one with the lowest awakening level, actually, is him. Ningfan Sherfone was stunned, stammering.
Ha! 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 Manhwa rolled up his sleeves, his gaze becoming deep. Got it?
So, the first thing we're going to do is control Ningfan.
Sherfone didn't even bother looking at him, his expression one of exasperation. Seeing this, Manhwa's demeanor became even more prickly. Why are you making that face? I'm serious. I'm not lying to you.
Scene shift to the kitchen. Fan Yidao tilted his head, looking at the person outside the door with some confusion.
Ning teacher, it's not mealtime yet.
Ningfan hid the meaning in his eyes, his tone calm.
No, I came to find you.
I heard you saved Gu Shuiwei and Zheng Tianchang.
You're a chef, and you have good skills.
Fan Yidao turned his head away, closing his eyes and quickly denying it.
No, what are you talking about, Ning teacher? What can I do other than being a chef?
Ningfan gave a forced smile, hesitating before replying.
Do you have another identity? Never mind, I just came to thank you.
Thank you for protecting Gu Shuiwei and Zheng Tianchang.
That's all I wanted to say. Do you have any identity that's unrelated to me? I'm going to class.
With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Tightening his grip, Fan Yidao spoke up to stop him.
Hold on, it seems like you already know, right?
Ningfan froze for a moment, somewhat surprised.
Fan Yidao appeared to have made up his mind. Then I have nothing left to hold back.
He closed his eyes and began to reveal his true identity. I am Fan Yidao, the leader of the Mutant Alliance.
My first task on this trip is to protect young Lady Gu Shuiwei.
Ningfan tilted his head to look at him, feeling somewhat awkward.
So you're Fan Yidao? After thinking for a moment, he continued. That's not it, I really have no interest. Fan Yidao didn't pay attention to his words and continued.
I also have a second task, which is to invite you to join our Mutant Alliance to show my sincerity. I will let you see a bit of my strength. With that, he pulled out a few sharp needles and threw them. Ningfan, quick on his feet, dodged the attack, but still shouted in panic.
What? Are you crazy? Attacking in a hotel? What if you ruin the hotel?
His alias appeared on the screen at the same time. The name he used on this site also displayed the alias Fan Yidao.
Mutant Alliance with no ability. He looked at the information panel, somewhat shocked. Are you powerless?
Fan Yidao, holding a weapon in his hand, shot a sharp, warning glance at him. Don't let the fact that I'm powerless make you lower your guard.
If you're not serious, you could die.
Ningfan once again used the skill of a renowned master, easily dodging all the consecutive attacks from his opponent. Suddenly, a red warning panel appeared, indicating that trust points were being depleted, with 53 points deducted. His mouth dropped open, his face filled with astonishment.
Ha! Does this skill consume trust points?
He sensed something was wrong and quickly released his chi burst skill. He used his hand to firmly grip the blade of Fan Yidao's weapon. The red warning panel appeared again, showing that his trust points had decreased to 9. Fan Yidao froze, his weapon immobilized, and he instinctively stepped back. Fan Yidao glared at him, drawing out his next weapon.
This isn't over, let's continue.
Ningfan suddenly raised his hand to signal.
wait. Seeing that the man had no intention of stopping, he stammered, trying to advise him. No, wait, didn't you want to invite me to join? Acting directly like this, shouldn't we talk it over first? Fan Yidao smiled warmly, offering a suggestion. Then, would you be willing to join our superhuman alliance? Ningfan pursed his lips and bluntly replied. No. I don't know what you guys are trying to achieve, but I can't join. Fan Yidao nodded and quickly explained, so that's how it is. Let me explain it to you. The awakening level determines quite a lot of things. Some people are born geniuses, but others are born as useless. Don't you think it's wrong to judge a person's worth based on their awakening level? Our Alliance of Ability Users is an organization that uses its strength to help those with low awakening levels or no abilities at all, so they aren't looked down upon. We want to create an equal world. Ningfan, after hearing all that, couldn't help but murmur, that was a long explanation. What do you want from me? Say it in 2 sentences. Fan Yidao, with all sincerity, lowered his head and replied, that's right. Our alliance leader wants to invite you and asks for your help. After a brief exchange, he was finally let go. Wen Jing watched him slowly approach and raised an eyebrow. Finally, he arrived. He looked at her, and she seemed a bit confused, asking, what are you all doing? Upon hearing this, Wen Jing puffed up her chest and stared at him. Did you forget that you're supposed to be in class, Mr. Ningfan? He scratched his head and forced a smile. How could I forget? Sorry about that, there was a small personal matter earlier. Now, let's start the lesson. The content of today's class is running down the snowy mountain and then running back up. Physical training. Hearing that, Wen Jing immediately shouted out loud. We're not in the athletics system. Are you crazy? The small fish beside her scowled. Let's go. Wen Jing was a bit flustered, pulling her friend's hand. Do you really want to go? He spoke in a cold tone. Move it, anyone who's slow will do an extra lap. Wen Jing was angry, it was clear he was trying to get back at her for the test. A public vendetta. He smirked, feeling secretly pleased with himself. He hadn't expected the infiltration to be this easy, and it seemed Ningfan wasn't here right now. A perfect opportunity, victory was certain. But that person wasn't Ningfan. The imposter, seeing Wen Jing and her friend, smirked and muttered to himself. It looks like those girls are waiting for Ningfan. That meant Ningfan wasn't here, so for now, he could wander around freely. But this place was huge. He looked around and started walking upwards, silently telling himself. Forget it, I've got time. I'll find it eventually. If he could find the kitchen to poison. That thought had just crossed his mind when Shin Shan walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Aren't you going to train the students here? The imposter's face went pale, and he exclaimed. Then he patted his chest, trying to calm himself, taking a deep breath. Right now, I'm Ningfan. He then slowly looked up and replied, I've already assigned the homework to the kids, and now there's nothing to do. Shin Shan nodded. Nothing to do, huh? Well, the students have worked hard. I was thinking of giving them some food. Can you help me with that? He sneered inwardly, thinking, isn't this a golden opportunity? He then nodded in agreement. All right, Shin Shan said, satisfied. Then I'll go prepare. You handle the distribution. He watched her move quickly, which caught him off guard for a moment. He leaned back against the pillar, lost in thought. This woman's actions are so strange, who can keep up with her? Let's go check somewhere else first. After walking a few steps, he noticed the water bottle nearby, and his gaze sharpened with a trace of malice. The water wasn't bad, and everyone needed to drink. If just a few people were poisoned and didn't participate in the contest, based on the invitation. Before his thoughts could finish, he felt as if his mind was being controlled.
Shifeng appeared behind him, using his spiritual sense on him.
Yanghua stepped forward. Well? Have you successfully controlled him? Shifeng nodded. Yes, it's done.
It wasn't that difficult. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Now, undo it. Yanghua raised a hand to stop him. Just keep him still like that. No, you need to control his movements too.
That's what training is supposed to be like.
Shifeng felt a little worried.
What if the instructor gets angry?
Yanghua smiled reassuringly. How could that happen?
The person you're controlling will lose consciousness, right? When he wakes up, he won't remember anything, and no one will know.
If you're worried about being seen, just move to the training room. No one will be able to see us there. After a moment of hesitation, Shifeng finally controlled the fake Ningfan to walk in.
Yanghua nodded in approval. Not bad, you can go ahead now, you really can control him. Shifeng, still controlling, couldn't help but ask, what exactly are we training for? Yanghua slammed the door shut and replied, it's simple. Whatever move I tell you, you just make him do it. Shifeng was stunned and frowned. Is it some shameless move or something? There's no filming or taking pictures, right?
Without answering, Yanghua patted Shifeng's shoulder, swiping the control stick.
First move, dodge.
He looked at Shifeng, raising an eyebrow.
What? Dodge what?
As soon as the words left his mouth, the fake Ningfan's body was knocked away by a large log. Shifeng turned around, frozen in shock.
The fake Ningfan was slammed face down into the stone bridge's drainage ditch.
The stone ball just happened to fall, rolling down rapidly, creating a horrifying sound as it struck. Shifeng's face turned pale, his eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled.
Teacher, what are you doing? Teacher ding.
Yanghua acted as if it had nothing to do with him, his eyes betraying a hint of smug satisfaction.
Didn't I tell you to move away? Look, you've hurt Teacher Ning now.
Shifeng gritted his teeth in anger, hissing.
Teacher. He rushed to the spot, frantically lifting the body. Teacher Ning, don't worry, I'll save you. Ha?
Yanghua saw him suddenly pause and asked.
What's wrong? Can't you lift him up?
Shifeng lifted the person in his arms and pointed at the unfamiliar face. This is not Teacher Ning. Yanghua was shocked upon hearing this and exclaimed.
Ha?
The body in Shifeng's arms suddenly emitted a bright light and then vanished, leaving him stunned and shouting.
Ha? Turned into a rock? What? What's going on?
Yanghua stuttered.
I don't know either.
Meanwhile, in a snow-covered forest, Wang Yan painfully held his older brother in his arms, sobbing uncontrollably.
Brother, are you okay?
Weakly, he murmured.
I can't participate in this competition with you. You have to keep going. Wang Yan cried even harder upon hearing this.
Brother! The poor older brother urgently urged.
Quick, call a doctor.
At the training room of Wenruan, Nan Gongyan watched in astonishment as his hand gradually transformed. It's turning into a fish, he said excitedly, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes shining brightly.
Is this the fusion mode of my father?
It feels like the power of this snakehead fish is flowing into my body, he said, enthusiastically flapping his fish-like arm. So soft, this feels amazing.
Wenruan walked over, smiling proudly. Not bad.
The fusion technique requires complete harmony with one's natural essence, yet you managed to learn it in just one day.
A compliment?
Nan Gongyan grinned even wider, feeling smug.
We've been together for so long. Of course, I'm perfectly in sync with the snakehead fish. Wenruan looked at him seriously. Tomorrow will be actual combat training. For now, get used to this state. Nan Gongyan nodded happily in agreement.
The corners of Wenruan's eyes curved upward, her expression in great spirits. She thought to herself, the speed of his progress is even faster than I had expected. Now, next, she said, then helplessly glanced over at Xingyu, whose progress was even slower than she had anticipated. Seeing Xingyu miserably lying on the floor, Wenwan sighed and looked at her in frustration. I told him, even the most basic fusion training couldn't be completed by him. How can we continue at this rate? Xingyu heard that and immediately sprang up like a spring, clenching her fists with determination. Let it come, who's afraid of who? I'll show you I can pass it. Wenwan held the controller and nodded. Then let's begin. The rules were the same as before. The summoned beast had its eyes blindfolded. If you can make it drop all the flying balls using its eyes, you've passed. Understand? Xingyu immediately closed her eyes and silently thought, only a third-class summoner knows how to command the summoning beast with both language and gestures. My destiny is tied to the summoning beast, and I have one or two. Immediately, the balls began to be launched. She felt every movement around her. They were like his hands and feet. No one ever needs to speak to tell their hands and feet what to do. Instead, orders were transmitted through the mind, and her eyes snapped open. Xingyu pointed to the left. On the other side, the little bird, blind as it was, immediately flew to the right. The result, as everyone could predict, was both of them crashing down to the floor. She sprang up, punched the little bird, and scolded it, "Did you do that on purpose? I said go east, and you flew west." The little bird angrily dodged, its eyes showing clear defiance. Wenwan suddenly froze. This guy, surely you haven't forgotten to name your summoning beast yet, have you? Upon hearing this, the two battling figures, now covered in dust, turned to look at each other, both equally stunned. Ha! The scene transition at Fanny Dao's kitchen. Even if you don't join, could you still help us a bit? Ningfan bluntly replied, I won't help. Fanny Dao didn't give up and tried to persuade him, as though he had been tricked into going on a tour. He waved his hand, I'm still teaching, no time for sightseeing. He sighed, you're really hard to convince. Consider this as me returning the favor for saving your student, just go on the tour. Ninghuan looked at his benevolent expression and couldn't help but feel frustrated, thinking that not exposing his true identity was already enough of a favor. Fanny Dao continued to tempt him, if you go, Xian Ming will help you train your students, won't he? He waved his hand again, no need. Fanny Dao turned around, as if giving up. I promise, if you go, you won't regret it. Ningfan snorted in disdain, who would pay that much attention to it? At that moment, Shinshan suddenly appeared at the door. Ningfan, you're here already? He looked at her a bit surprised. Grandma, you came over to pull him in with a gentle tone. I didn't expect you to be so eager. Let's go. He stood there dazed. Ha! Shinshan dragged him away, her tone full of confusion. Didn't you say you were going to deliver food to the students? Ningfan, puzzled, asked, huh? Did I say that? She didn't listen any further and directly pulled him away. Why pretend to be clueless? Let's go, there's no other way, Ningfan had to admit defeat. Yes, yes. Fanny Dao sighed in frustration, muttering, there's no convincing her anymore. Should I tell him about that? No, it's still too early to tell him now. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door. Uncle Fan turned around and saw Gu Shuiwei. Miss Gu, is there something you need from my subordinate? She hesitated, and a moment later spoke up, there's something I'd like to ask you. You know where my father is, right? I want to see him. Gu Shuiwei asked Uncle Fan directly, you know where my father is, right? I want to meet him. He was silent for a few seconds before replying, may I ask why? Gu Shuiwei lowered her eyes and answered softly, the reward for this competition can increase one's awakening level, the Alliance will definitely want it. No, it's not just that they want it. If that thing truly exists, the Alliance's dream will become reality. Fanny Dao frowned, what are you trying to say? Gu Shuiwei then spoke frankly, I want to win the competition, get the reward, and prove myself in front of her.
Upon hearing this, Uncle Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud. She blushed slightly. What are you laughing at? Fanny Dao calmed down and hesitated before replying. Sorry, it's just that I feel if it were the young lady from before, she wouldn't have said that. Her gaze had already become determined. On the other side, Ningfan, after getting the items with his grandmother, walked away with a frown. In the end, he still had to deliver the goods. Holding a pile of items in his hands, he still couldn't understand, muttering, when did I agree to this with my grandmother? But then he shook his head, looked at the pile in his hands, and left, hoping to find his two students. He had no idea where they ran off to. He stopped by the nearest room and called out, Do you guys want anything to eat? Li Cheng suddenly appeared with wide eyes. What? Where are we eating? He directly picked up a lunchbox, feeling very grateful. I didn't expect Ning teacher would bring food. Thanks. Ningfan hadn't even opened his mouth when he had already gone back inside. Ningfan looked at the display board showing the updated points, which had increased by 385. His face showed surprise. He didn't expect something to have gone up. Trust points, he recalled the earlier scene and thought, so that's how it is? No matter whether it's a big or small matter, as long as it can increase trust points, it's good. However, he forgot that there would be 2 of mine in the training room, right? He smiled smugly, as he was just lacking trust points. Well, take this opportunity to make a little extra. Ningfan continued delivering food to Wenruan's room. I've brought the food. As soon as the door opened, a chaotic scene unfolded. Nan Gongyan was holding his fish-like hand in front of Xingyu's face, sneering. Miss Lang still hasn't passed the basic integration training, huh? Xingyu and the little bird both covered their ears and screamed. Die already, I'm trying to think of a name. He laughed even harder, encouraged by her frustration. Now he starts thinking of a name. Who knows when they'll actually integrate? Ningfan glanced toward the corner of the room and asked, What's going on here? When Ruan, huddled in a corner, explained, I was just saying that the name of our Lord would affect the evolution direction for Lang Xingyu, and then she couldn't figure out what name would be good. Xingyu couldn't contain her anger and twisted his fishy arm. Is it so amazing to integrate? Isn't it just a fish growing on your arm? Watch me break your arm. The little bird, perfectly in sync, pecked repeatedly at Nan Gongyan's head. Ningfan and Wenruan could only look on helplessly. Unable to hold back, he spoke up to her. Lung Xingyu, actually, there's something I've always wanted to say to you. Xingyu was confused. Huh? He continued, Actually, I think among all the students I've taught, you're the one who worked the hardest, made the most progress, and got praised the most. Xingyu felt a bit happy, but on the outside, he still pretended to show disdain. Huh? What are you suddenly saying? At that moment, the notification popped up, showing a trust point increase of 220. He smirked, turned around, and walked away with his spoils. Hang in there, I believe in you. His heart filled with excitement. Next room. He gently nudged Xia Tianji's shoulder, his voice full of tenderness. You've been sitting under the waterfall for so long, your shoulders must be sore. Let me give you a massage. Immediately, a trust point increase of 159 appeared, directed toward Zheng Tianchang. Let me help you bandage your wound. The trust points increased by 281. Such a large number surely meant Tianchang was so moved that he couldn't even speak. Teacher Ningfan then approached Shifeng and Oyanghua. The 2 of them clasped their hands together, muttering repeatedly. I'm sorry, Teacher Ningfan, I'm sorry. He appeared behind them, hesitating. Teacher Ningfan? Both turned around, their eyes wide in surprise as they screamed loudly. Ha! I was wrong, Teacher Ningfan. He looked at them in confusion. Why are you acting like you've seen a ghost? Ningfan rubbed Shifeng's head while gently placing a lunchbox in his hands. Don't be so scared. You're my student. Even if you make a mistake, I still share half of the responsibility. He was moved to tears. Ning teacher. He turned around and waved his hand, signaling. Come on. Bye. Good luck. Oh, Manhwa turned to look at him, trembling like a dry dog, and asked, Huh? So which one is the real Ningfan, the stone, or this guy? Feng, his voice trembling, said, I feel like the stone. I've never seen him so gentle, it's too scary. Ningfan stepped out of the room, still a little regretful. Strange, why didn't the trust points increase just now? Ming was so gentle, and yet I left. Anyway, I've earned quite a bit today. Just as he was immersed in joy, a weak voice called out. Ningfan. He looked at the two people. Wenjing. Ha! It's you guys. I've been looking for you everywhere. She lifted her head, breathing heavily, and said, Didn't the teacher tell us to run down and then go up the mountain? He rubbed his head. Ha! No. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the air. Hong Yilin swung her sword toward him, causing him to quickly dodge. He looked at her, his gaze a bit helpless. What are you doing? The shark wielded her sword nonchalantly and replied, What? Training, practice with me. After a while, a streak of blood appeared on the floor. Ningfan cried out, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He raised his two arms, slashed and bleeding, and sighed, reminding her. Training is just training, don't randomly come over and start talking. Hong Yilin held two swords in her hands, deep in thought. So, can we continue now? He hesitated a bit and said, At least wait for the teacher to finish explaining to Wenjing first. Wenjing huddled up. Ha? Again? Let me rest for a moment. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hong Yilin immediately charged forward with her weapon. He helplessly shouted, and sure enough, no matter what he said, he still had to fight. Yilin struck down with a sword, and he swiftly dodged, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Previously, she couldn't break through his defense, but now her strength had increased significantly. She stood up from the ground and responded. That's right, I noticed it during the match. The only problem was speed, so I'd been secretly training. Afterward, I figured out a move with tremendous destructive power. Let me try it. He looked into her eyes and a premonition surged in his heart. He had a bad feeling about this. Yilin started spinning, twirling rapidly like a storm, and simultaneously shouted. Open the barrier. Wenjing turned pale. What is this? A barrier? Ningfan watched the girl spinning around, cutting through several wooden sticks, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Just as the situation grew intense, the girl suddenly tripped, her body crashing against the wall like a fish stranded on land. He turned his head back and asked anxiously, Are you okay? Yilin's eyes widened, her face pale. It's strange, I can't control my body anymore. He twitched the corner of his mouth, hesitating. Even though the teacher won, wearing that outfit and spinning around, of course, the vehicle would flip over. In his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought I'd have to use a lot of trust points. The girl drove two swords into the ground, sparks flying, then her expression seemed enlightened. So that's it? She quickly took off the shark-shaped outfit. With a loud thud, Wenjing was startled and backed up to a pillar, her gaze trembling. In her heart, she was secretly panicking. Was that sound of something falling onto the floor just a normal noise? How heavy could that outfit be to make such a sound? Had he worn that outfit and run up and down the mountain? Yilin didn't pay much attention to him. All right, continue. Ningfan rubbed his head. You want more? He awkwardly declined. No, let's continue next time. The girl pulled out a gun and aimed to shoot. I don't want to. As soon as the gunshot rang out, he dodged to the side and immediately performed a move worthy of a master. After removing that heavy outfit, Yilin swiftly closed the distance and reached him. Ningfan tilted his head, wondering if that outfit was really so fast. This wasn't good, he couldn't keep up, and he couldn't avoid it anymore. A knife slashed directly across his face. Ningfan leaned to the side to dodge. Yilin stared at him, worried. He turned his head back, and with his mouth tightly clamping onto her knife blade, he said in a helpless tone, "I really have no choice but to deal with you one last time." With that, he seemed to merge with the summoned object. The girl appeared a little dazed, and Ningfan tightly bit down on the blade in his mouth. It seemed like he wanted to take the knife from her, so he launched an attack. Yilin quickly dodged the move. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Ningfan's sickle came toward her, forcing her to drop to the floor. Looking at the sickle, she rubbed her head and sighed, "That was dangerous, too dangerous. I almost had my weapon taken by the teacher." Ningfan massaged his jaw and groaned, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. You almost stole my jaw from me." Across from him, Yilin silently sharpened her gaze, observing with piercing eyes, "Father's fusion, a form of punishment. A summoning system, huh? I've never seen this technique before. That large sickle, if she swings it continuously, it's basically impossible to get close. One must seize the right moment to attack." First, this girl still held up the knife, grinning with evident enjoyment. Training with Ning teacher is still more interesting. The previous teacher was dealt with after just a little bit. Ningfan held the scythe in his hand, hesitating. "Well, thank you for the compliment." As soon as the words left his mouth, the huge scythe in his hand was swung again. The girl jumped high, dodging it. With the advantage of speed, Yilin quickly closed in on him. She smirked, "Close combat is my specialty." He blocked the attack and raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Let's see." Immediately, both of their hands moved like guillotines, striking continuously against the ground. When Jing sat in a corner, her face pale with fear. Is this really the training from the barrier system? If it were me, I'd be dead in the blink of an eye. I need to get out of here before I get caught up in it. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp blade swished past the pillar beside her. The two guillotines clashed back and forth so fiercely that all the wooden posts in the room had been chopped to pieces. When Jing watched them, holding her head in prayer. These two can't seem to figure out who's better. How long are they going to keep fighting? Then, she rubbed her eyes and looked closer. No, it's not that they can't figure out who's better. Ning teacher is actually at a disadvantage. The scythe just can't reach when it comes to close combat. If he doesn't create some distance, failure is only a matter of time. Over here, Ningfan raised his scythe high and swung it down with surprise. The girl quickly reacted, and the wooden pillar above her head was chopped down. Ningfan shifted from in front of Yilin to behind her. She had just turned her head when the large scythe swung down fiercely, knocking her sideways. He let out a sigh of relief. That was exhausting. I guess I won now, right? Seeing the girl silent, he leaned in again. Hi, are you still alive? Yilin tilted her head to look at him. So you used the pillar to create some distance, huh? Ningfan nodded. When fighting, you naturally have to be aware of your surroundings. The girl raised her knife, her cold eyes taking it all in. Aware of my surroundings, huh? Got it. Well then, next round. He hurriedly shouted, "You should lie down for a bit longer." At that moment, when Jing remembered the old legend she had heard back when she was in Class A. After Ningfan moved to Class D, Class S was left with just one student from the barrier system. No barrier system teacher was willing to come because the only student would beat up all the new students and teachers, sending them to the hospital. She sat in a corner, her face dark, her thoughts in a mess. It seemed like she had offended Ningfan. Was she already a target? When Jing couldn't help but imagine. The training in Class S, learning those elegant combat techniques. The teacher and students were all very warm. The practical training on the second day of Class S was physical training. With that thought, her face grew dim as she entered the dining hall. Why am I so miserable? As soon as she entered, she glanced at the group of people exuding a dark aura with some curiosity. What's wrong with them? Sherfong clasped his hands in front of the stone, murmuring, I hope the person is okay. Li Chang patted his head, his gaze vacant. I am an animal that senses naturally. Xingyu stared at the little bird, repeatedly listing a few names. Not a chi practitioner, not a core condensation, might as well be called a foolish bird. When Jing sighed heavily, secretly lamenting, what have they been through? Gu Shuiwei looked at her and inquired, Wen Jing, are you here? Have you seen Zheng Tianchang, Suafeng, or Hong Yilin? She mechanically responded, Suafeng is playing a game. Hong Yilin just went to the infirmary. I haven't seen Zheng Tianchang. Let's eat first, Gu Shuiwei frowned and muttered, strange, it's been so long since class ended. Could he still be studying? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zheng Tianchang was still tirelessly training with Lu Guangyuan. He kept attacking with frustration in his heart, either missing entirely or striking nowhere near the target. This feeling was truly. You're trying to catch a flying feather, Lu Guangyuan said. That handsome face was now covered in bruises. He threw a punch, but Lu Guangyuan merely used 2 fingers to block it, then twisted his opponent's wrist. Zheng Tianchang's eyes widened as he was thrown to the ground with a loud crash. A few hours later, his tightly closed eyes finally opened. Was I unconscious earlier? How many times have I stared at the ceiling today? Lu Guangyuan looked down. You're awake now? His voice was weak as he replied, Yeah, Lu teacher, it's been a whole day. Why do I feel like I haven't made any progress at all? Lu Guangyuan clasped his hands behind his back and explained seriously, controlling your power is not about suppressing your own strength. Understanding your full potential is the key to better control. You should try unleashing all of your strength and see what happens. He looked up at Lu teacher. Unleash? Lu Guangyuan nodded slightly before turning around. But in your current state, you're not ready. We'll stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. As he walked away, there was a hint of disappointment. He had hoped that the student would have understood the essence of the techniques by now. It seemed that there was still a long way to go in guiding him, and he hoped he wouldn't stray too far down the wrong path. A purple light suddenly spread behind the market, causing his steps to falter. Zheng Tianchang seemed to have unleashed all of his strength. Lu Guangyuan smiled and turned his head, still unwilling to give up. Then I'll stay with you a little longer. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaped forward, his eyes filled with killing intent as he kicked. Lu Guangyuan raised his foot to counter, but the man suddenly froze, staring at Zheng Tianchang in shock. He had grabbed Guangyuan's leg. A glint flashed in Zheng Tianchang's eyes, and with his whole body's power, he finally landed a hit. Was it finally successful? He looked at the distance and thought to himself, with this much space, there's no way to dodge. Lu Guangyuan smirked, lifting his other foot and supporting himself with one hand on the ground. Tianchang gasped in astonishment as he was kicked at an old wound, the bandage flying off. Taking the opportunity, Lu Guangyuan pressed his heel down. Zheng Tianchang swiftly blocked with his hands, but even so, his battered body was still sent flying. At that moment, he lay motionless on the ground, silently admiring his opponent. Truly worthy of Lu teacher, even though I put all my strength into it, I couldn't even touch him. Lu Guangyuan rarely revealed a smile of approval. Not bad, that attack earlier did catch up. Afterward, he turned and walked away. That's enough for today, tomorrow we'll move on to the next lesson. You should head back and rest early, Zheng Tianchang said, sitting up suddenly. Wait a minute, Lu Guangyuan tilted his head and repeated. I've already told you, you've passed this lesson. He hesitated before speaking again. No, I want to witness your full strength. It was to see how far behind he still was. As he spoke, he braced his trembling body. When he didn't respond, Zheng Tianchang sighed in regret, as expected. Forget it, I've troubled you enough already. Just then, Lu Guangyuan suddenly answered, I can. His entire body stiffened as he asked, "You can?" Lu Guangyuan nodded, replying, "You're my student, of course, I won't hold back." Then watch closely. With that, an overwhelming aura radiated from his body.
Scene shift to the cafeteria. We've eaten enough, now hurry up and rest, we still have training tomorrow.
Gu Shuiwei smiled and replied, before standing up.
Then let's leave. The whole building just shook for a moment.
Shuiwei was astonished. Is the ground shaking?
Li Chang knelt on the ground, screaming in terror.
In an instant, the tremors stopped. Shuiwei mumbled in confusion, "Earthquake." "It's stopped now, what's going on? Was it an earthquake?"
Li Chang stammered in fear, So
it was just an earthquake?" Shifeng looked at him with mild annoyance, seeing how scared he was. "It's just an earthquake, what's there to be afraid of?
This place has earthquakes from time to time." Li Chang refused to admit his fear, pouting, "I'm not scared at all."
Shuiwei looked at Xingyu, sighing, "This is the first time I've encountered an earthquake. Lung Xingyu, let's go back." Noticing that this person had been standing there without saying anything, she became a bit worried. "Are you alright? Did the earthquake scare you?" Xingyu stuttered, I.
She bit her lip. It took her a few seconds before she looked at Shuiwei with tear-filled eyes.
She glanced helplessly at Xingyu, refusing to say more.
At Zhang Tianchang's side, he gradually regained consciousness, looking up at the ceiling, thinking, "This is a hospital room, did I faint again? It must be aftershocks from the attack by Lu teacher, that was too terrifying." He tilted his body and looked over, suddenly spotting Hong Yilin on the bed next to him, drinking tea and reading a book, seemingly lost in thought. She reached out with one hand, taking an apple from the basket and offering it to Zhang Tianchang. Hesitating, she spoke, and then a side-like gesture from the teacher struck. "I have been lying in bed for 2 hours, unable to move." "That's right, in the end, I still lost." Zhang Tianchang glanced over and saw the shark sitting there, happily eating an apple. No, you're very strong, and you could even go head-to-head with Teacher Ning." "I've sparred with Teacher Ning for an entire day and didn't feel like I made any progress." "How did you become stronger?"
"So it's Hong Yilin."
"How did you get stronger?"
"Well, every time I train, I always want to knock that person down." He was curious.
"Whom?"
"Who?"
She extended her robotic arm.
"You took one of my arms." Zhang Tianchang looked up at the ceiling. "You're not planning on seeking revenge, are you?"
Hong Yilin replied dejectedly, "Well, it's already at this point."
"Of course, it's not revenge. I just want to win back."
"You're the same, having a goal, and naturally, you'll get stronger."
"Thanks for the apple, I'm going to sleep now." He wondered to himself, a goal, huh? If I had one, would I become as strong as Teacher Lu? Scene shift.
A pair of feet took steady steps forward. It was none other than Hong Yilin, dressed as the shark, calmly walking to her bed and lying down. She buried her face in the pillow, and both of them lay next to each other with their eyes half open. Lung Xingyu spoke up, "He's asleep now."
Rong Shuiwei was surprised. "So fast, it won't be noisy for him, right?"
Xingyu said, "Even if the car flips, he won't wake up." Then both of them stood up, left the bed, and walked away.
Okay, they turned on the TV. Long Xingyu flashed a wicked smile.
"I've been wanting to try the server of this PS10 game for a while, today's the day to enjoy it." Rong Shuiwei worried, "I've really never played before, I'm so bad at it."
Xingyu reassured, "It's fine, just playing with me will be fun enough." Shuiwei responded, "MHM."
The two girls chatted excitedly.
"I'll teach you a bit about the controls." "Okay, this is for moving, this is for dodging, and this is for starting the game."
The knight, Lung Xingyu, was all smiles.
"I'll pick the knight to block up front, you just stay behind and heal me." Rong Shuiwei was a mage. "Got it." Lung Xingyu moved forward, "The castle ahead must be the first checkpoint." Behind her, Rong Shui died. As she was walking, she got caught in a trap and died. Long Xingyu didn't care, focusing intently on everything around her. This whole castle is filled with traps, be careful not to touch them. I've marked point A. Then, the one behind her, Rong Shui, got lost and died. Long Xingyu looked up, searching. Shui, where are you? A few hours later, the two of them reached a door. Long Xingyu was excited, finally, we've reached the end of one. Rong Shui interrupted, finally, we've made it. This game is too hard. This door is the exit, right? Xingyu replied, no, it's just a normal one. Behind this kind of door is always a boss. Fighting against a level 21 boss, Long Xingyu's health dropped sharply to level 15. She was sweating profusely, thinking, the level is a bit high, and I've used up all my healing potions. With this little health left, I don't think I can win. She quickly turned around, Shui, hurry and use the health potion for me. Rong Shui, at level 7, was flustered, okay, first I'll lock onto the target, then use the healing spell. Outside, Rong Shui was confused, is this the attack key? Sorry, I really have no idea how to play. Playing with me will be really boring. Lang Xingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing, now that I think about it, wasn't that the first kill you made just now? And yet, you ended up killing me. Looks like the game is really fun when played together. Rong Shui blushed, Xingyu, don't you think I'm bad at this? Why? She raised her hand high, why would that be? On the contrary, it's only interesting when there's a bit of difficulty. Okay, I won't sleep until I teach you today, Rong Shui said anxiously. We still have training tomorrow. An old wandering king at level 99 with fiery eyes. So, you finally arrived, brave warriors? Let's see if you can withstand a single blow from me. At this point, Lang Xingyu had reached level 200, and Rong Shui was just as strong, at level 123. The Wandering King continued, this has been quite a decent fight. Thank you, actually, I am your father. Long Xingyu jumped up in joy. We won. Rong Shui sighed, did the boss just say something about being injured or something? The two of them went back to bed to sleep, but Xingyu was still too excited to calm down. Yeah, finally defeated the final boss. Shui still found it hard to believe. She never expected the ending to reveal that the main character was the king's son. The two didn't sleep but instead talked to each other. They finished playing just before dawn, it was already 4 a.m. But I never thought you'd play with me until this ending. I thought you'd fall asleep halfway through. Rong Shui smiled brightly. Yeah, at first I kept dying, and I didn't want to play anymore. But after a while, I got the hang of it. Moreover, wanting to see the ultimate outcome of the story, it feels like I understand a bit now. I understand why Xingyu enjoys playing games so much. Long Xingyu turned to look at Rong Shui and said, not all games are as good as this, but a great game can truly change a person's life. She recalled her own childhood, when she wanted to become the strongest awakener to protect her father and younger sister, then said, I also got into it because of the game. Rong Shui interrupted, the outcome still has one more choice to make. Long Xingyu replied, I've played it before, so you choose this time. Do you want to accept the title of the strongest savior? Accepting the title, inheriting the throne, or renouncing it, and living a peaceful life in the martial world. In any case, you'll definitely choose to accept the title. Rong Shui said, no, I choose to renounce it. Hey, why? Rong Shui helplessly closed his eyes. Hey, why? Long Xingyu moved closer. Yeah, why? Rong Shui turned to look back. If he were to explain why he didn't choose the title, it was because it was simply too unrealistic. Hearing this, Long Xingyu suddenly froze. She stepped back, enough already, don't say any more. Shui panicked, could it be that Lang Xingyu's expression has become more serious? That's right, I am someone who is unrealistic,
and my life is about wanting to achieve the two most powerful titles, Rong Shuiwei spoke up.
If it were reality, wouldn't this competition be just the right opportunity to prove it?
Someone with 92% awakening rate is participating, and it's said that no one can defeat her, let alone win against her.
Long Xingyu glanced elsewhere.
If we talk about it, it does seem like she's lacking qualifications, like a pointlessly harsh critique.
Just based on this short training time.
Rong Shui hesitated. Sorry, I didn't mean to discourage you. Lung Xingyu felt embarrassed at that.
No, you're right.
If I had to think about her, the opponent is someone who, whatever we know, she has already learned it all. Compared to in the game, she's like the final boss of this competition.
If we're talking about the game, well, maybe there's a way to win.
Suddenly, a footstep approached. The two girls anxiously looked at each other, hearing the footsteps.
One of them unplugged the socket, and the other pulled up the blanket.
Shoo! They whispered to each other, seemingly as though the person had already passed. Thinking carefully, they realized they had said some foolish things earlier. No matter whose footsteps they heard, they were grateful.
Thank you for cutting me off, let's just pretend nothing ever happened here.
Today, unexpectedly, Rong Shuiwei tightly grabbed Lung Xingyu's wrist. She said in a low voice. I also feel like the training is not enough to win, but this match must be won no matter what.
I will help you too. Tell me, what's your plan? Lung Xingyu thought to herself, she actually believes in me?
Alright, if you trust me. The two of them were now standing close to each other.
Then let it be, no matter the cost.
Thinking this, Lung Xingyu raised her hand and touched Rong Shuiwei's hair.
Then let's skip school.
Master Shinshan followed them and said, It's Teacher Ning's shift now, and you still have to help me clean up.
Ningfan turned around and replied, It's fine, it's fine. You go ahead and rest. A notification appeared, trust points, 563.
He sighed in relief, thinking to himself, she's earned trust points now.
But if Yi Hongpiao comes again, how will it be enough?
Master Tongshan continued, interrupting his thoughts, maybe there's a way to win.
Ningfan looked at the door in front of him, deep in thought, is this Lung Xingyu's room? It's so late, and she's still thinking about the match? Come on, just open the door to your room and get some rest.
Suddenly, Fan Yidao burst through the door and shouted loudly, Ningfan, this is bad. Ningfan angrily cursed, damn it, he's fumbling to explain, apologizing, but the alliance is in danger right now, I need to persuade you.
Ningfan was furious, you better have a good reason, or if this is just the same old nonsense, I'll throw you out of this hotel today. Fan Yidao took out a letter. Ah, actually, the alliance leader sent you a letter. Ningfan sat up. Ha? A letter?
He held up the letter in his hand.
Inside, there's this. I know this.
Before the other could finish speaking, Ningfan lunged forward and grabbed his collar.
Where did you get this?
Fan Yidao squinted his eyes, his expression suggesting that Ningfan was familiar with the necklace. Ningfan gritted his teeth.
Of course, I know it. This is my father's necklace.
In the morning, at the dining hall, Yanghua sat waiting.
It was almost time for class, why were there still so many people missing?
Upon a closer look, Ningfan hadn't arrived either. Of course, he must have slept longer than I did. Suddenly, when Ruan rushed in.
This is bad. Has anyone seen anyone in Lang Xingyu's room? I've been looking for them since this morning and can't find them.
No one had seen anyone from Lung Xingyu's room. Fan Yidao thought to himself, Lung Xingyu, and Miss Gu too.
The group of people turned to watch, wasn't it supposed to be in the training room earlier? The training room door hasn't even opened yet, could it be that someone is coming for a surprise attack?
Jiao Yuxue said, worried. We can't waste time, we need to quickly notify Ningfan. When Ruan was confused.
Isn't Ningfan here?
I came here looking because Ningfan isn't in the room either. On Ningfan's side, he was slowly stepping out onto the street.
There wasn't even a car in this deserted place. Fan Yi-dao rushed over in a hurry. Ningfan, this is bad. He furrowed his brow, visibly upset. Why are you here? Didn't I already make an agreement with you? That alliance still hasn't sent a car to pick me up. Huh, why are you here? A city so eager. Yi-dao heard the sound coming closer. I'm telling you, I don't see Nisku anywhere. She came to see me yesterday and said she wanted to meet her father. She must have gone to find him. Ningfan didn't ask him. Someone suddenly peeked from behind. Ningfan was confused. Zhang Tianchang, why are you following me? Zhang Tianchang awkwardly apologized, sorry, but it turns out Mr. Pham is indeed acquainted with Gu Shuiwei. Ningfan and Fan Yi-dao whispered to each other. Gu Shuiwei, young lady, what's going on? Why are you being followed? Moreover, it seems like he knows something. Could it be that they were heard back then? Did he come looking for Gu Shuiwei? Probably. Ning Hao pondered, at least he couldn't let him find out about his situation, and smiled awkwardly. I was planning to look for Gu Shuiwei myself. You don't have to worry about me, you can go back first. Zhang Tianchang's face darkened. Yi Hongpiao told me that becoming stronger is because you have a goal. I'm so stupid, I don't know what my goal is. I don't know why, but whenever I thought about Gu Shuiwei before, I really became stronger. She must be related to my goal, so please let me follow you to find her. Fan Yi-dao frowned, is he a bit stupid? Ningfan was sweating profusely, this guy, someone must be flipping through a map somewhere. First we go east to the main road, then head north to Luoying Academy in City A. In other words, right now, we just need to head toward the rising sun, we can't go wrong. The Luoying town I'm talking about, where the 4 snows fall, covering all the trees. The 3 girls struggled to walk. Lang Xingyu was panting heavily, finally managing to get out of the forest. Luoying, damn it, making me suffer like this. I'll make them pay for the leaves. Where is this place? Didn't they say it was the main road? She fell face down on the ground. Rong Shuiwei was panicked. Xingyu. Lang Xingyu lifted her face, apologizing, sorry, I don't know why I couldn't maintain the summoning spell today, it made you walk, and you even got lost. Rong Shuiwei sat down, saying, you're just tired from last night, and now you've already walked this far. Rest and recover a bit before using the summoning spell again. Lang Xingyu felt somewhat satisfied, but her face hurt so much, the ground was cold, and she thought to herself, I'm a bit hungry. If I'd known we'd be walking this far, I would have brought food with me. Am I hallucinating from hunger? I think I smell grilled meat. Her eyes lit up. Are they really grilling meat? What is he doing? Rong Shuiwei replied, I don't know. The 2 of them ran quickly. Hong Yilin grumbled, clearly, when we left the hotel, we didn't see him. As soon as the summoning spell was used, he showed up, and we can't even send him back. Lang Xingyu raised her hand and complained, does he want to report to the teacher? Rong Shuiwei felt uncomfortable, no way. You said no matter what he says, it's not going to be agreed to. The delicious smell of food wafted through the air. Lang Xingyu slammed her hand on the ground, annoying. Hong Yilin sighed, actually, I have something to do too. I need to go to Luoying, it just happens to be on the way with you guys. Let's make a deal. I'll give you food, you recover your strength, summon the stone man, and take me with you. Lang Xingyu looked at the skewered meat. Do you think I will submit? She said one thing but acted differently. Rong Shuiwei sighed in frustration, realizing that this was not going to last. Looks like we're on the same page then. Hong Yilin reached into his mouth, here, let me pull something out to help you regain your strength. Lang Xingyu was taken aback. At night? Hong Yilin placed it down, then folded the food and set up the camping gear. If you want, I can roast something different for you. Xingyu crawled into her sleeping bag, drowsy.
Rong Shui approached and observed the stone meat closely.
Is this all food? Where did you get all this from?
Hong Yilin immediately replied, the hotel supply is free, after all.
Rong Shui froze. That's a lot more than I expected. Lung Xingyu also shouted, I can't maintain the summoning technique. So it turns out, this is why you brought so much?
Hong Yilin moved closer and fed Lung Xingyu some meat.
Wow, this tastes great. Rong Shui hesitated. No, that's not what I meant. She frowned and thought. Taking this much surely, that can't be right. It couldn't be, could it? Perhaps I've been worrying too much.
The Xinshan master entered the warehouse, and there was nothing left.
Oh, Manhwa said softly, who did this? Xiala, standing beside him, said, it was probably Lu Guanyuan after yesterday's final class. Oh, Manhwa looked worried. Xinshan master, please don't be angry. You know how Lu Guanyuan is.
Right now, in front of you, the Xinshan master, the warehouse is in complete ruins.
Oh, Manhwa stood behind, his face pale, but the situation was already like this.
We should go back to the training school.
Xiala stopped him.
No, we can't go back to the school.
Oh, Manhwa turned around and asked, what are you talking about? The students are missing, and you're still thinking about training? He remained calm, smiling, this is no longer something that we teachers can handle. That's right.
Now we need to find the students and bring them back. At the same time, we need to think about how to win this almost impossible battle.
If we rely only on ourselves, it's not going to be enough. You also care about them, don't you? Xinshan master.
Oh, Manhwa grew even more panicked as he listened.
Xiala, you mean Xinshan has already?
Only then did the Xinshan master speak up.
That's right. I've long retired from education. Besides, I'm getting old, and I can't keep up with the times anymore. Xiala comforted, don't you want to lead them to victory, so those who say you can't keep up with the times will shut their mouths?
Xinshan master smiled, her tongue as sharp as ever. Oh, you're really good at finding trouble for the elderly.
Xiala lowered his head, forgive our inexperience. The group walked ahead, so currently, the training ground was unavailable. We had to go outside to practice.
The group of Xietianga grumbled, sigh, it's so cold. Xinshan master gave a gentle smile, stop complaining, teachers have to be outside just like you. And from today, I'll be in charge of your training. Xietianga raised his voice, before we start, I have a few questions.
Where are Lung Xingyu and the others? Also, what if we're attacked while training outside? Xinshan master sighed, do you all just like causing trouble for old people?
I'm already so old, I can't handle all these things.
Help me out, my old friend.
The group looked pale, anxious at her words. A green creature swooped down, circled once, and stared at them.
Here. The car wheels spun loudly on the road.
The green dragon was still twisting and turning over the mountain.
The driver looked up and asked, what's that over there? Fan Yi Dao looked over and replied, isn't that a hotel?
Ningfan was stunned and shouted loudly, that's the summoned beast.
Xinshan master is starting to explain it.
First, when Ruan, Lu Guangyuan, Dao Yushui went to find the students.
Is there any problem with them returning?
They answered affirmatively. Inside the city, some people were lying by the road, while others were going to work or school.
But there were many desolate corners all around. Ningfan wondered, what's going on with this city? Fan Yi Dao curiously guessed, an earthquake? Ningfan looked up at the buildings and said, an earthquake wouldn't cause cracks like those.
Besides, everywhere is a hiding place, it's like we're in a battlefield.
Is the alliance of the supernatural beings really here? Fan Yi Dao frowned, of course, they must be here. The people here are suffering, they're crowding the streets. He slapped his chest, that's why the alliance won't abandon them. They won't ignore them. Ningfan asked, so how do we find the alliance? Fan Dao lowered his head. We'll wait for them to come find us.
Ningfan became angry. Shinshan's damn grandmother has already seen where we're headed.
If we don't hurry up and finish this, we'll likely be found. Fan Dao rested his head against the wall. What was he planning to do with him before that? Let him know it wasn't a good idea. Should he just leave him behind now?
Ningfan remained silent, watching as everyone chatted happily among themselves. He closed his eyes and smiled. Forget it, this guy's brain is malfunctioning. If I leave him behind, I don't know what kind of trouble he'll cause for me next.
Fan Dao watched him leave. Ningfan walked away, calling out, Zheng Tianchang, have you found out anything? Zheng Tianchang turned around in surprise.
I don't think Ning learned anything at all. Either they didn't answer, or they said they've never met her.
Gu Shuiwei should be easy to recognize. Isn't she supposed to be here?
Ningfan approached and patted his shoulder.
Maybe we just arrived too early, she's probably still on her way. Zheng Tianchang relaxed.
You're right. As they walked, Ningfan reassured him, don't worry, she's a special ability user. Maybe the owner of the noodle shop knows her.
Zheng Tianchang muttered, then.
Or call the police. Ningfan was taken aback when he heard that.
Call the police? A knife suddenly drew closer. You can't call the police. You're dressed well, you're outsiders, right?
Just cough up all your money, shouting won't help, no one will care. One of them spoke in a harsh tone.
No one will manage it? Well, that's even better, I'll give you the money.
Your damn bastard might know a lot, tell me where the mutant alliance is. Upon hearing this, the man grew frightened, his face turned pale, and he ran off, shouting loudly. Ningfan watched him, feeling disheartened.
Why's he running? Is the mutant alliance that terrifying? Many people were running frantically ahead. He was being jostled by the crowd and thought, what's wrong with these people? Then he turned around and shouted, Zheng Tianchang, be careful not to bump into someone and hurt them.
The crowd surrounded them tightly, and the three of them were separated. He suddenly froze in place.
Isn't that a beast?
Right in the city, the cat sphere was a very docile creature.
Due to its cute appearance, many people kept it as a pet.
The cat sphere could even help you get rid of flies, mosquitoes, and rodents in the house.
When it grew a bit bigger, it could hunt birds.
But when the cat sphere grew this large, the beast ghost grinned wickedly.
Ningfan cursed inwardly, damn, it's looking this way.
If it attacks with that cat sphere, we're screwed. The notification is up, and even the grandmasters have no solutions left. The attack points on that terrifying beast ghost are insane, and something in its mouth is glowing and creeping in.
It bit down hard.
Ningfan stretched out his hand, and the beast ghost unhesitatingly opened its mouth to attack. The light shot straight toward one spot, thick smoke enveloped the area, but Ningfan still managed to stand his ground. The people behind him nervously asked, Are you
okay? Did you block the attack? Ningfan turned around and scolded, what are you standing there for? Find a place to hide.
Hearing this, the group scattered in panic. Okay, run quickly, I don't know how many more times we can hold it off. A notification popped up, showing a trust score of 325. Humph. It shot that beam of light out of its mouth again. It swept past Ningfan, but the target wasn't him, it went straight for the building.
Does this person want to destroy the entrance to the shelter?
A green chain pulled the building to prevent it from collapsing onto the people below. Ningfan sighed in relief, it stopped.
So it's actually high-level magical space, has the police arrived already?
That's great, we almost lost all the trust points. The fixed space seal is complete, luckily, we made it in time. The citizens scrambled to help, and the people managed to retreat.
The evacuation of the citizens is complete. Let's go, let's go. Okay. Everyone, look at the beast happily playing with that building hanging in mid-air. Wow, it got caught in the space seal, attracting attention. So cute, stop talking. A voice came through the walkie-talkie, now starting the punishment for the rampaging beast, cat sphere, maximum size. The girl responded clearly, I really don't want to kill the cat. We have no choice, as long as you're a threat to the citizens, you have to die. The beast glanced at the movement, staring wide-eyed at the girl preparing to attack it. A bullet shot out from her shoe, and with a single kick, the girl deformed the beast's face. That girl was Xiao Xiaolu. The voice on the other end praised, good catch, the danger has passed. 38 beasts gritted their teeth in fury. Xiao Xiaolu said, it's taken care of, the other side is a bit surprised. All done, was this one so weak? She coldly checked the casualties and contacted the rear team. The response came from the other side. Okay. Ningfan was stunned as she witnessed the scene. Are these the two who are competing in the police arena, Mo Yun? Zhang Tianchang asked, looking on. Has Ning teacher seen her technique yet? Ningfan lowered her gaze and replied, actually, it's quite simple. We'll continue fighting later, and I'll explain it to you then. Zhang Tianchang was puzzled, are you going to fight with those girls later? Ningfan said, no, the match isn't over yet. Creating a few holes doesn't do much, because the creature is in a liquid state, it's just waiting for its prey to show a weakness. On the other end of the line, a loud shout rang out, Xiaolu, be careful behind you. Ha! The beast is using a faint light to attack. Xiao Xiaolu raised her fist. Zhang Tianchang watched closely. The two of them coughed, as one launched an attack, the other immediately fired magical bullets from a secondary weapon, then used a defensive spell with their fist. The beast took another punch. She stood proudly on a utility pole, while the beast's face turned pale. Xiao Yunyan stood at a distance, observing, and Xiao Xiaolu frowned. Xiao Yunyan opened her mouth, and her cheeks suddenly flushed. Then she fell, firing continuously. The bullets, each landing in a different spot on Xiao Xiaoli's body, shot straight into the monstrous creature with white streaks clinging to the buildings. It turned out that the creature had been shattered into pieces. Zhang Tianchang said, it hit right in the face, and there's still a dark, grimy face of the beast stuck to Ningfan's shoes. He bent down to look. Could it be that it ran away carrying its heart, and ended up exactly where I am? What bad luck! A powerful green light descended. It killed the remaining part of the beast. Oh, damn, that was too close, way too close. Lucky my legs are still intact. Xiao Xiaolu ran over to explain, that's a rampaging beast. Even though it lost its leg, surviving the ordeal means you're still ahead. Ningfan looked up and said, this cat sphere isn't enough to threaten me. Forget it, you don't even know whether I'm a normal person, right? She asked, are you a person with special abilities? He replied, yes, I have my own affairs. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Suddenly, Ningfan was handcuffed. She spoke seriously, that's enough. You are officially under arrest. If you want to say anything, go to the police station and make your statement. He froze. Ha? Is it because I was not VE enough to commit a crime? Xiao Xiaolu had become quite skilled at this, starting from 2 months ago. The city suddenly fell under a continuous attack by magical beasts, and none of the beasts showed any signs beforehand, they just appeared directly in the city. How could such large magical beasts suddenly appear right in front of everyone without anyone noticing? Zhang Tianchang lowered his head slightly and said, summoning magic. Ningfan is still unbothered. After the magical beasts were defeated, they didn't turn to ashes, so it can't be, right? Xiao Xiaoli's father asked, in the end, this can only be the work of someone with special abilities. What were you two doing there at that time? Why did the magical beast run toward you? Ningfan looked down at his feet and said, that beast was just panicking and couldn't find its way. I'm innocent. Are you cold? Isn't it a bit too cold? Her gaze was full of hostility. He still dared to talk back. Once the police arrive, they'll definitely make him confess everything he did.
Suddenly, Xiao Xiaola knelt and bowed his head, deeply apologizing. We didn't investigate thoroughly.
The two of them were surprised by this.
He furrowed his brows and sighed. I told you I'm innocent.
A sudden laugh rang out. Ha ha. Ningfan was irritated. What are you laughing at? Xiao Yunyun kept laughing. This is so interesting. He asked, isn't that your friend?
Xiao Yunyun approached and said, all right, stand up now.
They've forgiven you.
Xiao Xiaolu replied.
Thank you.
Ningfan was extremely frustrated in his mind. She hadn't even spoken yet. Then Ningfan spoke up. I thought I would have to interrogate for a while longer. Why is it suddenly so clear? She pointed outside the window because those people were testifying to her innocence.
He looked out, surprised, his eyes wide. He said, it seems like they're escorting you here with the police car. The crowd outside shouted, let them go, he wasn't there, we would have been finished without him. Exactly, how could the person who saved our lives be a criminal? Ningfan suddenly became flustered. This event had notified a credibility score of 15.673.
Xiao Yunyun threw the phone to him, took his phone, and called someone to bail him out.
Ningfan glanced over. Didn't they say I was innocent?
She smiled. That was for normal people, but he was a special ability user. What if he was a shapeshifter? The rule was like that. Anyway, you have to handle it yourself.
If you want to find us, just knock on the door, but can I call you?
Zheng Tianshang glanced at Ning Hao's phone.
Was the police station really that short of staff? Even students had to handle things now. He frowned, clearly irritated. Stop the noise. Let me think, who should I call?
At this point, calling Lu Guangyuan should work.
Zheng Tianshang had a sudden thought, what about Teacher Lu? Ning Hao's face turned pale.
It seems like he doesn't have a phone. He felt troubled and thought, Diao Yushui, maybe we should just forget it, it's too embarrassing. I don't have Wen Ruwan's phone number either. The person next to him yelled, hey, call Ningfan, call Ningfan.
Ningfan coldly huffed.
Xiao Xiaolu pushed the door open.
I've brought him here. He was stunned. I didn't even call yet. Who is this? Could it be Fan Yidao? She turned to the door and asked, do you want to talk to Ningfan first? Sure, let him talk. We can complete the procedure in the lobby later. Ningfan closed his eyes, feeling weary. I've been saved. Who is this? Could it be him?
Outside, the crowd continued shouting loudly. Let him go, we can prove his innocence.
Let him go. Who is that? Let him go.
A warning was given, those waiting for release, please do not gather in front of the door.
Is there a child passing by?
A man wearing glasses observed.
Hey kid, what are you doing at the police station? Did you get lost with your family?
Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a punch to the face.
When Ruwan's killing intent surged, what kid? I'm an adult.
Stop wasting time, just take me to the department handling ability-related cases. The two people in white were surprised.
Special abilities? Are you a person with special abilities? Then come with us.
At the Special Abilities Department, a police officer bent down to greet her.
Hello, the minister isn't here right now. I am Deputy Minister 20. What's happened? A child this small coming to find the police, did you get lost with your family?
Hua wasn't an exception, either, taking another punch. She held out a picture of Ningfan and gritted her teeth. It's not me who is lost, it's this person. He was with a male student and a guy dressed like a chef. The police officer covered his mouth with his hand.
Sorry, the current situation in the city doesn't allow us the time to help you search.
Xiao Xiaolu, Xiao Yunyun, come over here.
The two girls appeared quickly. You called us? Do you need something from us? When Wan thought to herself, these two were the officers from Mo Yun's police station. Xiao Yunyun stepped forward. Oh, such a cute little one, is she the deputy team leader's daughter? He denied it. No, I'm not even married yet. She laughed. That's right, how could the deputy team leader's daughter be so cute? Another punch landed. Xiao Yunyun leaned in close. Gotcha. People with special abilities should not casually resort to violence like that, and furthermore, you must show respect to those older than you. When Rowan's eyes glowed red as she punched Xiao Yunyun hard in the stomach. She taunted, I'm older than you know. The police officer patted her head. Stop causing a scene. She's here to find the guy in the red shirt you both arrested earlier. Take her away. When Wan turned back and asked, huh? Ningfan is here? Xiao Yunyun asked again, oh, is that her daughter? She looks just like her. When Wan shouted, whose daughter? Xiao Yunyun screamed. Xiao Xiaoluo was stunned. Someone came earlier to bail out Ningfan. Outside the door, people were talking. Wait, the bail process isn't finished yet. He can't escape. That's right, there are still some procedures left. But when Wan had already pushed the door open. Ningfan, I've finally found you. Come back with me, behave. Zheng Tianchang was lying face down on the ground. When Wan walked over. Zheng Tianchang, Ningfan is not here. Xiao Yunyun was confused, but the guy in the red shirt hasn't been released yet. Why can't we find him? Xiao Xiaoluo ran off. I'll send someone to look for him, while Xiao Yunyun, you stay here and watch them. When Ruan raised her hand to check the bandages and inspect her wounds. Several hands fumbled to bandage the wounds of Zheng Tianchang. When Ruan breathed a sigh of relief, he wasn't injured, just unconscious. Xiao Yunyun was shocked. How did this happen? When Ruan turned around, how did you let Ningfan get away? Xiao Yunyun replied, right now, the ability-enhanced police force is insufficient, we couldn't spare anyone to watch over her. Also, you'll have to stay for the investigation next. The investigation was related to assisting the escape. When Ruan was furious, were you planning to set me up so you could win the competition? Xiao Yunyun repeated, competition? Isn't it? Zheng Tianchang woke up, struggling to speak. It's not, Xiao Yunyun said, they didn't help Ningfan escape. Ningfan was taken, abducted by a man in a black hat. The person who came had malicious intent. Xiao Yunyun looked into the iron cage and asked, do you two know each other? The two of them kept silent, not responding. She raised her phone, don't look so dejected, I brought something interesting for you to see. Zheng Tianchang looked up at the screen. It was the camera footage from the lounge when Ningfan disappeared. At 16:37:23, a mysterious figure entered. Just a minute later, Ningfan was gone, and Zheng Tianchang lay motionless on the floor. Want to come here to ask you both if you've ever encountered this ability before. Zheng Tianchang froze, then it vanished. She tilted her head, don't you know? He denied, of course not, it wasn't us who did it in the first place. Xiao Yunyun started walking, haze, then we'll meet tomorrow. Zheng Tianchang called out after her, hey, it really wasn't us, let us go. When Wan scolded, stop making noise. He looked at the handcuffs, took a deep breath, we couldn't find Rong Shuiwei, and Ning teacher's gone too. If these handcuffs didn't restrict my magic, I would have been able to go out and find Ning teacher already. Her face turned pale with anger, you're not stupid enough to be planning an escape, are you? Zheng Tianchang shouted, Ning teacher was taken by someone, are we just going to sit here and do nothing? When Ruan sneered coldly, I never said we do nothing, just not get caught. My essence can hide myself in the shadows, I can send it to investigate. He calmed down. Summoning beasts, but the handcuffs. She glanced behind her before continuing, I summoned it before getting caught, hid it away. You're still too inexperienced. Zheng Tianchang was stunned, his eyes wide, but without magical reinforcement, the summoned beast will disappear quickly. When Juan said, "Don't worry, my rank is different from yours." A stream of dark air was slowly creeping up the stairs. Upon reaching the door, there were people talking inside. The police investigation nearby hasn't yielded anything. I've already asked the other two, and it seems they don't know anything either. They really don't seem to be lying. Xiao Xiaola furrowed his brows. The papers from the boy wearing the hat who had come to register were also missing, and when he asked the police officers who had previously encountered him, none of them could remember what he looked like. I don't remember either. Xiao Yunyun lowered her head. The cameras had been checked. The moment he entered was recorded, but no camera had captured his exact appearance when he left. Not a single camera caught it. The deputy captain spoke. He clearly intended to take Ningfan away. There were many ways to do it, but he chose the most dramatic one, leaving behind a pile of records at the police station. He's challenging the police. We must capture him at all costs. The two women shouted in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, when Juan was feeling frustrated, the two police officers had no leads. Zhang Tianchang asked, "What should we do now?" She touched her hand, feeling helpless. After all, once Ningfan was found, everything would become clear. He was probably still worried that he was somewhere in the city. We just have to keep trying to find him. A city this large, how long will it take to find it? When Juan replied, "It's all right, it won't be long. You should know that it's already nighttime outside." A voice echoed, Xingyu, come back." Rong Shuiwei pointed ahead, "Do you think we've arrived?" Lung Xingyu answered, "Yes, that's right. This is City B, Luoying is here, on the high-speed train." "Are we almost there?" "Almost," Rong Shuiwei said, feeling a bit uneasy. "They haven't gotten lost, have they?" Lung Xingyu reassured her, "No, they haven't. I've been here before." She looked out the window. "All right, but this city is huge. It seems like they've arrived. The three of them are hiding in a spot, and it's just about time to return to their rooms." Rong Shuiwei asked, "Is this Luoying?" "She's so beautiful. What should we do next?" Lung Xingyu asked. "Of course, we should go in," she said anxiously. "But they need a student ID to get through the gate." Lung Xingyu responded, I don't remember there being any checks before." Rong Shuiwei pointed to the notice on the door, "Xingyu, look at the announcement. It says they're in preparation for the competition. The school needs to be more vigilant. All students entering and leaving the school must wear their uniforms and present their student ID cards for inspection." Lung Xingyu suddenly understood, so that's it. Rong Shuiwei interjected, "So how do we get in now?" Lung Xingyu placed a hand on her shoulder, "We've already come this far, what are you afraid of? Running away is not in my dictionary. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. And you want to get in too, right? Then follow my lead, I'll take you in." Hong Yilin raised her hand, "At your command." Lang Xingyu glanced at the two of them, "Let's go, I'll lead you in." Rong Shuiwei gave her a look, "Huh?" The three of them approached the wall. Lung Xingyu spoke ominously, "If we can't get in through the main gate, then we'll find another way. Right now, we just need to get through this wall. Once we're inside, then what? After entering, we'll gather some intel and plan the next steps. We were never going to win in the first place, but now that Yi Honglin is here, if we can use her, we'll have a chance." Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a bright light shone directly into Lung Xingyu's face. Hong Yilin calmly walked in, leaving the two of them dumbfounded behind her. "Ha!" Lung Xingyu fumed, "What do you think you're doing?" Hong Yilin innocently asked, "Aren't we trying to get in?" She shouted, "Get in, but not like this." Two security guards approached. "What are you kids doing? Are you here to cause trouble? Catch them." Rong Shuiwei, frightened, asked, "Lung Xingyu, what should we do?" She bit her lip, "What else can we do?" "Run." They managed to escape. Rong Shuiwei sighed in relief. Luckily, they probably didn't see our faces clearly. Lang Xingyu gritted her teeth and glared at her. I told you to follow my instructions. Hong Yilin softly replied, I did listen. Rong Shuiwei asked, what should we do now? They won't be on higher alert, will they? Lang Xingyu calmed down. That's true, we probably can't climb the wall anymore. Then we'll have to deal with some inconvenience and go in through the main gate. Rong Shuiwei suddenly insisted. Main gate? She smiled. At the gate, they check uniforms and student IDs, but they don't check the photos of the students. So, couldn't we just borrow them from someone? Rong Shuiwei sighed in frustration. Steal them? But most of the students are probably in the dorms or already home by now. Lang Xingyu's gaze turned sharp and cold. We'll split into 3 groups to go to places like parks or internet cafes. There are definitely students who, like me, are still playing around and don't want to sleep. Think of it as fighting small monsters before the boss fight, and even if we have to act alone, there's no need to worry. She opened her mouth in surprise, seeing Tong Xiao lazily lying on the arcade machine. The boss here yawns every day, and the school and home cycle repeats endlessly. On the road to school, during these 3 minutes, we wander aimlessly, clearly seeing the dark rules of this world, paying attention to the narrow space between every crack, as if we've already left this world behind. Skipping school, Tong Xiao said happily. What could be better than weather like this? No particular reason, just wanting to discover something unique about myself. Through the noise, through the silence, before I even realized, the night had come. She looked up, back again. Is the result still the same? Just like a fool. Will tomorrow still be another day of wandering like this? Going in circles at the same place. Tong Xiao sat down and yawned. I'm tired. Let's find a place to sleep. She opened her sparkling eyes, made a circle with her hand, and held it up to her eyes. From there, she saw Lang Xingyu standing not far away. She quickly hid, her heart flustered as she watched her. Why is she here? This isn't good. I need to find Rong Shuiwei first. A quick step approached, and Tong Xiao smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? Lang Xingyu hesitated. No, it's nothing, just happened to face you. Tong Xiao remained cheerful. You only need to write I'm feeling guilty on your face. Lang Xingyu's face was drenched in sweat, like a stream. Alright, actually, it's because I'm not wearing a uniform, so I can't be considered a student. I can't get into the school, so I was hoping to borrow one for a while. She thought to herself, if I only tell half the truth and hide the other half, it doesn't count as lying, right? Tong Xiao raised her hand. Then follow me. I'll take you into the school. The activity room probably still has some uniforms you can borrow. Lang Xingyu stood still, pondering. I believe her, but is it a trap? But even if it's a trap, I can't pass up this opportunity. Investigating her, of course, direct contact is the fastest way, and if I get a chance, I might even be able to probe her abilities. A voice interrupted her thoughts. This way. Tong Xiao called, here, over here. Lang Xingyu observed from a distance. Where are the guards? Tong Xiao stretched out her hand. They're probably asleep. She considered, no chance to inform Shuiwei and Yihan Lin then. Looking inside, it was clear that a security guard was lying flat on the ground. Tong Xiao spoke, come this way. Lang Xingyu furrowed her brows in contemplation, appearing to be truly unprepared. Recently, no one had attempted any probing. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she saw the group of people sprawled on the ground. Lang Xingyu was stunned. Tong Xiao remained calm on this side. She felt a great deal of confusion in her heart. What happened? Are these people all asleep? Could it be that she did this? Rong Shuiwei, in a helpless state of thought, realized she still couldn't borrow any uniforms or student ID cards. No, stealing someone else's clothes? That's already wrong. Could those two really have done it? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. She turned her head. It's Hong Yi-lin. I'm back now. Rong Shui-wei continued to ponder. Ha? Not only did you find it, but you've also put it on? Hong Yi-lin looked around. This one's a bit small, the sleeves are too tight, but it's the best fit of all the ones I tried on. Rong Shui-wei widened her eyes in surprise. How many? How many outfits? Hong Yi-lin asked. So where's Long Xingyu? We agreed on the time and place to meet. Rong Shui-wei answered, I don't know, probably because finding the clothes was a bit tricky. Hong Yi said robbing is easy. Rong Shui-wei hesitated, anyway, let's wait for him a little longer. Hong Yi-lin scratched his head, all right then. The two girls sat and waited, occasionally saying, has he not come back yet? Should we go into Luoying first? A thought suddenly flashed through, how embarrassing. Has he still not returned? He's probably lost his patience by now. If we let him go to the Luoying Guild alone, he might cause some trouble. Well, I'll talk to him, just to buy some more time. Though I don't usually talk to him much. Rong Shui-wei said loudly, there's a person wearing a green shirt walking down the street. Everyone's avoiding him. Do you know why? Hong Yi-lin was confused, huh? Avoiding him? Does he have body odor? She put her hand on her cheek, no, that's not it. Hong Yi-lin grimaced, I can't wait any longer, I'm going ahead. Rong Shui-wei shouted, hey. She scratched her face, feeling uneasy, I'll just follow to keep an eye on him. Hong Yi-lin looked around, look, there's basically no one guarding the place. Rong Shui-wei asked, puzzled, but why? Hong Yi-lin walked in ahead, isn't it just a matter of walking in freely? Rong Shui-wei continued to ask, it's so quiet, where did everyone go? Hong Yi-lin pointed ahead and replied, it seems like they all went to sleep. The group lay motionless on the ground as Rong Shui-wei stepped over each of them. This is Hong Yi-lin, she said calmly, she's probably asleep. Shui-wei hesitated and followed behind, sleeping in the hallway. One was calm and optimistic, the other anxious, perhaps they were just too sleepy. How could so many people be asleep like this? Could someone have attacked the Luoying Guild? Well, let's just assume they were all simply too tired. Rong Shui-wei wiped the sweat from her forehead. Ha? Just assume they were tired? The group slowly sat up. My head hurts. What's going on? A hand pulled Rong Shui-wei along. Come over here. The girls sat up. Hoo-hoo, did I oversleep? It hurts. Rooftop. Fifth floor, Hong Yi-lin spoke up. Indeed, they were just too sleepy after all. You should hide here for now, wait until they all go back to their rooms and then come down. Rong Shui-wei furrowed her brows, looking around. Was this really an illusion? Hong Yi-lin closed her eyes and sighed. Sigh, you're still thinking about it, huh? The less you know, the better. Some things are better left unknown. After all, you didn't come here to investigate whether they're asleep or not. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Tong Xiao pressed herself onto Long Xingyu. Hey, are they your friends? Yi-lin asked curiously. Are they your friends? Long Xingyu thought to herself. This is bad, this is a disaster, they've found us, they know we know each other now. Rong Shui-wei wasn't wearing the uniform. Hong Yi-lin was confused, wondering what to do next, how to get past this situation. What should we do now? What should we do? Her mind was in chaos, her face turning pale. There's no way out, Tong Xiao thought, running is definitely the best option. She spoke up, it's nothing, I just came to borrow a uniform. I got it already, let's hurry back to the room. Rong Shui-wei was pushed away. Okay, fine, Tong Xiao said listlessly, I guess we have to go now. She hurriedly pushed everyone forward, fearing that the manager would scold them. Hong Yi-lin suddenly stopped,
causing the two behind to bump into each other. Lung Xingyu rubbed her nose. Ouch, 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 don't stop so suddenly.
In front of us is Lan Lan, isn't this Alin? It's been so long since we last met. Why didn't you call first before coming over?
Lung Xingyu screamed inwardly.
Why is there another boss here now? Lan Lan approached Hong Yilin's head. It's been a long time since we met. Let me see if you've grown taller.
She reached to touch Hong Yilin's hair, but was swiftly swatted away.
Lan Lan blushed. Scary, is that killing intent? I thought I had lost my hand already. Hong Yilin coldly replied, I don't have a sister. Stop playing around. You know why I'm here. Hand over your weapon, this time I'm going to settle things with you.
Rong Shuiwei commented, looks like the relationship isn't too good.
Lung Xingyu frowned, did she follow us here for this?
Lan Lan started to tear up again.
It's been so long since we last met, and now you want to fight already?
A quick glint of light flashed by.
Hong Yilin threatened, this is the second warning, there's no third. Stop pretending to be pitiful, hand over your weapon now.
Lung Xingyu stepped forward and pushed her aside. That's your sister.
You should handle this well.
We still have things to do, we'll chat with your sister later.
Rong Shuiwei pulled at her arm. Let's go quickly.
Hong Yilin didn't forget to mock her. Lan Lan, are you scared?
Today, we're settling the score. I'm not leaving until it's done.
Lan Lan flashed a strange smile.
That's too much. All right, since you've said that.
She put her hand in her pocket, pulled out her phone, and made a call.
Hello, is this security? There are 3 strangers on the 5th floor. Yes, it seems like they are causing trouble. Could you come and check it out?
The 3 of them were stunned after hearing this.
Ha! Everyone run outside. Gasp, we finally got away. That's the second time today, what are we supposed to do now? We've been spotted, this is a failure. Hong Yilin remained calm. Oh really? I consider it a success. Lung Xingyu shouted angrily, huh? It's because of you that we had to run out like this, how is that a success? Hong Yilin sighed.
You guys always think I'm stupid, but actually, most of the time, I'm quite smart.
Lung Xingyu emphasized, smart?
Hong Yilin continued, she's a very competitive person, and after being mocked by me like that, she definitely won't just sit back and take it.
I bet she's nearby right now. Lung Xingyu interrupted.
Hold on, you're smart, sure, but how smart are you to the point of flying?
Get down here now. Hong Yilin flew up high. Do you think I look like someone who knows how to fly? Lung Xingyu was startled. Ha! Is this gravity manipulation? How much longer do we have to fly? The sky has no end, you know. Hong Yilin sat upside down in the sky. How much longer do we have to fly? It's getting a bit high.
But if I think about it differently, the magical barrier must have a limit, she can't be too far from me.
Right now, I'm so high up, so she must be in some tall building, right? Lan Lan stood below, quietly watching.
Hong Yilin said, as expected, she's there. She raised both hands, pulled out a gun, and fired it down below, hitting Lan Lan's position. But it just grazed her, and at that moment, Hong Yilin had already darted behind her, her gaze cold and murderous, a few strands of green hair flying in the wind. Hong Yilin held a sword, threatening, I've broken the gravity barrier.
It's over now. Are you a puppet?
Cars fell from above, triggered by the trap, the entire top floor lit up, and car debris shot out, falling to the ground. All the cars above were crushed to pieces, a heavy panic ensued. Hong Yilin's hand tightened around the knife, that was too careless.
Almost got hit. Where do I keep searching for her now?
Lan Lan smiled wickedly behind, and she stared wide-eyed in shock as the golden light shot down from her position. Hong Yilin collapsed onto the roof of the building next to her, wincing in pain. Lan Lan's sword rushed towards her, stabbing fiercely downward. Hong Yilin staggered back, still looking the same. Lan landed on the ground. The tip of the sword. Hong Yilin, you said you'd only reveal yourself after gaining some advantage, didn't you? Hong Yilin leaned back. Rong Shuiwei was surprised. She flew away. Long Xingyu looked exhausted. She flew away? What now? We need to help her. It's fine, I don't want to do anything. I'm so tired. This is something Hong Yi brought upon herself, she should solve it herself. Rong Shuiwei hesitated and stepped forward. Ha! But before she could finish, Long Xingyu interrupted. We came here to investigate someone else, but we got recognized. They saw our faces, and they know we're from a different school too. What if the principal finds out? What if we're recognized during the competition? Just thinking about it is so embarrassing. How do we explain why we're here? If we go back now, the teacher will scold us. If we actually help Hong Yi fight with Lan, Rong Shuiwei furrowed her brows. Then you'll lose your eligibility to compete, and may even be expelled. Long Xingyu asked again, so you still want to go? Hong Yilin stepped forward, still as usual, taking advantage of the situation. Lan smiled strangely. This is a battle, not a competition. No one's going to shout prepare to begin. Hong Yilin grabbed her weapon, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Stop talking nonsense, just come at me. Ah, Lan burst into laughter. Ha, what do you mean come at you? I've already said, this isn't a competition, no one's shouting start. Plus, you've already become my plaything. Hong Yilin dropped to one knee, then tilted and charged forward. The two were now close to each other. Lan's eyes glowed green as the gravity increased tenfold. A green light shot down, and a thick fog filled the air. Hong Yilin stumbled out of the smoke, a foot approaching. It was Lan. Ah, finally obedient, not bad, not bad. Let's see if you've grown any taller. Didn't I say you were shrinking? Ha ha. Did height shrink and the brain shrink along with it? With 10 times the gravity, she was now sprawled on the ground. Still dare to challenge me? Hong Yilin growled. She waved her hand, just lie there, wait for me to step out of range and the effect will automatically wear off. Lan happily walked down the street. A figure approached, and it seemed like she was in a good mood. Lan arrogantly said, You came with a Lin, didn't you? Long Xingyu smiled, unfortunately, you won't be smiling much longer. Long Xingyu slipped her hands into her jacket pockets, unfortunately, you won't be able to smile anymore. Lan was confused, oh? You think you can make me stop smiling? You're weaker than a Lin, aren't you? She replied, but I'm smarter than her. I've done my research. Your ability is to manipulate gravity, right? Lan scanned through, Long Xingyu, Class Dijinsha Academy, Summoning System. Her essence is a fat chicken, and she only knows basic summoning. Her awakening rate is only 43%. Don't think you're the only one who can investigate. How foolish can you be? Long Xingyu sneered, so, are you planning to run? Lan shot her a venomous glare, huh? What did you say? Long Xingyu ran off, I said you're an idiot, a clueless fool. She thought to herself, I know this little street like the back of my hand. I should be able to delay for quite a while. Lan had caught up, causing Long Xingyu to be startled. Already this fast? She raised her hand, the gravity 10 times stronger, causing the trash bin to slam down onto the ground. Long Xingyu's face turned pale. Damn it, it crushed it straight away. The pill shattered and fell to the ground, and coincidentally, Long Xingyu stepped on it. Lan turned to look, and saw Long Xingyu had jumped high. She raised her hand again, and the gravity 10 times stronger caused the flower pot to crack open.
Lan Lan felt annoyed. You're good at running.
Lang Xingyu ran frantically, panting heavily.
Pant, aren't you going to chase me?
She jumped through the glass and leapt outside, landing on the ground, her face filled with exhaustion.
Better stay cautious.
Run further first, then I'll go find Rong Shui to regroup.
Lan Lan's voice came from behind. Got you now, gravity 10 times stronger. Nice. She's observing from above, you must not think I can't catch up with you, right?
She fell to the ground.
Oh. Lan Lan's gaze turned sharp. Where's all that arrogance from before? I thought you actually had some kind of plan, but in the end, you're just running? Lang Xingyu struggled to get up. Fortunately, you caught up. If you hadn't, I wouldn't even know what to do. Yi Honglin, save me. Lan Lan froze. She turned around and looked behind, could it be?
But there was no one there, of course. That child wouldn't lie to others, wouldn't pretend to not be able to climb up.
Lang Xingyu was being pulled inside by someone.
Lan Lan saw that hand, they had managed to escape.
Lan Lan jumped down. Damn it, stop right there. Do you think you can still run after being caught in my barrier? Damn it, does she have countless paths ahead of her? I've lost track. What's going on with this path? Why are there so many detours? Is there an alley like this nearby? Did I get lost?
Lang Xingyu stood above, using her power to increase the gravity tenfold.
Lan Lan wasn't worried. Lang Xingyu sat down, trembling. It hurts, does it hurt so much? Hong Yilin, you finally made it. Lan Lan looked up eagerly. Where's a Lin? Lang Xingyu said, good, quickly pull me up.
Lan Lan suddenly turned her head back.
Just kidding, how could I fall for the same trick twice? Gravity increased 20 times.
The person inside said, your hand is too heavy.
Lang Xingyu screamed. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lan Lan took a step forward. Can the giant be used like this? No wonder you're so proficient in basic summoning. Lang Xingyu smiled, she propped herself up and looked around.
Just now, I thought it was strange, there hasn't been an alley like this around lately.
These things are all created by you using the stone giant's transformation.
Lang Xingyu felt a sharp pang.
She was exposed, there was no way out. Lan Lan mocked, well then, I guess I win. Let's call it a day. I'm going home to sleep. You think I'll just say that and let you go? Lang Xingyu retorted. Don't worry, I won't go too hard on you. You just won't be able to participate in the competition anymore.
She screamed, and at that moment, Hong Yilin rushed in, shouting, save me. Hong Yilin raised her sword from behind, and Lan Lan said, 3 lies in a row.
Do you think I'll believe you?
The girl was stunned, her eyes wide open, and a foot was about to step on her. Hong Yilin was still lying flat on the ground.
Where did she go wrong? Rong Shui stepped forward. Yi Honglin, she said with difficulty, Gu Shui, you finally made it.
Rong Shui sat down, frowning.
Lang Xingyu spoke up, if you have a plan to defeat Lan Lan, call me to help. Where is she now, out of the barrier? Hong Yilin sighed, I couldn't even get close, and she was already defeated. It's so embarrassing, I don't even want to continue. Maybe she's nearby. Rong Shui asked, where?
She lifted Hong Yilin's skirt.
Here? Hong Yi was tired. I don't want to move, please don't make a fuss. Rong Shui said, nothing's happening. Hong Yilin frowned. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?
She smiled happily.
Ah, I see it now. As expected, it's there. She pulled with all her might. Hong Yilin sighed in frustration. Hong Yilin.
In the end, Rong Shui lost her footing and fell to the ground. The two of them lay flat, with many objects falling from above, including Hong Yilin's weapon. It was heading straight for Rong Shuiwei, who instinctively raised her hand to protect her face. Suddenly, someone reached out to grab it. It turned out Hong Yilin had gotten back on her feet. Rong Shuiwei breathed a sigh of relief.
So it was because the things you were carrying were too heavy? Is that why you reacted so late? Hong Yilin was curious. But why help me? If you help, won't I end up harming myself?
Rong Shuiwei whispered as she approached, "Don't worry, just do this, and then do that."
Hong Yilin pointed at herself. Alright, maybe this way might actually work. Returning to the present is still frantic, no need to worry.
I won't be too harsh, it's just that I can't participate in the competition.
Lang Xingyu made a loud noise. Hong Yilin came to rescue me. Lan Lan remained indifferent. Do you still think I believe you?
She glanced behind, and before she could react, something struck her in the head.
Ah, Hong Yilin, so naive. Scared, huh? Sorry about that. Lan Lan was annoyed. You, Hong Yilin, are you playing me again with them?
She shut her eyes.
No, I've already broken your barrier. Let's fight again. Serious and fair.
Xingyu zoomed by, finally arriving, and suddenly disappeared, saying, "The next part is up to you, Hong Yilin." Upon hearing this, Lan Lan spoke to Yi Honglin. "You said you wanted to fight fairly with me.
Fine, I'll give you a chance.
Your barrier ability is space control, while my barrier ability is gravity control.
Both can easily kill the opponent in one blow."
Yi Honglin placed her hand on the gun at her waist and simply said, "It's a cowboy duel to see who draws faster." Lan Lan sneered inwardly, thinking, a contest of drawing blades and activating powers. Then, the two of them, one activating her power, the other drawing her blade. Lan Lan raised her hand and thought to herself, "I will definitely win." Suddenly, Lan Lan's eyes widened.
Hoof.
Yi Honglin, taking advantage of the moment, stood right behind Lan Lan with her eyes bloodshot.
Then, another explosion occurred.
The cause of this explosion was the collision between Lan Lan's defense and Yi Honlin's weapon. Lan Lan raised her hand and said, "I never said it was impossible to defend."
Yi Honglin nodded upon hearing this.
Then, Lan Lan unleashed a gravity attack of 100 times its normal force, causing Yi Honglin to sink into the ground. Yi Honglin lowered her eyes, making her red eyes appear even more terrifying.
If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have used this gravity to my advantage. Lan Lan exclaimed in astonishment.
Yi Honglin drove her blade into the ground, creating a huge explosion of blue light in mid-air. Seeing this, Lan Lan glared at Yi Honglin with a sharp look.
Do you think using gravity to attack will be effective?
I'll just break the barrier. Lan Lan pointed at the explosion and scratched her head, saying, "Can this girl really operate under a gravity force 100 times stronger?
It's ridiculous, and she even uses my gravity to attack. She must have just learned from that other girl, right? Copying that weakling will only make you weaker."
Hearing the insults, Lang Xingyu shot a furious glare at her family heirloom, clearly feeling forced into conceding defeat, yet still shamelessly insulting her. Rong Shuiwei seemed to have realized something after hearing that.
So that's why Hong Yilin has been carrying the whole warehouse around everywhere?
Suddenly, dust and smoke surged, and the tin can lids beneath their feet began to tremble. Both of them collapsed to the ground and shouted loudly.
Ha!
The direction of gravity has changed. Out of nowhere, a robot surrounded by a purple light appeared and tightly grabbed Lang Xingyu's hand.
Lang Xingyu, startled, shouted loudly, "Huh? How did we get hit?" She couldn't see us, be careful. Everything around them fell to the ground.
Suddenly, a purple pill fell from somewhere.
Lang Xingyu yelled, "Grab it!"
The two of them landed on a nearby vehicle. Rong Shuiwei was surprised. Thankfully, there was no one in the car. Before Rong Shuiwei could finish her sentence, Lang Xingyu spoke up, "Impossible, right?
Each kind of barrier should only have one type of movement, shouldn't it?
She should only be able to manipulate things she can see."
Why is she able to do this even though she can't see us? Could it be that she had been hiding her strength earlier?
Lan Lan, with a bruised purple face, glanced around.
Damn it, where did they go? You weren't the type to hide and run away before. Come out here. I was just calling out casually, and they actually showed up?
Yi Honglin stepped out with a beaming face, not just feeling that there was no need to hide. It seemed that her barrier wasn't all that strong either.
Lan Lan immediately became angry, feeling as though she had been insulted. Ha! Do you think I won't throw you out into space? You're not going to do something like run away, are you? I've already provoked you this much. Yi Honglin wondered aloud, isn't it strange for someone to accept a challenge and then admit it?
Lan Lan was speechless, unable to respond.
How should I put it?
Yi Honglin spoke with an expression full of killing intent.
Let's do it again, the cowboy showdown you mentioned. Lan Lan, too, was releasing a green aura from her body. She couldn't possibly think that I only have this much power, right? Well then, let's see what you think of 500 times gravity. What do you mean by that? Why aren't you drawing your sword? Are you deliberately giving me a chance? Are you insulting me? Yi Honglin remained calm, as though it wasn't anything serious.
Lan Lan gaped in shock when she heard Yi Honglin's words.
Ha!
Only then did Yi Honglin draw her sword, charging directly at Lan Lan. The sword stabbed straight into her abdomen, causing Lan Lan to scream in pain. She was then thrown straight into the wall behind her. Thick clouds of dust rose up. Lan Lan lay in the midst of the rubble. Yi Honglin sheathed his sword.
Sorry, I just wanted to see how much gravity I could withstand.
Suddenly, something stuck to Yi Honglin's face.
He raised his hand to remove it, but couldn't.
Soon, more and more small stones began attaching themselves to his body. The ground was shaking, and even the flower pot was being pulled towards him. But Yi Honglin quickly realized what was happening, drawing his sword and slicing the flower pot in two. Yi Honglin stared in shock as half of the pot stuck to him.
Has it been attracted?
Lan Lan said, her face darkening.
Do you know? There's a force of attraction between all things. Yi Honglin stood on the shattered ground, saying, What are you talking about?
Lan Lan explained, I happened to read it in a book. Yi Honglin seemed unfazed, even looking at the thing sticking to him and saying, You did this, right?
Don't tell me you're angry and resorting to dirty tricks? Yi Honglin suddenly looked up reflexively.
It seemed like something was flying toward him. Cars, broken concrete, and fire extinguishers were moving at breakneck speed toward him.
Yi Honglin looked at the objects and muttered to himself, How can I avoid this? Isn't this the end?
Lan Lan raised her hand to the sky as if trying to reach the moon.
Without gravitational force, planets wouldn't exist, and they couldn't function. Without gravity, humans wouldn't be able to stand on the ground.
The existence of all things relies on gravity.
What does it feel like to become the center of gravity?
Yi Honglin still had some stones stuck to her face and slowly opened her eyes. She screamed, So that's why Lung Xingyu was hugging me so tightly.
Lung Xingyu spoke, Finally, you've woken up.
Yi Honglin looked around.
This is. Lung Xingyu glanced over, Don't you remember? Everything in this street was sucked in by you.
I summoned the stone giant, but now we're buried inside.
We've been tricked. Her ability isn't controlling gravity, it's manipulating the force of gravity. Yi Honglin looked confused, the force of gravity? Lung Xingyu gave a glance, too lazy to explain.
She just needed to know that she was currently attracting other objects.
Yi Honglin looked down, All right, I understand. So what should we do to get out of here? It seems like we're done for.
Upon hearing this, Lung Xingyu panicked and shouted. Outside, Lan Lan raised her hand high, and it was over. A huge sword came crashing down onto the pile of objects, causing it to explode and scatter debris everywhere. Lan Lan looked at the explosion with a cold, sharp gaze and said, "You've managed to force me to use this move, you've improved quite a bit." The sword had plunged into the ground without anyone inside. Lan Lan looked around in surprise. Where are they? Did they run away? She frowned and thought to herself, no, the barrier is still intact, but the object should have been sucked in. Why hasn't it moved? Could it be? A beam of light emitted from a crack in the ground, and Yi Honglin's sword flew up, aimed at Lan Lan's face. Reacting instinctively, Lan Lan jumped high, not expecting it to come from below. She soared upward and looked down at the explosion beneath her. The explosion grew larger, and it seemed like Yi Honglin's sword was still following her, intending to continue the attack. Yi Honglin appeared, and upon seeing this, Lan Lan gritted her teeth and unleashed her magic. Yi Honglin furrowed her brow, gripping two swords tightly in her hands, and the two resumed their battle. Lan Lan cast her magic, while Yi Honglin blocked with one hand in front of her and held a sword in the other, ready to fight. Suddenly, a hand blocked Lan Lan's face, and Yi Honglin's as well. It turned out to be the Neighborhood Order Management Bureau, standing between them, preventing the two from continuing. Did he say that the ones who caused the destruction in this area were you two? Arrest them! Outside the room, two people were on guard. The neighborhood manager spoke up. Luckily, there were no casualties this time. I advise you girls to answer truthfully. Why did you fight on the street? Who started it? Lan Lan pointed towards Yi Honglin. She did. Yi Honglin, in turn, pointed at Lan Lan. She did. Lung Xingyu hesitated before speaking. I think it was the girl with the green hair. The manager slammed the table angrily. Quiet. This isn't a vote. Answer quickly, don't just stay silent. The three of them secretly thought, didn't you just say quiet? Suddenly, the camera spoke up. They're still students, don't hit them. Hearing this, the neighborhood manager turned around and cut the nonsense. How's the surveillance footage coming along? The camera responded, almost done. Only then did Lan Lan open her mouth in shock, recalling the fragments of memories in her mind. Wait a minute, in the surveillance footage, she was seen running away when she saw me. She didn't even fight back, and used the stone giant mace to trap me, all the while shouting for help. Was this her plan? It seemed that Lung Xingyu knew Lan Lan had figured out her intentions, so she looked at Lan Lan and whispered, "Goodbye, my dear friend." Lan Lan was being dragged away but still turned back and shouted loudly, "I'm being wronged. It's those people who came to the school and caused trouble." As her shout ended, the door to the room slammed shut. The neighborhood manager, now smiling, said, "All right, it's all settled now. Thank you both for your trouble." Lung Xingyu, feeling wronged, immediately retorted, "No, it's you guys who are causing trouble, not us. We'll leave now." The neighborhood manager's face darkened, and he shouted, "Huh? Who told you to leave?" Lung Xingyu and Yi Honglin were both stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" The handcuffs were already fastened on someone's wrists. The door slammed shut once more. Lung Xingyu smiled awkwardly. "Gu Shuiwei, you're here too?" Gu Shuiwei, her face drenched in sweat, replied, "After I called the police, they arrested me." The neighborhood manager peeked through the door and shouted, "We've already informed your school. Jinsha Academy, you can stay here and wait for the school to send Ling family to pick you up." Lung Xingyu, sweating from fear, said, "Looks like we can only stop here. At least we've taken care of one person. Fortunately, you encouraged me, otherwise, I would have run away by now." Gu Shuiwei, feeling embarrassed, said, "No, I didn't do anything." Lung Xingyu looked up to the sky and sighed, relaxing her body. Suddenly, she felt the urge to soak in a tub of water. It's so hot. Yi Honglin was frustrated, hoping she wouldn't have to return. As for Gu Shuiwei, it seemed she was reminiscing about the days she spent at school. She wondered how their training had been these past 2 days. The scene shifted to a mountain somewhere, where a green dragon appeared to be rising. The horns on its head were clearly visible under the light. The dragon exuded a green aura that surrounded it, giving off an imposing feeling. From its mouth, it breathed out a gust of snow, the snowflakes falling onto the mountain and covering the tall pine trees below. Then, they reached the ground, where it seemed someone was trapped under the thick layer of snow. A snowflake touched that person's hand. It turned out there were not just one, but many people buried under the snow. Suddenly, someone stood up, their face darkening as they thought, "We meet again." The green dragon slowly faded atop the high mountain. When Jing shivered from the cold, stammering as she spoke, "Originally, I didn't plan to go to the Ability User Academy. My family has 6 sisters, and by the time it was my turn, there was no money left for me to study. Then, luckily, I found an academy that offers free tuition and even provides financial assistance. With that help, my younger siblings could go to school. But, in truth, I've always wanted to learn to draw comics. I must win and claim the prize money. With that money, I can go learn how to draw comics." Xie Tiangu carried Wen Jing on his back and furrowed his brows, asking, "Is that so? But why are you saying all this now?" It turned out that the two of them were hanging at the edge of the mountain, and Xie Tiangu was trying to hold onto the only rope in front of him. Wen Jing told him that he needed to know what he was bearing, and shouldn't he be holding on tighter? Hearing this, Xie Tiangu felt helpless, completely unable to. When Wen Jing heard Xie Tiangu's response, she tightened her grip around his neck and said loudly, "Hold on tighter." At that moment, Xie Tiangu could only obey, "Got it." He thought to himself, after a whole day without food or drink, it was already quite good to be able to hold on like this. After their father saw her set off to find someone, he imagined the moment when Shinshan was leaning on a cane and said, let me tell you something, there's no more food in the warehouse." They were all surprised and exclaimed in unison, "What?" He then pictured a map and continued, "But 20 kilometers north from here, there is a second hot spring hotel. The first lesson for you all is to cross 2 snow-capped mountains to get there. On the way up the mountain, use mountain vines, with 2 people in one group and 3 in another. Once you reach the destination, there will be food. But during the journey, the ropes must not be opened. Cut the rope, it's a failure, no dinner tonight, and who knows, the rope might just save their lives." In Xie Tianji's mind, he could still picture Wang Wenjing's scream as she fell from the mountain, silently thinking, "Grandma was right." Xie Tiangu shouted loudly, "I will pull you up." He was reminiscing, thinking quickly, and then used the rope. In that recollection, the mountain's edge cracked, and he was taken aback. Then, they were suspended from the cliff's edge, just like in reality. Xie Tiangu silently reflected, and it turned out just like that, truly relying on the rope hooked to a rock. He couldn't shake the feeling of being deceived. Suddenly, a voice called down, "Where did they go?" "Keep searching, still can't find them." Upon hearing this, Wen Jing was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, they're here to save us, we're here." The others responded, "It seems like there's someone over there, let's go check." But perhaps it was too late, the rock on the edge was cracking due to the weight of both of them. Xie Tiangu panicked, "This is bad, it's about to collapse, be careful, don't come over here." The search party looked toward the cliff's edge, and indeed, there were voices. "Isn't that their rope? Did it slip down? Let's pull them up." As they reached the cliff's edge, Nan Gongyan had to witness 2 of his team members fall off the cliff. Xie Tiangu and Wen Jing also screamed. Xie Tiangu and Wen Jing had fallen to the ground, while the male team had tilted and was hanging on the cliff. One person spoke up, "What should we do?" The others shouted loudly, "Nan Gongyan, hold the rope tight." Nan Gongyan, with a confused expression, didn't know what to do and could only exhale. Then, he cut the rope, his face serious as he said, "Leave it to me." And then, he too fell along with the other 2. The next 3 people fell into the snow pile. All 5 of them lay in the snow, covered by it. Someone thought silently to themselves, their best teammate had completed the scene transition in the scorching desert. A hand was reaching up from the ground. It turned out to be Xie Tiangu. He was buried in the sand, with it reaching his throat, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He looked at the desert before him and exclaimed, "Where?
Where is this? Why am I in the desert?
Then he thought to himself, this is wrong. After that, he began walking in the scorching desert, talking to himself, the others can't see.
Didn't we fall together back then? Suddenly, the rope was pulled back, and he blurted out in surprise, huh, could it be?
Then he thought of Wenjing and exerted all his strength to pull her out of the sand. The sand began to rise. Wenjing was pulled up from the ground with a coughing fit.
Xie Tiangu picked Wenjing up in his arms, panicking as he asked, Wenjing, are you all right?
She whispered in a tired tone.
Xie Tiangu shook his head, I don't know. But the task is urgent, do you know which direction to go?
We need to leave this place now, I'll carry you.
Wenjing then asked, do you know which way to go? Xie Tiangu helplessly answered, I don't know.
They kept walking, continuing without any sense of direction, the footprints behind them growing denser.
Xie Tiangu paused, we've been walking for an hour. Wenjing anxiously looked around, we still haven't reached the border. Did we take the wrong path?
If we've gone toward the center of the desert, we're done for.
Xie Tiangu, drenched in sweat, frowned and said, can you be quiet?
But Wenjing didn't stop, she added, an ordinary person can't survive without water for more than 2 days, and in the desert, 2 days is the maximum. If we keep walking like this, we might last a day, but if we don't find water, we're done.
Besides, even if we leave the desert, we might not make it home.
We should look for water first.
Xie Tiangu skeptically asked, where did you learn all this from?
Wenjing immediately replied without hesitation, in comics.
He helplessly said to her, you actually believe in that comic?
She remained firm, whether you choose to believe or not is up to you. It seemed that Xie Tiangu was also thirsty, so he turned and asked Wenjing, did that comic say how to find water in the desert? He dug a hole and went down, leaving her on the surface.
Wenjing spoke up, did you find anything? Xie Tiangu shouted from the bottom of the hole, is this really trustworthy? That comic? Wenjing quickly explained, plants rely on water to survive, and there's usually water under the grass. He continued digging, asking as he worked, really?
I already used up the last of my magic to make this shovel. If there's nothing here, we'll be in big trouble. It seemed like the shovel had hit something.
Xie Tiangu, his face drenched in sweat, wondered aloud, what is this?
Suddenly, something surfaced from beneath the sand, sending Xie Tiangu flying into the air before slamming him hard back onto the ground. Wenjing, gazing at the trembling ground, panicked and exclaimed, something huge is emerging from the earth. Before them stood a gigantic creature.
Wenjing hurriedly grabbed Xie Tiangu and screamed, run faster.
Xie Tiangu, equally panicked and filled with anger, shouted back, stop making noise.
If you have time, help me think of a solution. The monster kept chasing after the two of them.
Wenjing answered the question Xie Tiangu had asked earlier.
Is there anything we can do? Xie Tiangu, running at full speed, continued, didn't the comic tell you what to do if you dig up a monster?
Wenjing turned her head to look at the monster, hesitated, and said, this one might be a sand demon, it's afraid of heat and hides under the sand during the day.
We dug it up, no wonder it's angry. Let's find somewhere to hide, it'll go back once it gets hot. Xie Tiangu replied, but we're in a desert, there's no place to hide.
Suddenly, Xie Tiangu's eyes locked onto something in the distance.
Hide over there.
A house appeared right before their eyes.
Wenjing doubted, how could there be a house in the desert? Is it an illusion? The monster was getting closer to them.
Xie Tiangu sped up, almost teleporting, and shouted, no matter what it is, let's go check it out first. Suddenly, he fell face first into the sand, shouting, this is bad. Taking advantage of Xie Tiangu falling, Wenjing stepped over him and quickly ran ahead. Xie Tiangu, stunned, exclaimed, the giant monster was standing right in front of him, freezing him in place.
The strap on Xie Tiangu's body that was connected to Wenjing was being pulled away.
He almost got attacked by the monster, panicking and shouting loudly.
Wen Jing put the rope over her shoulder, exerting all her strength to pull hard. Damn it, it's too heavy. I saved your life. You owe me a month's worth of food when we get back. Xia Tiangu immediately agreed. Don't even mention a month. I give you a year if you want. But can we run faster? The gap is not closing at all. The huge monster with sharp pincers was rapidly approaching. When one of its pincers was about to touch his face, he stared at it, horrified, thinking, this is bad, my current magic power can't even cast a defensive spell. Is there no way out? Then Xie Tiangu recalled when he was practicing under the waterfall, and the person next to him spoke, do you know how to strengthen the intensity of defensive magic? Xie Tiangu responded immediately, by getting closer, reducing the range, the intensity will increase. The other person sighed, not bad. So do you know why defending against the waterfall is the best? Xia Tiangu asked further, is it just to focus the magic power on the back? It turned out to be Xia La, who was meditating under the waterfall with Xia Tiangu. He added, not completely, what you need to defend against is the water, because every point where the water touches will trigger a protective spell. Just enough, and that will produce the strongest defense with the least energy consumption. Back to the present, Xia Tiangu looked at the sharp object in front of him, so frightening that it seemed about to stab into him. He thought, although he had never succeeded in defending against a drop of water, before he could get out of that thought, he was struck in the face by the monster's attack. The strike not only hit Xie Tiangu but also struck the house right in front of Wen Jing. Wen Jing was stunned and screamed. Suddenly, Xie Tiangu laughed loudly, Success, finally successful. He jumped down from the house. It worked. That sentence seemed to break Xie Tiangu's sense of self-satisfaction, as he thought he had successfully unlocked the special ability. When Jing continued, insect brains are very stupid, it'll leave in a while. Don't you feel that? Xia Tiangu asked, surprised. Doesn't this place look like a hot spring hotel? Ha! First young master, does this look like a hot spring hotel to you? How could that be? This is a desert, it looks more like a fat guy's room, let's see if there's a secret passage. When Jing bent down to the floor. How could that be? Then he sighed, it's too dark, and suddenly it just screamed out loud. Ha! Really? Xia Tiangu spoke seriously. Don't be so sure. Wen Jing, still in a state of surprise, didn't pay much attention to what Xie Tiangu said and continued, it could be real. Maybe someone is here, we should go check it out. Xie Tiangu was being dragged away and had no choice but to follow reluctantly. Seeing this, Wen Jing turned around and asked, what's going on? Although she didn't know why it was a desert outside, well, he was clearly bleeding from his nose. Xie Tiangu raised his hand to his face and immediately realized it was covered in blood, exclaiming. Before the cultural exam, Diao Yushui held a stack of fresh papers and smiled, saying, you all take this test first, so I can get a clear understanding of your current level. But soon after, her face darkened in anger, her body shaking as she said, none of you have passed this. What exactly was the cultural training you've had before this? Lang Xingyu spoke up, we basically haven't studied any cultural subjects. Hearing this, Diao Yushui could only sigh, then turned her gaze toward Ningfan. Ningfan quickly turned his face away, scratching his head awkwardly and said, I'm the only teacher in the class, and I'm not even a cultural teacher. Diao Yushui folded her arms and turned away, helpless. But you all have to believe in yourselves. Passing this test is very simple, there's a way. The key is unity. As long as you help each other, you will definitely pass. The guy wearing glasses took out a cheat sheet, understanding the point help each other, right? Another one showed off his shirt stuffed with cheat sheets, already prepared. It seems that each of them was struck, creating half a star. The other person is the same, when the two halves are put together, they complete the star. The one wearing glasses spoke after being hit, we understand now. Diao Yushui, angry, shouted, unity doesn't mean cheating together, it means learning from each other. Each person should help and learn from each other's strengths, and when everyone works together, we can definitely succeed. Zhang Tianchang clenched his fists, realizing this now.
Suddenly, someone spoke, "Teacher, I understand now."
It was Xie Tiangu, the top scorer in the class, arrogantly saying, "It's my turn to go on stage now.
Before transferring schools, I had studied cultural subjects.
If you don't understand something, feel free to ask me.
I'll definitely answer all your questions with great care."
What can I do? I'm just too smart, haha.
Lang Xingyu glanced at the test score and thought, no, having studied before and still scoring that low, it's better to say it was a failure. The one with spiky hair spoke, "Skinny guy, you scored better than me, teach me." The one with glasses immediately agreed, "No problem, you said we should help each other."
Then, the one with spiky hair pointed to the test and asked, "How did you choose this answer correctly?" The one with glasses answered honestly, "Because N looks very short, I chose C." The one with spiky hair then asked, "How did you choose the correct answer for this prediction question?"
The guy wearing glasses was also very enthusiastic in his explanation, saying, "Everything that was filled out incorrectly must have something that's right." The guy with spiky hair smiled with his eyes squinted and said, "So that's how it is, I feel a lot smarter now." The guy with glasses responded, "If anyone looked at their test papers and heard this, they might think these two are teaching each other, explaining things very thoroughly and making the material sound easy. But in reality, one of them scored 0, and the other only 5, yet their smiles were so bright, as if they just aced the recent cultural exam." Back at the dorm, Tiangu was sticking sticky notes on every item, continuously repeating as if he had 200% energy from the afternoon: vase, cabinet, handle, flower, locker.
Lang Xingyu, standing beside him, asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Xie Tiangu, while sticking a note on Lang Xingyu's head, said, "I'm sticking words on items.
If you look at them for a while, you can conveniently memorize the vocabulary." Lang Xingyu, annoyed, said, "Hey, don't stick it on me." It turned out that the sticky note on Lang Xingyu's head had a silly word written on it. Lang Xingyu realized this and, clenching his fist, shouted in anger, "This guy is definitely here to cause trouble."
Isn't it just a slightly higher score?
Xie Tiangu took out another piece of paper and stuck it onto Lang Xingyu's hand, then said, "Violent behavior is just a mistake I made while sticking the paper, don't be angry."
Didn't you say we should help each other learn? I want to help everyone learn English. Violence is bad.
Lang Xingyu thought to herself, "Violent is bad, adjective plus verb, the grammar is wrong."
Then, in a fit of anger, she rushed over and punched Xie Tiangu hard in the face, speaking in a low voice, "That's wrong, the evening has fallen."
A bear spoke up, "The boss bear's outdoor kitchen is live streaming."
"Good evening, everyone.
There's something very strange I want to share with you all.
Didn't I say I was going to climb the snowy mountain before?" Comments kept running on the screen. "Good evening, it really is evening, are you making a late night meal?"
The boss bear looked up at the sky, gazing at the crescent moon, then said, "But the snowy mountain suddenly turned into a tropical rainforest."
Everyone, isn't that strange? The comments exploded again. Is that real or fake? Why? Did you get lost?
The boss bear looked at the live stream camera and said to everyone, "Today's live stream will be from the tropical rainforest."
Are you tricking me? Are you tricking everyone? More comments appeared on the screen. Is the bear live streaming because it's too cold and doesn't want to go anymore?
Suddenly, the boss bear looked up, fixating on something, and exclaimed, "Oh."
Suddenly, the bear encountered 3 people bathing in a swamp.
The bear decided to ask them if they knew what was happening.
Below, thousands of questions flooded the comments. Can you bathe in a swamp? Are you in trouble? The boss bear held the camera, walked over to the swamp, and greeted the 3 people. Do you know where the snowy mountain went? The person wearing glasses in the swamp shouted up, "Huh?
I don't know, we were originally at the snowy mountain too." But just as he reacted in time, they were already in the swamp. The fat guy spoke up, "Compared to this, just pull us out quickly, we've been soaking in this swamp for a day already, starving to death." Then the bear imagined the scene with the 2 of them. They never expected to chase them all the way here. "Don't take me back,
I want to go outside and pursue my true self. The guy with the glasses, looking discouraged, said, You ran out again, huh? We're not here to capture you. Besides, it's been 2 days and we haven't had anything to eat. We're completely out of magic now. We can't even get out of this swamp. The bear finally relaxed. Huh, does that mean they can't move now? It smirked wickedly in thought, turning their backs. Then walked off. Well, see you later. The fat guy, seeing this, angrily yelled, Hey, come back here. The guy with the glasses calmly reassured, Yelling like that is just wasting your energy. The fat guy still tried to yell, Come back here. But he sank down, turning around. The guy with the glasses then added, Besides, it'll sink faster than him. Seriously coming back? Has your conscience kicked in? The bear frowned. Not coming back, but if the 3 of you increase the number of viewers, and if you agree to cooperate for a livestream, I'll save you all. Some people were secretly praising the bear boss. This bear is really practical. The bear seemed exhausted after pulling them up, lying down flat. It wasn't a big deal, though, a quick rest and it would be fine. The guy with glasses calmly said, That's good then. Meanwhile, the chubby guy, who had just sunk earlier and swallowed a fair amount of swamp water, was now throwing up, gagging. Then, the bear boss turned the camera toward them, rescuing the other 3. So, what do you think? Did I do the right thing? Looks like today I'll have to make 4 servings, though. Comments started flooding in, the right light, the right light. The chubby guy's eyes lit up when he heard food. Is there food? Where? The bear, carrying Nangonyen on its back, turned to speak to them. Of course there's food. My show is all about delicious food. The guy with glasses was confused. Are we camping? A food-themed show? The bear boss chuckled and said, That's right. Finding food outdoors, it's called a camp kitchen. Looking for delicious food. The guy with glasses was suspicious. Isn't anyone going to figure out where we're going? But the chubby guy, who had been hungry for several days, didn't care about that. Eat first, then we'll figure it out. The bear praised, Well said. The number of viewers surged, and at that moment, 5,800 people were watching their livestream. The bear pointed at a carnivorous plant. Well, let's eat this today, the comment continued on the screen. It looks like it might be poisonous, it looks awful. Can this be eaten? A demon beast? The man wearing glasses used all of his knowledge and said, It looks so beautiful, it must be poisonous. Can it really be eaten? The bear boss smugly replied, Of course it can be eaten, as long as that fat guy is hungry enough to jump on it as soon as he hears the words can be eaten. Just go for it. What are you waiting for? Seeing this, the bear shouted loudly, Wait, don't disturb it. The fat guy, unaware that danger was approaching, turned around and said to the bear, Only then did he realize the vines had wrapped around him. He exclaimed, You're just food. As soon as he finished his sentence, he bit through the vines and complained, It's too hard to eat. The monster in the form of a flower, seeing this, broke into a cold sweat, unable to even consider the thing in front of it as human. The fat guy screamed, causing the monster to become frightened, but it still had to eat. The bear, standing below, panicked and shouted, Eating it raw is poisonous, you idiot. The man with glasses was startled and exclaimed, Nangonyen slowly regained consciousness, gradually opened his eyes, and thought to himself, Is this hair? Too rich, can't even breathe, have to call for help but can't even speak. The bear carrying Nangonyen at this moment said, Although it's very chaotic, it's been resolved, and the result isn't bad. The guy wearing glasses, frightened, hugged the fat guy and said, What should we do? It seems like the fat guy was poisoned. The boss bear immediately replied, It's nothing serious, haven't you heard that within 10 steps of a poisonous creature, there's always an antidote? The antidote is this spiral grass. The guy wearing glasses spread his hand in front of the bear. Then give it here, it must be fed to the fat guy. Why does he look so unwilling? The bear grumbled and turned away. This is a high-quality cooking ingredient, said the guy with glasses, pointing at the fat guy and shouting, he's going to die. Is it okay for someone to die in a live stream? The bear still felt it was a waste to use that plant for cooking, very wasteful. Ah, that's right, after cooking it, just feed it to him, wouldn't that work? The guy with glasses yelled. Waiting this long, he'll die. The boss bear smugly turned around and walked away. Don't worry, it will be done very quickly. The number of viewers had skyrocketed, now at 10,023. The bear spoke up, first cutting away the outer layers of the man-eating flour, while also taking some of the fluid that leaked out. This is high-quality vegetable oil. The comments flared up again. Is it even possible to do it like this? Can't wait to see the result. The bear continued cooking, cutting the ingredients into beautiful round shapes. More comments appeared. Where's the roundness? It's clearly cut haphazardly. The bear boss continued with the steps and added oil to the pan. The comments kept coming. So that's how you do it? Your hands are so dirty, the bear continued, without this, you'll get poisoned. Finally, it sprinkled spiral grass over the outer layer of the human eating flour, cooking it with vegetable oil. The questioning comments exploded. Can you really cook it like that? Is this a circus act? The bear didn't pay any attention to those comments. The spiral grass would dissolve and turn into a thick consistency. The comments persisted. Looks tasty, huh? Planning to commit murder? Shouldn't watch this at night, I'm so hungry. The bear opened the food container. The bear boss spoke up, it's almost done. At last, it was finished, and the comments now were all praise and questions about the name of the dish. Wow, that's surprising. I'm so hungry. What's it called? It seemed like the bear had seen these comments. The bear began pondering a name for the dish. The dish, which was green, clean, and delicious, was called spiral grass and human eating flour pastry. Anyone want to try it? The chubby one respectfully looked at the chubby one and shouted, "Stop filming. You've lowered the temperature already, hurry up." The chubby guy had the whole cake stuffed into his mouth and started crying. Wah wah wah. Then he bit into the piece of cake, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, "What is this? It's so delicious, so fast. Is there more? I want more." Nan Gongyan smiled with squinted eyes. It's really tasty. The guy with glasses, wary, said, "Don't look at me." The bear paused and watched everyone eating the cake, silently shouting in its heart, "Ah, this feeling, so intimate, joyful, full of laughter. I've never seen these things before." Right, food is made to be eaten by others. Am I really this stupid? Should I leave home again? The guy with glasses noticed the bear boss was silent and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you talking anymore?" The bear boss covered its eyes. "No, it's nothing. Today's livestream ends here. Hope everyone enjoyed watching." The number of viewers had increased to 10,308. Comments flooded the screen. Alright, guys, go to sleep, sleep well. Good night, bye-bye. The bear added that it had received food, then ended the livestream, thinking to itself, once this trip is over, I have to go back and apologize to my wife, I might get hit. No, stop thinking about it, eat first. The bear saw something and mumbled, HMNMN. The empty leaf no longer contained anything. The bear, enraged with bloodshot eyes, roared, "Who took my stuff?" The three of them were frightened and huddled together, staring at the bear. The bear boss then calmed its gaze and said, "Are we afraid now? I'm not that angry, I can still do something else." Suddenly, something enormous opened its mouth, seemingly ready to bite the bear. The bear seemed to have realized something, looked at its hands, and then muttered, Xia Tianji's mind was filled with thoughts, unable to move, his entire body aching.
It seemed he had been brushed by a scorpion's tail and was poisoned. A glass of water was brought to his face, and he wondered about the water. Tianjing in front of him moved her lips, wiped blood from his face, and cried uncontrollably. In his heart, he asked in a voice he could no longer hear, "Are you taking care of me? Why are you crying? Why so desperately? Am I really beyond saving? Could it be that I really am beyond saving?" The voice in his heart still echoed, "Stop crying." Tianjing tightly gripped his shirt, pleading, "Don't die." In the vast desert, there were only two figures leaning on each other beside the ruined wreckage. Tianjing draped Tianji's arm over her shoulder, pulling him along despite the danger of it being fatal. Must quickly find someone to treat the wound. How could he die like this? He still owes me a month's worth of food. She stared in surprise when she caught sight of the scorpion outside. Tianjing hesitated as something large passed by it. This was the broken claw of the scorpion. She exclaimed, crushed to death. Tianjing carried Tiangu on her back and looked up at the massive stone pillar. This pillar, a huge belly that obscures the entire sky. She hesitated, seeming hard to believe. Is it also a magical beast? It was a giant tortoise, carrying an entire mountain on its back, exuding overwhelming power. At the same time, at Hot Spring Hotel No. 2, Xinshan leisurely watched TV, even complimenting the show for being interesting. Ciela spoke up, "Forget about the show for now, another day has passed." "Where are their teams now?" Xinshan casually replied, Team 2 has returned to Hot Spring Hotel No. 1, and Team 3, having left the swamp, is now in the rainforest for a field trip." Ciela, hearing this, was puzzled. Does that mean there's no progress at all? When will they reach their destination? Xinshan laughed and replied, "Didn't you come here the same way? The result isn't the important part, it's the journey. The real lesson always comes unexpectedly." Just then, the TV displayed the news ticker. "Breaking news, our station just received some information." She let out a sound, "Oh." At that moment, elsewhere, a bear was hiding behind a tree with 3 other people. It whispered, "You scared the life out of me." Nan Gongyan immediately scolded, "Keep your voice down." The bear kept reminding them as it saw the creature, "That thing is still there. Don't make a move yet, it would be troublesome if we're spotted. It looks like it eats whatever it sees." It added as it noticed the carnivorous plant had lost a piece and was lying limp. The carnivorous plant we saw earlier was also bitten. The creature ate everything, but it hadn't been poisoned, and it even consumed stones and branches. The bear trembled as it recalled, "If we hadn't hidden then, I'd probably be in its stomach by now." The bear held the phone. "What the heck is this thing?" After searching online for a bit, the person wearing glasses nodded repeatedly, "Yes, try it." The phone screen displayed news that piqued the bear's curiosity. This is a breaking point of selective shock. Creatures suddenly appeared worldwide. City D was attacked by unknown beasts causing destruction, and City C encountered an enormous beast. The bear read the news as sweat began to form. The news anchor began speaking, "Urgent news, our station has just received reports. Cities around the world have suddenly come under attack by mysterious beasts that have appeared out of nowhere." The voice from the television at the Hot Springs Hotel No. 2 echoed. "All citizens who see this message, please quickly head to the nearest shelter to escape the disaster." Xinshan nodded after hearing this. Indeed, the lesson had arrived. "The warning you are hearing, please pay attention. The magical beasts appearing this time are classified as disaster-level magical beasts. If you encounter danger, please prioritize your safety above all else." The bear on the other side turned pale, as they suddenly appeared everywhere. Disaster-level magical beasts could destroy entire cities. The person wearing glasses hesitated. "Surely the magical beasts we encountered are..." The news station continued broadcasting, suddenly reporting a large number of magical beasts appearing all over the world, most of which were rare, disaster-level magical beasts. Why have they suddenly appeared in such large numbers? Investigations are still ongoing. The reporter hid behind a collapsed building. Disaster-level magical beasts were unstoppable. They would suddenly appear and then suddenly disappear, like a disaster akin to a natural catastrophe. The voice continued, in the face of a natural disaster, there is nothing we can do, we can only wait for them to disappear on their own. If you encounter them, please do not engage in combat. Instead, quickly leave and head to the nearest shelter for safety. Lang Xingyu sat in the prison, curious. What was being broadcast outside? Rong Shuiwei replied, though it was unclear. Has something happened? In the holding cell, Hong Yilin rested her head on her shoulder. Lang Xingyu sighed in frustration. When will they come to pick us up? Waiting is so boring. Rong Shuiwei was worried. We've been gone for so long, the teachers must be really angry. Lang Xingyu smiled lightly. Are you afraid of being scolded? Being scolded doesn't hurt or itch, the teachers won't hit us, Ningfan won't lay a hand on us. Rong Shuiwei looked at her so carefree and could only think to herself, how thick-skinned she is. The door to the cell opened, and the officer called out, your guarantor is here. Lang Xingyu let out an "oh." Oh, they finally came. Everyone was released. Rong Shuiwei looked around in surprise. There are so many people at the police station today. Lang Xingyu replied lazily, I don't know, I've never been to the police station before. The officer pointed to a piece of paper, just sign here, and that'll be all. A voice immediately responded, okay. Lang Xingyu's face went pale when she saw the person. Rong Shuiwei worriedly asked, could something really have happened? Lang Xingyu stared at Lu Guanyuan and wondered, who is this? She leaned in close to Rong Shuiwei and whispered, it's not Ningfan, and it's not Diao teacher, who is this teacher? Rong Shuiwei answered her question. Sports teacher Lu, Lang Xingyu, immediately recognized her name upon hearing it. She bit her fingernail and frowned. Wait a minute, isn't this the person who hit Zhang Tianchang and sent him to the infirmary? She couldn't have really been hit, right? The police officer spoke up, the paperwork has all been completed. She was startled. The paperwork was done, but she hadn't even figured out what to do yet. Lang Xingyu lowered her head and thought to herself, forget it, rather than wait for him to take action, it's better to act first. She shouted, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Rong Shuiwei called her name, and Lang Xingyu watched their figures as they left the door. Rong Shuiwei then added, they're gone. Lang Xingyu was stunned. Ha! She thought, didn't they notice at all? At that moment, the police officer yelled loudly, hey, he's warning you, what are you all doing? Outside, there are dangerous magical beasts. It's absolutely safe in here. Lang Xingyu stuck out her tongue teasingly, magical beasts? Our teacher is even scarier than magical beasts. As she walked out the door, she didn't forget to say goodbye, bye-bye. Lang Xingyu was left speechless by the scene before her. Oh, she saw a golden shield surrounding them. The police station was protected by a shield, and everything outside had already been devastated. Ahead of them was a towering monster, so tall that its head was hidden in the clouds. Lang Xingyu's eyes welled up, do you think it's too late to turn back now? Elsewhere, someone was searching for something amidst the ruins. Not here either. The person searched in other places, but it was nowhere to be found. Where did Ningfan go? Wen Ruan exclaimed, startled. Ha! Can't get in? She hesitated. This is the 4th basement level, how could it be? She noticed the door was tightly locked and suspected that some powerful magic had sealed it. Could it be inside that room? Ningfan, holding a steaming cup of tea, spoke up, you came all the way to the police station to look for me? He sat with his legs crossed, exuding confidence. It can't just be to invite me for tea, right? The mysterious person responded, that's correct. The reason I invited you here was to. Ningfan interrupted, cutting them off, if you want to talk, take off your hat first. The person paused for a moment, then slowly removed the hood. All right, I was rude. Actually, I invited you here because of Gu Feng Ding and the horse head that appeared. I want to play a game with you. Ningfan looked at the horse head in front of him and wondered,
what kind of game? He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. How could there be another head under the hood? Don't want me to see your face? The more Ningfan thought about it, the darker his face became. Or was it Confronting, with his horsehead mask, raising both hands in a dazed manner? Playing the game, Ningfan thought to himself, certain that he was just an idiot. He sighed, then reconsidered it was worth checking out. One of Ningfan's eyes lit up and read, the system prompted that his master-level eyes had been activated, but nothing was visible. A system notification rang out, warning that a firewall had blocked the scan, preventing further progress. Ningfan furrowed his brows, recalling something. This person resembled Huang Taiji Confronting. He had noticed it long ago under the horse head mask and spoke up, "You've been spying on me." Without hesitation, Ningfan kicked off and leapt into action, his agile body swiftly flying behind him. Strike first to gain the advantage. Ningfan raised his hand, catching Confronting off guard. He swiftly grabbed and pulled the horse head mask off him. Ningfan smirked. The game is easy. Before he could feel too proud, he was quickly left speechless. I wanted to see if you. So you still haven't fully removed your mask? Ningfan exclaimed, there's another layer. Ningfan chuckled softly. So you don't want me to see your face? You can't be someone I know, can you? Confronting opened his mouth, who I am doesn't matter. Before he could finish his sentence, Ningfan made his move, releasing a burst of massive energy that burned everything away. Ningfan stared in astonishment when he saw that the man was completely unharmed. I suggest you not attack me again. He was half convinced, the magic had been completely absorbed, there was no way such magic could exist. Ningfan quickly realized, indeed, he had a system too. Confronting replied, that's right, you've been in my system from the start. Its name is the game system. Here, please abide by the rules of the game. I am in charge here, and naturally, I set the rules. For example, if you use magic to attack here, I will reflect the magical damage back to you. Ningfan was stunned after hearing that. Huh? You reflect it back? A burst of energy, exactly like before, exploded again, and he responded. Yes. Ningfan was struck again and cursed, what kind of ability is this? No logic at all. Confronting smugly looked at him, isn't your system the same? However, the level of your system is too low, it has no effect on me. Ningfan, seeing no way out, gave up. He sat back down in his chair. Alright, I won't touch your hood anymore. Go on, talk about your game. Confronting seemed a bit disappointed, as if there was nothing particularly interesting. He picked up the remote and turned on the TV in front of him, saying, before we start, let me show you this. On the TV was a news report about demon beasts, detailing the increasing damage caused by the sudden appearance of these natural disaster demon beasts. In the past, these demon beasts would only appear once every century at most. The reporter continued, but this time, it's only been 10 years since the last appearance. Could this mean the end of the world is coming? Confronting asked him, well? Does it ring a bell? Ningfan was momentarily dazed. The sudden appearance of demon beasts seemed to jog his memory. Maybe. 10 years ago, a red-eyed crow landed on a tall tree branch. A voice echoed through the mansion, but Ning, the master, was nowhere to be found. One of the servants asked, isn't today the Ning family's gathering? The master can't be absent. Another servant asked Ningji, huh? Sir, have you seen the master? He slowly replied, no, I haven't seen him. The servant then rushed off to search elsewhere. Where on earth could the master have gone? Ningji opened the window and scolded, he never listens to me. Now, he even skips the family gathering. This rebellious brat. He crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill, looking like someone he couldn't quite place. It turned out Ningfan was hiding outside on the porch. He responded, you look like Dad. Didn't Dad also come running out here?
He squinted at the meaningless formalities, which were utterly useless.
Is Dad here to drag me back?
Ningji gently reminded him, he's just here to tell you that Mom is furious and looking for you everywhere. At the mention of his mother's anger, Ningfan immediately sprang to his feet. This is bad, he jumped off the porch. I'd better run first, come back when Mom calms down.
Ningji called after him, hey, if you don't go back, won't she get even angrier?
He could only curse the little brat helplessly. Ningji watched as Ningfan jumped over the wall, not forgetting to remind him, make sure you get back before curfew.
Ningfan waved his hand in an okay gesture.
As he leaped over the wall, he cheerfully said, escape successful. Just as he was about to make plans, the villa behind him suddenly exploded. The next thing he knew, a blinding light made him stagger.
Ha!
A monster appeared in that ruined house. This was the first appearance of a calamity beast, and the flames could not be extinguished. Tears welled up in his eyes, and by the time he reacted, the broken house had already been engulfed in flames. Only a pile of ruins remained.
At that moment, the pendant lay alone on the ground.
Returning to the present, he looked at the necklace in his hand.
This necklace should have disappeared as well.
Ningfan fiddled with the pendant and recognized Gu Fengding.
Are you the alliance leader who sent the letter? Do you know the secret behind the appearance of the magical beasts? He asked. Gu Fengding responded, somewhat cryptically, secret? First young master, do you think there's something wrong with this situation?
His attitude made Ningfan furrow his brows.
Don't be so vague, he said.
I remember that during the Ning family gathering, 3 disaster magical beasts appeared there at the same time. The ruins that haunted my mind after the Ning family was destroyed coincidentally vanished. The voices chanting after the catastrophe were indeed terrifying.
It was so tragic.
Ningfan, forget the past.
Look to the present. Ningfan replied with a firm tone, how could this be an accident?
He continued seriously, it's the same this time, someone is definitely manipulating these magical beasts.
Fan Yidao said, you have something you want me to help with? If you tell me what you know, I will help you. Gu Fengding replied, it's not a big deal. I just want you to play a game with me.
He set the condition to play 3 rounds with me, if you win all of them, I will speak. Ningfan curled his lips, clearly, within no more than 3 sentences, he was bringing up the game again.
Fine then, I'll play with you. The system began to start up. Gu Fengding reaffirmed, are you sure?
Ningfan looked at the system booting up around them.
Does the system require mutual consent to start?
Gu Fengding spoke, then, the first round. The system displayed an image of Ningfan's student in trouble.
Let's begin the game. He was taken aback. This is one of my students. What's going on? Gu Fengding glanced up and clicked his tongue.
Looks like Team 3 isn't very lucky, they've encountered a monster disaster. He explained the rules of the game, which were simple, you just need to guide one team of students so they can control the monster disaster. If they succeed in controlling it, you win, if the monster hurts someone, you lose.
Ningfan exclaimed in disbelief, you want them to stop the monster disaster?
Gu Fengding, standing beside him, urged, you should pick quickly, it's better to decide soon, or who knows what might happen. Ningfan gritted his teeth, thinking carefully. What was the benefit of directing his students in this? It didn't seem like a trick, so he decided to go ahead. Which team should he choose? He thought about Lang Xingyu's team and made an evaluation. The combat power of Lang Xingyu's A team was very high, but their magic leaned heavily towards offense, making it impractical for protecting others. Then he thought about Wen Ruan's team, this fat group was even less feasible. In a situation involving a magical beast, it would be better to run away, as they wouldn't be able to protect anyone. In the end, there was only one team left, and it happened to be perfect. Therefore, there was only one team that could be chosen. Wen Jing had a mind control barrier.
Xia Tiangu had defensive magic, capable of protecting others and controlling magical beasts.
Ningfan confidently spoke up, I choose Wenjing and Xie Tiangu.
Gu Fengding confirmed in the system's startup. Then let's go see the situation.
The system transported them both to the desert.
Ningfan was stunned. A desert? Gu Fengding replied, I've projected all the data here. They should be nearby.
Ningfan turned his head and immediately saw Wenjing dragging Xie Tiangu across the sand.
Isn't that them? He was taken aback. Wenjing, Gu Fengding explained, this is just a projection. She can't see us.
Seeing Xie Tiangu on the sand, Ningfan exclaimed, wait, his face is pale.
Xie Tiangu, has he been poisoned?
Gu Fengding assessed, it seems the defensive magic is ineffective. Ningfan regained his composure and walked away, at least the mental barrier was still under control.
Where's the demon beast? Gu Fengding looked up.
At that moment, the demon beast stomped its foot hard on the ground.
The turtle demon beast stood towering amidst the gloomy, foggy sky.
Gu Fengding spoke, just one step, and a sandstorm like this forms.
Luckily, there are no people in the desert.
If this were a human town, you would have lost with that step.
Ningfan immediately cursed, lucky?
You're assuming that Wenjing's barrier can affect the target's brain to be effective.
Wenjing and Xie Tiangu were engulfed by the storm. Ningfan continued thinking, but at this height, the barrier's range wouldn't reach.
It would be good if something could be hooked up, but asking it to climb was not really practical. In the end, he made a decision, it's better to heal Xie Tiangu first.
He said, they can't see me, so how can I direct them? Gu Fengding responded, of course, there's a way for you to direct them.
He raised 3 fingers, you have 3 chances to remind them through my system.
The reminder can be a sentence or a picture. Ningfan confirmed, anything can be transmitted?
Gu Fengding stroked his chin.
In theory, yes. You're not planning to use healing magic on her right now, are you?
He shook his head.
Of course not. What I intend to pass on is. In a dark space, Xie Tiangu softly spoke. He wondered, where is this? Gu Fengding appeared behind him. Xie Tianfeng, right?
He waved his hand, causing Xie Tiangu to jump in surprise at the sight of the horse's head.
I'm here to deliver a message for you.
Outside the real world, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, vomiting blood onto Wenjing's back.
Wenjing panicked. Huh? Why?
She anxiously held his head as he suddenly vomited blood.
Hey, are you okay? A large shadow loomed over the two of them.
When she turned her head, the beast's paw was about to stomp down. It was over, the beast's foot came crashing down on the ground with a loud thud. Wenjing faintly opened her eyes when she didn't feel anything. At that moment, Xie Tiangu had just managed to catch her, surprising her. He turned his head, his lips curving into a soft smile, not forgetting to be self-satisfied.
Truly, I am amazing. The timing for my revival is perfect.
The turtle shifted slightly before slowly standing up and quickly leaving the place. Seeing this, Tiangu spoke up, it's gone pretty far now. He chuckled smugly, his voice laced with provocation. Whether you like it or not, maybe you're just scared of me, trying to run away so fast.
The little brat.
He tilted his head back and laughed proudly. You're probably wondering how I survived being poisoned by a scorpion and still managed to be as strong as a dragon, right? That's because my defense magic has evolved once again. He confidently spoke to Wenjing. In my dream, a wise man gave me guidance, and then I used a tiny shield, down to the finest blood vessel, to expel all the toxins from my body, Tiangu boasted loudly.
At this point, don't even mention water droplets. There's nothing in this world that I can't defend against.
Hearing this, she couldn't stand his smug expression and immediately punched him hard.
Tiangu cupped his face in anger. What are you doing? If you break my formation, what should I do? She sighed, speaking calmly, Didn't you say there's nothing you can't defend against? I just wanted to see for myself.
Upon hearing this, he snorted angrily and turned away, his voice tinged with frustration.
I just wanted to show off a little, but why do I always get slapped in the face? Am I not handsome enough?
She gently tugged on the hem of his shirt and shyly complimented him.
Actually, the way you saved me earlier was really cool.
For the first time receiving a compliment, the young man immediately blushed, his body stiffening like a statue.
From a corner, Confronting clapped his hands in amusement, laughing loudly.
Remarkable, yet using defensive magic to expel toxins.
How did you know he could sense the toxins? It can't just be a simple bet, right?
Ningfan nodded slightly, a thought emerging in his mind: go feel the toxins, expel them. Then, he calmly spoke, of course, it's not just a gamble. The scorpion's venom paralyzes the senses sight, hearing, taste, smell, while the remaining senses become extremely sharp.
Confronting curiously asked, so how do you plan to solve the next problem?
Ningfan assessed the situation. The beast was enormous, and earlier, it hadn't even noticed what was happening beneath its feet, despite being a turtle. As he spoke, he observed the direction in which the turtle was heading, and with its size, it would likely exit the desert and enter the city in a few minutes.
Confronting glanced at the two people ahead and commented, it seems like your student doesn't plan to stop it, does he?
Tiangu turned to her and instructed, keep a safe distance from that turtle, to which she nodded in agreement.
That's right.
Ningfan then took out a piece of paper, a slight smirk on his lips, his voice filled with implication. It's just to give them a little motivation, what's so difficult about that? The scene shifted. At this moment, the prison gate was unexpectedly opened.
Tian Chang asked in surprise, why are we being released without any guarantee? Yun calmly replied, you are a senior teacher, right? I need your help with something. When Ruan immediately responded, yes, what do you need help with? Is it related to the heavenly disaster beasts?
Yun nodded in confirmation, yes, the situation is worsening. As she spoke, she led the two out of the detention area, her voice lowering, our department's abilities division has been severely understaffed due to the appearance of the beast incidents, and now this phenomenon is happening worldwide.
We simply can't receive reinforcements from other cities. When Ruan asked in confusion, so, that's why you need our help? Yun gave a concise nod, yes.
She then opened the door to the abilities division room, her voice laced with the pressure of asking for their assistance. Inside the room, people were packed together, chaotic and shouting.
I'm so hungry, when will the beasts disappear? How much longer do we have to wait? They yelled loudly. Damn it, is this the end of the world? God, please save us. When Juan exclaimed in shock, there are so many people.
Yun shook her head helplessly, there are still many who couldn't make it to the police station or the refuge. They've lost their families, their friends, and now everyone is crammed into this room.
Let it go, let it go.
Yun continued, but right now, it's just the guards, and they've already used up all their people. She went on to explain clearly, we need to go out and search for the civilians who couldn't escape in time.
You can refuse if you want. However, when Juan nodded without hesitation, I'll join. I actually have something to confirm outside, so it will be convenient for me to help you save people.
She glanced at Tian Chang, her voice a bit hesitant.
But he immediately responded without a moment's hesitation, I'll join too.
Seeing people in danger, he emphasized firmly, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Yun smiled in satisfaction, then let's head out. She chuckled and said, you're quite the talker, Zhang Tian Chang, but don't overdo it.
He quickly responded, got it.
In a ruined house, a figure silently approached a cupboard. Inside the cupboard, a mother and her child huddled together in fear.
The little girl trembled and whispered, Mom, when will we be able to go outside?
The mother tried to reassure her, it's okay, someone will definitely come to rescue us. Just then, the cupboard door creaked open, and a zombie suddenly lunged forward, its glowing red eyes glaring at the two. It snarled and lunged straight at them. The mother and daughter screamed in terror, holding each other tightly, ah! At that moment, a fist suddenly struck hard against the face of the mummy.
Tian Chang appeared, furiously landing consecutive punches on its face.
It didn't have time to react and was immediately sent flying like a kite with a broken string.
He turned around and asked urgently, "Are you all right?"
The mother replied, trembling, "No, we're fine."
He reassured them, "I'm the one sent to assist the police, here to rescue you."
Saying this, he took out a cloth with a circular symbol and pointed to it.
"Please stand inside this circle." The mother asked, "Huh? Stand on this?" He nodded in response, "Yes." She asked again, "What happens after that?" He immediately spoke into his communicator, "It's ready."
The voice on the other end quickly responded, "Got it, the police are beginning to activate the magic formation." The sound of a clear vibration followed as the formation shifted.
The officer smiled, "All right," and added, "Good, Zheng Tian Chang, what's the situation now?"
Tian Chang looked out at the chaotic scene on the street and briefly said, "I don't know why, but the streets are full of ordinary monsters, we need to speed up."
The officer was surprised, "No sign of disaster-level monsters?" He answered firmly, "None at all." Hearing this, the officer seemed even more puzzled. "They must not have disappeared yet, right?" He muttered again, "But if it doesn't show up, that would be fine too."
Tian Chang, at this moment, dashed into narrow alleys, running while speaking, "There's a way." He stamped his foot hard on the ground and sprang up. He jumped over 2 walls between 2 buildings and climbed up to the high rooftop. When he reached the top, his face turned pale, and he could barely speak.
That's the one." The voice on the other end asked anxiously, "Hey, what did you see?"
In front of him, in the distance, was a massive demonic beast, towering over a zhang in height.
He exclaimed in shock, "A demonic beast? It's on the other side of the city." Tiangu shouted loudly, "Right over here. Little turtle, we'll stop you." When Jing, worried, asked, "Can I go back?"
At this moment, he took out a piece of paper from Ningfan, which read, "If you can stop the giant turtle from entering the city, everyone will get one wish fulfilled."
Tiangu eagerly asked, "Don't you want this?" She hesitated and replied, "Well, I do." Fengding laughed loudly, "Ha, you really have spent your capital now, but this means there's only one final opportunity left."
Ningfan shrugged and responded, "Who knows, the last one might not even be useful." Tiangu then summoned his magic, forming a shield and said with grandeur, "Right over here." But just a moment later, he slammed his face into the ground. Fengding, standing nearby, scoffed, unsure of how he planned to use that last move. Ningfan watched the scene, his frustration causing him to mutter, "It's hard to say." In the shadows, when Ruan handed an item to someone, instructing, "Take this, continue searching for the lucky survivor." The person nodded, accepting the order, understood, and quickly left. She turned and slowly made her way toward the basement. It used to be an underground pedestrian street. B1 was the fashion district, B2 was the general goods street, B3 was the food court, and B4 was the parking lot. But now, it was all ruined, a pile of debris. In another area, the sealed door was tightly shut. Fengding chuckled teasingly, "I wonder how you plan to use that final directive?" Ningfan frowned in annoyance and shouted, "Shut up." He still laughed gleefully, seemingly intent on observing first, which was not a bad decision. At this moment, Tiangu lifted his head from the ground, struggling to stand upright in front of the giant turtle's foot. He yelled loudly with all his might, "Damn turtle, take this." When Jing furrowed her brows, concerned, and asked, "Are you still going?" Seeing him being knocked down again, she lowered her voice to warn him, "We only regained a little magic power while resting at the hotel." "Seeing you getting thrown down again." She sighed. "So now, rushing in head-on won't work," she said. Tiangu furrowed his brows and asked, "So what should we do?" She answered succinctly, "You can't win head-on." "Then let's use a strategy," he said, scratching his head in confusion. "A strategy? What kind of strategy against that turtle?" Immediately, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. "Oh, right.
If it's a turtle, we just flip it over. Wen Jing looked doubtful. You're not as strong as it. How are you going to flip it? Feng Ding then transmitted information to him telepathically, explaining the principle of the lever. Tiangu exclaimed excitedly, that's it. We can use the lever principle. Ha! Feng Ding nodded in confirmation. I've conveyed it to you. Is that the final move? Can the lever principle really work?
Ningfan shrugged indifferently.
Just wait and see.
Wen Jing murmured in doubt.
Is it really going to work? Tiangu raised his chin confidently. Of course it will. As long as there's a pivot point, we can still leverage it. He stood ready, eyes fixed on the turtle's movements, waiting for it to step on the right spot so he could leverage it and make it lose balance. In that very moment, the giant turtle approached and placed one heavy foot right on the opposite end of the large plank that was propped up at an angle on the rock. Tiangu shouted, signaling, now's the time. He clenched his fist tightly, striking down hard on the remaining part of the plank, creating a leverage force for a powerful flip, shouting, flip it over. At that moment, the turtle also stepped on the exact spot that withstood pressure. Unaware, it kept walking straight. The whole plank shook and then recoiled, dragging Tiangu along. A loud crash echoed, the ground trembled, and the force was so strong it sent the turtle flying off the ground. Wen Jing screamed as she was dragged along. Ah! Feng Ding, watching from the sidelines, clapped and remarked, it seems even using the lever principle can't close the gap in strength. Ningfan chuckled lightly, whether the strength is equal or not, it was all part of my plan. In midair, Tiangu held the kite string, one arm around Wen Jing, his voice tight with anger, is this still not enough to win? Wen Jing, eyes fixed ahead, suddenly shouted, wait. She pointed, stunned, at the sky, it's up there. Xingtong, curious, muttered to herself as she walked, I wonder how the fat guy and the chicken are reviewing, let's go see. She entered the room and called out, is the fat one and the skinny one here? Her eyes scanned the room, and she saw the two of them doing something. Xingtong frowned in confusion, what the heck are they doing? Her voice suddenly rose in volume, I told you to study. What are you guys doing again? Playing by flipping books. Shifeng suddenly spoke up, is it Tai, right? He hurriedly explained, this is a popular reading method online. She asked, confused, huh? Shifeng continued seriously, quantum reading technique. He gestured wildly, analyzing, all you need to do is flip the book really fast, creating quantum entanglement between the pages, then the pages will emit dual attribute twin core. Shifeng declared loudly, through the eyes effect on the brain. He nodded confidently, then you can quickly finish this book. She was half believing, half skeptical, is this really possible? Shifeng slowly pushed up his glasses, in theory, as long as you flip fast enough, it can work. At that moment, Li Chang frantically flipped the book, his whole body exuding a powerful aura. Shifeng raised his hand towards him, is this creating quantum entanglement now? Xingtong exclaimed in astonishment, could it really work? Shifeng shouted excitedly, his head is catching fire too. Dangerous move, don't try this at home. In the end, they still didn't give up, relentlessly cramming for the exams. Even staying up all night to study, they finally participated in the midterm exam. Finally, Xingtong cheered joyfully, finally made it to the exam, done. Success, we did it. Tomorrow will be spring. Stop, stop. A voice called out from a distance. Long Xingtong, she turned and replied. Ah, Ningfan, he curiously stepped forward. What are you doing here? She looked up and answered, I'm done with my work, just came out to get some fresh air. Saying that, Xingtong chuckled teasingly, the new year is coming soon. Don't you have any preparations to make? He slowly took out a red envelope. You mean this? Xingtong's eyes lit up as she nodded. Yes. She immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Give it to me, he quickly stepped back, shouting, give me your head. Ningfan was angry. How could she think about the new year now when there's still the magic exam coming up?
No time for distractions. She rubbed her chin in silence.
Huh? Right, I just had the exam, why am I thinking about the new year?
He, frustrated, grabbed her hair and turned her around, saying, "Who knows?
Go back and study." She cried out in pain, stop. My hair.
I'll go back, I don't know why I'm so excited for the new year. Moreover, Xing Tong muttered in complaint.
And aren't you the same?
You brought a red envelope with you for the New Year lunch, what's that about?
Ningfan threw the red envelope aside and replied, who knew?
By the time I was clear-headed again, it was already in my hand.
She curiously asked, did you suddenly start looking forward to the new year too?
He replied with a quiver in his voice.
Why? Maybe in another world, it's already the new year.
The turtle had now collapsed onto the ground. When Jing spoke up, having already used a barrier to control it.
Tiangu, standing beside her, frowned and asked, do we have to wait here? She nodded decisively and replied, yes, if I leave the barrier, it will disappear.
He sighed in exasperation upon hearing that. This is so frustrating, I'm going to rest for a bit. Meanwhile, Ningfan joyfully called out, I've got it under control.
Fengding nodded in approval, not bad, even though the power isn't the same, there's still a way to do it.
He clapped his hands excitedly and said loudly, I've won the first round, and for the next two, I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Fengding smiled in agreement, indeed, it's time for the second round to begin.
He frowned slightly, annoyed, what? He muttered with reluctance, so we still have to fight?
Fengding said nothing, suddenly raising his hand and punching through his chest.
Ningfan barely managed to say, girl? At that moment, the system's warning sound echoed.
Fengding, with a smug smile, tilted his head and sneered, it's fine, just preparing for the second round. Ningfan stood stunned, through already.
What about the system?
Just then, the atmosphere, already tense, was suddenly shattered as the wall beside them cracked into large chunks. Every shattered brick flew across the room.
Fengding was startled and screamed, someone's causing a ruckus.
Behind the crumbling wall, the familiar figure of Wenruan appeared. In a panic, she cried out, Ningfan.
At that moment, the demon immediately turned and fled. Fengding frantically looked around and exclaimed, it's not ready yet, there's no choice but to leave now.
Finishing his words, he quickly disappeared, not forgetting to remind him, for the second stage, you'll have to go out onto the field yourself, Ningfan. Protect the city from the hands of the demon world.
This is the condition for your victory. The final sound echoed like a ringing bell, signaling the start of the game. Wenruan angrily vanished.
She anxiously turned to look at him. Ningfan silently thought, his chest uninjured, as he immediately adjusted his breathing, recovering his awakening state. The system display appeared right before his eyes, showing a data reading of 15.8%. The system's voice continued to sound regularly, as the recovery rate surged over time. From 36.2%, it gradually climbed to 58.2%, with magical power surging out. Ningfan's entire body was now ablaze, and he anxiously thought to himself, if this continues, the recovery rate will keep skyrocketing.
At 79.7%, full recovery was almost reached.
His body began to tremble lightly. The inner strength was about to reach its explosive limit. The system's alert sounded urgently at 96.8%. Wenruan instinctively stepped back, startled by the overwhelming aura emanating from him, her words caught in a tremor as magic erupted. Outside, the space trembled, and a column of energy exploded, shooting straight into the sky. The entire city shook, and the magic from Ningfan's body ignited, setting fire that spread wildly in all directions. The energy column from his body intensified, creating a surge of red-hot air that spread out. The turtle remained motionless in its place, showing no reaction.
Deep within the dense forest, countless pairs of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. The demonic beasts, triggered by the surge, rushed out of the bushes in unison. The entire forest quickly descended into chaos, the creatures scattered and panicking.
The demonic beasts howled as they frantically broke branches, and now, even they were drawn to the powerful source of energy. Li Chang, hiding behind a tree, fearfully muttered, "It seems like something is attracting them." The bear next to him flinched slightly, then spoke in astonishment, "Demonic beasts have a very strong sensitivity to magic. Magic is the very source of their life. Over there, an enormous amount of magic has suddenly surged out. The amount of magic is terrifying." The bear's eyes turned toward the same direction. Gently guessing, there must be a lot of demonic beasts gathered there, drawn by the source of the magical energy. From a distance, two small figures nimbly leapt from one building to another. The street scene at this moment was desolate, with not a soul in sight. It was Xiao Yun Yun. Finally, they lightly landed on the roof of a building. Yun Yun gazed into the distance at the source of the magical power shining upwards. Xiao Xiaolu also curiously peeked over. Realizing something, she turned and said with a serious tone, "The demonic beasts are gathering over there." Yun Yun listened intently, then replied, "The magic power is so strong, what on earth happened? The city looks like it's in ruins, falling apart." At this moment, Ningfan was sitting silently, the magical power around him blazing. The magic power caused the earth and rocks around him to crack, simultaneously attracting the demonic beasts with glowing red eyes, threatening to attack. Suddenly, one of them opened its mouth wide and pounced toward him. Before it could strike, it was wrapped up tightly by strips of ice, freezing its limbs and suspending it in mid-air. A hand raised, continuing to control the ice strips. It was Wan, decisively waving her hand, making the creature fall freely to the ground. The magical energy surged forth. She stood there, watching the waiting demonic beasts, silently thinking, "There are so many more, and all of them have been drawn here by Ningfan's magic." She felt a tinge of anger, furrowing her brows and cursing inwardly, "That damn bastard." Due to the sudden burst of magic, she fell into a coma. The group of demonic beasts charged forward, interrupting her thoughts. Ruan quickly launched her move, killing these creatures. "I must protect him." The demonic beasts swept past her, their bodies torn apart, viscous blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a noise came from the ceiling as it began to crack open. She wondered, what was that sound? Unexpectedly, a surge of green power pierced through the ceiling and shot straight down, causing the floor to crack. The debris fell onto Ruan's face, and she instantly realized that the demonic beasts were here to steal the genius. She looked at the demonic beast that had its head covered as it descended, muttering to herself, "The one thing I didn't want to be lured here has arrived. That bastard Ningfan, look at the mess you've caused." Without hesitation, the demonic beast shifted its target. After confirming it, it leapt forward, darting toward Ningfan, who was sitting in the midst of the magical energy. Ruan immediately pointed forward, blocking it. White strands of ice appeared, chasing after the beast, while its immense power still radiated from the other side. In an instant, the ice strands were torn apart into hundreds of pieces. Ruan stared at the shattered fragments in her hand, her eyes wide in alarm, truly worthy of being the demonic beast that steals geniuses. Suddenly, she transformed, a mask materializing over her face, and her eyes gleamed with murderous intent. She held the weapon in her hand with determination, but even if it meant risking her life, she would not let him approach Ningfan. Ruan gripped the weapon, ready to block the demon beast from a distance. Then, she decisively swung her arm, and the black orb flew forward. It was heading straight for the demon beast, who was crouching, his face intently focused. The spiky black orb shot directly toward his masked face. But when he was injured, she was hurt as well, her mask shattering, syrup splattering. At the same time, the demon beast quickly unleashed a massive force toward Ruan, pushing her backward into a music column, which also broke apart. She raised her hand to touch her mask, confused, thinking, "So that's how it is." The attack is reflected back in an instant. At that moment, she noticed the circular arrow on the black covering the demon beast's head. Ruan stared at him, contemplating and preparing to counterattack, while also getting ready to heal her injured body.
she released white strips imbued with purple power. As expected, these strips immediately wrapped tightly around the demon beast. He was now crouching, struggling with all his might to break free. When Ruan felt a little fearful but remained firm, "Stay right there, don't even think about moving." As soon as she finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed one of the strands, pulling it toward him. She opened her eyes wide, realizing that something was wrong. The beast man used the bandages to counterattack her, continuously slamming her into the wall. When Ruan gritted her teeth in helplessness, enduring the pain. As the beast man paused, she weakly gritted her teeth and spoke, "Don't even think about it, stay away, Ningfan." He paid no attention, his movements decisive as he yanked the bandages. When Ruan was pulled from a distance, as if hooked by a fishhook. As soon as she arrived, the beast man threw a powerful punch into her stomach. She was controlled like a puppet, flying straight into the wall, the earth and rocks shattering. When Ruan fell to the ground, struggling to prop herself up, blood pouring from her mouth, infuriating her. At that moment, the beast man quickly stepped forward, raising his foot, ready to finish her off. Fortunately, Xiao Yunyun arrived just in time, raising her gun and firing a shot to stop him. Immediately, he was frozen, trapped inside a square block. At that moment, Xiao Xiaolu also arrived, picking up Wen Ruan and rushing off. Concerned, she asked, "Are you okay?" Wen Ruan weakly responded, "I'm fine." They both stared at the beast man's frozen fist. Xiaolu explained, "We were waiting for the right moment to strike, that's why we were late in coming to your aid." "Sorry." But Wen Ruan didn't blame her. Instead, she gently praised, "It's okay, you two came at just the right time." Xiaolu turned to look at Ningfan, who was sitting cross-legged, and sighed. The magical power was erupting, no wonder the magical beasts were all heading in this direction. She spoke coldly, "Leave this to the police. We'll hold the evil spirit off." Taking this opportunity, she restored her magic power and then dragged the man away. When Wen Ruan heard this, she looked at Ningfan, hesitating as she stabilized her magical power. Suddenly, memories from her school days came flooding back into Wen Ruan's mind. A familiar old voice echoed in her head. Magic power rampage refers to a state where a supernatural's magical power goes out of control, causing it to continuously leak out and resulting in severe destruction to people and objects around them. The teacher was carefully explaining the lesson, while a supernatural in a rampage would fall into a long, defenseless coma. If not awakened in time, they would die from exhaustion of their magical power, and the leaking magic was highly corrosive, making it impossible to approach easily. The classroom became chaotic as students argued. "Teacher, it feels like this could easily happen to that short guy." Another student chimed in, "Well, it's just a little unlucky chick surrounded by trouble." They kept teasing her. "Oh, just thinking about that short one rampaging, I'm getting scared." When Ruan silently sat behind, listening to every word with a feeling of sorrow welling up inside. She tightly shut her eyes, trying to push away their mocking laughter. Ningfan, who had appeared calm when he was little, came to her rescue, saying that the magic power rampage might happen to anyone, and it was still uncertain who it would be. He wrapped an arm around his friend's neck and joked, "Compared to Yen Yen, I think you guys have a higher chance of going berserk." At that moment, when Ruan also felt a bit flustered and blushed. Ningfan didn't forget to turn back and wink at her. Thanks to that, when Ruan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The teacher also spoke up to cut off the conversation, "All right, let's continue the lesson. Magic power rampage can be dealt with, but it requires close contact with the berserk individual, which is extremely dangerous. It should only be done as a last resort." She sat behind, still silently staring at Ningfan, who was lounging back casually. Back in reality, she was fuming with anger at him. "Damn Ningfan, just look at the good things he's done." She glared at him, who was surrounded by magical energy, criticizing him for always taking matters into his own hands, acting on behalf of others. And the result? When Ruan spoke in a sorrowful tone, her voice slow, as she reached out to touch the magic power. "From a level S teacher down to this. Who even remembers the good things you did before?" Her hand slammed down on the syrup that splattered out. The concentration of magic power is rising again.
In pain, she gritted her teeth and endured, her wounds on her body further corroded by the magic power. Her legs moved forward resolutely, but she couldn't simply leave it unattended.
When Ruan rushed inside, otherwise Ningfan would die from magic power depletion.
The strength of the magic power made her cough up blood. She silently encouraged herself this wasn't the first time experiencing a magic power rampage she had to endure.
In the meantime, memories of Ningfan's carefree childhood appeared in her mind.
He was always so talkative, even though no one ever asked him to worry.
The memory was vivid, now he was leading students to charge into Class S.
He was originally just a teacher in a trash class, simply living a stable life would have been enough. When Ruan was still trying to push deeper inside, causing a great deal of trouble. Finally, she reached her destination, standing still and staring at Ningfan, who was sitting motionless. Really, even though I'm blaming him, when Ruan still reached out to him, and trouble came with it. When she touched his face, she felt a little soft-hearted. But the gentle look in his eyes and his flushed face.
I actually like you like this.
Suddenly, her mood shifted.
Now it's my turn to be talkative, a silence that's terrifying.
Without warning, she became angry and decisively threw a punch at Ningfan's face, shouting loudly, "Wake up!" Outside, the beast took advantage of the gap and jumped up, retracting its legs in preparation. It charged towards Xiaolo, who was talking to Yun, immediately releasing a surge of green energy to attack them. The force was so strong that it shattered the floor.
The surge ricocheted around the room, but the two female officers managed to dodge in time.
They quickly took up combat stances, and Yun spoke up, "A disaster-level beast is on a completely different level compared to the ones we've faced before." Xiaolo, hearing this, responded, "What's important is that it can retaliate against injuries."
Cough, cough, it won't be easy to take it down.
From behind the ruined wall, 3 people stood, witnessing the scene and shouting in fear, "Ah!" The 2 women heard this and turned around. Xiaolo looked at them in confusion. Civilians? Yun, worried, exclaimed, "What? Couldn't they escape in time?" At that moment, the beast charged forward to attack again, but Yun noticed it. She raised her gun and aimed at it. A few shots from her froze its limbs. However, as soon as she fired, she also collapsed. Xiaolo, panicked, turned and shouted, "Yun!" Before her, Yun lay on the ground, breathing heavily, her hands frozen. Yun's hands were marked with faint blue patches. Xiaolo angrily scolded, "The wound is too severe, you knew it would retaliate but still attacked. Are you crazy?" Xiaolo looked at the group of people standing outside in panic, her voice full of despair. "The worst case is we just let them get injured." "Yeah." She turned to look at the beast trying to break free, still puzzled. "But what are we supposed to do about the counterattack?" Yun, having stood up, heard the question and suggested, "What if we kill it before it counterattacks?" Xiaolo shot her a sharp look. "You plan to use that method? If it fails, the injury will come back and kill us directly. Have you forgotten the oath we swore when we became police officers?" Yun shook her head indifferently. "First, serve the people with all your heart." As she spoke, she shivered and reached down to grab the gun lying on the ground. "Delaying any longer will only make things worse." Before she could grab it, Xiaolo was quicker, snatching up the gun. "Of course I remember," she said confidently, slinging the gun over her shoulder. "Second, never abandon your teammates." She stretched her arm out, the gun hovering faintly in the air. She frowned, her current condition was such that she couldn't hold the gun properly. Finishing her sentence, she jumped onto the massive gun that had just appeared. "Then let me handle the gun," she called out to Yun, who stood inside a circle of flashing images. "Let her handle the cannon." The cannon was raised high, hitting the ceiling, sparking flames. Yun heard it and, with joy, reached up to remove the blindfold, feeling truly honored to be able to fight alongside her until the very end. Xiaolo glanced over, responding with a shared understanding.
Yun coldly threw aside the blindfold, the large cannon aimed directly at the beast clinging to the wall. The blindfold slowly drifted to the ground as the cannon was fired, blindingly bright. In front of the beast, it was engulfed in an endless wave of light, a deadly gamble. The beast helplessly stared at the cannon as it attacked. The surge of power came within mere millimeters of its face. From a distance, a figure of a finger-snapping hermit appeared. At their signal, a golden circle surrounded the beast. With the force of the cannon, it was shot far away, crashing through nearby buildings. The two female officers stared at the massive hole in the wall. Yun spoke, "Can't see it anymore." Xiaolu, standing behind her, smiled widely, "We did it, Ayun. We succeeded. Before it could retaliate, we managed to kill it." In contrast to her joy, Yun remained cautious. But there was no trace of the beast, not even debris. Was it a bit too exaggerated? Xiaolu, however, chose to remain optimistic and shrugged it off. After all, we had defeated a disaster-level monster. We're still alive. Ningfan had also woken up by this point, standing behind a distant wall. He was carrying the unconscious Wenruan on his shoulder. After the awakening recovery, the abilities he had previously lost had returned. His face was covered in bruises. He had overexerted his magic earlier, and the long-distance teleportation had truly taken a toll on him. The magical beast had been knocked out and thrown into space. The hermit skill allowed him to teleport an object of his choosing to a domain he was familiar with. Ningfan carried Wenruan and looked up at the sky, thinking that he still had to thank that face of the guard. But before he could feel joy, the remaining magical beasts were still overhead. "Ha! There are still so many?" He tiredly raised his hand, and the hermit skill conjured a beam of light that shot straight up into the sky, drawing the attention of the beasts in the forest. The magical beast gazed intently at the beam of light. Two people and a bear appeared from behind a tree, whispering. The bear huddled close to the tree trunk, giving orders, "Move silently, don't make a sound." The two boys responded quietly. The once silent space now echoed with footsteps behind the tree, causing everyone to sweat with anxiety. The bear subtly turned its head, seeing Nangong and becoming fearful. He stood from afar, clenched his fists, and asserted, "This is a good opportunity, let's take it down." Upon hearing these words, they froze in fear, panic striking their hearts. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" At that moment, he decisively threw out a small fish and shouted loudly, "Go, kill it." In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a snakehead fish. Gong Yan declared firmly, "I need to prove the power of the snakehead fish, to help it regain its confidence." The demon beast was still intently staring at the light from afar, unaware that the snakehead fish was charging towards it from behind. Gong Yan shouted resolutely, "Kill it." Only then did the demon beast turn its head. The group of people standing outside was also anxiously watching, their mouths agape in fear. "That's it, it's been spotted." The demon beast turned back and opened its mouth wide, capable of swallowing the snakehead fish whole. The snakehead fish stood frozen in front of the scene, waiting. Nangong, standing outside, saw the snakehead fish in the demon beast's mouth and shouted loudly. The once tranquil forest was suddenly thrown into chaos. Everyone began to flee. Shifeng screamed, "Ah, it's chasing us." Li Tu angrily added, "It's all that idiot's fault for provoking it. We're dead this time." The bear carrying Gong Yan on its back immediately started running, its head down. It quickly called for calm. "Now's not the time to blame each other, think of a way to stay alive first." The demon beast leapt into the air, sending earth flying in all directions. The bear anxiously looked up at it. The demon beast suddenly landed right in front of them. The beast opened its mouth wide in a ferocious manner. The two boys were so frightened that they clung to each other and screamed. "We're done for." Li Tu immediately jumped up. "Aren't you good at mental manipulation? Use it on it." Shifeng was confused, "That only works on people. I don't know if it will work on a beast." Ignoring his companion's fear, he kept pushing him forward. What if it works? Try it out. Sherfone, terrified, opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Ah!" He was finally pushed to stand next to the beast, whose long, sharp teeth were exposed. Sweat poured from his body like a stream, but he quickly steadied himself, stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Forget it, let's try this." The beast was surrounded by purple energy. Sherfone looked directly into its purple-eyed gaze, feeling a bit of joy. It worked. The beast's eyes reflected the image of the two boys, but in the form of food. Li Tu transformed into a chicken leg and spoke, "What did you do?" Sherfone turned into a sausage, replying, "I tried creating an illusion to scare it away." The move had no effect on the beast, it still bared its sharp teeth. Seeing this, Li Tu turned and yelled, gesturing with his hands, "Didn't you say it would scare it off? Is this the look of being scared?" Sherfone was pinned to the ground in pain and exclaimed, "I told you earlier that it wouldn't work on beasts." The bear arrived in time, placed its hand on Li Tu's shoulder to reassure him, and said calmly, "Don't scare yourself." The two boys, confused, asked in unison, "What now, Big Bear?" The bear stepped forward, its gaze sharp and determined. "Being a beast myself, I know what it's thinking. Leave this to me, you guys step back." It stared at the monstrous creature, which was still gaping its mouth wide in thought. Was it finally going to make a move? After a moment of reflection, the bear reached behind as if grabbing something, then firmly spoke, "All right then, I will satisfy you." It turned out the bear had brought Nan Gongyan to be sacrificed, kneeling down and whispering, "Take your time." Li Tu couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed over and pinned the bear down, angrily shouting, "Say your last words, and I'll satisfy you." The bear, feeling wronged, responded, "What else can I do? If you're brave enough, go ahead." Hearing this, Li Tu stood up. Fine, I'll go." "Who's afraid of whom?" He hesitated but stepped forward. The monstrous creature was still standing there, mouth wide open, drooling in anticipation. Li Tu reached behind him, sweat pouring down his face. Then, unexpectedly, he pulled out some powder and, in an exaggerated manner, sprinkled it onto the motionless Gongyan. "A little seasoning will make it better." Seeing this, the bear was furious and rushed over to pin him down. Li Tu begged pitifully, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I admit I'm a coward." Meanwhile, Nan Gongyan, lying still, slowly opened his eyes. He looked over at the beast next to him, still not understanding what was going on. "Where am I?" The bear, seeing this, widened its eyes and stared at him. Gongyan was firmly held by the beast's jaws. They all broke out in a cold sweat, standing frozen, witnessing the scene. Suddenly, the beast froze, no longer chewing. It unexpectedly spat Nan Gongyan out. He foamed at the mouth, lying still on the ground. Li Tu opened his mouth, then vomited. Sherfone, too, was left wide-eyed and speechless. "What's going on?" The bear looked down in confusion, hesitating. Could it be? Then, its gaze suddenly sharpened. "I have an idea." Nan Gongyan, his mouth still foaming, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, covering his nose with his hand in discomfort. "Where am I? What happened? Oi, what is this? The smell is terrible." He still hadn't realized the beast was right behind him. When he turned around, Gongyan was startled, almost passing out again. In the distance, a loud shout rang out. "Hey, you beast!" Li Tu boldly stepped forward, but in the eyes of the creature, he was nothing but a tasty snack. "Your fat old grandpa's looking for you." Sherfone, hiding behind a tree far away, called out. "Bear, the beast's paying attention to him now." Cut to 1 hour earlier. Their group was nervously discussing things. Sherfone, fearful, hesitated. His meaning was lost in a daze as he continued, "Let it eat the fat guy's name." The bear frowned and added, "Perhaps my pastry was eaten by that person, and after it ate that little demon, it spat it out." Li Tu can be sure that this beast isn't just hungry but is also after fine delicacies. The bear became cunning, and we can take advantage of this. We'll put some laxative in the food for it, and when it spits it out, we can defeat it. Shifeng, hearing this, was anxious, but where do we get the food? And besides, that guy won't let us act so easily. The bear's face darkened as it replied, without ingredients, we can't cook. Its eyes glowed red, and it slowly reached behind its back to grab something. Food isn't that hard to make. It took out some tools for the task, adding that with the oil used to bake the pastries earlier, along with applying some seasoning to the body, it could recreate the same delicacy. Holding a small bottle of medicine, the bear smirked. Plus, we've got our family's traditional laxative. After eating it, it's guaranteed to take a trip to the bathroom for 20 days. If it's not beautiful, then don't pay me. The only issue was, after finishing the explanation, the bear turned to the two boys and asked, which of you will be responsible for making food for the monster? Both of them stood there, faces pale, in silence. Li Tu thought to himself. One of them would definitely have to make the food. Shifeng wasn't an exception. If he was eaten, there was no guarantee he'd survive. But if he wasn't eaten, he'd surely live. Li Tu spoke up, sweat pouring down like a river. This matter still requires long-term planning. Before he could finish his sentence, Shifeng interrupted. He grabbed Li Tu's shoulder and began sweet-talking him. During the time I've spent with you, I've come to understand a principle. Ordinary people always have their limits. A person like me can only live quietly and passively through life. Li Tu was somewhat moved by these words, but he was different. He was a genius from Xingsha Academy, a bright star in the day that others envied. Shifeng continued to persuade him with all his might. Go ahead, this mission can only be completed by you. Show them your true power, light the way for Xingsha Academy. Those words had a real effect. Li Tu decisively poured the seasoning onto himself. Leave it to me. I will definitely kill it. Shifeng, standing behind, couldn't help but smile slyly, pleased with his manipulation. Back in the present, the bear in the distance complimented them. Oh, this fat guy can even transform. The baked buns aren't bad. However, Shifeng was still extremely worried. Can this plan really be trusted? What if it fails? The bear quickly reassured him. Don't worry, the whole bottle of laxative has been smeared on that fat guy already. That beast will definitely wear itself out. He suddenly squinted at the bottle of medicine in the bear's hand, doubtful. I have some doubts. Will an expired laxative still be effective? The bear heard it and laughed out loud. My family is very careful whether it's cooking or making laxatives. Once it's expired, of course, it no longer works. He grabbed its hand and held it right in front of its face. Your medicine, he continued, is expired. The bear froze. They panicked and turned back, seeing Li Tu inside the mouth of the monster, shouting loudly, Fatty. The scene shifted to a room, and the sound of the TV came on. The city has been destroyed. A person who had been focused on a book suddenly spoke up, the situation is getting worse. Tong Shan, sitting beside him, turned and said, I thought that by living in seclusion, I would no longer have to deal with worldly matters. Looks like I was wrong. Elsewhere, a voice called out, Old friend, can you hear me? Old friend. The dragon heard it and widened its eyes, deciding to go help the children. After hearing its old friend, it immediately coiled up and soared into the night sky. At the edge of the forest, countless monsters were moving together. Xia Tiangu and Wenjing were surrounded by a golden circular shield, completely hidden from the monster's sight. Wenjing looked outside, thinking to herself, the monsters are charging towards the city. She glanced at the floating pink talisman, feeling frustrated as she thought, but I can't leave, or the barrier will lose its effectiveness. Damn it! Tiangu took a step forward, and she, seeing this, called out in confusion. Xie Tiangu gazed into the distance, his voice firm as he said, with so many demon beasts charging forward, there must have been a great number of deaths in the city. I don't want to just stand here helplessly, I want to use my magic to do something. She was still puzzled. Do what? The brave hero, Dong, stepped outside. Now I can freely control my shield. I can make it as large or as small as I want. When Jing was anxious, leaning forward as she thought to herself, could he be planning to use his shield to block the demon beasts? She was standing close to the edge when a demon beast passed by, causing her to jump back in surprise. Looking outside, she commented, "That's not going to work. There are too many demon beasts. By the time you manage to block them, you'll have exhausted your magic power and died." Her face turned pale as she stared intently at the talisman in her hand, deep in thought. After a while, she made up her mind and ran out. As she ran, old memories began to surface in her mind. "The time you saved me, I still haven't repaid you." She ran with all her might, her hand reaching out, unable to even say a simple thank you. At that moment, Xie Tiangu was holding something large and golden in his hands, so large that he had to use both hands to carry it. When Jing stretched out her hand in an attempt to stop him. "You can't die. Xie Tiangu, run quickly." It turned out that he was holding a large banner, facing the city, with the words, "The demon beasts have breached the city. Run quickly." When Jing had just seen it and was stunned, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. In her surprise, she tripped over a small rock beneath her and tumbled forward. Tiangu stood there, looking confused. She awkwardly pressed her face into the ground. "I was worried you might die," she muttered. He didn't understand and asked, "What were you worried about?" She didn't bother replying. "I said nothing." Suddenly, from behind them, there was a loud noise of shifting earth, and a giant turtle began to approach. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were buried in sand up to their necks. When Jing scolded, "This is all your fault for making me come out here. Now the barrier is useless. What do we do?" Xia Tiangu, irritated, thought to himself, "You're blaming me?" When Jing suddenly froze, staring into the distance. Behind the turtle, a streak of green light was rushing toward them. The dragon had appeared. It confronted the giant turtle directly. With a deafening crash, it dove down, sending sand flying everywhere. Xia Tiangu frowned, clearly annoyed. What now? The dust cloud obscured everything for a moment. Then, the dragon appeared, emerging from the haze. It sank its teeth into the turtle's neck, and with one powerful move, the turtle was knocked over. When Jing and Xie Tiangu were both left speechless by the sight before them. After dealing with the turtle, the dragon turned its attention toward them. When Jing spoke up first, "To be fair, let's play rock paper scissors. The loser has to deal with that thing." She immediately acted by pulling, but in contrast to her urgency and Xie Tiangu's naivety, he reluctantly raised his hand, his face indifferent. She didn't hesitate and continued playing. Along with that came a slap to Xie Tiangu's face. Was he still not aware? When Jing hurriedly shook his hand, "It's all his fault. If you want to settle it, go after him." Tiangu, still reeling from the slap, was left dazed. Finally, he spoke up, "No matter what, I've saved you so many times, and you don't even show gratitude, but why treat me like this?" When Jing, hearing this, felt a twinge of guilt. "Gratitude? It's not like I haven't thought about it," she said as she confidently held up a drawing of Xie Tiangu, his forehead bleeding, surrounded by flowers. "Take this, is this the drawing you were wondering about?" She then explained, "I drew it while you were unconscious," but he coldly responded, "It's a nice drawing." When Jing spoke up again, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Then let's use it as an altar picture." He was infuriated and tore the drawing in half. Tiangu, helpless, muttered, "I never thought I'd fall for this trap." Suddenly, someone's voice came from a distance. Old Madam acted very promptly. Xiala was holding a notebook in his hand, smiling. "This special training has been completely messed up." A voice from the other side called out, "Thank you, teacher." Xiala continued, "If it weren't for Master Shinshan stepping in, I'm afraid we wouldn't even know what would have happened next." Xie Tiangu, confused, asked again, "Master Shinshan?" When Jing, with a hint of sadness, added, "He stepped in." Lala, standing next to the dragon, explained, "Didn't you see them leave earlier?" Shinshan's summoned beast.
The scene shifted to Nan Gongyan, who was desperately trying to stop the beast from eating them.
"I can't hold on much longer," he said. The two boys and the dragon were already in its mouth. Shifeng questioned, "Why is it so hungry all of a sudden?"
Li Tu was also panicking, "This is all your fault."
Even the bear roared, "Who would have known that expired laxatives would turn into an appetite stimulant?"
Back in the present, Xiala continued, "After that, the others were successfully rescued." Wen Jing seemed to recall something, as if that had indeed happened. Tiange thought to himself, actually, he had passed out by that time. Wen Jing also recalled, he had been scared out of his wits and nearly lost his life. He spoke up, "No wonder this seems so familiar."
"I have a question though, how are Li Tu, Shifeng, and Nan Gongyan doing?" Xiala hesitated as the three of them moved to Ningfan, who was exhausted.
The hermit had already killed the group of demon beasts and was now turning to leave. Compared to the situation during the first attack, the demon beasts had recovered and were now free to launch their attacks. Ding brother was deep in thought, stressing over how to protect the city from the demon beasts. It sounded simple enough, but there were still countless demon beasts in the city, and his magical power was running low. Along the way, he encountered a person bowing in gratitude.
"Thank you for saving me."
Ningfan replied cheerfully, "It's nothing, you should hurry and find a safe place." Suddenly, the system notification appeared, showing a trust score of 960.
He was puzzled and thought, "Did I get so many points this time?"
As he thought about it, he recalled that the last time, it was the same people had been thanking him. "If it weren't for him back then, we'd all be gone," they had all said in unison.
"That's right. Is it true that just saving people in danger can earn you more trust points?" From the top of a building, a pair of eyes were watching him. "Ningfan, maybe you've started to realize it."
They watched him intently and thought, the fastest way to earn trust points might be through Gufengding.
"What will you choose to do next?"
Ningfan stood in front of the people who were in danger, blocking the demon beasts from attacking. He used his magical power to save them, and with just one move, the hermit reduced the beast horde to dust. The group then stepped forward in gratitude, saying, thank you for saving us."
Another person added.
Immediately, Ningfan's score skyrocketed, and his trust points increased by 2157. He silently calculated indeed, saving people from danger would earn higher scores.
Suddenly, someone approached from behind. It was Gufengding. He asked Ningfan, "Got quite a harvest, didn't you, Ningfan?"
Ningfan smirked and replied, "It's not just a little, it's actually a huge gain."
"You set up this tricky game like this. You can't possibly just be showing me a shortcut to earn trust points, right?"
Gufengding chuckled at this and complimented him generously, "Smart, as expected of Ning teacher." Ningfan calmly said, "First, you teach me how to earn trust points faster, then you help me recover my awakening level."
"Surely you're not getting bored of being so kind, are you?" Gufengding suddenly exploded with frustration at his casual jabs and replied, "I'm not bored, okay? If you want to get through the third round, you'll need this strength. Once you make it through, I'll tell you everything." Having achieved his goal of probing, he speculated, "Can't say, huh?" As expected, all these things are related to the system. "So, I've accumulated a large amount of trust points, have I? Is that why you've restored my original magical powers?" Ningfan didn't say anything more.
He opened the door, preparing to leave, but left only one sentence for Gufengding, "Alright then, wait until the game is over to tell me."
"Let me finish the second round first."
Gufengding immediately responded, "No need, Ningfan.
The second round is already over, you've passed." Ningfan froze, turning back to ask, "Huh? But there are still so many civilians and magical beasts around."
He merely replied lightly, "Don't worry, I've taken care of it." Before he could finish, a beam of light suddenly cut through the sky, shining brilliantly across the heavens. The sky seemed to light up with a massive magical circle.
From that circle, rays of light descended upon the ground, aimed directly at the magical beasts that were still running amok. With just this light, they were instantly wiped out, with no chance to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, the enormous circle spread its light, connecting all the rooftops into a tight network, leaving nothing to escape. On the circle appeared the figure of an old man, calm and relaxed. It was Huang Taiji. The common folk quickly recognized him, and some pointed to the sky, shouting loudly, "It's Huang Taiji." Immediately, the crowd buzzed with excitement, murmuring, "Huang Taiji has saved us." Gu Fengding looked on and said, "You've come at just the right time. It seems like the harvest season has arrived." Ningfan also gasped and said, "Huang Taiji," as the two of them turned toward the crowd. The people knelt down on the ground, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Heavenly Father, for not abandoning us. Huang Taiji has come to save us." A large screen appeared before them, showing Huang Taiji's face, smiling gently. Gu Fengding turned to explain the rules to Ningfan. The third round's rules are simple. You just need to win the prize from Huang Taiji for Luoying, the student. If you succeed, you win, and I will also provide you with much more information about the system and the truth behind the massacre of the Ning family 10 years ago, which no one knows about. Under Huang Taiji's guidance, the reconstruction of the city after the disaster proceeded smoothly, with most of the buildings and assets having been restored. The common people also managed to pull themselves together after their losses. While the buildings and assets had largely been restored, the relevant departments continued to remind the citizens that the danger had not yet been fully eradicated. Until the Department of Community Safety confirmed that the magical beasts had been completely wiped out, citizens were advised to take precautions, avoid going out alone at night, and report any encounters with magical beasts immediately. Along with the news came more optimistic scenes, showing the renewed spirit of the adults and the return of smiles on the children's faces. The announcer broadcasted important news currently displayed on the screen. Another piece of news was that tonight, the entire city would hold a memorial service for National Memorial Day. At the same time, Huang Taiji would personally go to the suburban memory park to preside over the ceremony, praying for the souls of the victims of the recent accident to rest in peace. The sound of the television echoed in a stark white hospital room, where a patient covered in bandages lay on the bed. The girl lay motionless, her face obscured by thick medical bandages and several four lines attached to her body. Her eyes suddenly squeezed shut, as though she had just regained consciousness after a long period of unconsciousness, appearing to be in great pain. The moment she regained some awareness, a voice called to her. When Ruan, you must stay awake." As she calmed herself, the blurry image of the man calling her repeatedly continued to urge. "When Ruan, what's happening to me? I can't distinguish reality from illusion or understand what's happening in this scene." She was confused. "Teacher, the magical beast used for the test suddenly went berserk. We're about to lose control." A different boy then appeared in the scene, speaking urgently to the man. "Damn it!" The man seemed desperate. He gave his final words of instruction. "When Ruan, hold on, you must stay calm, keep your consciousness clear, and control the magic within your body. Coma means you're finished." The boy also added, "It's most likely the magic power, the dwarf has lost control now." She couldn't fully grasp everything they were saying, feeling utterly confused by what was happening. Controlling the magic power, her hands were on fire. She looked at herself in the flames, not knowing what to do. The fire grew larger, swallowing her tiny body. The expression on her small face was obscured by the flames. Even the man who was called Master was pushed back by the violent force of the fire. Seeing this, the boy rushed over to support the man, anxiously asking, "Master, what is happening?" He replied, "Erratic emotions have caused the magic power to spiral out of control. It's reached the point of complete ignition. Everyone must leave the training grounds immediately." She reached out, trying to hold on to her master who was leaving. She was lost and helpless, overwhelmed by everything. "Master, it hurts so much. Why should we run? Why does everyone want to abandon me?" "Not everyone, just." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped her trembling hands, gently reassuring her,
I'm always here with you. Wenruan felt like a drowning person who had just found something to hold on to. She called his name, Ningfan. Ningfan held her in his arms, smiling softly as he comforted her, as though the fire outside meant nothing to him. Don't be afraid, this burning pain is just an illusion. I will stay by your side until you no longer feel pain. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes the moment she called his name again. Fragments of broken memories ended in Wenruan's mind, yet they still made her cry unconsciously. She slowly opened her eyes and softly said, Ningfan. Right under her gaze at this moment was the young man who was holding her hand tightly as he fell asleep, but she didn't notice the bandages that were also falling off. Ningfan woke up just at that moment. Wenruan was extremely surprised and embarrassed by the situation. She couldn't control her magic and, unconsciously, used a surge of power to push Ningfan away. He sadly took the full brunt of it, collapsing onto the ground. Xiao Yunyun spoke into the radio. Send more people to the east. She and Xiao Xiaolu were discussing something when someone approached from behind. It turned out to be Zheng Tianchang. He called out, Officer Xiao. Hearing someone call her, Xiao Xiaolu turned around and replied, Ah, it's you. Is there something wrong? Zheng Tianchang answered, I just wanted to see if there's anywhere I can help. Hearing this, both of them expressed their gratitude. Everyone has already helped so much. We're truly grateful. Leave the rest to us. Zheng Tianchang shyly scratched his head and said, I don't deserve such praise, it was just a simple act. Compared to the two of you, what I did is nothing. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Moreover, the fact that both of you managed to defeat the beast and prevent the disaster has made me deeply admire you. Therefore, I really hope to have a fair exchange with both of you in the competition organized by the Luoying Academy. Both officers were delighted by the compliment. Xiao Xiaolu spoke courteously, Oh, you flatter us, now I feel embarrassed. Xiao Yunyun continued, You don't need to be so modest, we can clearly see your strength. We also look forward to testing our skills on the competition stage. Then it's settled. We will settle the score on the competition stage when the time comes, somewhere else on the high-speed train. At that moment, the atmosphere between Wenruan and Ningfan was rather awkward. She thought, feeling too shy. Once they got on the train, they completely stopped talking. After all, the incident had already happened, but this time, she would definitely make him take responsibility. While Wenruan was lost in her thoughts, she gently called the person beside her. Ningfan was already asleep. In contrast to her complicated feelings, Ningfan was sound asleep when she glanced over. Wenruan understood that he must have been exhausted from the previous night, treating her all through the night. As Wenruan continued to think, Ningfan, who was sleeping deeply, lost his balance and fell over. Ningfan was leaning against her at this moment, almost resting his head on her, bringing the distance between the two of them closer. Wenruan was flustered by the closeness. It's too close, what should we do? It didn't matter. Their lips were now closer than ever. Just as they were about to kiss, Wenruan suddenly sneezed, interrupting the moment and startling Ningfan, who woke up abruptly. He groggily looked at his phone. Is it a call? The voice on the call asked, Ningfan, are you guys okay? Ningfan replied, It's me, Jiao Yushui is asking. The conference is about to start, where are you now? He answered, Wenruan and I are on the car, we'll be there soon. Hearing this, Jiao Yushui was reassured and said, Alright, then drive safely. He ended the call. Ningfan said to Wenruan, The conference is about to start, let's head over there quickly. She looked guilty, only responding briefly, MHM. She shifted her gaze elsewhere. By chance, their eyes met, and both of them felt awkward, avoiding each other's gaze. Wenruan changed the topic and asked Ningfan, It's so beautiful, what is that? Ningfan looked up and answered, It's a memorial ceremony. The beams of light flying into the night sky were the souls of the people who perished in this disaster.
When he spoke, a beam of light was still piercing straight up into the sky, as if illuminating the entire city. The meeting was held in the conference room. Shinshan stepped out and announced, "Everyone has arrived, let's begin the meeting." Although there were some unexpected events during the training process this time, everyone's performance was outstanding. Suddenly, a person named Jing Jin spoke up, "Teacher, Nan Gongyan hasn't arrived yet." Someone else, holding a book, explained, "This training session has been a setback for Nan Gongyan. She has decided to drop out. Although it's regrettable, I respect her decision." Shifeng, though expressing regret, smirked, "Dropped out? That's quite sudden." Another person added, "After all, only elites like us can withstand the challenges of this training session. For children, it's still too early." Tongshan gently interrupted the gossipers and got back to the main topic. "First, let's talk about the group of Wenjing and Xie Tiangu. Although they faced a crisis when encountering the illusionary sky poison and were put in a dangerous situation, they managed to guide each other to the end through their will to survive. Even when faced with demonic beasts and natural disasters, they fought tenaciously. Particularly Xie Tiangu, who, from expelling the toxins in her body to using the principle of a 7-point strike to defeat the demonic beast of the heavenly talent level, and breaking through the common methods of defensive magic, truly impressed me." She briefly summarized the recent period and offered her opinion. Xie Tiangu arrogantly spoke while Wenjing was breathing behind her. Ningfan asked Lu Guangjiao, "Lu teacher, I heard that you also encountered an attack from a disaster-level demonic beast in the city. It must have taken quite a bit of effort, right?" He humbly replied, "Not at all. Compared to that police officer, I only contributed a small part." However, Rong Shuiwei disagreed and spoke loudly, "Ning teacher, you don't know, Lu teacher is really amazing." She recounted, "At that time, when I saw the disaster-level demonic beast, I thought my life was about to end. But unexpectedly, Lu teacher suddenly charged forward, fiercely attacking the disaster-level demonic beast. Through her recount, Lu Guangjiao appeared and saved both of them, taking down the gigantic demonic beast with a single move. Her face was full of satisfaction and admiration, and she even said something very cool, 'Stay away from my students, he's really incredibly strong,' which ignited our fighting spirit." As she said this, Rong Shuiwei looked at Lu Guangjiao with eyes full of sparkling enthusiasm. Lu Guangjiao, sweating from this intense admiration, quickly said, "Gu, don't be like this. It's not as exaggerated as that." Ningfan was also left speechless by these two, replying politely, "So impressive, Lu teacher, huh?" Rong Shuiwei even tried to pull others into her obsession, and Xingyu must have felt the same way, right? Xingyu responded with resignation, "Yes, yes, very impressive. Truly extremely impressive." The beast fell miserably at the feet of the girl. Hong Yilin glanced at it and uttered a pointless remark. Suddenly, Rong Shuiwei called out to Hong Yilin. She asked, "Have you seen Xingyu? I can't find her anywhere. Right now, the city is full of beasts. What if something happens to Xingyu?" Before her words could finish, the scene shifted to another place. The two of them could only see Xingyu sitting in a corner, with pieces of a defeated beast scattered all around. Lang Xingyu assessed the beast in front of her. It looked like a low-ranking soldier, but surprisingly strong. The beast easily knocked away the small birds, leaving them battered and bruised. Lang Xingyu saw this and continued her attack, deciding to use her ultimate move. "Kid, cover me." The little bird flew up with determination, charging straight at the beast, but the large beast effortlessly tossed it back with little effort. Lang Xingyu was counterattacked and cried out, "Ouch!" But she quickly regained her composure and said, "All right, step back. Kid, leave the next part to me." After she issued the command, a gigantic robot was summoned. Lang Xingyu stood at the center of the robot's control, using my most powerful killing move to finish you off. With that, a cannonball several times larger than usual flew toward the monster. The explosion it caused was so deafening that the monster couldn't avoid it in time. Lang Xingyu confidently said, "It's over." But she was in for a surprise. How is this possible? The monster, seemingly unaffected, sat up. Lung Xingyu lost her balance and cried out. The reason she was about to fall was that the monster had knocked the robot down with just its arm. The robot crashed straight into a nearby building. Lung Xingyu, who had been sitting in the control seat, naturally took the full brunt of the impact and struggled to get up from the wreckage. She wondered, struggling, even with everything I've got, am I still this weak? No sooner had she asked than the monster slowly walked up to her, helpless and defenseless. In that life-threatening moment, just as the monster was about to strike, another hand intervened. Lung Xingyu recognized the fatal strike. Tong Xiao looked at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Ma Kai-shan announced, "Next, the competition conference will begin. But before that, there's something that needs to be addressed." He pointed directly at the 4 students who skipped class, and even went to another school to cause a disturbance. If they dare to do it again, their eligibility to participate in the competition will be revoked. Ningfan couldn't help but laugh. Since he was the one who took Zheng Tianchang there, he too was scolded by Ma Kai-shan. "What are you laughing at? Half of the responsibility lies with you," he said angrily. "This time, we are going along with Mrs. Shinshan's wishes, so we won't hold you all accountable. But after this, I'm sure you've realized the strength of Tong Xiao. She is so powerful that she can mesmerize the teachers and students of an entire school in the blink of an eye. Moreover, her speed in casting spells has reached the point where you can barely see the movement of her magic. Just a single hand gesture, and the spell is linked and completed. There's no doubt about it, she is our strongest opponent in this competition. This time, we'll hold a strategy meeting to discuss how to defeat her." Rong Shuiwei sighed. "How can we defeat her?" Lung Xingyu, who understood better than anyone, recalled that there was actually no need for any further discussion. Tong Xiao waved her hand and said, "Hey, I'm leaving now. You can go hide yourself." Lin Xingyu called out, "Wait, I'm not your classmate." She remembered thinking at that moment, she had thought she would never have a chance to meet her again. This time, she had to seize the opportunity, at least to test her strength. She was severely injured but still tried to speak, "Thank you for bringing me to your school." Only then was I able to resolve things gently. No matter how much she spoke, Tong Xiao remained silent, observing. Xingyu couldn't figure it out. She wanted to provoke a mistake with words, but why was it so clear that the person was turning their back on her? Why could she not find any flaws, any opportunity to strike? Finally, Tong Xiao responded, "If you're worried about this competition, don't be. I don't plan on participating." Xingyu tried to provoke her, saying, "Huh? Are you scared before the fight even started?" Unfortunately, Tong Xiao replied, "No, it's just because of the competition." Bored to the point of despair, she turned her face away. Her expression remained indifferent, but tears were streaming down her face, an utterly perplexing contrast. This made Xingyu unable to stop thinking, unable to speak. Why, whenever she tried to say something, did she remember that expression? What exactly did he mean? Did he feel pity for her, for how miserable she was? Did he think the competition was all so boring? She softly murmured, "Ningfan, never mind, as long as we win." She silently made her decision. Ningfan was completely confused and responded, "Huh?" When Tong Xiao left and then reappeared, Ma Kai-shan was still deeply engaged in discussion, asking, "Is there anyone else with any ideas?" Feeling more driven by everything around her, Lung Xingyu thought, "That's right, Tong Xiao won't be competing. Lan Lan has been taken to the police station, so it will be difficult for her to participate. As long as I tell the teacher, it's fine." With that thought, she made up her mind and said, "Please teach me how to defeat Tong Xiao, but this time, I have to personally defeat her." Ningfan smiled and said, "Is this your way of pleading? Fine, but if you want to win, from now on, whatever I tell you to do, you have to listen to me." Elsewhere, Huang Taiji stood in a high place among the common people. He said, "The world's great dominance, it only lasts for a day or two. Isn't that right? My old friend." He spoke to the person who had been trailing behind him. Gu Fengding knew he had been recognized and replied, "Are you admiring the fruits of your labor again? You really are full of self-love." Huang Taiji asked, "Is the world not bad?" Gu Fengding responded, "It's not bad, but unfortunately, there are some shortcomings." "Oh? What is it?" he asked, curious and without any politeness. Gu Fengding said, "Unfortunately, you're the one in charge. Humph, you can't discuss winter with a summer insect." With that, he waved his hand, and a surge of power struck out. A tall building stood imposingly, quickly being overrun by the children. The image of Gu Fengding was also distorted along with it. He kept smiling and said, "Is this the fate of anyone who doesn't acknowledge you, Mr. Ning?" Huang Taiji retorted, calling him nothing but a jumping clown. But Gu Fengding looked directly at him, threatening, "Mr. Huang, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you have the upper hand." Huang Taiji responded with a subtle wink, "In my great empire, everyone is me, and I am everyone. The world will be at peace." Shifeng spoke to the group, "In a week, the inter-school competition will begin. The teacher wants us to use this week to adjust and prepare for the contest." In the activity room, Li Tu screamed, "Just die already." Xia Tiangu replied, "Come on over here, then." But Li Tu raised a few playing cards and grinned smugly. Before long, he was caught in a counterattack and yelled out. When Jing turned around, angrily shouting at the two of them, "Shut up, can you two just be quiet for once? So annoying, you completely disrupted my train of thought. I'm about to die here." When Jing wrote with all her might, the scene just as brutal as if they were fighting. Li Tu remarked, "Seems like the special training is pretty tough." Xia Tiangu agreed, "After all, choosing Tong Xiao as an opponent meant you had to put in the effort." Jing Jin slightly doubted and said, "I'm wondering if what we're doing now is really okay?" Li Tu reassured, "We are all people who have faced beastly creatures during natural disasters and survived unharmed. This is just a competition, so take it easy." Rong Shuiwei introduced the person standing outside, and Jing Jin immediately questioned, "Gu Shuiwei, weren't you undergoing special training with Zheng Tianchang? Is it over already?" Rong Shuiwei explained, "It's Suo Feng. The teacher asked me to bring him to practice with you all. Come in." The group immediately became flustered. Suo Feng, practicing with Suo Feng. "Hello everyone." "Morning, humans," Rong Shuiwei said with sweat dripping down his face. "I heard from the teacher that Suo Feng has been practicing alone, and because his speed was too fast, he accidentally flew to another place." As they were talking, Suo Feng seemed about to take off, and all the flowers in his hands fell to the ground. Jing Jin then commented, "It's not just a sudden burst of energy, this is a complete transformation, inside and out." Suddenly, Suo Feng pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at them, his voice booming, "Mission start, Kinyu." Rong Shuiwei could only helplessly watch his friends scream loudly, shouting non-stop, "Stop! What good is this kind of joint training? We don't need it." As if remembering something, Rong Shuiwei muttered softly, "Xingyu can't fall behind, must keep pushing forward." "Wait, forget what I just said to her." Jing Jin tried to hold on, "Don't leave us behind." In the end, Jing Jin resigned to his fate and recounted the events of the past few days. Everyone began preparing for the competition in their own way. Day by day, the official competition drew nearer. The scene shifted to a place filled with mysterious cloaked figures. One of them asked, "Is the information reliable?" The person standing above responded, "Don't worry, I've confirmed it. He's on our side." Another figure provided information, "I've found the person on my end. Once we get the reward, we'll immediately enhance his awakening." A different cloaked figure loudly objected, "What are you talking about? The reward should be used by our people." The two groups of cloaked figures began to argue. "We've been prepared for a long time. Why should we give it to you?" Gu Fengding intervened to mediate, "All right, we'll discuss how to use the rewards after we get them. But about the action plan this time, no one has any objections, right?" In the end, both sides responded in unison, "Agreed." The announcer stirred the atmosphere. Hello everyone. I am the announcer Yonezawa. The remaining commentator continued. I am Guan Lu. This time, we will be providing commentary on the competition for everyone. Yonezawa introduces. Before we officially begin the commentary for the match, let me introduce a special guest who has been invited this time, and is also one of the organizers of the event. Mr. Huang. Together with the commentator's voice, the image of Huang Taiji appeared, and the commentary continued. It's truly a blessing to be able to provide commentary on this competition alongside a world-saving hero. Let's give Mr. Huang a warm welcome. Banners and slogans from countless fans below the stands cheered on their favorite players. Luoying, do your best. Xingsha, champion, go. Go. Moon Shadow is the strongest. Yonezawa asked Elder Huang Taiji. I thought that after the beast disaster, this competition would be cancelled. The fact that it's happening today is indeed a miracle. This is also thanks to Mr. Huang. So, Elder Huang Taiji, do you have anything to say about this competition? Perhaps any players to watch out for? He replied, I don't particularly pay attention to any specific player because they are all very hardworking kids. No matter what the final result is, they are all excellent. As for what I want to say, the large screen suddenly showed the kind, smiling face of Huang Taiji, who spoke. I am not some world-saving hero. If we have reached today, it's because it is all thanks to the courageous unsung heroes who sacrificed their lives in the accident. We hope that you will remember these heroes who gave their lives, while also enjoying this competition. The crowd, upon hearing this, surged with emotion, continuously shouting, You are also a hero, Huang Taiji, we will always support you. Guanlu was also moved by what Huang Taiji had just said, wiping away tears as she spoke. Alright, it's time for the contestants to enter the arena, let us switch the camera angle to the live scene. Entering the arena was the team from Moon Shadow Academy, represented by Lung Bing. This was their third time participating in the high school championship, and in the previous 2 attempts, they were defeated by Luoying Academy, finishing second. Would they be able to break the runner-up curse this time? As the introduction continued, the group with cold expressions walked out. The commentator continued to introduce the group in uniform stepping forward, followed by the team from Mo Yun Police Academy. Their steps were in perfect unison, their posture heroic and dignified, represented by Xiao Xiaolu and Xiao Yun Yun. Furthermore, they had managed to defeat the Calamity Beast, and no one knew what kind of performance they would deliver in this competition. Defeating a Calamity Beast? Huang Taiji was also intrigued by their achievement. Guanla then replied, It said that the 2 of them fought fiercely with the Calamity Beast in order to save others, ultimately succeeding in defeating the Calamity Demon Beast. Because of this, they have become the focus of the competition for the championship this time. Next was the team from Jinsha Academy. Guanli's smiling face suddenly froze for a moment, his expression one of surprise. The atmosphere became oddly tense, and everyone's attention was fixed on the figures preparing to step out. The group walking out seemed to carry themselves like a gang, each with a grim expression as if they were coming to collect a debt, or perhaps looking around nervously. The 2 narrators gaped, thinking but too stunned to speak. Did they walk into the wrong filming set? Guanla cleared his throat, regained his composure, and said, Ahem, the competitors from Jinsha Academy are all participating for the first time. Although their experience is lacking, their spirit is not to be underestimated. It seems they are determined to win the championship. Yonezawa quickly tried to smooth over the situation. Yes, but due to some special circumstances, their team is 1 member short compared to the other teams. The situation is already disadvantageous at the start, and we don't know how it will affect them. Finally, it was time for the team responsible for organizing the event, and also the most anticipated contender for the championship title. Luoying Academy, the team from Luoying Academy. The students walked out with their introduction, the focus being a young man with striking, bright pink hair. Yonezawa couldn't believe it and asked again, 8 people? That's still 1 less than Jinsha Academy. The competitor expected to win the championship, Tong Xiao, is nowhere to be seen? The audience, upon hearing this, erupted in an even louder uproar, questioning, what's going on? Without Tong Xiao, what's there to watch?
Fu Rong hid her contempt behind her fan and thought to herself, haha, a bunch of idiots.
The number of people has never been a key factor for victory.
As long as there's strength, even if the opponent has hundreds of thousands, they can be dealt with in the blink of an eye. Guanle then announced more news. Additionally, Lan Lan, the highly anticipated player after the dragon-slaying incident at Luoying Academy, due to her involvement in the sabotage of the competition and the negative impact it caused, is now in custody and will not be able to participate, just to make it clear.
Hearing this, Hong Yilin spoke up, she's not participating?
Then I won't participate either. Seeing her lying on the ground in the shark bag, her teammates couldn't help but advise, don't, Lin, we're already short of people, we can't lose anyone else. Others also tried to stop her, that's right, Hong Yi, don't give up.
Lang Xingyu, however, wasn't concerned. She was just constantly thinking, has Tong Xiao still not arrived?
Tong Xiao walked through the crowd of hurried students, yawning, looking no different from the others, but she easily sensed something was off. Someone was standing there waiting for her, with a cloak pulled over their head.
Tong Xiao asked casually, forgot your student ID and uniform again? Do you need me to lend it to you? The person wasn't very friendly. Who is your friend? That person is Lung Xingyu.
She pointed directly at Tong Xiao and said, Tong Xiao, you absolutely must participate in this competition.
Tong Xiao smiled faintly and replied, didn't I already say?
I have no intention of participating, because it's really. Before she could finish her sentence, Lung Xingyu understood what she meant and asked, boring, right? I'm not sure about the previous competitions, but I can guarantee this time it won't be boring. Lung Xingyu said confidently with a smile.
Tong Xiao yawned for the second time and asked, why do you say that?
Lung Xingyu naturally pointed to herself and said, because this time, you'll face a formidable opponent me. The words were out, but Tong Xiao froze for a moment as if she hadn't processed them. A few seconds later, she reacted, her body shaking as she tried to hold back laughter.
Lung Xingyu asked again, what's so funny?
Tong Xiao laughed so hard that tears were about to fall, saying, you, a formidable opponent?
You can't even beat a low-level demon beast, let alone me. Lung Xingyu, extremely embarrassed, yelled defensively, I was careless, right, I didn't use my full strength. In any case, you must participate.
I'll wait for you, not holding back anything to beat you on the field, and become the strongest awakened one.
Got it?
She pointed at Tong Xiao and shouted, giving an order. The wind gently swayed the tree branches, and the dry, yellow leaves fell softly to the ground. Hearing this, Tong Xiao suddenly became pensive, looking at the leaves as he asked, is this what you want, to become the strongest person? Lang Xingyu replied with firm certainty, yes, to become the strongest, so I can protect the most important person.
Upon hearing the answer, Tong Xiao waved his hand and turned to leave, leaving behind only a few words, is that so? Well, good luck then. Keep going. The audience in the stands continued to jeer.
Without Tong Xiao, without any surprises, Lung Bing would be the champion.
The crowd began to disperse what was there to watch without Tong Xiao. Guanlu tried to salvage the atmosphere.
Without Tong Xiao, the one everyone had high expectations for, the competition felt less thrilling.
In the end, who would win the championship? He was still trying to contact the people inside, speaking softly, can someone confirm what the hell the referee is doing? Without a contender for the championship, what's the point of continuing the match? Lang Xingyu looked up at the stands, silently calling for Tong Xiao.
A spectator quickly noticed a figure approaching and shouted loudly, hey, look over there.
Yonezawa also quickly recognized the figure and swiftly adjusted the camera. It was Tong Xiao. Tong Xiao simply waved nonchalantly and said, sorry, I'm late.
The crowd was in a commotion, shouting excitedly. Tong Xiao, athlete Tong Xiao is late. Other contestants were also shouting non-stop. Xiao Shaola stepped forward and politely greeted everyone, feeling a bit of anticipation for the upcoming battle with her. She was curious to see whose strength would prove superior, hers or that of the disaster-level beast. But what no one expected was that Tong Xiao completely ignored her, brushing past everyone and walking straight ahead without saying a word.
Lang Bing's teammate spoke up, clearly annoyed. Huh? Did you think this woman wouldn't show up? Why didn't that beast eat her during the city's attack?
Fu Rong, using her large body to block Tong Xiao's path, smiled in a way that wasn't quite a smile and said, "How arrogant, Tong Xiao.
You're the last one to show up. Are you trying to play the main character makes a dramatic entrance card? But no matter how scheming you are, it's useless. First place in this competition is mine. Go ahead and laugh now, because you won't have the chance later."
Her words were said with a boastful and arrogant attitude, but Tong Xiao didn't seem to care at all. By the time Fu Rong realized she was being ignored, Tong Xiao had already walked off.
Ha! Tong Xiao?
Tong Xiao had already walked up to Lang Xingyu, offering a friendly greeting that was in stark contrast to her demeanor with others. "I'm here now, classmate Guan Lu."
Guan Lu couldn't help but wonder.
This player seemed to be Lang Xingyu, but why would Tong Xiao approach her?
The audience was equally curious. A person they had never heard of, could she be a hidden expert?
Fu Rong, feeling quite irritated at being ignored, ordered her subordinates, "That little Tong Xiao is speaking with someone else, which is unlike her usual style. Go investigate this Xing Sha and see what background she has."
Someone quickly responded.
A few members of Moon Shadow, including Ling Bing, exchanged surprised looks and asked each other,
"Yen, didn't you once probe into the Jinsha Academy? Do you know anything about this girl?"
Tong Xiao replied, "I don't know much about her. I only know Xing Sha isn't someone you can easily deal with.
My brother was set up by them." Even Lang Xingyu didn't expect it, stammering as she asked, "Tong Xiao, what do you want from me?"
Tong Xiao maintained her smile and said, "Just go all the way and don't disappoint me. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you'll become the strongest."
With that, she hurried off.
Yonezawa drew even more attention, with everyone curious about what Tong Xiao had said to Lang Xingyu.
The distance was too close to hear. Guanla chuckled and said, "Ahem, we'll have to wait until the competition is over for the reporters to ask about this.
Since we're already here, let's just prepare for the match." She then explained the format.
This competition is divided into 3 rounds.
The first 2 rounds are the qualifiers, and the final round is the decisive battle. The first round will eliminate 20 contestants, the second round will eliminate 12 more, and in the end, only 6 competitors will remain to enter the final round. The final battle will be conducted based on the factions, according to the contestants' school affiliations, until one faction's contestants win completely. If all 6 contestants belong to the same faction, they will win directly. The winner will receive a commemorative cup for this competition and a special prize personally awarded by Mr. Huang. Alright, we can see the principal of Luoying Academy, the institution organizing this competition, stepping onto the stage.
The competition is about to begin.
The principal of Luoying Academy declared, "I hereby announce that the 3rd high school championship officially begins." Yonezawa announced, "The 3rd high school championship officially begins." Now, the first event of the competition is. The audience seemed confused by what was happening. Suddenly, the 2 sides of the stands parted, opening up a large path.
Most of the contestants were stunned by this sight.
Overcoming obstacles, the running track was revealed in a grand fashion, promising many exciting moments.
Guan Lu explained the format to both the contestants and the audience.
This round of the competition will be held in 3 areas: the Junk City maze beneath the sea, the skyrocketing cliffs, and the 3 combined regions. The contestants need to go to the ruined city to find the path into the underwater maze within the city, and then enter the maze at the bottom of the sea. Through the trials of the underwater maze, they will reach the sky-reaching cliffs. Finally, upon completing the cliff trials, they will arrive at the final checkpoint set on the cliffs. The first 18 contestants to reach this point will move on to the next round.
Yonezawa signaled for the game to begin. The contestants had taken their positions on the racetrack. The competition had begun. The referee was already standing in position. The sound of the announcer calling the start time echoed, and each person got into their respective places. Prepare. The gunshots signaling the start of the race rang out. Lang Bing secretly released a strange ball. The racecourse was immediately surrounded by a burst of purple smoke. Both announcers were confused by this event and asked, "What's going on?" Guan Lu, observing the situation, concluded, "It seems like there was an explosion at the starting point. All the contestants are now shrouded in smoke." Someone charged out immediately. As the words left their mouths, dark figures shot out from the thick smoke. Both announcers were stunned by the scene, saying, all the members of the Moon Shadow Academy, wearing anti-poison masks, rushed out first. Anti-poison masks? It's toxic smoke. Looks like this is Moon Shadow's first surprise for everyone. In the smoke, a hand gripped the head of a young man, blood pouring from it. It was the hand of Fu Rong. The contestants from the Luoying Academy all had a leaf in their mouths. One of them couldn't help but praise. "Not surprising, sister. You're truly a genius, predicting accurately that Moon Shadow would pull a trick. Luckily, we were prepared and took care of those Moyun while we had the chance." Fu Rong, feeling proud, added, "There were also some smart people over there who didn't fall for the trap. Let's go, let's move out." At this moment, the Xingsha students were surrounding Xie Tiangu. Li Tu said, "Well done, Tian brother, lucky for us that your shield activated so quickly." Shi Feng agreed. "We almost got caught by Moon Shadow." Rong Shuiwei's eyes sparkled with admiration as she complimented. "Good thing the shield activated in the blink of an eye, or we'd be in real trouble." Wen Jing echoed the sentiment. "So cool, that was such a safe feeling." Sa Tiangu, basking in the praise, couldn't help but feel pleased and thought to himself, "Hee, keep complimenting me, I won't tell anyone." The sound of gunfire rang out, signaling the activation of the shield. "Why?" "Don't ask why, just follow the instructions." Ningfan came to mind. Actually, it was Ning teacher who had specially reminded him before the competition. While Se Tiangu was happily lost in his thoughts, forgetting everything around him, Long Xingyu remained alert, thinking to herself, "This is just the beginning. If I were alone, I would have fallen for that trap just now. Where did Tong Xiao suddenly appear from?" Long Xingyu shouted in surprise, "What?" Tong Xiao raised a hand, signaling for silence, and quietly whispered, "Be careful, quickly chase after them, they'll be eliminated by the end." Silently watching Ningfan at this moment, tears still streamed down her face, but this time, a smile of happiness and relief was on her lips. Yonezawa observed the screen and commented, "The toxic smoke has cleared up by more than half, and some players have returned to the competition. However, the players from Moon Shadow Academy are leading by quite a bit. Can the players from other schools turn the situation around?" Xiao Lu and Xiao Yunyan surged ahead, Xiao Lu venting her frustration as she moved. "Those bastards from Moon Shadow and Luoying, I'll make sure you regret this." When she saw both of them suddenly emerge from the smoke, she became excited. The players Xiao Lu and Xiao Yun from Moyun Police Academy had charged forward. Nearby, Guanlu also praised them. "No wonder they're the ones who managed to defeat the disaster-stealing beasts, even the toxic smoke can't stop their progress." When she looked at the projection and saw a pair of legs stepping out, Xiaolu was slightly curious. Who would it be next? From behind the smoke, Tong Xiao slowly stepped out, then raised a hand to cover her mouth as she yawned. As soon as she recognized who had appeared, she immediately shouted, "It's the player Tong Xiao." The player Tong Xiao was completely unaffected by the toxic smoke. However, the calm demeanor she displayed made Guanla suspicious. Is player Tong Xiao just strolling? Not in a hurry, is everything okay? After sitting down, Xiaola turned to her and inquired. But when it came to Tong Xiao, Moon Shadow, Luoying, and Mo Yun had already set off. It seemed that Jincha Academy hadn't shown up yet. Hearing this, she quickly responded with a comment. Player Lang Xingyu was under the attention of the undefeated queen,
everyone is eagerly anticipating her performance. At that moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the purple smoke. The crowd erupted in a flurry of murmurs and pointing.
What was that just now? A bird? No. A plane?
When the camera suddenly zoomed in on the figure that had broken free, Xiaolu immediately introduced player Suafeng.
Player Suafeng from Xingsha has broken through the toxic smoke and is chasing after the team ahead.
Seeing him racing ahead at an unbelievable speed, she quickly added, according to the displayed data, player Suafeng specializes in speed.
When it comes to speed, few players can compare.
Soon after, the image shifted to a series of other figures following closely behind player Suafeng. The other contestants from Jinsha Academy had also emerged from the poisonous smoke, seemingly using protective rings to block the toxic fumes. Next came a familiar face, frowning.
Long Xingyu is also in there. No wonder she's the contestant favored by the undefeated queen.
It seems the poisonous smoke really can't do anything to her. While moving, Xingyu silently kept an eye on the figure in front. Not far away, Tongxiao suddenly turned her head and smiled, as though she had sensed the gaze. After a while of counting, Xiaolu rubbed his chin and muttered, "Wait a minute, it seems like Xingsha is missing someone, right?" Hearing this, Wanlu also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, there are still a lot of people from Moyun Police Academy who haven't appeared.
Could they have been trapped in the toxic smoke?"
At that moment, the thick purple mist unexpectedly began to dissipate, revealing the starting point marker.
Both of them immediately cheered. The smoke is clearing.
The crowd, who had been staring at the screen, fell silent instantly. Even Xiaolu stood frozen, eyes wide in confusion. What appeared before them was a scene of utter devastation. Contestants sprawled across the ground.
All the contestants from Moyun Police Academy had collapsed. Hong Yilin's contestant was also among them. What exactly had happened in the poisonous smoke?
Just then, a group of people in protective gear rushed in, looking as if they had just stepped out of a sci-fi movie. The support team has arrived, and it seems that these players are not destined to make it to the next round. One of them stepped forward and gently patted the shoulder of a player dressed in a shark costume, asking, "Are you still conscious, student?
Is anything uncomfortable?"
However, before he could make contact, his hand was swiftly brushed off without any hesitation. When he turned around, Yilin had left him dumbfounded. He was already asleep. At the same time, in the junk city, the contestants were still rushing through, determined to complete their tasks. One of the Moon Shadow group, with a talisman stuck on his forehead, cheerfully exclaimed, "We've reached the junk city.
If we keep this up, we're sure to win."
But Wang Yan was still uneasy and reminded him, "Don't celebrate too early." He glanced quickly behind them and whispered, "Suafeng from Xingsha is about to catch up." Hearing this, the guy was slightly startled.
So fast?
Suddenly, the person in front raised his hand, signaling to stop. Lang Bing said nothing, but coldly made a decisive motion across his throat with his thumb. The underlings immediately understood without needing further explanation, nodding in unison and shouting, "Got it, Bing brother."
At that moment, the junk city appeared beneath the pale blue dome.
Behind the screen, the commentator kept going on, "Shadow Acupoint Academy has split into several smaller teams to take action now.
But it seems like there's still one person left. What are they planning?"
In the middle of the aisle, a figure cloaked in black stood still as if waiting for something. From above, a flash of red light streaked downward, causing the commentator to excitedly shout. Suafeng from Jinsha Academy has also surpassed the other contestants and is heading straight for the scrap city. He was serious, focused, his figure shooting through the air, darting past without even sparing a glance at the mysterious figure, as if no one were standing there. However, the person slightly curled their lips and spoke in a provocative tone.
"Do you think you can get past us?"
Immediately, a sudden attack swept toward him, moving so fast that only a streak of light slashed directly toward him. The violent impact sent Suafeng crashing into the building next to him. The unexpected strike left him sprawled on the ground.
Watching the scene unfold, Yonezawa quickly spoke up. "Suafeng has been knocked down by Tian Tong." Then, Wanlo followed up. Tian Tong has demonstrated S-tier strength during the entrance exam. Meanwhile, Tian Tong leisurely approached Suofeng, mocking him. Is this all Xing Sha is capable of? He sneered, his lips curling. I thought you were supposed to be impressive, but this is all you have. Without saying anything more, one of his eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce red light. The next moment, his whole body shot up into the air like a rocket slicing through the wind. Seeing this, Tian Tong immediately raised his hand, with a flash of purple lightning crackling between his fingers, intending to flee. At that instant, a series of thin, intertwined threads appeared, blocking Suofeng's path. The sudden appearance caught him off guard, and his entire body slammed into the barrier, leaving him bruised and battered. Witnessing this, Tian Tong burst into laughter, clearly delighted. Running too fast isn't always a good thing. If it weren't for the rule against fatal actions between competitors, you'd already be dead. However, Suofeng didn't respond. He remained silent, staring at his opponent as if calculating something. Then, unexpectedly, he shot backward toward Tian Tong. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Yet, Tian Tong remained calm, raising his hand to activate his power, clearly planning a counterattack. Instantly, the thin thread shot forward, wrapping tightly around Suofeng's legs. He yanked them sharply, throwing him into the wall ahead without mercy. The tension in the scene was so thick that the entire audience held their breath, watching in silence. Amid the debris, the collision sent up a cloud of dust, and a pair of agile legs leapt onto a nearby stone slab. When the dust finally settled, Tian Tong found himself staring at an empty space. Seeing this, he murmured in surprise, it disappeared, but just at this moment, Suofeng has approached right behind. Just as Suofeng was about to land a kick, Tian Tong suddenly curled his lips into a smile, as if he had eyes growing on the back of his head. He suddenly grabbed his ankle before he could even make contact. What are you trying to do hiding behind there? Immediately after, Suofeng's body was yanked forward. Without hesitation, Tian Tong slammed his back onto the cold ground. The commentator quickly narrated the situation, a beautiful counterattack from Tian Tong, Suofeng's sneak attack has missed. Sitting in the stands, Yang Hua looked worried. Suofeng is in trouble now. When Jun, sitting next to him, furrowed his brows anxiously. Is this the obstacle in the first round of elimination? What does Moon Shadow mean by this? Seeing the current situation, Wang Yuan immediately analyzed, although this is the obstacle in the elimination round, previous management also allowed interference with other contestants in the competition. Suofeng's speed advantage in the first round is too significant. Moon Shadow probably wants to eliminate Suofeng now, so he can't continue in the competition. At this moment, Tian Tong maintained his attacking stance on Suofeng. He quickly gained momentum and kicked directly at Suofeng's face, which was pressed tightly against the ground. A powerful kick sent his body flying through several buildings. Without delay, he immediately charged forward, delivering another straight flying kick to his face. On the other side of the screen, Wang Yuan continued to list things. The strength and reaction of that Tian Tong were both superior to Suofeng's. Moreover, I had the feeling that the opponent completely understood Suofeng's actions. He closed his eyes and slowly said, whether Suofeng tries to dodge or attack, the opponent can easily respond. Upon hearing these words, Yang Hua speculated, it can't be that the kid has predictive abilities, can he? He knows Suofeng's every move in advance? However, Xiala had a different opinion, that's impossible. Having predictive abilities would be a global shock. In a competition like this, where the competitors' profiles are displayed, there's no way such predictive abilities could exist. Even the undefeated queen, Tong Xiao, doesn't have this ability. He watched the purple light emanating from Tong Xiao and murmured, that kid must have another ability. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the city, Suofeng was still suspended in mid-air, dazzled by the light. Watching him offer no resistance, Tong Xiao sneered, too weak, too weak. I thought only students with S-level abilities could participate in this competition. He then raised an eyebrow mockingly and said, do you really have S-level strength? Or did Xingsha just recruit enough people to fill the spots? Suddenly, he spoke up with a question. Why? The space paused for a moment before he snapped his fingers as if he had realized something. Why? Oh, you mean why I can clearly see your movements? Fine, anyway, you're definitely going to be eliminated. I'll generously show you, then proceed to demonstrate my skill for him. Demonic Eye, my ability allows me to see the movements of others clearly. Simply put, it's an enhanced vision ability. My pupils expanded abnormally and then rotated around to the back of Suafong. Although to others, he appeared to be as fast as the wind, in my demonic eye vision, it looked like a frail old lady with weak limbs. With just a slight coordination of reaction and power, I could easily defeat him. At that moment, loud footsteps echoed from a distance, growing closer with each second. He spun around to face the alley across from him and clicked his tongue in frustration. The person behind has followed us up here. As he turned to walk away, he didn't forget to throw a mocking remark back at me. Anyway, my mission's done, goodbye. Your teammates will probably be extremely disappointed and embarrassed when they see you like this. Before fully leaving, he glanced back with a smug look, but this was exactly the appearance a useless person should have. Hearing the full sarcastic remark, Suafong clenched his jaw so tightly that it felt like his teeth might snap. Around him, the audience, who had been murmuring moments ago, immediately fell silent, leaving only the commentator's voice to echo steadily. It seems that the match between Tian Tong and Suafong has already been decided. Will Suafong be eliminated like this? In another corner, Ningfan looked at the scene and smirked. Decided? It's too early to conclude now. Just as he said, Suafong began to move. At some point, he had broken free from the encirclement and landed a punch to Tian Tong's abdomen. The punch was so forceful that it seemed to produce smoke, causing the entire scene to freeze for a few seconds. From the commentary booth, Yonezawa stood stunned, narrating almost in disbelief. Suafong has landed a blow on Tian Tong. Guan Lu, standing beside him, was equally puzzled. What happened? Did Tian Tong fail to block Suafeng's punch because he was careless? As the crowd remained confused, unsure of what had just happened, Taiji's voice could be heard, possibly having used spatial shifting. Hearing this, Yonezawa immediately asked, still in disbelief. Spatial shifting? He nodded slightly and explained further. It is said that with a sudden burst of high speed in an extremely short time, one can move through space. As he was still analyzing, the screen behind him also shifted scenes. Just now, the player Suafong had taken advantage of a burst of speed in a short time, and everything happened exactly as Taiji had just described. Suafong had used his skill to travel through space. Although Tian Tong's demonic eye can see the enemy's movements, if the enemy strikes and travels through space to another dimension at the same time, demonic eye will no longer have any effect. Suafeng's lightning-fast punch struck Tian Tong directly in the face, leaving him dazed, unable to see. He couldn't see anything at all. Normally, every time Tian Tong made a move, he locked onto the target perfectly, clearly seeing it with no ambiguity. At that moment, Tian Tong still gripped the string tightly in his hand, trying to find the right opportunity to counterattack. But each time he attempted to seize an opening to strike, all he encountered was an afterimage that suddenly vanished. At this point, a sense of confusion began to rise in Tian Tong's heart. Is this space displacement? Damn it! In that instant, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. He had said that the demonic eye could slow down the speed of other objects. Suafong closed in and whispered softly in his ear, his eyes glowing with a fierce red gleam. Then let's go enjoy the breeze together. As soon as the words were spoken, a streak of light flashed from the ground, tearing through the air and shooting straight up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had tightened his grip on Tian Tong, soared into the air, and inverted, with Tian Tong's head facing down. In the tense atmosphere, the boy's face drained of color, stammering. What? What are you going to do? Without answering, Suafong suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, pulling his opponent down toward the ground. Hanging upside down in mid-air and falling freely, Tian Tong was overwhelmed with panic, breaking into tears. Don't! We'll die. You can't do this, it's against the rules.
Sitting by the screen and observing the entire sequence, Taiji calmly analyzed the situation. At such high speed during the fall, the demonic eye likely had a clear view, experiencing firsthand the imminent threat of death. He feared that both the mental and physical strain on the competitor would be unbearable.
Seeing the situation surpassing dangerous limits, Yonezawa jumped out of his seat in alarm.
With competitors only allowed to perform non-lethal actions, the judgment team and support team quickly intervened.
Meanwhile, Tiantong was still struggling with the terrifying moment when his soul nearly soared back to the earth.
A streak of light descended from above, colliding and creating a thick cloud of dust that billowed in waves. As the visibility cleared, his head was now just a mere hand's breadth away from the ground, and he had completely lost consciousness. Above him, Suafong remained completely composed, holding onto his opponent's ankle and smiling with a look of amusement. Safe landing. Yonezawa and Guanla stood frozen, their faces stiff as statues, unable to utter a single word as they watched the scene unfold. It wasn't until they saw Tiantong frothing at the mouth that they snapped out of their daze, frantically making the announcement.
Player Tiantong has fainted, the commentator announced loudly.
Player Suafong has defeated player Tiantong. A member of the Moon Shadow team looked on in confusion.
What is Tiantong doing?
The person next to him simply smiled, showing no sign of concern.
It's fine.
His mission was to delay the other player by some time, and that's already been accomplished. At that moment, a sudden flash of green light streaked across the space, accompanied by the shrieking sound of electricity surging through the air. It moved in an erratic pattern as though guided by its own intelligence, before suddenly darting straight towards one of the team members. In the blink of an eye, the unlucky youth was jolted so violently that his skeletal form briefly became visible, as though he were captured by a flash of light. Everyone stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to speak. Right before their eyes, countless glowing orbs appeared, followed by a maze of high-voltage power lines.
What was this?
At this moment, medical staff quickly placed Tiantong on a stretcher and began rushing him out of the competition area. Seeing this, Wanla sighed and remarked, "It seems like player Tiantong is out of the game for the rest of this match." While the commentators' voices continued to echo, a streak of light suddenly shot across the screen. From another angle, as they watched Suafong speed past their line of sight, they quickly updated the situation. Suafong led the way, and the Moon Shadow team swiftly advanced ahead. Below the stands, Yanghua and Wenjun were cheering excitedly without stopping. Suafong surged forward, directly teleporting to the endpoint. In stark contrast to this excitement, Ciela pressed his face close to his book, murmuring without lifting his head. Reaching the endpoint through teleportation was impossible. Not only did teleporting consume vast amounts of magical energy, but there was also a barrier in the competition area that prevented such an event from occurring. Sitting next to Guan Yuan, he calmly nodded and added, his gaze fixed on the screen as he calmly made a prediction, "It seems like Moon Shadow has been stopped by an electric trap." Upon hearing this, the teammate beside him was thrilled. This was the perfect opportunity to counterattack. The commentator observed the current situation with nervous excitement. The Moon Shadow team's players had stopped in front of the electric trap. The electric trap would launch an attack as soon as it sensed someone approaching. When they saw one of the team members lying motionless on the ground, smoke rising from their body, the commentator quickly warned the players to proceed with caution. When a red flash of light suddenly appeared in the air, the commentator exclaimed loudly, surprising everyone, "It's..." The screen instantly switched scenes, and the image became clear. The player Suafong, was using his lightning-fast speed to chase after them. Upon hearing this, the Moon Shadow team quickly reacted, simultaneously launching fire and ice attacks towards the front.
Is it that fast?
Stop him. However, Suafeng's movements were so smooth and agile that the commentator couldn't help but shout, "Too fast, too fast." In the blink of an eye, he had already circled behind the entire group. No one had noticed when Suafong had used his spatial shift ability to continuously dodge the attacks from the Moon Shadow team's players. Suafong had perfectly evaded all the attacks from the other players.
One of them turned around in shock. Is that even allowed? Is he cheating? Not stopping there, he gathered momentum and charged forward. Suafeng was heading straight towards the electric trap. If he passed through it successfully, he could take the lead. The entire stadium erupted with excitement, raising their hands and cheering loudly. Well done, Suafeng. Among the crowd, Wen Jun couldn't hide his enthusiasm. Keep leading like that. In another corner, Ningfan suddenly remembered the advice he had given earlier. Moon Shadow's people would definitely target him. When they go after you, use spatial shift. At that moment, Suafeng seemed to have understood clearly and quickly replied, yes. Now, looking at his recent performance, he rubbed his chin and thought to himself, well done, Suafeng, you did a great job. Then, frowning, he started to calculate. All he needed to do was properly use spatial displacement to avoid the obstacles, and he would be able to level up smoothly. At the same time, Suafeng threw all his strength into charging directly towards the electric trap, his eyes focused on the finish line. However, just as he passed by, he was immediately struck by a shocking burst of electricity from the dazzling trap setup. The group on Ningfan's side went silent, their mouths hanging open, not understanding what had just happened. They only saw a figure swaying from the electric shock before falling heavily to the ground, scorched. Seeing him smoking all over, Guanlu could only watch in speechless disbelief. Suafeng, the contestant, had unfortunately been struck by the electric trap, and it seemed like his injuries were severe. The incident left Yonezawa puzzled, his face filled with questions. But then again, it was strange, why didn't he use spatial displacement to avoid it? The trap was so obvious, it should have been easy to avoid. Before collapsing, Suafeng slightly tilted his head and murmured, Ning teacher only said to use spatial displacement when Moon Shadow makes a move. The moment the words were spoken, he immediately lost consciousness. The commentator shouted, Suafeng has fainted, and the rescue team is on their way. Witnessing such a quick and shocking end, Ningfan's soul seemed to leave his body. It seemed impossible to continue the competition now. It was truly regrettable, the hope of standing at the top was wiped out in an instant. Switching to the group creating the ice pathway, the commentator excitedly narrated, Lung Bing, using her ice manipulation ability, has created a safe tunnel, blocking the electric attacks. Moon Shadow continued to maintain the first place position. Above, two other competitors were soaring through the air like birds. Meanwhile, the other competitors had successfully entered the junk city. The commentator quickly switched to the next group with excitement. How will they overcome the electric shock traps? Who will be eliminated next? Let's continue to watch the next round of the competition. In the arena, the audience stood up in unison and cheered loudly throughout the stands. Guanla studied the map before quickly announcing, the first round of the obstacle course, Xingsha, Moon Shadow, Mo Yun, and Luoying, all competitors have entered the junk city. In front of the big screen, Yonezawa focused intently and then commented before the start, causing some confusion. There was an intentional obstruction of Suafeng in the junk city. Long Bing and Wang Yan from Moon Shadow are currently still in the lead. However, being in the lead does not guarantee victory. Other competitors are also closely following behind. Maintaining the top spot will be a huge challenge. In the middle of the wide road, a sudden electric trap flashed to life. Shui Wei stood still for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and focused on channeling the electricity surrounding her body. Then, she poured all her energy forward and shouted loudly, "Thunder roar explosive bomb!" A burst of electricity erupted from her hand, striking directly at the trap ahead. The entire device jolted violently, twitching a few times before emitting smoke. Observing the situation, Yonezawa commented, the player Gu Shuiwei used her lightning ability to disrupt the electric trap, causing the trap to malfunction and lose its effectiveness due to the electrical overload. Sitting next to him, Taiji nodded in approval, saying, using electricity to disrupt electricity? That's a very unique way of thinking. However, as his eyes glanced over the screen and his gaze landed on her face, a flash of recognition appeared in his memory.
A face covered in dirt, lying amidst a pile of broken debris. It looked somewhat similar. After disabling all the electric traps, Shuiwei turned back and quickly reminded, the disruption will only be effective for a short time. While the traps haven't recovered, we need to move fast. The group behind her immediately responded in unison, got it. One of them muttered while running, it would be great if I had lightning abilities too. The person next to him urged, stop daydreaming, let's go. Amidst the moving crowd, a thought suddenly flashed through someone's mind, Shuiwei is incredible. At the rear of the group, Xingyu gripped her hand tightly with determination in her eyes, telling herself she couldn't afford to lose. Lost in her thoughts, she unintentionally stepped on a hidden spider trap buried beneath the dirt. The moment her foot made contact, she was immediately engulfed in a flash explosion. The fierce force of the attack sent her body flying through the air, far away from her original position. As the dust slowly settled, the area was completely barren, with no trace left of anyone. Witnessing this, Shuiwei froze, panic overtaking her as she shouted loudly, Xingyu. At that moment, the Moon Shadow team was hiding behind a wall, exhilarated. We did it! Someone beside them chimed in, luckily, the bomb hit the right person. If it had hit someone else, that would have been embarrassing. Another member, crouched low, raised the item in their hand and proudly displayed it. Stop joking, my spider trap ability only works on targets that were previously marked. There's no way it could have missed. This whole thing was set up by him to clear the way. Immediately afterward, he placed his hand on the wall, calming his companions, don't worry. With energy flickering around his hand, he continued slowly, I've adjusted the power of these traps with my own abilities. The explosion only knocked Xingyu back and caused a few light scratches. Although she didn't die, the place where she fell was exactly where the electric trap was set, but it wasn't difficult to completely incapacitate her. At this moment, Xingyu was trapped between the shockwave zone that was flickering toward her. She looked around in panic at the electric waves closing in around her. Outside the arena, a frantic voice rang out. This is bad. When Wan was running as fast as she could toward the scene. I'm too late. She panted as she scolded herself, I spent too much time picking out clothes. At that moment, she had been standing in front of the wardrobe, hesitating over which outfit to choose. Of course, in her distraction with her appearance, she ended up delaying the competition. However, the sight of her crush nearby made Wan instantly feel better. But then, just thinking about the possibility of sitting next to Ningfan, and with Diao Yuxuan not there, it might just be the perfect opportunity to increase his affection for her. Yet, before the beautiful scene could even fully play out in her mind, a sharp voice suddenly interrupted. No way, don't even dream about it. A ticket inspector was loudly chasing a little girl away from the entrance. You can't come in. You're too young and you're lying. Do you think anyone will believe you? Just leave. The little girl kept explaining, I'm not lying. I'm serious. When Ron walked up, handing out business cards, which left the woman dumbfounded. It turns out that the teacher from Jincha Academy is disrespectful. Hearing that familiar name, Xingtong furrowed her brows slightly from behind. Jincha Academy seemed to have reminded her of something, and the girl suddenly shouted out loud. Sister, are you a teacher at Jincha Academy? Do you know Xingyu? That question made Wan pause. A classmate, Lung Xingyu. At that moment, in the competition arena, Xingyu was sitting in the middle of an electric shock field, surrounded by traps from all sides. Shuiwei, standing on one side, squinted his eyes because of the dust and shouted loudly to Xingyu. Meanwhile, the Moon Shadow group hid behind a wall, comfortably watching the drama unfold. Their faces couldn't hide their amusement, and when she was ambushed unexpectedly, Xingyu could only open her eyes in fear. No one had to wait long, as the electric trap immediately shot straight toward her. The entire audience fell silent, holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. However, at that moment, Xingyu managed to squeeze into a gap right in the heart of the shield she had created herself. As soon as the image appeared on the screen, Wan Lu immediately spoke up. Contestant Lang Xingyu has blocked the electric shock, truly worthy of being the undefeated queen contestant.
As expected, it's just a small trap that can't do anything.
However, at that moment, her entire body had stiffened.
Although she had managed to block it, her body was still numb from the electric shock. Unable to move anymore.
The person who caused this disaster wore a sarcastic smile. Someone's been stopped, too bad the person next to them is also joining in.
You might stop us the first time, but not the second.
Suddenly, a foot stomped right in front of them, startling everyone.
What?
A figure rushed in, delivering a kick straight to the face.
Don't even think about it.
He wasn't flustered, merely raising an eyebrow in surprise.
Huh? Was I discovered?
The group from Jinsha Academy, as they entered, squinted their eyes in vigilance.
Moon Shadow.
Suafeng, standing beside, adjusted his glasses and muttered.
Luckily, I sensed 3 weak spiritual movements nearby.
The blue-haired man remained unfazed, calmly fending off Tian Chang's approach.
Our target is only Long Xingyu. We have no interest in you. Before we change our minds, you'd better leave. Upon hearing these words, Tian Chang felt a bit confused. What did you say? He glanced at the high-voltage electric traps starting to flicker and reminded them.
The trap you set earlier is almost recovered. Then, with a smug look, he boasted.
We're fine, anyway, my ability can block electric shocks.
The person beside him happily added, we can even control the strength of these traps. If a fight breaks out, we're not afraid. And then, a challenging remark was made, causing Tian Chang's face to gradually turn red with anger.
But really, is it worth sacrificing the entire team just for one person's honor in Jinsha Academy?
You all should think carefully about this. At this moment, the commentator continued to focus on Lung Bing and provide his commentary.
Competitors Lung Bing and Wan Yan successfully utilized the ice tunnel they created to bypass the traps, maintaining their positions at the front.
In the air, several other competitors were still dodging the electric traps.
Students from other schools were also closely following behind.
A few teams used the strategy of covering themselves with massive flowers to shield against attacks. Although Moon Shadow Academy had gained the upper hand from the start, the competitors following them gradually began to close the gap, with speeds now visible to the naked eye. While everyone else was busy dealing with obstacles, only Tong Xiao seemed to be casually walking and yawning intermittently. Everywhere she stepped, the electric traps simultaneously emitted smoke, scattered all over the place. At the same time, Xing Yuan's team was struggling desperately to race against time.
After a round of observation, Yonezawa looked at them with a slight expression of concern.
The situation for Jinsha Academy didn't seem very optimistic. Based on the updated data, she immediately concluded that they had fallen behind the other teams. The stands also began to murmur with growing concern.
This isn't good.
Guan Yuan observed the situation and then fell into deep thought. At this rate, the entire team might get eliminated in the first round.
Looks like we still don't have enough accumulated experience, huh?
Sitting next to him, Wen Jun also began to sweat. Without Suafeng's advantage, it was almost impossible to surpass the other teams. Suddenly, Yang Hua shouted loudly, startling both of them.
It's still too early to admit defeat.
He then smirked and looked at the screen confidently. I don't know about Lang Xingyu, but Shifeng is my student, and he's definitely no amateur. As long as he deals with those Moon Shadow members, based on Shifeng's strength, he can definitely surpass the others.
However, when Jun smiled lightly and cast a meaningful glance ahead.
While I agree with you, just as a shrill scream came from Suafeng on the screen.
Tiangu beside them also went wild, shouting in frustration as he was unable to defend himself.
The bizarre performance of the two left Wen Jun frozen, his face stiff as though he just received a humiliating slap. Back when a member of Moon Shadow gathered spiritual energy, beams of light immediately ran along the connection lines on the walls. Soon after, a high-voltage current shot straight down onto the group of contestants, who were bracing themselves behind a protective shield.
Tiangu, while holding his ground, angrily yelled, Aren't you supposed to know how to control your mind? Control them. However, Shifeng responded coldly, no. He glanced at Xingyu, who was standing motionless like a statue. Just controlling that woman was already a maximum effort, let alone controlling someone else. Suddenly, time rewound to when the group was still struggling with the Moon Shadow team. Back then, Tiangu boldly stepped forward, saying there was no need to drag the entire group down for Lung Xingyu's sake. Shifeng nodded behind him in agreement, saying he was right. Then, as if in unison, both of them declared, so you all go ahead, we'll stay back and handle this. As the memory ended, Tiangu turned to question him, then why are you staying? How are we supposed to fight? Shifeng pushed up his glasses, trying to look cool. I thought everyone would stay, so I wanted to take the chance to show off a bit. Hearing that absurd reason, Tiangu gritted his teeth and snarled, crazy bastard. Before they could settle the matter, a flash of light suddenly appeared from above. The green-haired man from Moon Shadow was charging towards them, his hand gathering a dense surge of energy. He then launched a fatal strike straight down at the three of them. As the explosion rang out, all three immediately took advantage of the thick dust cloud to flee. Shifeng looked back and asked, what about you? Do you have a plan? Tiangu panted heavily and replied nonchalantly, no. Didn't hear that, huh? He froze, so, why are you staying? Looking for death? His offhand response left everyone speechless. I thought everyone was staying, so I wanted to look cool for a bit. But then, he couldn't hold back and snapped back. While the madman was still arguing, a hand accidentally hit the detonation device. Tiangu, running, tripped, and his hand slammed into the sensitive spot. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the area violently. A cloud of dust and smoke began to dissipate after the shocking blast. The green-haired guy from Moon Shadow grinned, this is my confidence. The force of the explosion was several times stronger than before. The two people beside him applauded, well done. Looking at the explosive blast that left the entire row of houses in ruins, they beamed with pride. Now, nothing can threaten us anymore. Watching through the screens, Yonezawa frowned with worry, the three players from Jincha Academy are buried. Does that mean their competition journey ends here? Guanla furrowed his brow and responded, in just a moment, the rescue team will arrive. If it's confirmed they can't compete, the Xingsha trainees will be disqualified. Witnessing the scene, Wen Jun held his head and screamed, continuously being eliminated. This match can't continue. Guang Yuan slightly furrowed his brows, analyzing, it seems Moon Shadow came prepared this time. To wash away the humiliation from last time. Hearing this, Ningfan leaned forward, repeating in confusion, wash away the humiliation from last time? He glanced quickly at the large screen before beginning to analyze. Lung Bing of Moon Shadow was considered the strongest superhuman ability of Moon Shadow. Recalling the information he had gathered earlier, he continued, I've heard that when he was young, he single-handedly destroyed a pack of monster beasts that Moon Shadow had specially accepted. And it was from that moment that the biggest turning point in his life occurred. Later, in a tournament, he effortlessly defeated numerous masters. That was when he made his name, and the Moon Shadow Academy became the institution that all superhumans around the world aspired to. At this point, a voice interrupted, it wasn't just about aspiration, back then, Moon Shadow was called the Paradise. Xiala, still holding the book, leaned it close to his face, lazily narrating, the headmaster of Moon Shadow was extremely proud, even saying, whoever can defeat Ling Bing, I'll stick my head in the toilet. So, the competition for supremacy between schools was organized. Then, Xiala lowered the book, emphasizing bluntly, the competition for supremacy was actually organized by the headmaster of Moon Shadow for the glory of his own school. He just wanted to create a stage to step on other schools, he added with a mocking grin. Too bad the results of the competition didn't go as he had hoped. He looked up at the screen showing Tong Xiao and affirmed, he was slapped by Luo Ying's monster. The opponent was too strong, and back then, Lung Bing could only lie down, defeated. In that match, Lung Bing, the undefeated legend, was defeated by Tong Xiao in less than 3 rounds. His interest in perseverance without results faded.
In the second season, he can only last 2 rounds before losing to Tong Xiao again. Continuous defeats caused Moon Shadow's reputation to plummet, and Lang Bing's pride was also greatly affected. Xiala slumped further into the book with an expression of frustration. They spared no means to seek revenge, and it was understandable that their classmates would be targeted, since, after all, it was Tong Xiao who had set his sights on them. Suddenly, a curious look appeared in Ningfan's eyes. He leaned towards Xiala and spoke. "Principal Moon Shadow." Xiala froze for a moment upon hearing this, and his mind immediately replayed an unforgettable memory. So cold. Xiala's face stiffened as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, clearly embarrassed to be caught in such a compromising position in front of everyone. It was said that they had recently installed air conditioning in the toilet, and he seemed to have grown accustomed to that lifestyle. 2 figures hurried over, panting heavily, and immediately apologized in haste. "Sorry for being late." When Ningfan turned around, he paused for a brief moment. As when Wan came face to face with her crush, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, having been delayed by some matters. Seeing her dressed unusually, he nodded in approval and said, "This outfit is nice." She awkwardly lowered her head, too shy to look him in the eye, and stammered, Of course, I deliberately prepared this." While the two of them were still being all affectionate, Yang Hua suddenly intervened, cutting in, "I'm afraid that's not the case." "Did you intentionally dress this way for Ningfan?" Without missing a beat, a swift slap from Wen Wan landed on her, a warning against her nosiness. Then, she glanced at her bloodied hand and tried to explain, "There was a big mosquito earlier, luckily I managed to kill it." Ignoring the gazes of the others, Jingtong stepped forward and asked directly, "Excuse me, are you teacher Ningfan?" He slightly leaned down, furrowing his brow in confusion. "You're not keeping the other person waiting too long." She quickly introduced herself, "I'm Lung Xingtong, the younger sister of Lung Xingyu." And without hesitation, she made a bold proposition, "Ning teacher, could you break up with my sister?" Hearing this, Ningfan almost froze, his face blank. "What?" Standing opposite Ningfan, Xingtong suggested, "I hope you can break up with my sister." Upon hearing this, he immediately stood there stunned, like a statue. Then, he quickly denied, "Hey, I think you're mistaken about something. A little sister so vicious." The little girl insisted that what she said was the truth, with no mistakes. In the blink of an eye, tears flowed down her face in a stream of frustration. "He must have given my sister some kind of love potion or spell. Every time she talks to me after the special training, all she talks about is him. How he's such a good teacher and treats her so well." Then the little girl suddenly dropped to the ground and questioned, "What exactly has he done to my sister?" Witnessing this unimaginable scene, Ningfan stood frozen in place, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Lung Xingyu to have such a crazed younger sister." Meanwhile, the crowd around them began to murmur, "This man is definitely no good. He frowns and shakes his head, yet he's able to target such a young child. Those around him are even colder, 3 years at least, maybe even a death sentence." As Xingtong continued to sob uncontrollably, a hand gently placed itself on her shoulder. To salvage his honor, Ningfan pointed forward, "You should focus on helping your sister first." When the little girl looked up, the large screen in front was displaying the scene of devastation and ruin. He crossed his arms, silently hoping that Xie Tiange would react in time. Shui Wei watched the lingering smoke, uneasy. "Is Xingyu and the others okay?" One of the group hesitated and whispered, "Maybe it's nothing serious." But Li Tu frowned and decisively took a step forward. "Looking back to check." From the rooftop, 3 members of the Moon Shadow faction quietly observed below to confirm the completion of the mission. After a brief observation of the situation, they did not hesitate and immediately darted off, continuing to complete the competition. At this moment, amidst the thick smoke, the Nebula team silently watched the entire event unfold. Waiting until the group had completely disappeared, Li Tu turned to ask Wen Jing, "Where are the Xingyu people? What's the situation?" Wen Jing's face was dotted with sweat as she used her tracking skills, her voice tight with tension. Under the pile of rubble, a thin layer of psychic energy spread out to cover the remnants, and she reported, "There's no sign of life." After monitoring through the screen, Yonezawa pondered before commenting, "It seems the strength of Moon Shadow Academy is truly formidable." They quickly dealt with Jinsha Academy. Guan Lu, standing next to him, could not hide his surprise. "What? The first student to reach the bottom of the maze is already here, and that's Long Bing from Moon Shadow Academy." Soon after, the announcer's voice sounded in a rush as the Moon Shadow contestant was speeding toward them. "It looks like Lang Bing has come fully prepared this year, determined to win the championship." Standing before the entrance of the maze, Lang Bing slightly curled her lips, speaking in a mocking tone. "Humph, I didn't expect the opponent this year to be so weak," yet Wang Yan beside her still maintained a cautious demeanor. "Still, we shouldn't underestimate Tong Xiao. She'll probably catch up soon." That reminder only made him more contemptuous and amused. "We're already this fast. If anyone could catch up, it would be." Just as Lang Bing was about to add another comment, a streak of light suddenly shot past them. "I'll be like the principal, sticking my head out." The sudden event made both of them widen their eyes and exclaim in unison. "What?" In the streak of golden light rushing ahead, a voice echoed. "I said, you can be inside." Shifeng clutched his stomach and started vomiting uncontrollably. "Slow down a bit, it's too fast. I'm getting dizzy." Tiangu smirked with satisfaction. "Keep laughing, now we're the fastest." The moment suddenly came to mind. Just as his hand touched the detonator, he had timely activated the protective shield. And at that very moment, a massive explosion went off behind them as the group shot off from the scene. Recalling that scene, he puffed his chest with pride, thinking to himself, "To come up with such a plan, I'm a genius." Shifeng, still vomiting, managed to say, "By the way, speaking of which, do you think Li Tu and the others would really believe we're dead?" Hearing this, Tiangu furrowed his brows. It was a possibility. Just as he finished speaking, Shifeng's eyes brightened again with excitement. "They will definitely cry out loud because of what we show them." Beneath the labyrinth of the ocean's depths, schools of small fish swim gracefully, flitting through the deep blue waters. Red jellyfish drift gently around, twisting their bodies with the current. The entire space is bathed in a serene, poetic atmosphere, as if this place is entirely separate from the chaotic world above. Lang Bing and Wang Yan, clad in protective suits, swam forward, grinding their teeth in frustration. "Damn it, who is the one who passed us? We must catch up to them." Suddenly, Wang Yan stopped, gestured with his hand, and called softly, "Lang Bing." Upon hearing this, he too halted, surprised, and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Yan's serious gaze shifted ahead, where massive coral formations swayed gently with the current, leading into the labyrinth. Just then, a small fish darted past, only to be suddenly seized and pulled away in the blink of an eye. Watching the scene, Lang Bing narrowed his eyes and assessed, "Looks like it's not just the labyrinth." Two monstrous, aberrant creatures appeared right in front of Lang Bing and Wang Yan. The camera immediately zoomed in on the scene, and Guan Lu couldn't hide his excitement. It's here, competitors Lang Bing and Wang Yan have encountered danger." Yonezawa, sitting next to him, quickly followed up, "This is related to the dangers in the ocean labyrinth. Let me explain to everyone." After speaking, she took out a black list that detailed each point. In the underwater labyrinth, the contestants would face 3 obstacles. The first was the rocks and corals growing on the seabed, forming countless paths. However, only 4 paths led through the checkpoint. While watching Lang Bing's battle, she did not forget to analyze. The second obstacle was the various kinds of magical beasts in the underwater maze, and of course, their strengths varied as well. Immediately after, Yonezawa gently touched her lips, presenting an air of mystery. "Let me reveal a little bit. The magical beast behind the disaster level is located on one of the 4 paths. I wonder which lucky contestant will encounter it." However, the danger did not end there. The third obstacle was the strong currents and whirlpools. The top of the maze appeared calm, but in reality, there were many undercurrents and powerful currents. Trying to take a shortcut could test its power. A group of people in diving suits huddled together in a corner, whispering.
What does Xingyu think? After a few quick breaths, Xingyu tilted her head slightly and replied, Is everything fine? Have Li Tu and the others reached the front?
Shifeng immediately made a guess.
They probably haven't arrived yet.
We should take advantage of the shockwave from the explosion.
Right now, we're the fastest.
Upon hearing this, she closed her eyes and slightly nodded in agreement.
All right. At that moment, Tiangu looked at the whirlpool ahead and confirmed firmly.
I came up with a shortcut, then immediately stretched out both arms and deployed a protective shield around all three of us.
Hold on tight, I said, then gathered energy and shot upwards, the driver taking off.
At the same time, Tong Xiao had just set foot in the maze at the bottom of the sea. Seeing the whirlpool blocking her way, she couldn't hide her frustration.
Why was the road so long?
Without another word, she exerted force into her feet and shot up into the air. The commentator was stunned to see her dive straight into the danger zone. Competitor Tong Xiao chooses to step into the current.
However, the screen clearly showed that she was completely unharmed. The current is useless against her. Has she become this strong?
But upon closer inspection, they were surprised to see a streak of light moving. There were also students from Xingsha in the current, so it seemed that this batch of competitors was quite powerful. Inside, Shifeng held onto the person beside him and cried out, so fast, thank you, senior.
Yet Tiangu felt something was wrong. What's with this current?
Just then, the protective shield around him suddenly cracked.
After a moment of observation, the commentator shouted, Wait, there's someone else in the current.
Soon after, a bright voice called out from within, I have a fairy staff that can change size. As the screen zoomed in, they realized the person in front of them was her. After a long period of travel, Li Tu's group began to feel exhausted, but they finally arrived. He eagerly rushed towards the cabinet right in front of him, feeling utterly drained. In front of him was a sign, the entrance to the seabed maze is here, along with a few diving suits that looked ridiculously simple. Li Tu raised his head and looked around, feeling disheartened.
Was this real or fake? Could these be any more rudimentary?
As he turned around, the group was surprised to spot two figures standing not far away. Sorry about that, Shuiwei said, walking up behind them and speaking softly. As soon as they heard the unfamiliar voice, both turned around sharply, their faces filled with suspicion.
Who is it? Shuiwei smiled politely. Excuse me, is there really an entrance to the seabed maze here? Her beauty left Okuda frozen for a few seconds. Too cute. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired guy swung his hand and gave him a light knock on the head. Calm down, he said. Nothing's cuter than the great goddess Li Chu, right? After the head tap, he immediately changed his tone. Right, she's definitely not cuter. Hearing this, Wen Jing sweetly asked, Li Chu, who is the great goddess? As soon as the name of his crush was mentioned, the green-haired guy eagerly answered, of course, she's the most beautiful flower at our police academy. Meanwhile, Okuda took the opportunity to jump in and continue the story. The goddess, in order to save me, did not hesitate to face difficulties and firmly led us away from the starting point. And then, neither of them was willing to give way, both began to push against each other, fighting for a share. It was clear that he was only conveniently bringing me along to save me, it was because of me, you know. Seeing that the two of them still hadn't stopped, Shuiwei decided, we should go down first. When Jing looked at the scene before him, unsure whether to laugh or cry. These two are really strange. It wasn't until Shuiwei's group jumped down into the entrance of the maze that the two finally stopped. Okuda said nothing, suddenly dropped to his knees, and declared, I need to take a shortcut to find the goddess. With that, he mustered all his strength and charged forward at full speed. When he reached the edge of the land, he kicked off the ground with force, his body leaping into the air and flying forward, performing an aerial leap. At this moment, he shouted joyfully, Goddess, I'm coming! Completely unaware of the beam of light rushing straight towards him. Before he could land, he was struck by a powerful electric shock that paralyzed his body,
his clothes singed and giving off a fragrant scent as he fell into the sea. The person accompanying him sighed sadly as they saw him fall freely. The warning sign is right there, and he didn't even bother to look. Poor child. At that moment, Sherfone turned to ask in a panic. How is it? Don't scare me. Tianan gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. The current was stronger than me, my ears couldn't take it anymore, and the protective layer shattered. We were immediately swept away from behind. As my whole body was sucked into the vortex, Sherfone panicked and shouted. Long Xingyu was pushed far away. She immediately reached out, calling back, Sherfone. But before she could touch them, she was flung out of the vortex. Xingyu lost control and fell straight to the ground, unable to slow her fall. The snakes below, seeing their prey coming, were delighted. Looks like we've got some meat, brothers. At that moment, outside the competition arena, Yonezawa raised 2 fingers in a gesture and cheered, Welcome to the explanation hour. Guanglu quickly chimed in, Let me show everyone the current positions of the contestants. She pointed to the map, where markers, each in a different color, represented each contestant group. It was clear that all the contestants had reached the second checkpoint of the obstacle course, the underwater maze. Yonezawa eagerly concluded, A lot of contestants have entered the maze. Watching from the screen above, they constantly updated the progress. Tong Xiao from Luoying had caught up with Li Chu from Mo Yun in the deadly current. Had the two of them clashed? The camera quickly switched to another group that was encountering trouble. The other players from Luoying, who had just reached the entrance to the maze, were also facing the merman. Next came the scene of 2 figures speeding forward at an incredible pace. Lang Bing and Wang Yan of Moon Shadow had broken through the merman that was chasing Xing Sha. However, as they moved forward, they too had to stop, but it seemed like they had entered a dead end. Lang Bing observed for a moment before suddenly leaping high into the air. When they saw him swing his knife and slash downward, the commentator couldn't help but shout, Oh my god, Lang Bing has directly chopped through a massive coral reef, truly powerful. Look at how the corals are collapsing in chunks. Yonezawa covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Is this the rage of being lost? Soon after, the camera shifted to Tiangu and Sherfone. Let's take a look at Xing Sha's team. Even though they've been swept to the bottom of the sea, they are still leading for now. Wait, where is player Lang Xingyu? After a moment of searching, they finally located her position. Found her, Lang Xingyu has been swept away by the water to another part of the maze. She's lost from her team now, this is bad. That's the passage sea serpent guarding the outside. Xing Tong's tears, flowing in streams, clung to Ningfan's clothes. Sis, hurry and go save her. He frowned, trying to reassure her. Hey, your sister is competing right now, but don't worry, there's help available in the arena. You have to trust your sister. Then, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Compared to her danger, I'm more worried about her confidence. Before the match, she confidently told Tong Xiao that she would defeat her. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately screamed like thunder. Then what should we do? Are you going to take responsibility for my sister? He was startled, his eyes widening as he retorted. I'm not her boyfriend, but then he sighed, lowering his voice. Let's both trust your sister. At that moment, amidst the swirling coral reefs and water shadows, a giant stone hand suddenly descended, smashing directly into the snake. Xingyu gritted her teeth, silently tightening her resolve. She must not fall here. The fierce beasts flashed their fiery red eyes and began to slither out from the cracks between the coral reefs. Together, they accelerated, charging forward with ferocity. Brothers, move! Standing behind the stone statue, Xingyu called out. If you think you can defeat me with speed, I suggest you give up. With that, she raised 3 purple pills high. I'm not in the mood to play with you guys, the beasts and serpents widened their eyes in shock. The pills gradually transformed into gigantic stone statues surrounding her. The leader of the group looked at the scene before him, silently deducing the situation.
She controls this large one, got it. Immediately after, it descended and crawled close to the ground, realizing one was missing. Xingyu scanned the area. Where did that guy go? Suddenly, it emerged from the ground right behind her. With sharp fangs bared, it lunged forward, growling triumphantly. Surprised, she jumped. What the? However, before it could reach her, a streak of light pierced through its body, finishing it off instantly. At that very moment, a flash of light shot through, piercing straight into the head of the serpent, blood splattering in waves, causing the entire battlefield to freeze for a moment. Xingyu scanned the area. Who saved me? From a distance, Tong Xing walked over with a languid appearance, yawning and complaining, "You're really strong, much faster than me." Seeing a familiar face, Xingyu blinked, full of suspicion. It's you? Why did you save me? Tong Xing breezed past her, casually replying, "I fell off the rushing water, don't worry, it wasn't on purpose to save you." She then calmly explained, "I'm afraid of snakes, can't let it live, I won't be comfortable. I'm leaving, you can go play with the dead snake now." However, Xingyu immediately turned around and pointed challengingly, "Don't think I'll thank you. I'll become stronger and defeat you." She smiled, rinsing her ears, "I'll be waiting." At the same time, in the comments section outside the arena, Yonezawa excitedly exclaimed, "Player Tong Xiao took the initiative to enter the maze and save Lang Xingyu." Guan Lu, standing next to him, smiled happily, "This is true friendship, isn't it?" In contrast to the excitement outside, Xing Tong grew frustrated. "My sister doesn't need her to save her, my sister can handle it herself." Meanwhile, Ningfan seemed puzzled. Why does Tong Xiao care about Lang Xingyu? Could it be that she sees potential in Lang Xingyu? Noticing his focused expression, Wen Ruan grew worried. "Ningfan, what do you think of Tong Xiao?" Hearing this question, he rubbed his chin and commented, "She's a talented student, but what's most admirable is her unwavering focus on the screen." He quietly affirmed, "She has an aura that many geniuses lack." At that moment, Yonezawa turned to another screen. Alright, on the screen now is the remaining student from Jincha Academy. It seems they're not having much luck. Right as they enter the maze, they run into a merman. Tian Chang stepped forward, decisively ordering, "Leave this to me. Everyone else, go ahead." But Shui Wei immediately disagreed, "I'm not going. I'm going with you." On the opposite side, the group of beasts simultaneously raised their weapons and shouted loudly, "Brothers, charge!" Without hesitation, Tian Chang immediately threw a punch at the nearest one. Worried about his teammates' safety, Xing Yuan turned his head and quickly instructed, "Wen Jing, Li Tu, you two go ahead. Fighting in the water is my specialty." Li Tu furrowed his brows upon hearing this but simply replied, "Don't worry." Wen Jing, standing beside him, reminded them before leaving, "Be careful, both of you." With that, they immediately turned and ran at full speed. At that moment, a beast suddenly raised its weapon, preparing to strike from behind. "Let me show you how tough I am." While engaged in combat, Tian Chang turned to see the situation next to him and immediately shouted loudly, "Shui Wei, be careful." Before anyone could react, Shui Wei raised her glowing hand toward the creature. Her pupils flashed green as her cold voice rang out, freezing the scene. Both the beasts and Tian Chang stared in shock. What was happening? The monster that had been there moments ago was now transformed into a stone statue, standing motionless in the water. A long trail of ice stretched for several yards, chilling the entire maze. The water monsters stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. This is in the sea. Amidst the frozen space, Xingyu leisurely stepped forward. The beasts immediately shuffled, dodging and pushing each other aside. "Boss, you go in front." He frantically waved his hand to decline. "No, you go in front." Xingyu raised his hand high, smirking as he asked, "Are you still going to fight?" The sea monsters immediately crouched down, begging for mercy. "We won't fight anymore, we admit defeat." They kept knocking their heads in apology. "Boss, madam, hello, please spare us." Tian Chang looked at her and suggested, "Forget it, Shui Wei, let's just chase after Li Tu and the others."
Hearing that, she nodded in agreement.
Not far away, two figures were hiding in the coral bushes, secretly observing. Fortunately, they hadn't made a move.
Gu Shuiwei had some skill, and the other person snorted, showing disdain.
It's just in country. Seeing the previous situation, Okuda couldn't help but lightly pat the head of one of his subordinates with a sneer.
These beastmen are really pathetic, scared like that. Suddenly, two massive figures appeared, causing him to scream out in pain.
Ah! The sea monsters were furious, their muscles bulging as they stepped forward, growling. Say that again.
The two immediately trembled like dried leaves, quickly replying in unison, sorry. At that moment, a shrimp was grabbed by the neck and continuously struggled.
Help! Help! Xingyu put his hands on his hips, looking around with an expression of boredom. Isn't this a bit too easy? The monsters were sweating profusely and whispering to each other, aren't these people supposed to be passing trials? Why does it feel like they're here to find us instead?
The crab next to them turned pale, clutching its pincers and backing away, muttering as if about to cry, it's so scary.
Even after 5 defeats, they still didn't join in. It glanced sideways, swallowing nervously.
Over there, on the stone platform, a person was sitting amidst a pile of corpses, saying nothing.
Our brothers charged in, and she hadn't even done anything before they all fell. Tongxing smiled and nodded, not bad. They've taken out 8 beast spirits so quickly.
At that moment, Xingyu looked over and was also shocked, her face contorting. Tongxing glanced at the others and whispered, hey, your friend over there has fallen asleep.
Aren't you guys going to move him?
Hearing that, the group jumped in surprise, turning around and fleeing.
No need, I just remembered I've got something else to do, another shouted as they ran.
Right, my wife is giving birth, the one next to them immediately chimed in.
My wife is giving birth too.
Watching the chaotic scene, she could only feel exasperated. I told you, this competition is so boring. Suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Xingyu stood still, stunned, looking down at her feet.
At the same time, Shifeng also felt the tremor. The ground shook. Tiange frowned slightly, muttering in confusion, an earthquake at the bottom of the sea. Something similar happened at Wang Yan's place too. Lang Bing, can you feel it?
He nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, he made a decisive conclusion, a very powerful magical beast. On the other side, Tongxing had also noticed, slightly leaning to one side and whispering, a magical beast is charging this way, its strength may be close to a natural disaster level.
Aren't you going to run? Xingyu froze, repeating in astonishment, natural disaster level?
Seeing her reaction, Tongxing smirked, a half-smile tugging at her lips. What, are you scared? Without responding to the provocation, Xingyu slowly spoke, this time, you stay out of it. She turned with a determined look in her eyes.
Let me handle it.
At that very moment, a gigantic foot, covered in green scales, slammed down, crushing a large area of coral reef beneath it. As the massive creature emerged, she stood there, stunned and speechless, unable to comprehend what she was seeing.
The sea monster, an octopus, narrowed its eyes, its face scrunching in annoyance as it growled, "Who is it?" It scanned the area, its expression growing more irritated. "You're disturbing my rest." Its twisting tentacles struck lightly, making a sound as they whipped through the air. "You little sea monster," it sneered, its eyes glowing a fiery red as it growled each word, "you're disturbing my rest?"
Xingyu stood frozen, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The beast stood behind the catastrophe level, and seeing that she didn't respond, it concluded, then you're definitely dead. Tongxing sat to the side, secretly cheering, go for it. Lung Xingyu said nothing more, as the aquatic octopus monster swung its tentacle straight at the person in front of it. The moment the tentacle descended, Xingyu quickly dodged to the side. She swiftly took out a purple capsule and thought to herself, behind the catastrophe level? That means it's not a catastrophe level. Without hesitation, she threw the capsule onto the ground. From the earth, a massive stone statue emerged, gripping a heavy greatsword tightly.
The sea monster looked at this scene and muttered, "I didn't expect a kid like you to be a summoner," then immediately shot its tentacles toward the statue. "Then I'll crush you first." Xingyu showed no sign of worry, her cold gaze unwavering as she decisively commanded, "Kill." Upon receiving the command, the statue immediately swung its sword, landing a strike directly on the sea monster's body. It frowned as it watched its tentacles fall to the ground, blood dripping onto the stone floor. However, its expression remained unfazed, and it even started laughing smugly. "I didn't expect my tentacles to grow infinitely." Seeing its confidence, Xingyu frowned, "Then let's see." As she shouted, she commanded the statue to charge forward. "Is it my sword that strikes faster, or is it your recovery that's quicker?" Each sword strike was as sharp as cutting through the wind, continuously slashing down at the monster's body. In the midst of that furious storm, the statue suddenly swung its sword, preparing to launch the next attack. This time, it changed direction, aiming straight for the three eyes of the sea monster. However, as soon as it saw the sword's movement, it swiftly dodged toward a nearby coral to avoid the blow, then quickly slithered and hid, disappearing among the shattered rocks and tangled sea currents. The statue stood motionless in the heart of the sea, its hand tightly gripping the sword's hilt, yet it was unclear where the target was hiding. From beneath the layer of sand and stone, long, winding tentacles suddenly crawled across the ground, inching forward. Silently, they crept closer, then suddenly appeared behind the statue. Xingyu still hadn't noticed anything, her gaze fixed ahead. At the perfect moment, the sea monster immediately tightened its grip on the statue, sneering in contempt. "You don't seriously think I'm that weak, do you?" As it squeezed, Xingyu still struggled to call out a familiar name. "Tong Xiao." Hearing her name, Tong Xing smiled faintly, her hand immediately bursting with spiritual energy. However, she firmly refused. "Don't interfere." She tried to stay calm, asserting decisively, "I can handle this." The sea monster tightened its grip on Xingyu's body, growling threateningly, still writhing in an attempt to break free. She gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling from the pressure that had no escape. Then, she struggled to maintain her balance, tilted her head, and bit a strand of her own hair, channeling her supernatural power into it. A powerful shockwave erupted from the strand, tearing apart the tentacles that had been binding her. The little wave water monster widened its eyes in disbelief as a creature covered in golden fur suddenly appeared, a giant rooster that let out a roar before charging forward at an insane speed. It streaked past the statue, clamped its beak onto a tentacle, and shredded it mercilessly. However, before it could relish the moment, its eyes widened in panic. Having moved too quickly, it couldn't dodge and crashed directly into the coral formation right ahead. As a result, the giant rooster collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The sea monster watched the scene unfold in confusion. "I told you my tentacles can regenerate infinitely, what do you think you're accomplishing?" Without bothering to respond, Xingyu merely curled her lips in a faint smile. "Haven't you realized yet? There's no escape for you." At that moment, behind it, the towering coral formation blocked off every possible exit, causing the creature to question her words. "So what?" She calmly pointed directly at it, as the stone statue raised its sword, glowing with immense power. "It's time for me to strike back." As soon as she finished speaking, sharp slashes flew toward the monster. The sea creature's tentacles were severed one by one. It was torn from its body like a dry, broken branch. At that very moment, the giant chicken regained consciousness, charging forward to launch a devastating attack with a terrifying headbutt. The violent impact hurled the sea monster far away, leaving a blurred trail of light stretching across the water. Looking at the flattened corpse of the monster stuck to the rock wall, the giant chicken lifted its head towards the sky. Not stopping there, it repeatedly pecked at the creature's body with its sharp beak, showing no mercy. Within seconds, the sea monster lay motionless in the water, its body covered in countless wounds. The chicken waddled back to Xingyu's side, panting heavily. Observing the situation, everyone around her seemed pleased, it was clear who had won. From a distance, Tong Xing slowly approached, nodding in approval. "Xingyu is not bad." Hearing those words, she puffed up with pride. Of course, she felt pleased,
but just then, an unexpected sight froze her in place.
The motionless body of the sea monster twitched slightly, then began to tremble faintly.
From within, a tentacle coiled like a rope suddenly shot out, aiming directly at the chicken standing behind, speeding towards it with terrifying force.
The sea monster wasn't completely dead. It shrieked from the depths of the earth in a fit of rage.
"Destroy my body," scream in hatred, it cursed, directing its tentacle at the one who had annihilated it.
"Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me."
The chicken standing behind, seeing this, fluffed up all its feathers, its legs curled up, and its face turned pale with panic. A streak of blood splattered in the middle of the river, staining the surrounding water red. Feeling the warm liquid pour over it, the chicken slowly opened its eyes and froze upon seeing someone holding it tightly.
"Be careful."
It was shocked to realize that its master had stepped in to take the blow for it. Xingyu's lips moved slightly, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. "Don't even think about touching it." As the last word fell, the tentacle of the sea monster withdrew.
"My teammate."
The chicken clung tightly to Xingyu, tears brimming in its eyes as a faint cry escaped. On the opposite side, the sea monster groaned and stood up, growling in affirmation. It was over. Then, it swung its tentacle toward the chicken, which was puffing up its feathers, ready to sacrifice itself to protect its master. At that moment, Tong Xing rushed in from the side and grabbed it, irritated.
"When you lose, you should admit it. I can't stand sneak attacks."
Without waiting for the opponent's response, she coldly muttered, "Violent blue." As soon as the keyword left her lips, the sea monster's massive body exploded in the middle of the ocean. Pieces of flesh floated aimlessly, like remnants of a silent massacre.
Outside the commentary zone, Guanlu excitedly called out Yonezawa's name, praising her.
"This is indeed the strongest final blow of the magical beast set in the maze beneath the sea." The entire arena erupted in cheers, with exclamations of awe echoing everywhere. "Tong Xiao is so strong, even the people beside her are just as excited."
"Right? It's so cool."
However, in another area, when Wan was still patiently comforting,
"Don't cry anymore, your sister is fine."
But Xing Tong didn't care to listen, only crying out between her long tears, feeling it was unfair. Between sobs and frustration, she presented a series of arguments.
"My sister was so badly injured just to defeat that octopus.
And everyone's saying that Tong Xiao is the one who defeated it." Upon hearing this, Ningfan also spoke up to defend.
"Your sister has grown a lot in this competition.
She will only get stronger in the future, and Tong Xiao also trusts her. Before she lost her ability to fight, she didn't make a move." He then crossed his arms and smiled. "Xingyu has a goal to strive for, this is a good thing." Watching the match, Wen Ruan couldn't hide her concern.
"But will Long Xingyu's injury affect the next round?"
He only gave her a brief glance before replying.
"Absolutely not. Don't worry."
Then, he added firmly, "Tong Xiao will help her heal." Upon hearing this, she quickly reminded him. "But Tong Xiao is from your village, and according to the rules, they are supposed to be opponents." His words showed no concern. Although they were rivals, as the screen before them now proved what Ningfan had just asserted, they were also friends. He stretched out his hand, yawning lazily and sluggishly walked away. "I should go check on that Suwa Feng guy," he muttered to himself. He stood up abruptly and left the row of seats in the stands, mumbling as he walked,
"I wonder how he's doing in the medical room."
When Ruan, seeing him leave, called out, "I'll go with you." Noticing Ningfan didn't object, she eagerly followed. However, after walking a few steps, his gaze suddenly froze. In the distant row of seats, a woman with a prominent witch's hat was sitting alone. He stared at the unfamiliar face, and a thought involuntarily crossed his mind.
That outfit.
After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin and speculated. She must be the mother of that little girl with the black horse. As soon as he opened the door to enter the medical room, Ningfan could already hear the plaintive cries from inside.
"Let me go, I'm ready to compete now."
Despite being bandaged all over, Suafeng stubbornly insisted.
See, I'm fine now.
This left the medical staff in a difficult position. Sorry, we still need to evaluate your injuries, sir. But before they could finish speaking, the wound on his arm burst open, spraying blood everywhere. By the time they turned around, Suafeng had already changed into a different set of clothes.
Ning teacher startled Ningfan. Suafeng, he inquired, how is it? Can you continue the competition now?
Suafeng gave a thumbs up, confirming, I just did an injury assessment, and you can continue. Ningfan felt relieved upon hearing that and reminded him, then continue the competition. There are many injured players, so remember to pay attention to the labyrinth at the bottom of the sea, don't think about flying across the coastline.
He obediently responded, got it. You didn't forget to assign additional tasks, right?
I'll take Hong Yilin along. As Suafeng sprinted onto the field, he replied, I'll go ahead then. As soon as he appeared on the track, Yonezawa immediately commented, a student from Xingsha has returned to the competition, it seems like he's recovered. But at this moment, Suafeng was solely focused on the area below. Then, he directly carried Hong Yilin and set off. It seemed that player Suafeng really cared about his classmate.
The television also zoomed in on Suafeng's heroic back. When Ruan, confused, looked at Ningfan and reminded him, didn't Hong Yilin give up on the competition because that player from Luoying wasn't participating? Even if you bring him over, he won't be interested in joining. But Ningfan, with utmost confidence, reassured her, he will meet someone who can awaken his intellect. On the other side, Li Chu was flying through the water on her broom. She flashed a smile and muttered, finally, I'm here. Right ahead of her was the exit of this race segment. Someone had sneakily attacked while Li Chu was still marveling at how grand everything was, but she quickly blocked a strike from Leng Bing's stone technique. Li Chu poked her head out from behind her shield and sarcastically asked, do all Moon Shadow members like to sneak attack? He shamelessly assumed I was an assassin, attacking out of instinct, which made her so angry she was practically steaming. But to be fair, how did you guys move so fast? I just came from the fast-flowing water area. Wang Yan grinned proudly and said, don't underestimate the speed of our assassins. Leng Bing immediately added, if we can move at the same speed on land, why waste energy going to the water zone to kill? But before he could finish, Li Chu was already preparing to leave. I'm out of here. Wang Yan mocked, the people from the Moyun Police Academy don't dare face us? Which only flustered her more. Hey, I'm a girl. Don't you two have any shame? Just as she finished speaking, Li Chu saw Lang Fan aiming a knife at her throat and heard him say, the enemy doesn't differentiate between men and women. In just a moment, her blood sprayed out, splattering everywhere. He still wanted to charge forward and attack. Li Chu, furious, grabbed her injured wrist. If you want to fight, then I will oblige. She raised her staff high and called out, ice incantation. Li Chu gritted her teeth and muttered, cold dome barbaric frost. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she tightly clenched her left wrist, whispering, ice incantation. As soon as she finished, a frozen flower-shaped mass of ice appeared and began absorbing energy. Wang Yin and Lang Bing tilted their bodies, dodging each wave of ice attacks. But Li Chu did not stop. Her gaze was filled with killing intent. Cold dome barbaric frost. Sharp chunks of ice continued to strike, increasing in number and speed, seemingly offering the opponent no chance to escape. Lang Bing leaped up, skillfully dodging. Wang Yan could only shout and avoid the attacks. Suddenly, Lang Bing's eyes gleamed red, and he muttered, I am an assassin. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, nimbly weaving through the ice projectiles. In just a moment, he had closed the distance between himself and his opponent. Li Chu furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth as she swung her magic broom. Two of you ganging up on one, and you're still men? A trail of ice appeared, widening the gap between them, and a sharp ice whip followed. Lang Bing smirked, his lips curling into a sneer. Wang Yan had not yet made a move. Li Chu tightened his grip on his weapon and coldly warned, Lung Bing, right? Then, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Tong Zhao.
Wang Yan hid at a distance, nervously reminding, Lung Bing, be careful of your footing.
Lung Bing flinched slightly.
Poof. By the time he bent down to look, he noticed a red ring that had appeared out of nowhere. Just as a scream rang out, the blazing flame pillar hit, and Lang Bing was immediately blasted away. He looked at his hand, still burning with flames, gritting his teeth in anger.
Too fast, I underestimated her.
But as soon as he raised his head, a cold ice arrow shot toward his eye.
Fortunately, Lung Bing managed to tilt his head just in time to dodge.
Li Chu, watching the scene, teasingly said, the seeds of moon shadow are nothing special after all. Then another barrage of ice arrows was fired, but Lang Bing did not back down. He began sprinting forward at full speed.
Wang Yan hid behind a tree, watching the entire scene with a confused expression, fascinated by the illusionary weapons.
He silently assessed Li Chu, thinking that this might be the strongest person on the Mo Yun side. No wonder Li Chu had earned the title of the Magic Master. Lang Bing's eyes burned with fury, and he drew his weapon in warning.
If that's the case, I won't play around anymore.
The power of darkness. As soon as the command was uttered, a series of shadows attacked Li Chu, dark clones of her. Li Chu stood still, watching the shadows flit back and forth. She curled her lips into a knowing smile.
Dark magic, huh?
Then, the shadows were obliterated by some unseen force, gradually dissipating into the void.
Li Chu's pupils gleamed. I'll teach you this.
A rift appeared, swallowing all the shadows around her.
Dark Void Realm.
At that moment, both Lang Bing and Wang Yan were utterly astonished, shouting in unison.
Void Realm!
The shadows slowly vanished, as the rift acted like a powerful fan, sucking in all of the opponent's clones. Lang Bing gritted his teeth in frustration.
Why? He yelled, unwilling to accept it. Why? Why?
Li Chu was startled by his cry.
What do you mean? Ha! Suddenly, Lang Bing's eyes filled with tears, his tone one of deep emotion. Is this truly a talent? Beneath the towering spire, Lang Bing's voice echoed.
Master, he and his shadow gleefully ran forward.
Master!
A man with a furrowed brow turned in shock.
Lang Bing, smiling broadly, proudly displayed his achievement. Master, I've learned it.
He quickly assumed his stance. Then, he skillfully swapped positions with the shadow beside him. Master Lang Bing smiled gently and praised his disciple. Not bad, you're learning faster than I thought. Lang Bing rushed over and embraced him tightly, eagerly asking, Master, could you teach me the dark shadow technique you used last time?
Master gently stroked his head and softly reminded him, you mean the Void Realm?
All right, I'll teach you, but you must promise me that you'll stay focused and not get distracted while learning.
With that, Lang Bing began his training.
Magic was unlike martial arts, what it required was a sincere heart. He trained from spring to summer, then from summer to autumn, always in the same spot, as golden leaves fell around him. Finally, winter came, and Lang Bing continued practicing, the snow piling up thickly all around. But at this moment, he frowned and glared unhappily at a small hole on his hand. Master seemed to sense his unusual mood and spoke up to guide and reassure him, relax, focus all your willpower on the Void Realm, and imagine it as a part of your own body. As soon as he finished speaking, the tiny hole vanished. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, trembling with helplessness. Master, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the master placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly to reassure him, for dark magic, you're not focused enough. In the end, he left behind one sentence before turning away, you should focus on training your physical skills instead. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, helplessly bursting into tears. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. Why was it that those with magical talent could learn so easily? Ignoring Li Chu's confused expression, he mumbled repeatedly, Void Realm, slow down the opponent's speed, absorb the special effects of their magic, it's the magic of assassins. But Lang Bing, crying in pain, thought people who don't have talent like me can never learn. He recalled that battle, when he lay helplessly on the ground. Lang Bing had collapsed, defeated in the final match of the first schoolyard hegemony competition. The commentators were shocked by the scene. In less than 5 seconds, how could player Tong Xiao achieve such a victory? Meanwhile, the person being mentioned yawned in frustration. As expected, it's dull. Congratulations to Tong Xiao for winning the second schoolyard hegemony championship. Suddenly, Lang Bing's attitude shifted. He clenched the short blade tightly, gritting his teeth as he hissed each word, "I hate it, I hate it." His pupils flickered, "I hate all of you." Wang Yan, standing at a distance, also sensed the murderous intent and, worried, shouted, "Lang Bing." Li Chu's eyes widened. Staring blankly at his opponent, Lang Bing seemed almost crazed, his whole body radiating murderous intent. He ground his teeth in fury, questioning, what was this based on? Suddenly, Lang Bing leapt into the air, disappearing in an instant. Like a shadow, he appeared above Li Chu, his posture completely uncontrolled, gripping his weapon tightly. Without warning, a voice shouted from behind, "Lang Bing, calm down." Wang Yan, worried, put aside his own fear and rushed forward to stop him. "If you use that move, you'll kill him." But in response, his friend's blade came crashing down. Wang Yan was sent flying back to where he started. He lowered his head, lying motionless among the debris, unaware of his condition. Lang Bing didn't stop, his blade aimed directly at Li Chu. She gasped, her mind racing with confusion over the situation. How did I provoke him like this? In an instant, Lang Bing swung his sword, delivering a sharp strike straight at her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, the stone wall blocking the attack. But regretfully, her opponent's strike was far more powerful than she had expected. What? As the stone wall shattered, the blade of Lang Bing halted just before Li Chu's face. No one can stop me. Immediately after, a deafening explosion shook the air. Wang Yan groggily regained consciousness. Worriedly looking in the direction of the noise, Lang Bing thought to himself, "Lang Bing, have you really helped someone?" As the smoke dissipated, the figure gradually became visible. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, his hand tightly held by someone, trembling slightly. Li Chu felt something was wrong. Despite being terrified, he squinted an eye to observe. Tong Xiao tightened his grip on the opponent's hand, his tone cold, "Have you had enough of the chaos?" Li Chu instinctively called out, "Tong Xiao." But the other person paid no attention and only growled, "I'll ask again." Tong Xiao frowned, emphasizing once more, "Have you had enough of the chaos?" Before he could even steady himself, Lang Bing was jolted backward. With just a slight shove, he crashed straight into the large wall behind him. Tong Xiao coldly looked at his opponent, who was in a pitiful state. Wang Yan, who did not participate, silently sighed, "So strong." Li Chu, with eyes shining brightly, admired openly, "So cool." Tong Xiao stepped forward to stand before Lang Bing, reminding him, "This is a competition, not a free-for-all where you can kill someone like you're slaying a beast. No need to worry about the consequences." She looked at her opponent, who was still disoriented, her tone laced with mockery. "If your own talent is lacking, don't blame others for having extraordinary gifts." Tong Xiao turned, casting a disdainful glance at him. "If your talent lies in swordsmanship, you should practice more, yet you're upset that someone else has better talent." He hesitated to kill her, so in the end, he just left behind a sentence and turned to walk away. "I've overestimated you." Lang Bing lay still, letting the other person mock him without responding. After pondering for a long while, he finally spoke up. "Wait." Seeing that the other person didn't bother to turn around, he slowly sat up, his face filled with determination. "Tong Xiao, this time, you won't win the championship." "I will win for sure." Tong Xiao remained silent, not turning her head, and after a while, she coldly replied, "What does that have to do with me?" Tong Xiao didn't stay long and quickly left. "Xingyu, let's go." Li Chu furrowed her brows and pouted as she looked at them. Lang Bing still didn't let up, his tone arrogant.
Who taught you illusory realm? Li Chu shot him a glance, wondering why this guy kept talking so rudely. He was annoyed and gave a command, clearly frustrated. Finally, Li Chu, feeling helpless, responded. My mother taught me. Does it matter? I've never been able to improve this skill.
After hearing the answer, Lung Bing simply said one word before walking away, leaving the other person looking confused.
Okay.
He then headed in the direction Tong Xiao had just left.
Wang Yan, let's go.
Wang Yan looked at his friend in doubt, but Lung Bing didn't pay him any mind. She sank into her own thoughts. Void Realm was the master's skill, she was not the one teaching it, so where exactly was the master? The more Li Chu thought about it, the more confused she became.
2. Why did she suddenly have to fight like this?
Suddenly, she realized something.
Wait, wasn't she the first one?
Then, in a fit of anger, she shouted.
It's already become the 5th round, wait for me.
Elsewhere, everyone in the stands was focused, observing, and discussing with those next to them. Ningfan and Wenruan stood at the entrance, their expressions slightly worried. Ningfan's gaze caught someone in the crowd. His eyes unintentionally followed a person dressed in a black cloak, looking like a sorcerer. However, the person was walking in the opposite direction, so he couldn't see their face. Thinking this, Ningfan glanced at Wenruan and instructed.
You go back first, I'll handle something.
The other person seemed to understand. The person, wearing a cloak and a large hat that covered their face, walked away. Ningfan furrowed his brows, hiding behind a wall, observing every movement of the person. This person definitely had something suspicious about them.
The person suddenly entered a room, an office.
A few people were already seated inside. One person with a bald head spoke first.
You're early.
The other person nodded. Liang Rong, a member of the Mutant Alliance, Shirshan immediately got to the point. I'm looking at them, Lang Bing of Moon Shadow and Xie Tiangu of Xing Sha. If these two join the alliance, they would be solid core members. The person with a cross-shaped mark on their forehead quickly spoke up. I'm looking at them too, Shifeng from Xing Sha and Tong Xiao from Luoying. Upon hearing this, Gu Ji immediately rejected the idea. As for Tong Xiao, don't even think about it.
Didn't we send someone to probe her?
She has absolutely no interest in joining the alliance. No, she has no interest in anything at all. Then, she made a slightly embarrassed face, scratched her ear, and suggested.
I'm looking at Long Xingyu. She's a good seed. Liang Rong, seemingly accustomed to these actions, calmly responded. Alright, I'll have someone try to build connections with them during the competition.
Of course, this conversation was overheard by Ningfan outside the door.
Well, the Mutant Alliance has even set its sights on others?
Not only are they poaching me, but they also want to poach my students.
Yonezawa and Guanlo, looking at the shimmering clear lake, smiled and commented. It's here, we've finally reached the final hurdle of our speed test. Immediately after, an announcement was heard.
Top-notch Tian, this is the challenging stage with an altitude of 15,000 meters. In the middle of the lake stood a large column, deeply embedded into the ground, which was also considered a gauge, with the sea depth marked at 3,000 meters. Below, the trainees had gathered in full.
The top 20 would qualify for the next round.
Xingyu looked at Tong Xiao, who was yawning repeatedly, a bit puzzled.
Was she not going?
Suddenly, Tong Xiao walked towards the column, not in a hurry. She then turned around, leaned against it, and casually replied, I'm sleepy, Xingyu, you go ahead. Xingyu felt a little helpless, while behind them, the other students began to move. The two Lang Bing climbed ahead, causing some surprise among the crowd below.
Long Xingyu wasn't following, and someone urgently said, I'm coming right now.
Long Xingyu frowned, and the weapon in her hand shifted.
Come out, she said.
Immediately, she flew up on her rock surfing weapon. Long Xingyu stood on it, moving at high speed.
Li Chu, beside her, also mounted his broomstick and soared into the air, wearing a sinister smile. His mother Zhao's mission had just presented an opportunity. Long Xingyu was his first target. At another entrance, two tiny shadows appeared. Xiao Xiaoluo and Xiao Yunyun had reached the final point of the maze at the bottom of the sea. Xiaoluo and Yunyun were deep in thought, while the commentators were excited. They were the ones with the best chances of claiming the number one spot in another forest. A group is in a battle-ready stance. Meanwhile, students Moon Shadow and Luo Ying are still competing against each other. This is a speed contest, and only the winner can continue. The camera then shifts to another forest path. Se Tiangu, frustrated, has taken a wrong turn again, and Shifeng, standing next to him, is equally helpless. I can't go any further. Guan Lu, however, is excitedly commenting. In the end, the last place team consists of Xingsha's classmates, along with two students from the Moyun Yonezawa Police Academy, who are also cheering. Everyone, keep it up. The audience in the stands grows increasingly anxious and spirited. Ningfan observes the crowd's reactions and asks, "What's the situation?" When Wan quickly responds, "Not great." She frowns in worry. For our team, except for Xingyu, everyone else has fallen behind. When Wan hurriedly updates the newcomers, especially Sua Feng and Hong Yilin, who just joined. At this point, they are still at the entrance at the bottom of the sea. Upon hearing this, Ningfan rests her chin on her hand in thought. The Psychic Alliance has been using this tactic to strengthen their abilities, but if Li Chu had invited Long Xingyu, Xia Tiangu would certainly have rejected it. However, even when Wan noticed the distraction, Ningfan suspiciously inquires, "What's going on? What are you thinking about?" He hurriedly denied, "It's nothing." But once again, he furrowed his brow, silently calculating. The worst-case scenario was that the alliance of supernatural beings would be exposed this time. If that happened, all the students could end up being investigated. He focused on the screen, thinking that when the time came, he might need to ask Wan for help. Otherwise, if Gu Shuiwei were to be fully investigated, it would be troublesome. After finishing his basic calculations, Ningfan became wary of one person. As for the old man, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the highest room. Huang Taiji was sitting inside, observing with a serious expression. He absolutely could not let him have the chance to investigate the students. Ningfan rubbed his chin, grinding his teeth in frustration. If not, everything would be ruined. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him, and a voice rang out above his head, "Mr. Ningfan, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Yingrong appeared, smiling as she greeted him. "Would you mind stepping outside to talk with me for a moment?" Under the blazing sun, the two walked out to the sports field. Li Yingrong spoke for quite a while, and when she finished, she shot him a meaningful glance. Whatever she had said, Ningfan's face was dark as night, and his hands were clenched in anger. Li Yingrong seemed to have anticipated his reaction, remaining remarkably calm. "No need to be angry, I mean no harm. I just want to ask Teacher Ningfan once again if you would like to join us." Ningfan frowned in anger, his hand rising as if he was about to strike. "Sorry, I don't want to join. You won't try to force me into a game of cards, will you?" But the opponent was no pushover either, immediately taking a defensive stance, preparing to counterattack. "What if I say yes?" Ningfan, of course, didn't refuse, smirking provocatively. "Then let's see." Li Yingrong acted instantly, firing 3 arrows accurately at her opponent. A master could tell, Ningfan reacted quickly, leaping high into the air to dodge. His eyes flashed brightly, and he swiftly counterattacked. Fool! The 3 arrows immediately reversed direction and attacked Li Yingrong. The officer from the Alliance of Superpowered Beings, Li Yingrong, was nothing special. Her skills allowed her to copy her opponent's abilities during the initiation phase and release them in return. She controlled her fingertip, and a small hole appeared, soon followed by a large rift opening in the air. Void Realm. It was similar to the rift Li Chu had created earlier,
forcefully sucking everything within its reach. Liang Rong lowered her gaze, her tone calm.
Teacher Ningfan's strength is truly different from what outsiders say.
Ningfan stopped in front of her, sneering.
Have you finished your investigation? She naturally refused to admit it.
No, I just wanted to get closer to the teacher.
But her following words carried a tone of reminder. Why don't you join us?
After all, we have the same enemy, and Shui Wei is also your student.
You can't just exclude our alliance, can you?
Ningfan glanced at her.
Having a common enemy doesn't mean being friends.
He waved his hand, leaving only one sentence before turning to leave.
Not excluding doesn't mean wanting to join.
Liang Rong quickly stopped him. Wait, if we invite your student to join, would you oppose it? Ningfan looked at her and confidently replied, that's their business, but I'm sure you won't achieve your original goal. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to remind her, by the way, let me remind you, once the people you're recruiting under Huang Taiji's eyes are exposed, both sides will have trouble. Then, he changed his attitude, curling his lips into a sly smile.
Especially Shui Wei. If Huang finds out Shui Wei's identity, you might know what he'll do, right?
At this moment, Liang Rong also changed her tone, politely bowing and thanking for the reminder.
The alliance is always welcoming to Master Ningfan.
The conversation ended there, and Ningfan left first. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Huang Taiji was leaning on his hand, deep in thought.
He was sitting quietly observing when a maid entered. She respectfully placed a cup of tea in front of him. Your Majesty, please have some tea. The maid also asked with concern, are you tired, Your Majesty? Would you like to rest in your chambers? Huang Taiji took a sip of tea and declined. No need, I am not tired.
Suddenly, his pupils turned red, but his tone was vague. I just saw some interesting things. A group of students standing under the pillar, staring blankly at the massive, towering structure in front of them.
When Jing gasped in admiration, how tall?
Suddenly, Rong Shuiwei whispered and nudged Tianchang. She looked towards the person who was sleeping, her tone filled with doubt. Tong Xiao is over there, but Tianchang isn't sure.
Maybe it's her.
Why is she here? Li Chang suddenly interrupted from behind, his face full of sarcasm. From what I see, her strength is fake, she basically can't climb up. Rong Shuiwei frowned, her strength is very strong, Xingyu saw it with her own eyes. Zhang Tianchang was startled and looked at his friend, then said in return, Fatty, why are you here?
You can still swim in the sea now, but how are you going to continue once we're on land?
Hearing this, Li Chang suddenly collapsed and yelled out, Haze, I don't even know.
He suddenly fell silent, his face blank.
After a moment, Li Chang jumped up, holding his buttocks in pain. It turned out he had been stung by a pufferfish.
Oh my god, it hurts so much. Dazed and dizzy, he clutched his bleeding backside. I'm done for. I think it's starting to get a little blurry. Tianchang was also dumbfounded, thinking maybe he had been poisoned.
Li Chang's cheekbones were gaunt. If the skinny guy were here, it'd be great, then I could make it to the shore. Staggering, suddenly Shifeng appeared from a distance, walking shakily with a wooden cane.
Long time no see. Tianchang and Shui Wei exclaimed in shock, Shifeng, you guys haven't been eliminated, how come you're like this? Where are Xingyu and Xia Tiange?
Just then, a weak voice came from behind, I'm here.
Xia Tiange has no strength, he needs help. Help! Tianchang anxiously supported his friend. Who on earth is it? Xia Tiange trembled and pointed at him.
He pointed directly at Shifeng's face, then yelled with all the strength he had left, the blind one, we've been running all over this maze.
Shifeng, being scolded, couldn't hold back and retorted, it's clearly you. We were ahead, and you said you'd lead the way.
In the end, both of them collapsed from exhaustion. The three of them, Tianchang, could only gape in confusion at the scene.
Diao Yushue leisurely descended the stairs.
Finally, the issue at the school had been settled.
Where is Ningfan sitting? She thought of Ningfan and couldn't help but smile.
He was probably sitting among a bunch of dull men, it must be boring.
Soon, she spotted the person she was looking for in the crowd. Oh, there he is. On the other side, Ningfan handed a bottle of water to Wenruan. I just bought this on the way out. She happily told the story. Ha, Ningfan, you didn't see it. Your two students were hilarious. But before she could sit down, she was ordered by Long Xingtong, open it for me. Ningfan helplessly complied. Truly, she was like a little old lady. From a distance, Diao Yushui also witnessed the whole thing. Her body trembled, and her mind began to think of other scenarios. Ningfan lovingly handed the bottle of water to Wenruan. Here, I just bought it. But she also gave him a flirtatious glance. He was so naughty, but I liked it. The scene that followed was Xingtong, pitifully, handing him the bottle of water, coquettishly. Could you help me open this, brother? Ningfan, the gentleman, responded, Of course, my dear sister. Diao Yushui's thoughts exploded with fury, her eyes lit up, and she was filled with burning anger. Returning to the match, a group of people was still gathered under the pillar. Tian Chang anxiously asked, Is everyone okay? Shifeng smiled and replied, I'm fine. Li Chang touched his wound but confidently asserted, It's just a little pain in my butt. Xia Tiango raised his chin, as if the person who had been trembling earlier wasn't him. Has anything ever happened to this young master? Tian Chang, helpless, reminded them, the most difficult part of this level is still ahead. They looked up at the tall pillar, began calculating, and thought about how they might swim at the seabed. Everyone needed to figure out what to do next. Li Chang pushed Shifeng's shoulder, laughing with hidden meaning, You're so thin, you can't control me. Shifeng immediately agreed, All right. Rong Shuiwei, concerned, asked Tian Chang, Aren't you tired from walking all this way? Or would you like me to use ice magic to help you? The other party casually declined, No need, the teacher taught me a similar course before. The four of them were chatting happily up ahead. When Jing was behind, feeling lonely, Haze, what should I do now? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Xia Tiango looked at her with a questioning gaze. A whirlwind formed in the middle of the pillar. Lang Xingyu reached the spot and then stopped, letting her device check the area first, but within moments, the device was swept up by the whirlwind, and cracks began to appear. The entire scene was broadcast live on the screen. Yonezawa excitedly commented, Looks like Lang Xingyu is having some trouble in the whirlwind zone. Guanlu also switched to the scene and commented, Even the top of Li Chu, Black Horse, is struggling here. Lang Xingyu frowned, her gaze sharp. She shouted loudly, then grabbed onto her robot. This time, let's go all the way through. Lang Xingtong, while watching, cheered enthusiastically, That's it, sister, go for it. Ningfan suddenly broke into a cold sweat, resigned, What kind of karma have I created? It turned out that on both sides of him, Wenruan and Diao Yushui were in the midst of a heated battle. So Wenruan is here too, Miss Dio is late, what a pity. A few rows behind, a man wearing a hat walked toward Li Yingrong. She glanced at him indifferently, What is it? The other party politely removed his glasses and introduced himself, You are Li Yingrong from the Mo Yun Police Academy, right? I am Meng Donghua. Huang Taiji invites you to have tea over there. Upon hearing this, Li Yingrong instinctively glanced up at the room above, then furrowed her brows in obvious displeasure. Is this how you people invite guests? Meng Donghua, noticing her hesitation, immediately spoke with a sharp tone, Yes, that's right. Stop asking so many questions. Whether you go over there or lie over there, choose for yourself. Finally, Li Yingrong stood up and walked ahead. Ningfan also sensed something and instinctively glanced behind Huang Taiji's people. It seemed that the mission of the alliance had truly been exposed. But before he could even finish his thoughts, a voice suddenly called out. Teacher Ningfan. Meng Donghua seemed to teleport, suddenly standing in front of him with a wide smile. Huang Taiji invites you to have tea over there. Meng Donghua's large body completely blocked Ningfan's view. Understanding the situation, Ningfan quickly stood up,
his tone polite. If it's Mr. Huang's invitation, then I cannot refuse. Meng Donghua smirked and gave a bright smile, as if admiring the other's smart move. He then turned and led the way. Let's go. But after just a few steps, Ningfan's wrist was suddenly grabbed. Diao Yushui anxiously tried to stop him. Ningfan, don't go. At the same time, Wen Ruan also stood up and handed him something. She too, with worry, cautioned, if anything happens, crush it. Ningfan glanced at them, smiling to reassure them, it's fine, Mr. Huang just wants to have tea with someone, no need to worry. He then subtly confirmed with Meng Donghua, who was walking ahead. Is that right? Yes, Meng Donghua replied. With that, Ningfan followed him. That old man Huang Taiji might have locked up a few officials of the alliance, but for him, it was probably just a few casual questions. He quietly calculated in his mind, seemingly unfazed by the current situation. The problem now was how he would deal with Li Chu, and how the alliance would react when they got the news. Meng Donghua pushed open the door and announced loudly, Sir, Su Zhu, Shan, and Li Yingrong, the 3 instructors from the police academy, have arrived. As for a person named Gu Ji, we couldn't find him, but we're sending people to search around the campus. Huang Taiji held his teacup, his eyes half closed, responding indifferently, it's fine, 1 or 2 people will do. Take them downstairs. Ningfan stood by the door, waiting, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at the pale face of the other person. It seemed that Su Zhu was a teacher from the spiritual system. Being altered like this, it must definitely be the result of confronting a powerful practitioner of the spiritual system. Meng Donghua leaned to the side and smiled, gesturing, Teacher Ningfan, Mr. Huang, please. As he walked in, he assessed, is this person really a spiritual system powerhouse? When Huang Taiji saw the person enter, he politely invited, Teacher Ning, please take a seat. Ningfan cautiously glanced at him, wondering what Mr. Huang wanted from him. Huang Taiji pushed the teacup toward him, please, have some tea. Ningfan crossed his legs and went straight to the point, I'm not thirsty, Mr. Huang, what's this about? If there's nothing important, I need to keep an eye on my students' performance. Huang Taiji quietly turned his head towards the TV behind him. The two of them observed for a moment. It was something they could watch. Finally, Huang Taiji spoke first, Ningfan, I want to ask you something. His eyes narrowed, and his probing attitude was evident. One could clearly see what kind of alliance the superpowered individuals formed. Ningfan widened his eyes, quite surprised by the strange question from the other person. After thinking for a long while, he responded, a bizarre organization, without purpose, a bunch of superhumans who think they are always right. Huang Taiji chuckled lightly, without purpose, you say? Their purpose is me. Then his attitude shifted again. In that case, let me rephrase my question. Ningfan stood there, bewildered, as the figure of his opponent slowly enveloped him. Huang Taiji's eyes gleamed, as though he had seen through everything. You're a member of the Ability User Alliance, aren't you? Before Ningfan could respond, the old man reminded him, if you are, I suggest you leave immediately. I swear, I will kill every last member of the Ability User Alliance. Their goal is to kill me, and as for me. With that, the teapot and teacup on the table shattered into pieces. They must be wiped out, the entire Ability User Alliance. Ningfan coldly responded, I don't care what you do to the Ability User Alliance. I'll answer your question first. He furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering, I'm not one of them. Huang Taiji appeared stunned, seemingly surprised by Ningfan's attitude. Ningfan didn't wait for a reaction, standing up in displeasure. Also, your tea isn't very good. He then turned and left the room. I'm leaving. It was only then that Huang Taiji reacted, coldly reminding him, Ningfan, before you do anything. Just before leaving the room, Ningfan caught the last words of his opponent, think about the consequences for your father. Ningfan walked down the corridor, heading back to the stands. The old man had captured several of the Alliance's officers, meaning he now held a pawn in the game against the Alliance. What will the Alliance do about this?
Will there be a direct conflict? He remembered the last words of that person. Are you threatening me with my father? One day, you will regret this. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped, looking puzzled. Ha! An owl was perched on the streetlight, staring at him with wide eyes. Ningfan was suspicious. What's this? An owl in broad daylight? Suddenly, the owl seemed to wake up and turn to face him. Wait a minute, this owl. I think it's a summoned beast. At that moment, a group of people was running around. Have you found it? They looked very anxious. Not yet, I don't have it either. Ningfan looked at them in confusion. Was Huang Taiji's group still searching for something? But he didn't pay much attention and continued walking ahead. Meanwhile, the owl flew above him, and suddenly, a hand reached out from the bushes and grabbed Ningfan. Who's there? Guji placed a finger to his lips in a gesture to be silent. Shu, he said. I'm Guji. You're Ningfan, right? Do you remember? Sister Lu brought you to eavesdrop on our meeting before. Ningfan brushed the leaves off himself, his curiosity piqued. You're the one who summoned the cat-type beasts. The two of you were hiding in the bushes, whispering. Aren't you the one who summons cat-type beasts? Why did you summon this? Guji's face showed confusion. Owl, isn't it a cat? Ningfan's lips twitched. You're right, an owl is also a cat. Without waiting for the other person to ask, Guji honestly explained, I saw you guys get captured by Huang Taiji through a cat, so I ran away. I've already told the alliance leader, they should be making a decision soon. Ningfan stroked his chin in suspicion. Why are you involving me in this? Hearing this, Guji immediately put on a cute expression. I want to ask for your help, to rescue Miss Li. Ningfan shrugged in confusion. On what basis do you think I can save them? Upon hearing this, Guji gave his reason, you can freely come and go from Huang Taiji's place, rescuing a few people should be possible. This made Ningfan sigh in exhaustion. People are indeed simple-minded, it's society that's complicated. Seeing that he didn't agree, Guji offered a suggestion, if you help me, I'll give you a huge benefit. Ningfan, curious, asked, sounds interesting. Seeing this, Guji took on a mysterious air. After the matter is settled, not only can you join the alliance, but you'll also be promoted to a rank equal to mine. But this offer didn't have much effect on Ningfan. After finishing his words, he immediately crawled out of the bushes, eager to leave as quickly as possible. Goodbye. Bye-bye, sayonara, see you later. Guji hurriedly stopped him, losing all his dignity as he shouted, tell me, what do you want? Ningfan smiled as if he had already achieved his goal. I want the strongest expert of your alliance to come and rescue my student. Yonezawa and Guanlo were still discussing, as the competition had now entered its most intense phase. On the screen, two students were speeding towards the finish line, with Lang Bing and Wang Yan in the lead. It seemed that these two would undoubtedly secure the top spot in this round. Below, one student was holding a baby shark with a dazed expression, while competitor Tong Xiao, after resting for a long time, finally started climbing. Tong Xiao's gaze seemed to hold a smile. She had finally started to ascend. It should be known that the top three in this speed round would have an advantage in the qualifiers. Outside the White House, a figure was approaching. Ningfan, wearing a hat and alert, stepped into the bushes but emerged shortly after. At the same time, the two guards fell unconscious. Two other people came out from inside together. Hey, time to switch shifts, one said. When they reached the door, there was no one there. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. A white tiger jumped out from the dense foliage. The two men, terrified, flung the door open and ran with their heads down, shouting, "Damn it, help, don't chase me anymore." Hearing the noise, a bald man stepped out of the room. What's all this noise? At the same time, the two men arrived, stammering in fear. The bald man quickly retaliated, freezing the white tiger that was about to charge. He smirked proudly. So, what do you think? Still the big brother, huh? But before he could enjoy his moment, the block of ice began to crack. It's out. Finally, a shrill scream pierced the air. The tiger broke free from the ice. Everyone focused on the person shouting, unable to control themselves. Everyone, help! Taking advantage of the moment, Ningfan jumped down from the ceiling. He landed lightly next to Liang Rong, catching her by surprise. Teacher Ningfan reminded her, snapping his fingers, "Shoo, quiet down." The ropes binding Liang Rong and the others loosened. Good thing for Master Guji's summoning skill, or the rescue would not have been so smooth, right? Just as Ningfan finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. Smooth, you say? Unnoticed, Meng Dongguo had already stood there. Indeed, it was smooth, but Ning teacher, didn't you think? A loose guard like this, were you just waiting for reinforcements to arrive? Ningfan shook his head in denial. Of course I've thought about it. Moreover, the old man Huang Taiji, in order to maintain his image as the savior, would definitely not strike in front of a crowd. So, the person sent to stop me must be someone like you, one of his subordinates. After saying that, he suddenly shouted, Guji! Guji, from a distance, leapt like a cat, breaking through the glass to reach them. Ningfan glanced at him and organized his words. Guji, take them away. I'll handle this person. I'll be on the 5th floor this time. Meng Dongguo, irritated by this move, wordlessly lunged at him first. How reckless! Ningfan quickly countered the hermit, but the charm stuck on his opponent showed no reaction. What? He widened his eyes in confusion. The hermit's charm had no effect. Meng Dongguo raised his weapon and charged at Ningfan, who quickly dodged. Liang Rong stood there, mouth agape in shock. Ning teacher. Ningfan frowned and ordered, you all hurry and go with Guji. I'll handle this. Meng Dongguo's eyes were filled with killing intent. Let him. Then, a massive bolt of lightning appeared, truly reckless. The lightning struck directly at the group of people trying to escape. Liang Rong sensed it, her eyes widening in disbelief, unable to do anything. A huge explosion rang out, as if it were going to tear the entire building apart. A large shadow appeared through the mist. Ningfan suspiciously squinted one eye. The hermit technique was ineffective against him. Immediately after, a startling notification popped up. Name, Meng Dongguo, Thunder-type magical abilities, focus on physical techniques, target shows no signs of life. Ningfan furrowed his brow. No signs of life. Meng Dongguo narrowed his eyes and smiled, have you figured it out? The opponent steadily moved closer, while Ningfan still had 4 unconscious people behind him. Without hesitation, he took out a talisman, the hermit technique. Meng Dongguo pretended to be surprised. Oh, you've teleported? You're quite clever, Ningfan. Ningfan, not to be outdone, smirked sarcastically. How could I ever compare to you? He slowly called out Huang Taiji's name. The other party remained silent, showing no emotion, only staring at him. After a long pause, Meng Dongguo finally smiled, but it was not a happy smile. I warned you, don't imitate your father. Ningfan squinted, openly disrespecting him as he exposed his true nature. You still know the soul-stealing technique? Killing people with power, then controlling their bodies. Truly disgusting. He indignantly shouted, if the world knew that your great Huang Taiji used such an evil soul-stealing technique, who would ever believe in your ways? Ningfan continued to use a skill card, the Fool. Meng Dongguo quickly blocked the attack from the god of death, not with evil magic, but with the wickedness of the human heart. Ningfan responded while parrying the blow, makes sense. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning flashed before Meng Dongguo's eyes, followed by another massive explosion. But unfortunately, the opponent seemed unharmed, sneering, I just praised you for being smart, and now you're using lightning to attack me. Ningfan scowled, not enough? Then let's try 100,000 volts. With that, a barrage of attacks came crashing down. The Huang Taiji skill granted him the ability to use all magic types, lasting for 3 minutes. He squinted and muttered, "It's still just lightning, only varying in strength Huang Taiji." Finally, Ningfan pointed directly at his opponent and shouted, "I officially declare war on you." The figure of Huang Taiji began to materialize behind Meng Donghua. Ningfan gritted his teeth and unleashed another lightning strike, bombarding Meng Donghua once again. This time, the opponent didn't dodge, his body convulsed violently, and even his eyes and mouth began to spurt lightning. Ningfan frowned and reminded him, "Just because you think you're immune doesn't mean you actually are." The scorched body of Meng Donghua collapsed at Ningfan's feet, and he coldly turned his head and walked away. Suddenly, Meng Donghua's fingers twitched. Ningfan, suspicious, turned back to look, not knowing when Meng Donghua had risen, but he was now making strange sounds. Huang Taiji's eyes glowed red. "Ningfan, do you really think you've won against me? What you have won is just a dead man," he coldly warned. "Ningfan, I'll say it again, I hope you are a smart person." Ningfan cautiously responded, "I know what I should do." Seeing his fearless attitude, Huang Taiji, enraged, raised the scepter in his hand high, "Then prepare to regret your actions." The orb atop the scepter immediately glowed brightly, emitting a massive beam of light straight at Ningfan. Soon after, his entire body seemed to dissolve into sand and vanish, but the light did not stop, it continued to surge out, shining through the cracks in the house. Elsewhere, Huang Taiji sat calmly in a chair. Holding a teacup in his hand, he suddenly furrowed his brow and, in anger, crushed the teacup. A crowd had gathered, chattering loudly. What exactly is going on? They watched the black smoke billowing from the broken window. It's so noisy, please move aside. Inside Meng Donghua's body, the country lay flat on the ground. Ningfan slowly sat up, this time having fully accepted the challenge from the old man. Blocking one of his moves was already a bit too much. He pursed his lips and thought for a moment. With all the noise outside, someone would probably come in soon. How should he explain this? Suddenly, a shadow appeared with a loud scream. Ningfan glanced at what was coming toward him. The person fell headfirst to the ground. After a while, Wen Wuan slowly got up. "Ningfan," she said with a smile, "you can rest assured." "Sure enough, you're here." Diao Yushui furrowed her brow and reminded him, "Hurry and take Ningfan out of here. The school's people are already on their way, and getting caught up in this would be hard to explain." Ningfan seemed a bit surprised. The girl's footsteps were hurried, and Lin Xiaoxiao, in a rush, pushed the door open while reporting, "Alliance leader, Ningfan has rescued the person. All the officers are on their way here." The person standing with his back turned spoke with irritation, "Not joining us, but still want us to owe you? Ningfan, huh?" Gu Fengding furrowed his brow. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Gu Fengding, the alliance leader of the Ability User Alliance, looked stern. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, "Alliance leader, why did Huang Taiji suddenly start attacking the alliance?" Gu Fengding turned around, "I anticipated this from the very beginning." He glanced off into the distance, knowing that the desire to dominate the world within that old man had grown stronger with each passing day. Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows in confusion, "Then why does the alliance leader value Ningfan so much? He invited him to join several times, even made the position of Wei his disciple." Suddenly, she blushed awkwardly, her expression turning even more flirtatious. Gu Fengding chuckled loudly, "Ha, he won't make things difficult for you." He lowered his head, his expression turning serious. "As for why I value Ningfan, perhaps it's because I believe he is the one who can save this world." With that, Gu Fengding took out a horse-shaped headpiece, slowly speaking, "It's time to strike back." Elsewhere, Guan Lu and Yonezawa were very excited. The champion of the speed race had already been decided, it was Lang Bing from the Moon Shadow Academy, and the second place was Wang Yan. The two of them stood at the top, with 18 others following in the rankings. Guan Lu looked at the chart being displayed, discussing it further, noting that some injured players had returned to the arena and had to be careful. Yonezawa also added, the pressure of competition was still very high.
She smiled with narrowed eyes and announced, "Please have players Lang Bing and Wang Yan rest and prepare for tomorrow's qualifiers." The sunlight was intense, and the commentator's voice was powerful.
Other competitors, do your best. The higher your ranking in the speed race, the better your advantage in the qualifiers.
In a small room, the results of the final level-up competition had been decided.
Ningfan sat on the bed, feeling relieved. As long as the kids didn't encounter any unexpected issues during the competition, everything would be fine.
The medical room suddenly became serious. There was still one important matter at hand, and before I could finish speaking, Wenwan interrupted me.
"We understand," Jiao Yuxue squinted her eyes, assuring me. "We'll stand by you." Wenwan also scowled, agreeing.
I knew that old man was no good from the start.
Thinking about that, Jiao Yuxue grew a little worried. "What should we do next?" Ningfan furrowed his brow.
"Before the competition ends, Huang Taiji probably won't make a move.
I need to take this time to meet your father." Jiao Yuxue suddenly blushed, stammering. Why do you need to see my father? Is it that urgent?"
Ningfan's eyes glinted.
"I want to ask your father about a wife."
Both Jiao Yuxue and Wenwan screamed in fear and simultaneously hit him.
"What did you say?"
Ningfan immediately slumped, looking terrified as he tried to explain.
"Just kidding. I need to meet your father to ask for a little help."
They all spoke in unison, "I will go with you." Ningfan thought for a moment and then made a decision, "Yuxue, come with me.
The main thing is to find her father." He didn't forget to make arrangements, and then turned to Wenwan, "Can you look after my students?"
The Mutant Alliance has agreed that after the competition ends, they will find the strongest special trainers for them. Thinking about the upcoming events, he felt a bit regretful. As for me, I might not be able to be their teacher anymore. A tall, towering pillar, with someone's foot stepping hard, moving with lightning speed but steady.
After a while, the person stopped. Tian Chang gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down.
Since leaving the surface of the water, he hadn't been able to stop, and his stamina was running low. He looked up at the red patches above.
What was that?
It took a moment before he could clearly make out what it was, but Tian Chang wasn't too surprised.
He quickly recognized it as those three. Tian Chang continued moving forward. Damn it, he was almost there. He was extremely anxious, he simply couldn't stop now. Suddenly, memories came rushing back. "Lu teacher, can martial arts allow flight?"
Lu Guangyuan wasn't too surprised. "Oh, then tell me what your perspective on martial arts is." Tian Chang quickly responded, "The martial arts mostly rely on close combat, which is much more agile and faster than other systems. I have greater explosive power, this is martial arts." Lu Guangyuan clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his head.
"You're right, but that's not what I want to hear. You should answer obediently and let me guide you."
The other person calmly began teaching. Martial arts is divided into Qi Dao and Li Dao, and these two are actually quite similar. As he spoke, Lu Guangyuan demonstrated the motions. Qi Dao relies mainly on the use of one's own weapons. A weapon is the life of a Qi Dao practitioner, only by protecting it well can it protect you. Lu Guangyuan's gaze turned cold. Li Dao, which I follow, is about using the body's organs flexibly, much like the keys of a piano.
By utilizing different combinations, you can achieve different effects. Tian Chang, listening intently, was left confused. But how does this relate to flying?
The other person patiently explained, "You silly child, the key point of martial arts is purity." He smiled gently, "By using a pure heart to control every part of your body, there is nothing you cannot do."
Back in the present, Tian Chang gathered momentum and leapt forward, using energy as a springboard. He effortlessly soared over the minefield. Tian Chang was delighted. "We've done it."
He's flying step by step now, and his speed has greatly increased. In the stands, Yang Hua twitched his lips in surprise.
"Lang Yunbu, when did this kid learn that?" He couldn't believe it and glanced at the person next to him. Hey, old Lu, you don't know many people in this martial arts world, but surely you didn't teach him that, did you? Lu Guanyuan immediately denied it. No, he comprehended it on his own. But inside, he was secretly laughing. This kid had a lot of potential. Ningfan really did manage to teach a decent group of students. Others began to murmur. Really, I just took a quick look. It's Xingxia's teacher, old Senior Meng, I see now. Lu Guanyuan pressed his lips together anxiously. It seemed Ningfan had already made his move. Where would these kids go from here? Li Chu stood in front of a room for a long time, the resting room. He walked in and faced two people who were waiting, their expressions unreadable. Wang Yan pretended to be surprised. He cast a mocking glance. Finally, someone has passed the trial. Li Chu frowned, remembering his mother's words. Long Bing isn't a common seed. If there's a chance, we should definitely invite him into the alliance. Lang Bing remained silent, his thoughts unclear. Li Chu pouted, silently assessing, his personality was just like his name, my mom really gave me a tough puzzle. Suddenly, Lang Bing spoke first, I have something to say. Li Chu instinctively replied, I also have something to say. Wang Yan looked at them, making eye contact, and said unhappily, what's going on with you two? I'll leave then. With that, she stumbled towards the door. I'm just going to grab a bite. Li Chu couldn't hold back and suggested, with your cold attitude, I should probably speak first. Have you heard of the Mutant Alliance? Upon hearing this, Lang Bing confirmed she knew Chu Mo. Li Chu was slightly startled. Before the other could respond, Chu Mo quickly made his request. I hope you can take me to meet Chu Mo. Li Chu was taken aback and shouted, how could I possibly know Chu Mo? What's your relationship with him? But the other person simply replied calmly, he's my master. Then, he sincerely revealed, although he only taught me for less than 2 years, he disappeared after that. Lang Bing reminisced about the past, I haven't seen him since then. But that time was one of the most victorious moments of my life. That day, someone came looking for my master, and that was the last time I saw him. He thought about Gu Fengding, remembering how the man never told him his true name, and Lang Bing's voice was firm as he spoke. That time, from the guest's mouth, I heard the name of the master and also learned about the existence of the Supernatural Beings Alliance. Li Chu smirked cunningly, I see. I can take you to meet him. The condition is that you must join the Supernatural Beings Alliance. Without thinking, Lang Bing agreed immediately. I can join, but what is your relationship with him? Li Chu lowered her head, expressionless, and answered, he is my father, and he may never wake up again. Upon hearing this, Lang Bing finally showed an expression of shock. In a dark basement, only a red light hung above, a room with peeling walls emitting a chilling air. Gu Fengding muttered, old buddy? His gaze was determined. Soon, it would be the survival moment of the alliance. I hope you can witness Huang Taiji's death in front of me. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao entered from outside. Alliance leader, everyone else has arrived, only Lu Guangjiao is left. Just hearing that, Gu Fengding immediately understood they probably refused to come. I'll go invite him myself. Lin Xiaoxiao sweat dropped, sir, with so many powerful officials, do you really have to take the risk of teaching those students? What about that? She worriedly reminded him. It should be noted that outside, all ears were Huang Taiji's spies. But Gu Fengding coldly walked past, saying, I will be responsible for their safety. He left, only leaving behind one sentence, anyway, Ningfan took a risk to help me. Gu Fengding, I must fulfill my promise. Yonezawa enthusiastically commented, now, more and more people are passing the trials, and the players are entering the final sprint. There aren't many remaining promotion slots. In front of a room with the nameplate Jinsha Academy, a resting room, Lang Xingyu pushed open the door and entered. She was quite surprised to see that the person sitting in the room was Wen Ruan. Why are you here? She asked.
When Ron helplessly replied, Ningfan had to leave, so I'm here to take care of you, first young master.
How do you feel about that?
Long Xingyu wearily slumped into a chair.
Don't mention it. Controlling the airship with the stone was too exhausting. In the end, I only came in 6th.
Half an hour later, Xia Tiangu and Shifeng together carried the unconscious Li Chang outside.
He was dizzy, foaming at the mouth. When Jing asked in doubt, "What happened to Fatty?"
Shifeng hesitated. It's a long story, but then he honestly explained, after leaving the water, I used my spiritual power to control a seagull to move forward. Li Chang, holding onto a water column with tears streaming down, pleaded, Skinny, help me.
Shifeng hesitated slightly. Fine, but I can get easily distracted.
So, I managed to control the fat guy, and it went pretty smoothly at first, but then my mental energy wasn't enough, and I started losing control.
Li Chang went crazy, stealing my food? Let's see if I won't bite you to death.
He bit a hole in the pillar but was still laughing happily.
Did you listen this time?
Then, while cursing, he slammed his head into the pillar. If you don't listen, I'll bite you to death. Finally, the current state, foam was dripping from his mouth, and his head had a lump.
Tian Chang worriedly suggested, we should get him back quickly.
In the break room of Jinsha Academy, Li Chang was lying on a chair, showing no signs of waking up.
Everyone was very anxious. Shifeng broke the silence. Looks like Suafeng won't have a chance to level up now.
Suddenly, Suafeng appeared behind them.
I heard someone is complimenting me for being handsome.
He didn't pay attention to the others and walked in through the window, still holding a shark in his arms. Suafeng put the shark down and introduced, Hong Yilin and I are 18th and 19th, we've leveled up.
Shifeng was stunned. She's still asleep until now? Suafeng wasn't sure, maybe she won't wake up.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Yilin, dressed in a shark costume, scratched her head and woke up.
Is it over?
The two people looked at each other, confused. It was then that when Wan spoke up, Ningfan isn't here, I'm in charge of everyone. The competition is over now, and tomorrow we will proceed with the qualifiers. She smiled and reminded everyone, so, make sure to take advantage of your time to rest.
Everyone cheered happily. Finally, a break. Let's all rest, I'm exhausted.
In the room, only when Wan remained, tapping away at her phone, her attention fixed on the shark icon.
Hong Yilin looked around in confusion. Is it over already? Who am I? Where is this? Who brought me here?
It was early morning, and the steam rose from a freshly poured cup of hot tea.
Diao Guiyu leisurely raised the cup to savor the aroma.
He suddenly spoke up, if you've come, then leave.
Don't hide anymore.
The other person praised, the principal has sharp hearing. Ningfan, sitting in a tree, sneered for a moment before replying, Ningfan indeed has something to discuss.
Diao Guiyu did not turn his head to inquire but continued to pour his tea, listening intently. Where is my daughter?
He poured the tea, still listening. She went to rest.
She was supposed to meet you tomorrow.
Ningfan sat down in front of him, but there's something I want to discuss with you privately.
Diao Guiyu handed him the tea. Go ahead.
Ningfan frowned and got straight to the point. I've declared war on Huang Taiji, so I hope you can tell me.
Diao Guiyu's expression was deep and silent, saying nothing.
Ningfan seemed to understand and continued, additionally, I want to resign from the academy.
I don't want to drag the school or the kids into this.
Upon hearing this, Diao Guiyu immediately objected, I don't agree with your resignation.
Ningfan was slightly surprised. Why?
As long as I stay in the school, the entire institution will be a thorn in Huang Taiji's side. Diao Guiyu slammed the table in anger. So, what you're saying is that you want my daughter to end up like you, hiding away, living like a rat in dark corners?
Ningfan stammered, what?
He walked towards the balcony.
I know my daughter's personality. If you leave the school, she will definitely follow you.
Ningfan anxiously stood up, Uncle, don't worry.
I will definitely leave gladly, starting tonight. I won't cause any trouble for the academy or for you Shui. Diao Guiyu interrupted, there's no need to say more. You go hide first. I'll remove your name from the faculty list and announce your resignation. He walked over and patted his shoulder. After Huang Taiji's people finish investigating the academy, you can go back out. In the meantime, you should think about how to take revenge. I'll secretly provide resources for you. Ningfan lowered his head and remained silent. Diao Guiyu sat back in his seat, holding his teacup as he continued the conversation. Besides, about your father, he hesitated for a moment before changing the topic. Well, I want you to let it go, but you still can't seem to forget. That's fine. If you truly manage to let it go, it will still be very hard for me to entrust my daughter to you. His gaze grew distant, and he continued, your father conducted research with Huang Taiji back then. There were 3 assistants in total, one of whom was the leader of the Meta-Human Alliance, now known as Gufengding. As for Wang Yu and Xia Qinghe, their whereabouts have been unknown since that incident. The more he spoke, the more somber Ningfan became. They were the ones who understood the inner details of the situation. Finding them might be the only way to fully understand the entire story. In the end, Diao Guiyu turned and left first, leaving only one sentence behind, whether you go to the Meta-Human Alliance first or seek revenge first, that's up to you. Ningfan respectfully lowered his head, engraving it deeply in his mind, grateful for the guidance. Diao Guiyu said with a hint of sadness, Old Ning, your son is becoming more and more like you. High above in the sky, a spaceship was flying. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, after a restful night, we have finally reached the long-awaited qualifiers, Yonezawa eagerly announced. We are now bringing the contestants to the competition site. It is the entrance to the 20-player qualifier, where 6 will be chosen. Naturally, we will broadcast the entire event live next, so Guanlu can introduce the competition rules to everyone. Guanlu continued, the qualifier uses a point accumulation system, divided into 3 types of colored gemstones. The turquoise and purple gemstones are worth 10 and 20 points, respectively. However, in order to earn points, the gemstones must be placed into the scoring machine. Only then will the players gain points. Gemstones that are not placed into the machine will not be counted. As she spoke, she raised her hand. Each player will have a scoring watch. The screen on the watch displays many small circles. The watch can detect the location of gemstones within a 300-meter radius, and it also shows the leaderboard of the players' points. After half the competition time has passed, the positions of 3 yellow gemstones, each worth 200 points, will appear on the players' watches. At this point, Yonezawa interrupted, the rules have been explained, and we've arrived at the competition site. She lowered her voice and shouted loudly, I declare that the qualifier officially begins. The door at the bottom of the plane slowly opened, and the students were already prepared. Everyone quickly deployed their parachutes and jumped out. Li Chang joyfully embraced the wind, soaring upwards, while Shifeng, from a distance, nervously waved his arms. Hey, how do you play this thing? Tian Chang, as usual, walked alongside Shui Wei, looking ahead and sighing, this mountain is bigger than I thought. Shui Wei, worried, glanced at her friend, but is it really okay for us to split up like this? If we gather together, it will be too slow, and we might not level up as a group. It's best to go in pairs. Shui Wei checked her watch and reported, there's no response from the energy crystals around here, it's fine. Tian Chang hurriedly grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. In my opinion, at least we should find the first energy point. A squirrel raised its head from under the tree and looked up. Li Chang, tangled in the tree, screamed in fear. Wait, there's going to be a murder soon. Shifeng crawled along the tree branch, trembling as he tried to rescue his friend. He was really something, he could always climb trees. Unfortunately, with the weight of both of them, the branch quickly snapped. The 2 friends fell and hit the ground face first. Li Chang had a bloody nose. I just came to compete, why are you treating me like this? Shifeng yelled angrily, because you wanted to deepen your parachuting skills, looks like you've forgotten the lesson from last time. Before he could finish, a crystal suddenly flew from somewhere and struck Li Chang right on the head. He shouted in anger, why are you hitting me? Zifeng, looking confused, explained, I hit you because of you. You're slowing down the search for the energy crystals. Finally, the two of them charged at each other and started fighting. If it's not you, then who else could it be? How should I know? Wait a second. Suddenly, the shimmering light caught their attention. It was a crystal, and our detection speed was too fast. Li Chang raised the crystal high, but before he could rejoice, his friend stopped him. Wait, clearly there's another one nearby. The two of them fell silent and scanned the surroundings. It didn't take long before they spotted a squirrel holding another crystal. They quickly chased after it. Stop right there. Li Chang's shrill shout echoed through the forest. Stop. Two people up high were also attracted, realizing someone had gotten there before them. Wang Yan said unhappily, what now? Lang Bing tightened his grip on his weapon and ordered, didn't I spot it first? Isn't it mine? The tail of a large waterfall appeared in the forest. The squirrel earlier was beaten terribly. Li Chang smiled proudly, hey, Skinny, we must be the fastest. Shifeng was also happy. Even though they had to walk several kilometers, it was worth it. This time, they had earned 30 points. Afterward, they took the acorn out of their bag and placed it on the ground. Here, kid, I'll trade this with you. The squirrel happily accepted the trade and ran off. Li Chang and his friend smiled and watched, unaware that something was flying toward them. Shifeng was startled, shouting loudly as he grabbed the bag. At the same time, the tip of the dagger plunged straight into the tree that the squirrel was climbing. Wang Yan took the bag down inside, only 2 pieces, but that's fine. Even though a mosquito is small, it's still meat. Li Chang, enraged, rushed forward, ignoring his companion's warning. Hey, we found them. Give them back, fatty. Wang Yan tightened his grip on the bag and mocked, so, you want to take them back from me? Shifeng ran over and hugged his friend tightly. Fatty, come here. They're the champions of the promotion round, haven't you forgotten? We don't stand a chance in a 2-on-2, they're too strong, just bear with it. Li Chang struggled wildly, saying, wait until we all regroup and then we'll plan. Who knows, maybe we'll have a chance to defeat them. Seeing this, the two of them, Lang Bing, waved their hands and left. You guys take your time, we'll head off first. Shifeng politely responded, casually. After walking a short distance, Wang Yan smiled in satisfaction, right, no need to make a move. Lang Bing coldly commented, the Jincha Academy really is cowardly. Elsewhere, Lung Xingyu was flying while inquiring, Suafeng, how many pieces did you find? Suafeng looked at her and replied, 3 blue, 2 green, 1 red. Hearing this, Lung Xingyu became displeased. I only found 1 blue gem. Let's search a bit more and then go to the point registration machine. Suafeng rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. We could split up and search a bit longer, but I suggest we don't just go straight to the point registration machine when we see one. He furrowed his brows and added, we must return to Hong Yilin's position. Lung Xingyu was puzzled. Why? Suafeng suddenly remembered something. I saw a point registration machine earlier, but there were people lying in wait. They might be trying to find an opportunity to ambush and steal the crystal. Lung Xingyu gave a thumbs up. Got it. Let's search for another half hour and then regroup. With that, the two of them turned and went in different directions to carry out their tasks. Below, a girl was leaning against the point registration machine, muttering, I'm so sleepy. Hong Yilin sensed something and opened one eye, then swiftly struck out with a sharp blow. The entire cluster of trees in front of her was severed. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past, and Hong Yilin continued to swing her sword, causing another group of trees to crumble. She glanced around but saw no one. At that moment, a sudden argument broke out in the forest. Get out of the way, this is my spot. Hearing the voice, Hong Yilin turned her head to look behind. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow appeared, startling her.
Hong Yilin looked up at the enormous boulder above and then leaped into the air with all her strength. Immediately, the huge rock cracked into hundreds of thousands of fissures, emitting a red glow. Hong Yilin, sword in hand, stared at it as it shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. She landed lightly. Suddenly, behind her, Fu Rong let out a cold laugh and approached her. With swift motion, she struck Hong Yilin's head with a powerful punch. Just as Fu Rong squeezed with force, Hong Yilin's figure vanished, turning into a wisp of pink smoke.
Ah, Fu Rong exclaimed in surprise, eyes wide, what?
Right after, Hong Yilin, sword in hand, swept across Fu Rong's head. She swung downward, holding the sword in a reverse grip, aiming at Fu Rong. Hong Yilin slashed fiercely at her opponent's head. Fu Rong was immediately sent flying backward, crashing into nearby ancient trees, which were sliced through by the sword's energy. She hit the ground hard. Hong Yilin stood calmly on a tree stump, sword in hand, and gazed steadily in Fu Rong's direction, saying, "In this life, the thing I hate the most is people who attack from the shadows." Hearing this, Fu Rong frowned, a malicious smile curling on her lips as she remarked, "Lan Lan's little sister, if you're too weak, then it's no fun at all." Hong Yilin, hearing the words, tilted her head back in silence. From another part of the forest, a triumphant laugh echoed. Xie Tiangu held a green stone in his hand, proudly showing it off. To his surprise, within less than an hour of starting, they had already collected 70 points. He turned to look at the girl with glasses next to him, asking curiously, "How's the leaderboard now? Are we in the lead?" She glanced at the leaderboard and replied, "There are only 3 people with points on the leaderboard right now. The highest is Xiao Xiaolu with 60 points. Xie Tiange raised his fist, declaring proudly, "Doesn't that mean your big shot here is in first place now? Never mind, I'll let you have the top spot." Just as he was speaking, something fell from the sky and hit him in the face, making a sound. "Am I being chivalrous?" A bird perched on a tree branch above was looking down at Xie Tiangu. The girl with glasses saw him immediately run off to wash his face and smiled brightly. The young man with blue hair, hiding behind some bushes, thought to himself, "Why haven't these 2 idiots left yet? I've already given them all the spirit stones." He furrowed his brow, angrily thinking, "I didn't expect I'd be the one barely making it into the qualifiers. Okuda has been eliminated, and now I need to make sure I don't waste this opportunity." The scene at that time played out in the young man's mind. Here's how it went: he took the spirit stones and was looking for a point entry machine. He held the stone, singing with joy. But suddenly, he saw someone approaching him, holding 3 spirit stones. Fearing that they might steal, he ran away, accidentally stepping on a snake. After a moment, the young man emerged, looked ahead at the empty space, and told the other 2 to leave, but they had taken his crystal. However, he lowered his head to look at the yellow crystal beside the snake and exclaimed, "I've discovered something amazing." The young man grinned, raised the crystal, and shouted, "This crystal has not officially appeared yet, it's worth 200 points. Hong Yilin quickly ran ahead, her pace fast. The petals relentlessly chased after her neck, while the vines followed closely behind. Flowers bloomed on them, and they rapidly extended, pursuing Hong Yilin. Fu Rong lay on the tree trunk, propping her chin and laughing as she said, "Run, let's see how long you can keep this up." Hong Yilin's steps gradually slowed, and the vines began to catch up with her. She spun around, jumping up and shifting behind. With all her strength, Hong Yilin raised her sword, and immediately her sword energy slashed through, severing all the vines. Fu Rong sat up, holding one end of a vine in her hand, and laughed, saying, "A human will eventually get tired, but my plants won't." Right after, a giant mouth with sharp fangs appeared from behind. Hong Yilin drew her sword and turned around to look, shouting, "White sword!" A golden sword she appeared and slashed fiercely toward the mouth that was shouting. Fu Rong's expression immediately darkened, and she laughed loudly, "Impressive, much more powerful than little Lan Lan, who only knows how to rush in and strike. Too bad this is a forest, and all the energy here is abundant. This is my home ground." Then, she immediately shouted, "Let the plants become my eyes." Immediately, pairs of bright red eyes appeared. On the other side, Hong Yilin quickly turned her head and ran off.
As she ran, she thought to herself, these vines will regenerate infinitely, I can't let them tangle me for too long, I need to take advantage of my close combat skills. Hong Yilin looked around, muttering to herself, searching for an opportunity to land a decisive blow. Suddenly, a tree near her appeared with eyes staring directly at Hong Yilin, letting out an arrogant laugh. Fu Rong, on the other side, frowned and shouted, "Under my watch, where do you think you're running to? Wherever you attack from, I can see it." Suddenly, she was startled to realize that Hong Yilin had dropped down from above. Fu Rong looked up, and upon seeing this, she panicked and screamed, "What? Wasn't she moving forward? How did she suddenly appear above me?" She immediately screamed, and thorny vines, like ropes, quickly shot toward Hong Yilin. As soon as the vines wrapped around, her figure instantly disappeared from sight. Fu Rong felt the pink mist vanish and exclaimed in surprise, "It was fake?" She turned around and saw Hong Yilin's figure appear behind her, thinking, "It's behind me." Fu Rong punched forcefully, and her figure also disappeared immediately. Her eyes widened in shock, thinking, "Still fake." Fu Rong was trapped in Hong Yilin's mirror image formation, watching her figure continuously materialize and shouting, "It's all fake." Her eyes turned red as she growled, "It's fake." From beneath the ground, dozens of vines swiftly shot up into the air. Fu Rong screamed in madness, "Don't even think about hitting us." She was sweating heavily, panting. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yilin appeared right in front of Fu Rong. She raised her sword and pointed it directly at her. Hong Yilin calmly smiled and asked, "So, what about now?" Fu Rong looked at the sword pressed against her neck, panicked, and shouted, "No, don't." Her face was covered in sweat as she tried to explain, "It was just a little touch, don't take it seriously." Hong Yilin recalled the moment when she first swung her sword toward Fu Rong and replied, "From the beginning, I considered it a mere brush, I didn't even draw my sword." She gave a slight smile and reminded, "But the way you acted just now didn't look like a mere brush at all." Fu Rong raised both hands, her whole body trembling as she replied, I was just careless." Then, she immediately knelt down and kowtowed, begging for forgiveness, "I was wrong, please spare me, I won't appear in front of you again." Seeing this, Hong Yilin sheathed her sword. She closed her eyes, exhaled deeply, and said, "Forget it." Hong Yilin turned and left, shouting, "Take care of yourself." Her gaze was calm as she heard Fu Rong let out a terrifying laugh. Fu Rong's face twisted in madness as she burst into loud, manic laughter. Hong Yilin looked at the small sprout growing on her shoulder, puzzled, and exclaimed, "What is this?" Fu Rong smiled brightly and reached toward the sprout, saying, "This time, it's you who will be begging me." Hong Yilin stared at the vine that was rapidly growing from the sprout and gasped, "What?" The vine quickly stretched out, wrapping tightly around her body. Fu Rong looked up at Hong Yilin, now bound and hanging in the air. She smiled triumphantly and said, "What were you thinking? My prey." Fu Rong approached, raised her hand to lift Hong Yilin's chin, and shouted, "Want to run?" Then, she raised the vine in her hand and yelled, "Do you think I'll let you escape?" After that, Fu Rong forcefully lashed at Hong Yilin. She looked at the deep wound on her body and burst into maniacal laughter. Fu Rong stared at Hong Yilin and asked with a smile, "Are you scared?" Her face was calm, probing. "You mentioned Lan Lan. You fought her, right? Did you win or lose?" Her expression darkened, and she shouted, "After all you've been through, you're still asking? Seems like you haven't been tortured enough." Upon hearing this, Hong Yilin carelessly provoked Fu Rong. "Looks like you lost. I thought you won. Looks like I'll have to beat her after all." Fu Rong furrowed her brows and shouted, "If I can't even defeat her, how do you expect to beat her?" Suddenly, Fu Rong stiffened, cold sweat covering her face. A red light radiated from Hong Yilin's body, and she calmly called out, "Mirror shield, clone technique." Fu Rong quickly retreated, saying, "Again? Do you think I'll let your clone save you?" Hong Yilin, hidden behind a leaf, softly said, "I've spared you once. This is your choice." Fu Rong looked terrified at the pink light emanating from her, screaming, "What is this? She immediately turned and mounted a giant leaf to flee, constantly muttering to herself, "Run, run fast, why do I feel such an overwhelming pressure?" Two beams of red light shot out from Hong Yi-lin's body, and her voice echoed, "Sorry, I'm not just capable of creating clones." Fu Rong looked in horror as the red light passed in front of her. Watching her fall, she could still change positions with her clone. Introducing the skills, support field, swapping, and changing positions between herself and her clone. The announcement sound came from the aircraft. 3 hours have passed since the competition began. Yonezawa raised his hand and declared, "The first player to be eliminated has been decided." Guan Lu, standing beside him, laughed and added, "Player Fu Rong completely initiated the challenge herself." She smiled and continued, "It's a pity her abilities are not on par with others." Then, Guan Lu looked down and said, "As for the remaining players, Lung Bing and Wang Yan have completely disregarded their families." The young man with purple hair was excited, shouting, "Lung brother, we make a great pair." Hearing this, Lung Bing turned his head and retorted, "With your little abilities, you think you can make it to the finals? You'd better go back to school early." Wang Yan looked at the three people who had been blinded and added, "It's already a blessing that Lung Bing hasn't hurt you." The young man with the black blindfold, sweating coldly, pleaded, "Then let us go, we'll help you collect the crystal stones." Lang Bing's eyes turned red as he approached and said, "Good, finally, some smart ones. There you go, you're free." The three were untied and immediately kowtowed, shouting, "Thank you, Lung brother. We're leaving now." Wu Yi looked at the backs of the three people leaving and asked, "Why is it that even the classmates from our school aren't spared?" Lang Bing calmly replied, "Because the two of us have to make it to the finals." He then turned and walked away, shouting, "Let's go, my score has created a gap already, next I'll give you all of mine." Wu Yi, who was standing beside him, responded with a smile, "Got it." Inside the school, Diao Guiyu looked at Huang Taiji across from him and exclaimed, "Huang Taiji, why have you come?" He looked at the old man, smiling, and said, "My apologies, I should have welcomed you from afar." Then, Diao Guiyu turned and instructed the person beside him, "Go make tea for Mr. Huang." She immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Huang Taiji sat down in a chair and said, "I came specifically to visit you, it's been a long time since we last met." Hearing that, the old man quickly declined, "Not at all, not at all. I know you've been busy, I didn't expect you to come this time." The old man chuckled and continued, "Jinsha Academy is too excellent this time, so I came to visit you, to discuss teaching experiences. After all, I'm very interested in these young talents." With a serious expression, Huang Taiji asked, "But the leader of their team, Ningfan, suddenly left. Has he returned to school?" Diao Guiyu responded, "Teacher Ningfan, he submitted his resignation 3 months ago. This time, the team leader is Miss Wenruan." A dark aura emanated from Huang Taiji. "Diao teacher, isn't Ningfan supposed to appear at the competition?" Diao Guiyu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly as he responded, "The teacher teaching them is Ningfan, so it's perfectly normal for him to go there and cheer them on." Huang Taiji raised his cup of tea, his expression cold as he threatened, "Principal Diao, having a discerning eye for right and wrong is very important. Don't choose the wrong side." He stood up, raised the teapot, and replied with a smile, "You're absolutely right, Mr. Huang. You care for the people." The old man closed his eyes, listening to Diao Guiyu's voice, "If you need anything, I will help with all my strength." Huang Taiji opened his eyes, coldly probing. He really didn't know Ningfan's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat and said, "Don't worry, I'll send someone to look for him right away. As soon as we find him, we'll inform you." The old man stood up and turned to leave, saying, "I hope so." Huang Taiji stood by the window, looking outside, and laughed aloud, "But recently, there has been a reactionary alliance. I wonder if Principal Diao is aware of this." Diao Guiyu acted surprised and asked, "Is that so?" "I haven't heard about it." Upon hearing this, the old man quickly left, shouting, "All right, I hope Principal Diao remembers what was said today." Huang Taiji turned his head, giving a faint smile as he replied, "I will also do my best to investigate these two matters." I hope they're not related to you. Diao Guiyu closed his eyes and smiled reassuringly. Please rest assured, I will definitely do my utmost to help you find Ningfan. He looked ahead and gave an order, Xiao Shui, see Mr. Huang off, to which she immediately responded. Yes. Diao Guiyu's face turned grim, and he thought to himself that what was inevitable had finally arrived. At the waterfall, Zheng Tianchang stood still, gazing at the waterfall before him. He pressed his hand against the recorder's screen. Zheng Tianchang's face was serious as he looked ahead, then placed the purple stone into the receiving slot. He brought his face closer for the facial recognition system to scan. Gu Shuiwei, standing behind him, immediately raised her hand to report, "It's been entered. We are in 5th and 6th place." The screen on the watch displayed the following message: Lung Bing 140 points, Li Chu 70 points, Wen Jing 70 points, Xiao Xiaola 60 points, Zheng Tianchang 30 points, Gu Shuiwei 30 points. He looked in that direction and responded, "I see." Zheng Tianchang glanced at the screen in his hand and exclaimed, "I feel something is off. Why is the gap so wide? Lang Bing has directly surpassed 2nd place by double." Hearing this, Gu Shuiwei widened her eyes and asked, "Did they collect faster, or was it luck?" His voice answered, "I don't know." Zheng Tianchang's face wrinkled as he said, "I hope it's not what I think, or else suggesting that we split up our team would have already harmed everyone." Elsewhere, Suafeng flew ahead and shouted, "There's a point entry machine up ahead." Lang Xingyu, who was beside him, agreed and replied, "All right, Hong Yilin is probably still waiting for us." She hesitated and asked, "But should we divide these spirit stones evenly, or should we give them to one person first? Though we don't know if an arrow is coming towards us." He immediately reached out and pulled Lang Xingyu toward him, shouting, "Be careful." The arrow flew past them, quickly exploding. A loud blast covered the two of them. The two figures watched as 2 plumes of smoke fell and exclaimed, "Looks like we caught a big fish this time." Wang Yan, leading the way, said, "I'll handle it this time." Lang Bing, who was beside him, called out, "All right, hurry up." He smiled in response, "No problem." Suafeng, covered in dust, stood up and said, "I didn't expect someone would be preparing to steal the spirit stones." Lang Xingyu behind him frowned in mockery, "And it's even the 2 top players of the promotion round." She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You go quickly find Hong Yilin, we can't afford to get robbed." Suafeng hesitated and asked, "What about you?" Lang Xingyu urged loudly, "Don't worry, just go quickly." Hearing this, he quickly left. Wang Yin flew up and chased after Suafeng, shouting loudly, "Trying to run?" He looked at the enormous hand reaching towards him, astonished, and yelled, "What's going on?" The gigantic monster raised its hand and tightly grasped Wang Yin. Lang Xingyu raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Dream on if you think you can escape." A surge of energy shot out from the monster's hand. The energy flew directly towards the distant marking stone. Wang Yin turned his head to look behind, silently thinking, "Fortunately, I moved the marking stone." Lung Bing, sitting on a nearby branch, said, "Wang Yan's skills are truly monstrous, but thinking you can escape in front of me is underestimating me." Suddenly, a red flash of light appeared, brushing against his neck, making him start and shout, "What is that?" Too fast. Hong Yilin, holding her sword, thrust it fiercely forward. She stood still, watching as Long Bing collapsed to the ground. His eyes gleamed with a red light, and his body exuded powerful energy as he laughed loudly, "Come on, let's have a good fight." Wang Yan closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "Forget it, I'll give you another chance. Hand over the spirit stone, and I'll let you go." Lang Xingyu, hearing this, coldly declared, "Defeat me first, then talk." She then raised her hand to control the monster before her, shouting loudly, "Ancient God Shield," as it charged and threw him forcefully. The sound of Lang Xingyu's voice echoed. 10 death slash. Wang Yan, upon seeing this, smiled lightly and replied, "You're too naive, little girl." His voice changed in tone, and immediately beneath the wave of sword energy appeared a large stone. Lang Xingyu, noticing this, called out in confusion, "What's happening? Where is he?" Wang Yan appeared behind her, leaping up and striking a strong blow to Lang Xingyu's leg while shouting, "What are you standing there for? The Colossus God soldier, seeing her fly out, immediately extended its hand to catch her. It lifted Long Xingyu high, cautiously eyeing Wang Yan. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand, silently analyzing, is this spatial displacement? In the blink of an eye, he had moved behind her. Wang Yan tilted his head and looked up, smiling as he said, seems like you've understood my skill. He continued calmly, then let me give you a closer look. A bird was flying high above, drawing closer to Long Xingyu. As it neared her, Wang Yan called out, change. He had appeared, swinging his sword toward Long Xingyu. She raised her hand to block, gritting her teeth and thinking to herself, even living things can be affected. The Colossus God soldier immediately raised its hand and threw a powerful punch toward Wang Yan. Wang Yan's voice changed again, and instantly a massive ancient tree appeared before the fist. Long Xingyu sat on the shoulder of the Colossus God soldier, staring intently downward. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, fortunately, the wound isn't deep. My weakest point is close combat. I've always had a summon creature to block the enemy from approaching me. Long Xingyu bit her lip in contemplation, but this opponent couldn't be underestimated, she couldn't give up so easily. 2 instances of his teleportation flashed in her mind, and she told herself, he must have a weakness. He definitely has one. Long Xingyu calmly thought it through. Just now, he had blinked twice to change positions, which meant he could potentially teleport repeatedly. Sitting still on the Colossus God soldier's shoulder, she made a decision. The remaining task was to probe into the issue of distance changes, and there was one crucial question to consider. Long Xingyu raised her hand and lifted 10 stones, murmuring, I need to verify this. She threw them forcefully and shouted, come forth, stone army. The small stones fell to the ground, shattering and emitting a purple light. Different stone golems immediately emerged from the ground. The quiet forest echoed with loud sounds. Elsewhere, Hong Yilin watched the flock of birds flying in disarray, thinking to herself, it seems like it's just as hard to wait on Xingyu's side. Lang Bing appeared behind her, shouting, hey, don't get distracted. He swung his weapon forcefully at Hong Yilin. In the next moment, she appeared beside Lang Bing, swiftly swinging her sword. He immediately raised his weapon to block. Lang Bing moved close to her, coldly laughing as he asked, is this the strongest fighting force of Xing Sha? Lang Bing raised both hands and continuously struck down with force. Hong Yilin raised her sword with one hand to block, letting out heavy breaths. He charged at her quickly, delivering a powerful downward strike. She held her sword and retreated, silently thinking that she had just finished dealing with that girl from the Luoying Academy. Hong Yilin looked exhausted, thinking how unlucky she was to have encountered this man. Lang Bing rushed at her, continuously swinging his knife toward her, shouting, let's see if this move works. Hong Yilin raised both hands to defend against the dozens of sword thrusts coming toward her. A light scratch appeared on her face, leaving a slight wound. Lang Bing raised his hand to cover his right eye and shouted, 100 ghosts. He dropped his hand and yelled. From behind him, a phantom exuding bloodlust immediately appeared. Elsewhere, Long Xingyu was struck hard in the face by Wang Yan's elbow. She was repeatedly hit in the stomach by his elbow. Next, Wang Yan slashed her with a knife. She clutched her bleeding stomach, standing on the shoulder of the Colossus God soldier, saying, I've already figured it out. Long Xingyu smiled faintly and continued, you can switch positions with anything you've ever touched, but the farthest distance is only about 300 meters. The cooldown time of your ability is very fast, only 2 seconds, but you cannot switch places with my summon creature. Wang Yan heard this, looked up at her, and thought to himself, she is neither defending nor reacting. Is she testing my skills? 2 stone figures appeared behind him, surrounding him. Wang Yan immediately raised his hand and shot 2 beams of blue light at Long Xingyu. The Colossus God soldier raised its hand to block, and 2 holes instantly appeared in the palms. She hugged her stomach and laughed, declaring, it's my turn. Wang Yan found himself surrounded by the stone figures. He gritted his teeth and made a decision to switch positions first, to ensure his own safety. Suddenly, the stone figures simultaneously attacked the surrounding trees. Wang Yan was startled and shouted, "What? What are you doing?"
Lung Xingyu chuckled and replied, "While you were continuously attacking, I controlled my stone army." She stood on the Colossus God soldier and destroyed or moved everything that had been teleported by him. Wang Yan hugged his chest and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, all the markers have disappeared from the area."
Lung Xingyu looked down from above and said, "There's nowhere left for you to go." He let out a cold laugh and replied, "Ha, I was careless." Wang Yan looked up at the giant shadow slowly approaching.
The Colossus God soldier raised his fist and punched down with great force. The sound he made echoed, chaotic. As his fist descended, dust and smoke immediately scattered everywhere. A hand rose up, blocking the Colossus God soldier's punch. Lung Bing stepped forward, calling out, "Wang Yan, you really disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan lowered his head slightly and quietly explained, "Bing brother, she was too sly." Lung Xingyu, seeing him flinch, shouted loudly. Lung Bing, holding back the Colossus God soldier's fist, sent dust flying in all directions. A hand rose up to block his punch again. Lung Bing stood in front of him and shouted, "Wang Yan, you really disappoint me."
Hearing this, Wang Yan lowered his head again, muttering, "Bing brother, she was too sly." Lung Xingyu, noticing his reaction, yelled, "Lung Bing."
The three surrounding stone figures immediately closed in on the two of them. Lung Bing raised his blade, emitting a dark aura, and shouted, "Let me handle this." He lightly swung the blade, cutting through the stone figures, and shouted, "Take care of this trash." The Colossus God soldier immediately raised his hand, reaching for Lung Bing. His eyes gleamed with red light as he asked, "Still want to resist?" Lung Bing leapt up and gently sliced off one of the Colossus God soldier's hands. He pointed his blade towards Lung Xingyu.
Lung Bing smiled slightly and asked, "So, can we hand over the spirit stones now?"
Suddenly, a golden light flew towards them. A voice questioned, "Did you ask us first?"
The man was struck by the light, startled and confused. He asked, "What?"
Zhang Tianchang, leading the group, shouted loudly, "Defeat us, and the spirit stones are yours." The young man in the hat raised his hand, pointing to himself and adding, "And us too."
Wang Yan, standing behind Lung Bing, asked worriedly, "Bing brother, what should we do now?" He turned around and shouted, "Go."
Immediately, Wang Yan and Lung Bing rushed towards the forest and ran off.
Gu Shuiwei, with a panicked look, supported Lung Xingyu and asked, "Is Xingyu okay?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I'm fine." "Where's Hong Yilin?" Zhang Tianchang pointed in one direction and shouted, "Over there, up high." "Hong Yilin is being lifted away by a helicopter." The group looked at her and murmured, "Hong Yilin has been taken by the medical team for treatment, which means she's out. We've lost a teammate." Xia Tiangu, seeing this, shouted angrily, "Damn it, why not chase after them?"
Zhang Tianchang explained, "Lung Bing has the highest score now. Arguing with them will only cause us to fall behind." He was filled with fighting spirit as he said, "We need to change our strategy.
Let's meet them in the finals." Elsewhere, Ningfan quietly asked, "So, when will Mr. Gu return?"
At the headquarters of the Alliance of Ability Users, Lin Xiaoxiao, sitting across from him, replied, "Sorry, the Alliance leader went to handle some important matters at the branch." She smiled and added, "It might be a few more days before I return."
Ningfan looked at the teacup in his hand and replied, "It's fine, I'll wait. This matter is very important to me."
Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted, "I am also waiting for you." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced toward the door and exclaimed, "Commander Lu."
Lu Guangjiao, the leader of the Ability User Alliance's branch, crossed her arms and leaned against the door, asking, "Teacher Ning, are you aware that your words have caused a lot of unnecessary trouble for others?"
Lin Xiaoxiao, drenched in cold sweat, leaned in close to Ningfan's ear and whispered, "She's our branch commander, Lu Guangjiao, and also the older sister of Lu Guangyuan." He immediately stood up, extending his hand towards her in greeting, "Hello, Commander Lu.
I wonder what trouble I've caused you."
He was secretly surprised, amazed that Lu Guangyuan had such a beautiful older sister. Lu Guangjiao quickly glanced past Ningfan and said, "Because Gu Fengding agreed to your request, I was forced to come teach your students."
She turned her head toward him, asking, "First young master, does this seem fair to you?" Ningfan smiled faintly and replied, "This is a matter for Master Gu. It's not for me to decide whom he arranges." Lu Guangjiao leaned in closer to him, smiling as she asked, "Would you dare to bet with me?" He raised an eyebrow slightly and called out, "Go." She raised her sword and pointed it at Ningfan. "I will willingly teach your student." In the martial arts training ground of the Alliance headquarters for the ability users, two figures stood facing each other. Ningfan stared blankly at Lu Guangjiao, who stood opposite him holding a sword. Her eyes sharpened, and she said, "I hope Ning teacher can give it your all, or you'll end up losing embarrassingly." He raised his head and met her gaze directly, replying, "Please, Commander Lu, teach me." In the blink of an eye, Lu Guangjiao appeared in front of Ningfan, thrusting her sword toward him. He immediately jumped up to dodge and demonstrated the heart-piercing sword-breaking technique. Lu Guangjiao's eyes flashed red as she raised her sword and thrust it toward him, shouting, "Trying to run?" Ningfan frowned upon seeing this. She swung her sword, releasing a wave of sword energy that enveloped him, demonstrating the moon-illuminating sword technique. Half of Ningfan's face turned into a skull, holding a weapon, and he laughed loudly, shouting, "It seems like the commander is quite serious." He lightly lowered the scythe to the ground, then raised it high and shouted, "Then I must be serious as well." He demonstrated the death-reaping technique. Lu Guangjiao was startled and said, "Your skill is really too wicked. Clean and brilliant are the basics of a skill." Ningfan, hearing this, felt embarrassed and asked, "Huh? Is that so? But I think it's really cool. Besides, isn't the essence of a skill supposed to be about defeating your opponent?" Immediately after, she swung two streams of sword energy toward him, saying, "Then I'll use my most spectacular move to defeat you, introducing the skill, the triple mystic moonlight sword-breaking technique." Ningfan immediately raised the scythe in his hand to block the two streams of sword energy. Then, Lu Guangjiao swiftly raised her sword and moved in close to him. With a powerful slash, she shouted and pulled her sword down. The tip of her blade stopped just inches from his left eye. Suddenly, everything in front of him turned black. Lu Guangjiao, holding her sword, stared at the empty space ahead and shouted, "Huh, what's going on?" Lu Guangjiao looked around the scene, puzzled, and asked, "Huh, what's happening?" She thought in shock, "Is this the illusory realm?" Lu Guangjiao looked around in confusion, questioning to herself, "Does Ningfan know mental magic?" Outside, Ningfan, holding a yellow card, stood behind her and murmured, "Exactly as I thought, introducing the skill, the Pope gains full system magical abilities, lasting for 3 minutes. He placed his hand on Lu Guangjiao's shoulder and, in a tone as arrogant as hers, said, "It's just a disguise for a weak heart. What she's seeing is the scene of being ridiculed as a child. A girl can't learn martial arts, she will never become a powerful expert." Next was the image of a mother embracing her younger brother, praising him. "Huan Yuan is progressing so fast, what gift do you want?" Lu Guangjiao's gaze fell on herself, holding a sword in her small hands, standing aside practicing. Eventually, she stood still, watching herself, then helplessly tossed the sword aside. Lu Guangjiao cried, hearing words that made her feel diminished, echoing in her ears. "You are a girl, you are weak, your younger brother has a higher future than you, just give up." She sat in pain, hugging her knees. Immediately, Ningfan placed his hand on Lu Guangjiao's head, using a lover's skill to calm her mind. He gently spoke, "Let go of yourself too." At that moment, Gu Fengding walked in from outside and said, "I heard Ningfan and Xiaolu are fighting." Seeing the scene inside, he was stunned and yelled, "What?" Ningfan immediately froze and nervously asked, "If I said I won, would you believe it?" Lu Guangjiao was then gently placed on the bed. The two stood outside, watching her sleep inside. Gu Fengding, seeing this, softly said, "Let her rest, let's go outside and talk." Ningfan calmly replied, Gu Fengding suspiciously asked, "You didn't look for me just to join the alliance, right?" Hearing that, he furrowed his brows and said directly, "What exactly is the prize for this competition?" Gu Fengding walked forward and continued, "I knew you'd be curious. Anyway, I value this as well." He suddenly stopped and replied,
it's a set of systems.
Ningfan, hearing this, exclaimed in confusion, a system?
Gu Fengding's voice sounded again, yes, as he walked toward the door and explained, logically speaking, the system that your father created back then had 3 sets, and they should no longer exist.
Hearing that, Ningfan quietly asked, so, could it be that he also made another set? Gu Fengding sat down on the sofa and answered, I don't know.
He furrowed his brows and continued, if that's really the case, it's not good news at all. Ningfan immediately sat beside him, stroked his chin, and muttered, if he really could make something like this, and mass-produce it.
Gu Fengding softly added, then the consequences would truly be unimaginable.
In his mind, he thought of Huang Taiji and said, countless people would be inclined to join him. He could open the door and make ordinary people into superhumans. Gu Fengding was filled with fury, imagining him creating a massive army of superhumans. Ningfan furrowed his brows and responded, I will investigate this thoroughly.
Uncle Gu, I want to know the whereabouts of my father's assistant from back then.
He calmly recounted, that's me, and 2 others, one I don't know, I searched for a long time but couldn't find him.
Gu Fengding lowered his head and spoke softly, I don't know the exact location of the other one either.
His voice rang out, but there was someone who surely knew. Gu Fengding thought of the girl and shouted, her daughter.
He continued calmly, Tong Xiao. From the plane, an announcement echoed.
Announcement, half the time has passed, the golden crystal has been displayed.
The young man with purple hair loudly confirmed, this is the location, why can't we find the third one?
The person ahead of him replied, this is the gold starstone, you've waited too long. Tong Xiao raised her hand to cover her mouth as she yawned, listening to their murmuring voices, where exactly is it? At the top of a tree, nestled in a bird's nest, was a golden stone. She gazed ahead, her face full of confusion. The 3 people below simultaneously looked up when they heard Tong Xiao's call. Hey, she raised her hand and held up the sparkling crystal.
Tong Xiao smiled faintly and asked, is this what you're looking for?
The young man with purple hair jumped back, shouting, Tong Xiao. The 3 of them trembled, clinging to each other, and loudly refused, we were just passing by.
Then they turned and ran off, leaving only the sound of their loud farewell.
Tong Xiao looked at the clock on her wrist and thought to herself, it seems like I've slept a little too long. She stood up and glanced down, contemplating, I must catch up with the scores quickly. Elsewhere, a group of people, led by Zhang Tianchang, gathered and began discussing.
He calmly stated, if we keep splitting up to collect, we'll definitely lose.
Zhang Tianchang clenched his fist tightly and promised, if everyone votes for me and Xingyu to make it to the finals, I will give it my all. The young man in the green hat immediately grabbed a bag, raising his voice, then the next task goes to those 2. He then threw the bag, filled with crystal stones, to the ground.
Xia Tiangu frowned and shouted, hey, no one's voting for me? I want to participate too.
The young man in the hat crossed his arms and angrily cursed, useless fool, you have no offensive power at all.
Zhang Tianchang furrowed his brows and asked, does anyone have any objections?
Long Xingyu and Gu Shuiwei exchanged glances without speaking. Gu Shuiwei's face darkened as she fell silent, lost in thought. Ningfan's words echoed in her mind, your father really wants to win the champion prize this time. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to raise his hand and say, if you want to prove it to him, win the prize. Gu Shuiwei shouted excitedly, I will definitely give it my all. Her face was dark with worry as she thought to herself, sorry, Dad, I can't prove it to you. I really want to go, but I can't ruin everyone else's vote. When Zhang Tianchang saw that no one else spoke, he shouted, it's decided then. Lang Xingyu suddenly spoke up to stop them, wait. With cold sweat on her face, she suggested, this time, my injury is a bit serious, so let Shuiwei go.
I believe in her.
Gu Shuiwei immediately exclaimed in surprise, Xingyu, no, you're better than me, so you should go. Lang Xingyu supported her waist with one hand and said, I've been injured.
Can you be so heartless? Look at me, am I suffering? You should go instead.
Then she turned and walked away, saying, I'll find a place to rest and collect spirit stones.
I won't join in anymore. Gu Shuiwei watched her leave, murmuring, Xingyu. Somewhere else, Long Xingyu leaned against a tree, hugging her knees. She raised her hand to hold her head, closing her eyes. When she opened her eyes, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She lowered her head, and tears began to fall, thinking to herself, I also want to go, I also want to prove myself. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared in front of her. She still didn't lift her head, asking in a low voice, Why are you here? Tong Xiao sat down beside Long Xingyu and asked, Can I sit down? Her hesitant voice echoed. It's up to you, she replied. She held one end of the earphones and brought it toward Lang Xingyu, then placed it in her ear. Tong Xiao closed her eyes and gently smiled, saying, Take a rest for a while. At the gathering spot, the three of them, Zheng Tianchang, stood still. Sua Feng looked ahead and asked, Tianchang, you gave the spirit stone to Shuiwei. What about you? Hearing this, he closed his eyes and replied, The accumulated points might not be enough, so I'll make sure Shuiwei is taken care of first. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and Zheng Tianchang called out in confusion. There was an explosion, and thick smoke quickly rose. The young man with blue hair held the yellow spirit stone amidst the smoke. The one with green hair looked at him and asked, Do you still want to run? Immediately afterward, the young man with blue hair was taken away by medical staff. The three stood and watched as he was lifted onto the ambulance. The person wearing glasses next to him looked at the spirit stone in the green-haired man's hand and asked, Boss, should we give this to Lang Bing or keep it? The purple-haired man beside him answered affirmatively, Of course, we give it to Cold God. Otherwise, do you want to get beaten? The group behind Zheng Tianchang looked toward the three, with the girl wearing glasses, her face covered in sweat, asking, So what do we do now? Zheng Tianchang smiled faintly and replied, If Lang Bing's subordinates can rob, we can rob too. The purple-haired man beside him sensed danger and yelled, Boss! Zheng Tianchang raised his fist, charged forward, and shouted loudly, Give it to me. The three quickly dodged, and he struck the ground with great force, causing a large hole to form in the earth. The purple-haired man immediately gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, Steal the crystal. Zheng Tianchang turned to look at him and firmly replied, That's right. If it were a competition, I could steal from you too. The purple-haired man immediately threw a machine at him and shouted, All right, then let's see. A loud explosion erupted right in front of them. Zheng Tianchang charged out from within and yelled, See my fist, let me show you my skill. The Cloud Mausoleum. Just as he threw a punch, the purple-haired man gently sidestepped. Zheng Tianchang widened his eyes, thinking to himself, What's going on? Why am I so slow? The man wearing glasses nearby used his skill, introducing a control ability that either weakened or strengthened the target's abilities. Suddenly, a hand appeared, pressing a card onto the head of the man. The girl with glasses immediately shouted, Zheng Tianchang, leave this to me, you handle the space guy. The man with glasses saw her and, confused, yelled, Big banana. Zheng Tianchang placed his hand on his chest and exclaimed, Recovered. Right after that, the green-haired man raised his fist and charged forward, shouting, And me too. His fist transformed into a gigantic hammer, aiming directly at his own head. Then, a flash of yellow light streaked by, lifting the green-haired man's arm away. Sua Feng tightly embraced his arm and quickly pulled him away. The green-haired man immediately screamed in pain, It's broken, it's about to break. Zheng Tianchang raised his fist and appeared behind the purple-haired man, shouting, Come at me. Elsewhere, Long Xingyu and Tong Xiao were sitting side by side, listening to music. She took off her headphones and said, Tong Xiao, what should I do to become as powerful as you? I really want to be like you. Then, Lang Xingyu turned her head and stared at her. Tong Xiao closed her eyes and replied, If you went through what I went through, you wouldn't want to be like me anymore. Upon hearing this, Lang Xingyu became embarrassed and lowered her head in apology. Sorry, I misspoke. Tong Xiao smiled and reassured her, You've already worked hard. If you want to be strong, go fight with someone stronger. Lang Xingyu softly responded, I understand that, but...
Tong Xiao reached out and patted her head, comforting her. No buts, as long as you want it.
I can take you to the finals.
Long Xingyu raised her head and looked at Tong Xiao, questioning her.
What do you mean? She calmly explained.
I know you must have your reasons for wanting to make it to the finals.
I won't ask too many questions, but if you want to get there, I can help you. Lang Xingyu immediately sprang up and asked, how would you help? Do you have a lot of spirit stones?
Tong Xiao raised a finger and pointed sideways, and a beam of purple light quickly spread around them.
Her voice echoed. Lang Xingyu was startled and shouted, what are you doing?
The purple light shot up into the sky, and beneath the water, a blue spirit stone gleamed brightly. Immediately after, a streak of golden light appeared and swiftly crossed. Then, that spirit stone flew off.
Spirit stones from all directions quickly rushed toward Tong Xiao.
The young man in the cap watched as each beam of light flashed by, and he couldn't help but shout, everyone, look!
What's that? Gu Shuiwei also called out in confusion, spirit stones, why are they flying away?
Elsewhere, Wang Yin looked at the spirit stones as they passed and exclaimed, they're flying right over Xiao Xiaolu and Xiao Yunyun. Li Yingrong was also stunned into silence as she felt the stones pass by. The spirit stones quickly gathered around Tong Xiao, forming a circle, and began to move in formation around her. Long Xingyu was startled and exclaimed, the spirit stone is the spirit stone. She reached out to grab a spirit stone and asked, where did so many come from? The plane high up in the sky immediately announced, all of these spirit stones have been collected by the contestants.
The competition will end in about 3 minutes.
Contestants who have not yet placed the spirit stones, please do so quickly. Tong Xiao grabbed Lang Xingyu's hand and pulled her along, let's go, we need to insert the spirit stones, or the competition will end. She was startled and stopped, wait a minute. Elsewhere, the sound of voices came from inside a room.
Zhang Tianchang, 390 points, ranked 6th.
Gu Shuiwei, 460 points, ranked 5th.
Wen Wan smiled faintly and said, Lang Xingyu, 760 points, ranked 1st. Congratulations to everyone, we've secured half of the spots.
Gu Shuiwei immediately rushed over, hugging Lang Xingyu and cheering, Xingyu, this is really great.
She glanced thoughtfully to the side, why is Tong Xiao helping me so much? Aren't we rivals? Shouldn't I be happy seeing my opponent not making it to the finals? Zhang Tianchang nervously asked, Miss Wenruan, who are the other contestants? What are the competition rules?
Wenruan picked up the paper in her hand and began to list off, the other contestants are, in order, Tong Xiao, ranked 2nd. Lang Bing ranked 3rd and Li Chu ranked 4th. As for the competition rules, the draw will determine 3 pairs, with each pair competing in one-on-one matches.
Contestants from the same academy in the first round will not face each other.
She frowned and said, after the first round, the 3 eliminated players will engage in a battle royale for revival. The revived player will enter the 4 great powers. When Ruan looked at the 3 people, Zhang Tianchang, and reminded them, as for the 3 competitors about to battle, each one has formidable strength.
I hope everyone remains vigilant and doesn't let their guard down.
With a serious expression, she added, furthermore, I believe that the 3 opponents from the previous rounds of the finals have yet to unleash even half of their strength.
When Ruan anxiously exclaimed, and Tong Xiao from Luoying Academy hasn't even used a fraction of her true power.
Lang Xingyu furrowed her brows as she heard her voice. Everyone had already noticed the uniqueness of her abilities. When Ruan stared intensely at the 3 of them, shouting loudly, finally, the most important thing is that the final match will be broadcast live for everyone to watch. In their minds, the figure of Ningfan appeared as they heard her say, I'm sure your Ning teacher will also be watching. The next day, at the competition venue, Yonezawa raised her hand high and declared, hello to all the viewers nationwide.
We have now completed the draw.
Her voice echoed as she continued, to begin. Due to the mechanism of the first round not meeting any schoolmates, the 3 players of Xingsha will proceed with a draw.
Next, the voice of Yonezawa rang out.
The 2 draw boxes are for selecting the competitors and the order of the matches. Wanla smiled brightly, pointing at the map model and said, now, I would like to introduce the rules and the competition field to everyone. Her voice continued with the introduction. Each match will begin with the competition field randomly changing its terrain, which could be a forest, a plain, or a water surface.
Guanla slowly explained the rules. The competitors will have 30 seconds to familiarize themselves with the terrain.
During this time, the opponent cannot attack, but they may use skills to set up outside of surrender.
Losing the ability to fight will be considered a defeat.
Zhang Tianchang looked at the draw ticket in his hand and asked, I'm up in round 3, and my opponent is Lung Bing.
What about you?
Gu Shuiwei looked at the paper in his hand and replied, I'm up first, and my opponent is Li Chu. Over there, Lung Xingyu's face darkened as he silently looked at the paper in his hand. It read that he would compete in round 2 against Tong Xiao. After a long moment, the excited voice of Yonezawa rang out, Alright, the competition field for the first match has been arranged, and the screen displayed the announcement Icefox seal. The two looked toward Gu Shuiwei as the introduction continued. The competitor for the first match is Gu Shuiwei from Jincha Academy. As for her opponent, they both simultaneously looked towards Li Chu, who was known as the Dark Horse contender.
Gu Shuiwei and Li Chu stood still, listening to them speak.
The match had begun, and from this point onward, stepping out of the arena was considered a defeat. He stared at Gu Shuiwei and said, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Miss Gu Shuiwei, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Hearing this, she replied with a serious expression, I feel the same way.
I hope you can give it your all.
The young man wearing glasses was taken aback and shouted out.
Wenruan, what are the chances of Gu Shuiwei winning?
The young man with the hat beside him also exclaimed in shock, feeling that the opponent was very strong. Wenruan, with a calm expression, responded, I don't know, but this is the best opponent she could face.
Guanla raised the flag high and shouted loudly.
After 30 seconds, the official match began. As the clock turned to 29, Gu Shuiwei rushed forward.
Guanlu immediately became excited and yelled, Gu Shuiwei is taking the initiative, is she preparing to attack from the side?
Chula looked at her as she charged forward, pondering whether she was attacking from the farthest outer circle.
Wait a minute.
His gaze shifted to the frost emanating from Gu Shuiwei's feet.
Why was her ice accumulation technique a skill that had no effect at all?
She raised her hand to gather energy, shouting loudly.
Don't slack off.
Gu Shuiwei unleashed a large beam of blue light, the Thunder Roar explosive bomb. Chula used the Void Realm's shadow system to absorb the energy from the blue light, saying, Do you understand the importance of multi-system magic yet? Immediately, he was stunned, his mouth hanging open as he looked at the scene before him. Chula looked at Gu Shuiwei running away, astonished, and asked, Why are you running?
Wenruan, observing from above, smiled faintly and murmured, So that's how it is.
She looked at her running path and instructed to use the fastest way to run a circle, using the ice mark technique to draw a circle around the arena as a reference point. Wenruan looked into the arena and explained, even the simplest ice mark technique, which has no offensive properties, can reduce the energy expenditure of casting spells. She watched as Gu Shuiwei fell into the water, shouted, and released all her energy to cast her self-created skill.
Then, a powerful surge of ice energy shot up high.
Her voice rang out, Extreme Cold Grand Banquet. The icy light quickly spread, soaring into the sky.
Guanla looked at the arena, now shrouded in mist, and asked with confusion, What's happening? Looking into the arena, her voice echoed, Is this the kind of energy a student can unleash?
Guanla looked at Chulu, who was using her energy to block the previous attack, and said, She hasn't fallen yet. She looked towards him, recalling that the player Li Chu had not been pushed out of the field by that immense force. Gu Shuiwei slowly stood up and looked ahead, asking cautiously, Blocking this move consumes quite a bit of energy, right?
Chula calmly replied upon hearing this.
He also thought to himself, how could such an enormous burst of energy be unleashed in the blink of an eye?
Even the Void Realm couldn't absorb it.
He recalled his earlier thoughts, even his strongest defensive technique, Holy Light Wings, could only last for 10 seconds, the energy consumption was too great.
Yonezawa immediately smiled brightly and commented, Why did player Gu Shuiwei think of using the stored lightning energy inside Ice Mountain like that? I thought she would use Ice Mountain to force her opponent off the field.
Guanlu pointed at the screen and explained, the main function of Ice Mountain is to store lightning energy. When Ice Mountain explodes in an instant, the mist formed can release a greater force of lightning.
That's why we are witnessing a new academy unleashing effects that even the teachers couldn't achieve.
Player Gu Shuiwei is so clever. Gu Shuiwei and Shula stood on opposite sides, looking at each other. She led the conversation by suggesting, if the remaining energy is limited, let's use one final move to determine the outcome. Shula raised his hand to create a flame, replying, alright, your move is not allowed, Flame Essence Crystal. Immediately after, he shouted, Flame Sparrow. A firebird rushed towards Gu Shuiwei. She clenched her fists, gathering lightning energy, and shouted loudly, Thunder Roar Explosive Bomb.
An illusionary fox immediately appeared as Gu Shuiwei yelled.
Thunder Fox, two illusionary beast forms, rushed at each other, quickly merging and attacking furiously. Soon after, Gu Shuiwei's figure fell, and Shulu also dropped into the lake.
Guanlu looked at the calm water and said, both contestants have disappeared beneath the surface. Could this match be a draw?
She saw a hand rise from the water and excitedly shouted, a contestant is coming up from the water.
Who will win this match? Guanlu looked at Gu Shuiwei emerging from the water and loudly declared, it's contestant Gu Shuiwei, she is the winner.
Soaked through, she smiled, thinking to herself, Dad, I won. The crowd in the stands immediately erupted in cheers, shouting, incredible. At the exit, Long Xingyu stood still, gazing outside. She looked at Tong Xiao standing at the door, muttering, next, it's probably me and Tong Xiao. He crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and shouted loudly. I came here just to remind you, you should still practice how to announce your surrender, find a reason that sounds reasonable. Long Xingyu laughed and refused, I will not surrender, I will defeat her. Lung Bing kept his posture, watching her leave, laughing loudly, ha ha ha, such naive thinking. He turned and walked away, shouting, every time I face her, I lose all combat ability in the blink of an eye.
She's like a mountain that can't be shaken.
She turned her head and shouted back, a mountain is fine, the sea is fine too. The stands were packed with spectators.
Lung Xingyu stepped out from within, firmly shouting, I have my own way.
She looked at the figure across from her, leaning against the wall, waiting. Long Xingyu stared at her and called out, Tong Xiao, just wait. The screen showed a rocky, stone-filled land, and the announcement echoed. The arena for this match is ready. The voice excitedly shouted, terrain of wind-swept rocky lands. Her gaze turned towards Tong Xiao as the introduction continued, the first competitor to enter the arena is. The voice, unable to hide the excitement, screamed, athlete Tong Xiao from Luoying Academy, the hottest competitor with a guaranteed spot for this year's champion. The audience in the stands also shouted in unison, Tong Xiao, Tong Xiao. The two stood, glaring at each other. Hearing the person continue, the sound on the other side calmly narrated. Long Xingyu Jinsha Academy. Jinsha Academy is the dark horse of this competition. Tong Xiao walked closer, hands in her pockets, and said, I won't hold back. I hope you can give your all. Long Xingyu, upon hearing this, calmly responded, I hope I can't. Guanla stood above, excitedly declaring, the competition will begin once the 30-second preparation time is over. Suddenly, Long Xingyu immediately turned her head and quickly ran off. Guanlo, watching her run, exclaimed in surprise, does Long Xingyu intend to follow Gu Shuiwei's strategy? That's an attack-type magic, while this is a summoning magic. If you look at the competition screen, you'll see that strategy might not work. Tong Xiao stood still, murmuring in confusion, surely she's not trying to run away, right? Is she really that foolish? Guanlu, observing from above, added, as long as she doesn't use a real attack, she can do anything during the preparation time. So, hiding or setting a trap are both possible. Tong Xiao smiled slightly, remaining in place. She immediately raised her hand, causing all the rocks on the competition ground to levitate. Guan Li's voice echoed, only 1 second left in the competition. Look there, Tong Xiao is about to strike.
Guan Lo, seeing Tong Xiao controlling the rocks to rise high into the air, gasped and shouted, "What?" All the magma shot up, leaving the ground empty. Her excited voice rang out. Tong Xiao, the contestant, lifted all the magma in the arena. What kind of terrifying power is this? Tong Xiao clenched her fists tightly, and immediately, all the magma in the air exploded, with dust falling back to the ground. Tong Xiao turned to look at the shadow behind her, stretched out her hand toward it, thinking to herself, "I see." Suddenly, Tong Xiao froze when she saw that the shadow was a stone figure. She was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Guan Li's voice echoed. Tong Xiao, the contestant, made a miscalculation. It's Long Xingyu's illusion technique. Immediately after, the stone ground quickly rose. Her voice rang out, questioning, "Where is Long Xingyu hiding?" Tong Xiao looked at the stone figure beneath her, lifting herself higher, muttering, "Changing the floor into a summoned beast?" She stood still, pondering. Below? Soon, the massive stone figure beneath her shattered into pieces and fell. Tong Xiao looked at the shattered stone fragments, her expression filled with doubt as she thought, "There's nothing." She saw the falling purple threads and thought of hair. Immediately after, from above, a stone figure dashed toward Tong Xiao. Long Xingyu stood atop the Colossus God soldier and shouted, "Take this." He raised his sword and thrust it forcefully toward Tong Xiao, the tip of the sword heading straight for her head. At that moment, Tong Xiao immediately turned her head and glanced behind. A few nights ago, at another location, Ningfan was sitting and drinking tea. Suddenly, Long Xingyu barged in from outside, shouting, "Ningfan." He held the teacup, turned his head to look at her, and asked, "Xingyu, what's wrong?" Long Xingyu's face was covered in wounds, and she asked, "We've been training for so long, when are you going to tell me how to defeat Tong Xiao?" Ningfan was taken aback by this and asked in return, "Do you see that little one as an insurmountable existence?" She immediately affirmed, replying, "Yes, otherwise, why would I ask you?" He looked to one side and began explaining, "Actually, you all overestimate Tong Xiao. It's just that her level of awakening is high. She can easily use basic magic and still kill you instantly." Cold sweat beaded on Lang Xingyu's forehead, and she cried out, "Isn't that already terrifying enough?" Ningfan smiled faintly and said, "Anyone could kill her instantly. In fact, that reveals her weaknesses. She's still stuck at a very basic level in terms of magic usage." He raised a finger and listed, especially her defensive magic. Her previous combat log is full of finishing moves. She had never defended herself. Ningfan raised his hand to stroke his chin and guided her. "Once the match starts, you should retreat, and find a way to draw her attention. Before this, even Lan Lan was deceived by you. With your summoning technique, it shouldn't be too hard." In his mind, he pictured Tong Xiao facing the striker, then continued, "Wait until she's distracted by your bait, and then the Colossus God soldier will be waiting in the sky." In Lang Xingyu's mind, Ningfan's instructions echoed, "Wait until she's distracted by your bait, then strike with the fastest speed." She stood on top of it, muttering, "Strike with the fastest speed, right?" The Colossus God soldier gripped its weapon tightly, then shot down rapidly toward the arena. Long Xingyu clenched her fists, sitting still, watching the Colossus God soldier dive. It carried immense energy, speeding downward, a beam of light shooting straight down. The Colossus God soldier used the gravitational force of the tenfold descent to strike downward, its gaze locked on the shadow in the center. The Colossus God soldier approached Tong Xiao's head more and more. She turned around and saw the tip of its sword aiming directly at her head. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out. That evening, Ningfan smiled and said, "Striking so quickly, people will naturally choose to use defensive magic to defend themselves." Lang Xingyu heard that and asked with suspicion, "So, can this defeat her?" He heard this and smiled, denying it, "No, it won't work. Even if you force her to use her least familiar defensive magic, with her level of awareness, you still won't be able to break it. Right now, before the tip of the sword reaches her, the protective barrier around Tong Xiao has already blocked it." Long Xingyu sat on the shoulder of the Colossus God soldier, staring at her. At that moment, she angrily shouted, "If you can't use it, then why teach me how to do it?"
Ningfan heard this and rebutted, no, her defensive magic is sufficient. He calmly pointed out that the small defensive magic used was certainly the most basic one, the circular shield. Just as Ningfan said, Tong Xiao was surrounded by the circular shield.
Lang Xingyu's mind echoed his instructions. The range was large and hard, it was perfect to exploit that point.
Her voice rang out as she summoned. Hearing this, Tong Xiao was startled and widened her eyes. A giant stone figure lying on the ground began to open its eyes.
Tong Xiao and the surrounding stones were thrown away.
Lang Xingyu remained seated, watching her lie on the ground. She calmly said, as expected.
Lang Xingyu frowned and shouted, "You don't even know that my summoning medium is hair."
Because to deceive you, I had prepared very carefully.
The audience in the stands immediately fell into silence.
All the spectators couldn't believe it and started discussing among themselves.
Is it possible? Did Tong Xiao give up? This is too hard to believe. Guanlu and Yonezawa also stared wide-eyed in shock.
Tong Xiao lay still on the ground, unmoving, with fresh blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Magic healing emanated from her hand, and soon her entire body was enveloped by the spell. Lang Xingyu, seeing this, was startled and thought, healing spell. She immediately ordered the Colossus God Soldier to attack, shouting, "Don't fail."
Tong Xiao raised a finger to block the incoming attack.
Immediately, the left arm of the Colossus God Soldier shattered into pieces. Tong Xiao smiled brightly and murmured, "I haven't used the healing spell in a long time." Her smile grew even wider as she whispered, "Using a defensive spell in a competition seems to be a first. I didn't expect you to end up using it against me."
Tong Xiao beamed and sincerely shouted, "This is really interesting." She stood up, stroked her chin, and questioned in doubt, "Could it be that my current actions are also part of your plan?" Tong Xiao turned to the side and asked further, "Could there be a trap waiting for me recently?"
She smiled and looked toward Lang Xingyu, shouting loudly,
"Lang Xingyu, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?"
Her face was covered in cold sweat, and she remained silent.
Tong Xiao, with a calm expression, spoke up, "Is that all?"
Then, the figure of the Colossus God Soldier quickly shattered into pieces. Lang Xingyu flew out, smashing the audience's seats on the stands.
She stared blankly at the arena.
From above, Guanla hesitated and shouted, "Look, she's staring at Tong Xiao, who was standing and declaring the end of the match with a perfect counterattack." Lang Xingyu, stunned, heard Guanli's loud voice, "Lang Xingyu has left the arena, Tong Xiao wins."
Afterward, she lay on the hospital bed, shrouded in darkness.
Lang Xingyu sat still, not uttering a word. Lang Xingtong, with tears in her eyes, cried out, "Sis." When Ruan, with a serious expression on her face, comforted, "Xingyu, you've done really well." The young man wearing glasses muttered, "It seems like the big sister is really upset. After all, she almost won against Tong Xiao."
The young man in the cap beside him added, "What's the big deal? Just have a good meal and you'll feel better."
Next to them, the young man with a shaved head raised his hand towards Li Chu, teasing, "The reverse kill resurrection against our Li Chu was the best."
Hearing this, she angrily growled, "Go away."
A voice from someone else nearby offered comfort, "Don't be discouraged, we still have the resurrection match, there's still a chance." Lang Xingyu, hearing this, silently made up her mind, "Right, there's still the resurrection match. But if I get a second chance, can I really defeat her?"